Hello and welcome back everyone. We Weeb online and we're gonna start a new series. What if Naruto was guided by a goddess of the moon? If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
Usagi crossed the veil into the elemental nations 15 years ago. Why would Usagi Sakino abandon her Tokyo home and all of her loved ones? That's easy to understand. There was peace once more following the conflict with Galaxia, and her cherished Mamoru Chiba had risen from the grave. After the Sailor Stars and their princess had gone back to their own home planet to start rebuilding and getting back to their lives, everything was going smoothly for about a month. However, Usagi was unaware at the time that Mamoru was working behind her back in the shadows. He had returned as something sinister, something malevolent. Perhaps the chaos had an impact on him while he was in the afterlife. On June 15th, Usagi was about to leave school after finishing her final exams. Mamoru was parked in front of her school. He had his back to his black sports car. His eyes were hidden from her view by his black sunglasses. Usagi was delighted to see her boyfriend as usual. Mamoru said, "Hey Usko. How were your exams?" She spoke softly while grinning and glancing up at him. "They went pretty good, I guess. I'll find out next week what my scores will be and what classes I'll be taking in the fall." Mamoru said, "That's good to know." Usagi asked, "So, Mamoru, what's with the unexpected visit?" His lips formed a tiny smile. There was something about that smile that made Usagi uneasy. Mamoru asked, "Do I need a reason to come see you?" Usagi said, a little uneasy, "Well, no. It's just a very nice surprise." She moved away from him slowly. "I just wanted to let you know. I'm planning on going and studying abroad again." Mamoru replied. "But, I thought you said Harvard would not accept you in the program again," asked Usagi. He turned his head away from her. He folded his arms across his chest. His body began to take on a darker hue. "They did tell me that. But, I never said I would be heading back to America." Mamoru replied. All Usagi could say was, "Oh. Then where will you be studying at?" "Listen Usagi, don't worry about it. There is another reason I came here today," Mamoru replied. The other girls saw Usagi and Mamoru conversing as they emerged from school. There was something off about the way they both stood there. They turned and exchanged glances. Usagi asked, "What is it that you want to tell me?" "Well, Usko, there isn't any easy way to say it. So, I'm going to be blunt. I don't love you. I haven't loved you for a while now. I just carried on the act to ensure I would become the future king of the earth. As well, I kept the act going for Chibi Usagi's sake. But, to be honest, it isn't worth it," Mamoru replied. Usagi's mouth dropped to the floor, and she moved away from Mamoru. Mamoru slowly released a dark aura. She felt sick from the energy rolling off of him. At that moment, she recognized Queen Materia's aura. Gently, Usagi said, "Queen Materia." At that moment, Mamoru burst out laughing. His hair grew to the middle of his back, and he changed into black armor. His eyes had turned an unsettling shade of emerald. The girls observed the scene as it developed in front of them. The four Earth Kings materialized before they could even move. A man with blonde hair pulled back in a ponytail grinned as he peered down at Minako. "Miss me. Zoisite, how in the world are you even here before me?" asked Minako. In front of their esteemed scout were the three other men. Their Silver Millennium lovers. The four men put their hands on the other girls' foreheads and a burst of dark energy enveloped them before any of them could react. There was a dark shadow visible inside their eyes as they lost their luster and turned dull. Usagi watched Mamoru in terror after witnessing what had happened to her friends. King Materia said, "Don't worry, princess, you will be joining your friends very soon. I should tell you that your beloved Mamoru did die in battle and that fool Queen Beryl thought she was able to use my energy to save him. But, all she did was transferred my soul right into him. His will was strong enough for a while to keep me at bay. Thanks to what Galaxia did, I was finally able to overcome his will and finally take over my new body for good." Usagi asked, What do you have planned for me?" "Well, I do need you alive and I do need to ascend to your role of Queen of Neo Crystal Tokyo. After that is done, my dear, as well as produce me an heir. After all is said and done, you will meet with an untimely accident and I will rule the universe with no one to challenge my authority," said King Materia. She clenched her fists and said, I refuse to be your puppet." King Materia said, "Oh, but, my dear, You will not have any say in this matter whatsoever. He lifted his hand and touched her forehead, when he was illuminated by a silvery, golden light. Neo Queen Serenity was the form that Usagi had assumed. In her hands, her moon staff took shape. A long silver staff with an odd orange spiral and a golden crescent moon. You will not and shall not take me without a fight, Materia. I refuse to play this sick twisted game of yours, said Neo Queen Serenity. The 4 outer scouts showed up at that moment. Neo Queen Serenity, exclaimed the 4 outer scouts. Neptune and Uranus, the sailors, ran before their queen. Sailor Uranus said, let us handle this scum. Usagi knew she wouldn't be able to fight Materia for very long because she was still weak. The 4 inner scouts are being escorted away by the 4 kings as sailors Saturn and Pluto turn to face them. My dear Serenity, this will not be the last time you will see me, Materia replied. He then disappeared, taking the others with him. As she changed back into her school uniform, she exhaled with relief. However, she continued to hold the moon rod. She examined the peculiar orange spiral circle at the base of the crescent moon. Usagi looked at the 4 outers and said, thank you girls. Sailor Saturn remarked, we must be leaving. People are beginning to gather around us. They all nodded and disappeared into the surrounding trees. However, they were unaware that a video of Usagi transforming into Neo Queen Serenity had been obtained. By the time they arrived at Sakino's house, the news was playing the video footage. However, Usagi and others were unaware of this. Usagi, that was reckless of you to transform into Neo Queen Serenity. Meu replied. Luna and Usagi's mother were watching the news footage of Sailor Moon's true identity while seated on the couch. Luna said, oh, no. Usagi's mother narrowed her eyes as she gazed at the black cat. They both heard Usagi enter while she was conversing with someone. Usagi said, Mama, I'm home. As Usagi and the 4 outer scouts enter the living room, the news replays the video of Usagi changing into Neo Queen Serenity and back again. When the girls learn the news, they gasp. Usagi simply lets out a sigh and tightens her grip on the new moon staff. She glanced up at her mother. Mama, I'm sorry for never telling you I was Sailor Moon. When everything suddenly clicked, her mother's eyes flashed from the TV to her daughter and her daughter's friends. Now, I understand everything that has been happening for the past few years and while you've been needed new uniforms, said Usagi's mother. You girls, you're also Sailor Scouts. Each of the 4 girls gives a head nod. They were at a loss for words to say. I'm sorry Mrs. Sakino, I was the one who told Usagi to keep this secret. Luna replied, it was to ensure you and your family's safety. It don't care, you should have told me. I would have found a way to help you. To protect you, that is what a mother's job after all, said Usagi's mother. But, Mama you have helped me, especially when Chibi Usagi was here. Usagi replied. Her mom's eyes enlarged, she glanced at her family photo with Chibi Usagi next to the television. Just as her mother was about to say something, in front of everyone, 2 figures appeared. Queen Serenity and Queen Nehelenia were the ones in front of them. The 2 royal ladies gazed down at Usagi. Queen Serenity said, my dear sweet Serenity, I am truly sorry. Oh, dear princess, the time is not right and your power is too weak to even try to save those of your royal court, said the queen. Everyone simply stared at the 2 women in disbelief. They might have been exact replicas of one another. However, Queen Nehelenia's hair was black and had multiple buns, and she had 3 crescent moons on her face. Queen Serenity had a single crescent moon, silver hair, and just 2 buns. Mrs. Sakino asked nervously, who are you? When both women turned to look at her, they simply grinned. I am Queen Serenity, Princess Serenity's mother from the Silver Millennium. Your daughter Usagi is the reincarnation of my daughter Serenity, said the queen. Queen Nehelenia declared, I am Queen Serenity's sister Queen Nehelenia. Before Usagi's mother, both women bowed. She glanced at each woman. Her mind was attempting to comprehend what she had been told. Luna was in front of the 2 queens. Luna asked, my ladies, what brings you to Earth? Queen Nehelenia grinned as she glanced down at Luna. Luna, we were called here by the silver crystal. But, how? Usagi inquired. The crystal has been in a state of sleep since the battle with Galaxia. Queen Nehelenia said, yes, we know, but the crystal will warn us of the danger you were in. My dear Serenity, I am afraid it isn't safe for you here anymore. I fear you must journey to the elemental nations. There you will regain your power and strength that you will need for the battle to come, said the queen. Usagi asked, perplexed. To where? Queen Serenity said, back to our true homeland. Before you ask, we are not really from this world, but, from beyond the veil. Our sister had us flee from our homeland, to ensure that we would live on as she battled a great evil that threatened to destroy our world, said Queen Nehelenia. We must make this quick. My spirit is fading and I must awaken your chakra coils before I fade. Queen Serenity said. Queen Nehelenia said, Sister, no, I will make sure she makes it safely to our old home. Queen Serenity nodded as she approached her daughter and touched her forehead. As the silver light enveloped Usagi's body, her hand glowed a soft silver. The light dimmed after a few seconds. Queen Serenity did the same. As she vanished into thin air, Queen Serenity said, My dear daughter, I love you and please forgive me. With the burden I have placed on your shoulders. As Usagi turned to face Queen Nehelenia and her mother, a single tear trickled down her cheek. My dear girl, you must gather clothing for your journey and I will help you pack. For we must make you appear to be from that land, said the queen. All Usagi could do was nod and accompany Queen Nehelenia to her bedroom. The two were followed by everyone else who was still in a state of shock. After recovering from what she had witnessed, Usagi's mother went to her bedroom and took out her husband's old military duff bag. She carried it into her daughter's room. Her mother said, Sweetie, here, take this. Your father doesn't use it anymore and I believe you need it more than what your brother does for summer camp. Usagi said, Thank you, Mama. Queen Nehelenia was searching through her closet and taking out all of the neutral and dark-colored garments she owned. Usagi said, Aunt Nehelenia, what type of place is the Elemental Nations? Queen Nehelenia said, My dear niece. It is a world of ninjas and warriors alike. Ninjas? Haruka inquired. Queen Nehelenia replied, Yes, ninjas. They are the warrior in that world. Haruka said, Now I really want to go with. I am afraid you will not be able to journey along with her. For I only have the power to only send one person, said the queen. Lucky for us, it will take King Materia a very long time to even figure out where I sent her or even to have the strength to follow after her. Everyone simply gave a nod. Usagi opened her dresser and packed all of her socks and underwear. She took out all of her dark skirts, leggings, shirts, and pants. As Queen Nehelenia laid out a silver tank top and a black mesh long-sleeve shirt, she inexplicably conjured up a black leather duster and a loose-fitting leather jacket with a silver hood inside. When she noticed Usagi holding the black cargo pants, she took them and placed them next to the ensemble she was assembling. She turned to face the closet and took out the calf-high leather boots, which had a thick sole and a heel that was 3 inches thick, in addition to some black boot socks. A larger black pouch and a black pouch that appeared out of nowhere were placed next to the other items. There were 3 rolls of white bandages and what appeared to be a black headband with a swirling metal plate next to it. After examining the other objects, Usagi and the other turned to face Queen Nehelenia. She grinned as she observed them. She gave her the soap and odorless deodorant and gestured to the bathroom, saying, I want you to go take a quick shower. Use this special soap and do not put any perfume on or use any products that have a scent. Following instructions, Usagi disappeared into the bathroom to change and take a shower. Queen Nehelenia glanced at Usagi's mother. I am sorry, but this will be the last time you see your daughter. Mrs. Sakino simply grinned slightly and glanced up at the woman in front of her. I know, I wish things were different. But, I know for her safety she must leave us. May I call my husband so he can tell her goodbye? Mrs. Sakino disappeared from the room and down the corridor after Nehelenia simply nodded her head. You 4 will look after her family and fight to save the others. When I have regained more strength and my sister Serenity is once again able to appear, we will call her back or send you to her, just depending what happens in this world, said Queen Nehelenia. They gave a head nod. Mrs. Sakino had come back into the room. I called him and he will be here in 10 minutes and my son is on his way home now as well. In front of her, the regal woman gave a nod. For Usagi, they completed packing everything. Even some of her father's old flannel shirts, which he had outgrown but would fit her daughter well, were added by her mother. Usagi emerged from the bathroom, drying her hair with a towel. As she walked to her bed, she had it wrapped up and sat down to put on her boots and boot socks. She looked up, grinned, and slipped her pant legs back down. Hotaru and Michiru approached her and removed the towel from her hair. Michiru said, Let's braid your hair, Usagi. After grabbing 2 hair brushes, Hotaru gave one to Michiru, and they started brushing her hair. Usagi said, I really should cut my hair a little. Queen Nehelenia said, "No. You will not cut your hair. Just keep it braided." And Usagi said, "Oh okay." Hotaru brushed out her hair and giggled. All Michiru did was hum. Her brother and father rushed into the bedroom after they had braided her hair 15 minutes later. Sammy's gaze shifted to his older sister. "Usagi, is it true? Are you really Sailor Moon?" Usagi stated, "Yes, I am Sammy." Her father gave her a look. His eyes were filled with tears. "You are really leaving us?" Usagi gave a head nod. "I must. I am too weak right now as it is, and I couldn't live with myself if I got everyone hurt just to stay here. I have to protect you. Please Papa, don't fight me on this." Tears filled her eyes as she gazed up at him. At that moment, he realized his little princess was already beyond his grasp. When Mr. Sakino said, "Please be safe, sweetie," the Queen Nehelenia said, "Usagi." She looked at her aunt, gazing at her with awe in her eyes. Queen Nehelenia said, "Please sit down." Following instructions, she took a seat in her desk chair. Because her aunt had gestured to that location, the tall woman dropped to her knees and grabbed one of the 3 rolls of bandages. The regal woman's actions were watched by all. With a smile on her face, Queen Nehelenia started wrapping one of the rolls around Usagi's left thigh. Once she had finished, she took the little pouch and fastened it to her leg. She took one of the tiny throwing knives out of the pouch and showed it to Usagi, saying, "In this pouch are kunai knife. You will need them to protect yourself with. In this new world you are going to, you will have to kill." Usagi's eyes enlarged. Nehelenia raised her hand to silence Usagi before she could say anything. "I know you have truly never killed before besides the yokai. Please Usagi, understand some people you will face will be as evil as those yokai. Maybe even worse," said Queen Nehelenia. "I understand, but I am not happy about taking someone's life, Queen Nehelenia," Usagi replied. Queen Nehelenia said, "Let me see your hands." Nehelenia swiftly wrapped each hand and put on black fingerless gloves with metal plates over the top of the glove after Usagi nodded and raised her hands. "These will help you in a fist fight. As well with the metal plate you can shield your face from small blades. As you block," said the queen. She sighed deeply as she met the girl's intensely blue eyes. "This will be a test of your will as well as your endurance to handle anything that comes your way." Usagi gave a head nod. She glanced up at Nehelenia and asked, "What would I do for money?" Nehelenia merely grinned. She gave Usagi a number of scrolls and said, "Simple. In each of these scrolls are money, gold, and jewels. Are sealed up in them, and when you're out of money you can sell the other 2. Nehelenia, how am I going to get the stuff out of those scrolls?" asked Usagi. Her expression was bewildered. One of the scrolls was unrolled. For money, they saw the kanji. "Just place your hand here and focus some chakra to your fingertips." Usagi asked, How do I use chakra?" Nehelenia's expression was blank before she burst out laughing. "We did forget to explain how to use chakra to you, didn't we? Okay, here is the cliff notes. Just close your eyes and focus on the energy in your body and push that energy to your fingertips." Usagi nodded, followed instructions, concentrated, and felt a warmth move through her body until it reached her fingertips. At that moment, a puff of smoke appeared, and a sizable pile of cash was in front of her. She glanced down at the cash and blinked. "They call the money their ryo. But to reseal it, just do as I told you and it will go back into the scroll. Mind you, there are about 100 sections in the scroll that holds money, so spend it wisely," said the queen. Nehelenia glanced at the bed's other pouch. She got up and approached it. "Come here and I'll clip this to your belt. Inside this pouch are some small justice scrolls and explosive tags and shuriken. You will also find plasma pills and soldier pills. But, be warned, only use the soldier pills if you are true low on chakra, and even then do not overdo it. They can harm you to the point of killing you. The plasma pills are to only be taken when you have lost a great deal of blood. For they will help you stop the blood lost and replenish your blood," Nehelenia replied. With a nod, Usagi approached her aunt and asked her to put the pouch on her. "Now, Usagi, this headband before you is of the village hidden in the leaf. The Konoha. In your duff bag is a sealed scroll you must give to the Hokage there. The Hokage is a good and justice man and you will be able to trust him. But, do not easily trust everyone. For there are many within the village that just seek power and will do whatever it takes to get it. As for your new moon staff, hand it over to me." She gave her new moon staff to the woman. Nehelenia inspected it and smiled. She focused some chakra into the staff, and it shrank in front of their eyes. It appears all you have to do is put chakra into the staff and it will shrink down to the size of a kunai and you can put it in your pouch. Usagi watched this with wide eyes. She retrieved her staff, placed it in the pouch on the back of her trousers, and then shut the pouch again. After glancing at the headband, she picked it up and examined it. She took her brooch and fastened it to the back of her new headband before tying it around her neck. She went to her desk, took a sizable sum of cash, put it aside, and sealed the remaining cash. She took out a black chain wallet with a crescent moon on the front after opening her desk drawer. She opened the wallet, inserted the cash, closed it, placed it in her front pocket, and attached the chain to her belt loop. Queen Nehelenia glanced at everyone else and said, "My dear, it's time to go. Say your final goodbye. If anyone asked where your daughter, sister, friend has gone off to, tell them she is traveling abroad for now. With this you are not lying to anyone," said the queen. Everybody gave a head nod. Luna approached Nehelenia and Usagi. "My lady, will I be able to go with her?" The queen Nehelenia said, "I'm afraid not, Luna." "I see. Please Usagi, be safe and please come back to us someday," Luna replied. Usagi knelt, picked up her friend, and gave Luna a strong embrace. Usagi said, "I will, Luna. I promise." Everyone then bid each other farewell for the last time. Swinging the duff bag over her shoulder, Usagi took it. She gave everyone a smile. She and Queen Nehelenia left after that. Beyond the Konoha, "Usagi, please be careful, my dear girl. Now head straight to the Hokage Tower. If the guard at the gate asks who you are, tell him you've been away for a while on an undercover mission and need to report quickly to the Hokage," said Queen Nehelenia. Usagi gave a nod in agreement with what she was being told. Her aunt was someone she admired. A faint, melancholy smile appeared on her lips. "Thank you for everything, Aunt Nehelenia. I will do all I can to make you proud of me," Usagi replied. Queen Nehelenia said, "I know you will, my dear. I know you will." They then split up, and Usagi approached the village's main gates in the north. Two Chunin were sitting at the gates, observing everyone who came and went. One of the men saw Usagi approaching. He grinned as he glanced at her. "What is your purpose for being in the village?" Usagi glanced at the man in front of her and grinned. "I have returned from a long and lengthy mission and I must report to the Hokage at once." The Chunin asked, "What is your name and how long have you been gone?" "My name is Usagi Sakino and I have been gone for 3 years, said Usagi. She pondered. She observed the man in front of her and said, "That sounds about right for when I became Sailor Moon." Who would have guessed that there was a sheet with Usagi's name on it? He had gone to a filing cabinet and examined sign-out sheets from 3 years prior. He brought the sheet back. "Sign here. This will show you are back and active within in the village." Usagi signed the sheet and nodded her head. An Anbu appeared in front of her before she could speak, put his hand on her shoulder, and then they disappeared in a whirl of leaves. Usagi stood beside Tora's masked Anbu outside the Hokage office. The masked man disappeared into the office and reappeared a few seconds later, saying, "Wait here. Lord Hokage will see you now." Usagi nodded as she entered the office and noticed the man with blonde hair seated in front of her. He was quite young. However, he had the wisdom of a much older person in his eyes. Usagi's head bowed. "Lord Hokage." An eyebrow was raised by the man in front of her. "I have been informed you have returned from a mission. For the life of me I am unable to place you within the ranks. I am able to explain that. But, first I was told to give you a sealed scroll. The information within it is for your eyes only," Usagi replied. She went to open her duff bag after dropping it to the ground. She opened it and took out a big scroll covered in gold and silver. The Hokage dismissed the other Anbu in his office after noticing this. "Where did you get that scroll?" A little perplexed, Usagi glanced down at the scroll and then back at the man in front of her. She handed the scroll to the Hokage and said, "My Aunt Queen Nehelenia gave it to me and told me to just give it to you and no one else. As well, I should be very careful with who I trust." Reaching over, the Hokage took the scroll out of the girl's hands and used his chakra to unseal it. He carefully unscrolled it after it was unsealed. "Minato-sama, please, I am aware that we haven't spoken in a very long time. However, my only daughter must be sent to you because my dream has come true. Please keep an eye on her and keep Materia away from her." Because, regrettably, Materia had reincarnated as my daughter's destined lover. Following King Materia's return, all 4 of Earth's kings, aside from the 4 generals who served under Queen Beryl, have also returned. Serenity Usagi, my beloved daughter, is currently too weak to defend herself. I sent her to you in order to strengthen her and teach her how to be a warrior. Because the battle that awaits her will put her endurance and will to the test. I implore you to look after her well. Greetings, Queen Serenity. Setting the scroll aside, Minato turned to face the girl. She couldn't be older than 15. She didn't look strong enough to be a ninja. Not to mention a warrior. She would have been better off being protected and placed on a high shelf. Usagi gave the man in front of her a fierce look. Because she was aware of what was going through his mind. I am not a porcelain doll. Just to be seen and never to be taken down to play with. That jolted him out of his reverie. Forgive me, but, you're not like the kunoichi from here. The female ninjas are very strong and fearsome warriors. I am in my own right a warrior. I am the guardian of love and justice. I was once Sailor Moon. She sighed. But, my power was greatly weakened in battle against Galaxia and I haven't been able to transform. Until today when I took the form of my future self. The form of Neo Queen Serenity. Minato turned to face the girl in front of him. He witnessed the anguish and the scars in her soul. I am sorry for judging you so quickly. For normally princesses do not go out to the battlefield. They leave it for ones such as myself. I do understand. Please allow me formally introduce myself. I am Usagi Sakino, also known as Princess Serenity and future Neo Queen Serenity. As well as known Sailor Moon. But, please call me Usagi, said Usagi. She bowed to him with a smile. It is a pleasure to meet you, Usagi. I am Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage of the village hidden in the leaf, said Minato. At that moment, a redhead with fiery red hair burst through the office doors. In an attempt to avoid the unknown threat, Usagi leapt to the side. The redhead said, Minato the baby kicked for the first time. He kicked. Minato and Usagi both had a drop of perspiration on their heads. Minato said, Kushina my dear, I'm in a meeting. Kushina turned to face the girl with the blonde hair by her side. With a squeal, she rushed to the girl. Here, feel my belly. The baby is kicking up a storm. Usagi put her hand on the woman's swollen belly and felt the baby kick while nodding her head slowly. Her eyes widened. He has a very strong kick. I know he is going to be stronger than both his parents, said Kushina. Kushina dear, I have never seen you warm up to someone you just met so quickly. Even Jiraiya-sensei still has troubles talking to you so freely. Minato replied. Ero Sanin is a big old prevent that likes peeping on women. The girl right here has something so pure, so innocent that I can't help but feel safe with her. Kushina replied. Minato said, I'm glad to hear that. The two women turned to face him. Minato remarked, for Usagi will be staying with us for a while. With a smile on her face, Kushina took the poor girl's hand and pulled her out of the office. Kushina glanced in Minato's direction. Both women left after being told to bring home her bag and not let Ero Sanin look through it. Shaking his head, Minato sat at his desk. He had never witnessed his wife grow so close to a stranger in his life. Additionally, he had always believed that his dreams involving the two queens were merely dreams, and nothing more. However, he knew better after today. The voice from the window asked, so, who's the blonde hottie that Kushina is treating like a rag doll? He noticed Jiraiya sitting in the window when he looked up and turned to the right. Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya smiled as he turned to face his former pupil. I don't believe I have ever seen that cutie around here before. Minato remarked, she isn't from around here. Sensei, you remember those dreams I used to have? Jiraiya asked, you mean about the two queen goddesses? Minato gave a nod. Well, I guess they were not dreams. But, they were visiting me to inform me of the dangers that were to come and befall that girl there. So, she is the little princess that you are to save. Jiraiya replied. I guess so. But, what truly bothers me is they also warn the day Kushina gives birth the Kyuubi will get free and attack. That a man in an orange mask will set the beast free for his own dark purpose, said Minato. Jiraiya became serious and turned to face the man with the blonde hair after Minato said, we will not allow that to happen. I shall stay closer to the village with the final month of Kushina's pregnancy to ensure that her seal doesn't break during labor. Minato simply gave a nod. Kushina dragged Usagi down the Konoha street to show her the sights. Usagi's stomach growled abruptly. Kushina paused and gave the girl a wide-eyed stare. However, she couldn't contain her laughter. I thought my stomach sounded like angry beast when it was hungry, said Kushina. Usagi simply reddened. I have been told I have a black hole for a stomach. They both simply laughed. Usagi asked, "Is there anywhere good to eat?" Kushina's gaze brightens. "Yes, Ichiraku. They have the best ramen in the world there." Usagi said, "Well, let's go have ramen." The two women made their way to the tiny noodle bar by walking down the dirt street. The man at the counter said, "Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen Bar." He saw a young blonde woman and Kushina when he looked up. "Ah, Kushina, the baby craving ramen again. Appear he is Chuki. As well, I wanted my new friend Usagi to try your ramen." Kushina replied. They talked about random topics while enjoying their late-day snack. After paying their bill, they returned to Minato and Kushina's house. Jiraiya and Minato were waiting for them. Kushina asked, "Ero Sanin, what brings you to town?" "What, I can't come and see my favorite redhead in the world?" asked Jiraiya. He raised his hands in surrender when she gave him that look. "Fine, I returned from gathering information from my spy network. It has gotten out that Minato has or is going to have a kid. Someone from the civilian council has been selling information to line their pockets with." Jiraiya replied. The space became chilly. With her hair flowing in a nine-tail fashion, Kushina asked, "Who will I be murdering?" Usagi looked on curiously. Minato let out a sigh. "I'll call for Ibiki and Inoichi and have them handle the security breach. Also, I wanted to meet the princess that has so kindly graced our village." Jiraiya replied. Usagi blushed as she looked down. Kushina turned to face the girl. To Kushina, "You're a princess." Usagi nodded her head slowly. "But, please don't treat me any different than what you have," Usagi begged. With a smile, Kushina gave the girl a hug. "I wouldn't dream of it." Jiraiya asked, "So what proof do you have?" Usagi simply gave him a look while cocking her head to the side as if she was contemplating something. She glanced at Minato and then back at Kushina, asking, "Who does this old guy think he is demanding proof? Should I trust him?" As though they could read her mind, they both nodded. Usagi sighed slightly as she removed her leather duster and placed it on the couch's side. She then reached into her back pouch and took out her tiny crescent moon staff. She closed her eyes and directed her chakra into it, causing it to grow to a staff that was roughly 6 feet tall. Given that she was wearing boots, Usagi was 5 feet 8 inches at the moment. A mystical aura emerged from the staff, and everyone's eyes widened. "This is my crescent moon staff and wand. I use it in battle and also to heal the enemy or the victim that has been placed under the enemy's control," Usagi replied. Then reached behind the forehead shield around her neck to retrieve her brooch. She showed the brooch to everyone in the room while holding it in her hand. They examined the small red and gold heart-shaped brooch, which had tiny wings on the side and a tiny crown at the top. Usagi waved her hand over the brooch, causing the cover to vanish and reveal a stunning jewel. "This brooch here helps me transform into Sailor Moon. As well, it houses the silver millennium crystal." Kushina exclaimed, "Wow, it's so pretty." Jiraiya asked, "Are you able to transform into your Sailor Moon look?" "No," she shook her head. She spoke quietly. "With the final battle I was in with Galaxia, I had used so much of my power that it had weakened and I lost my transformation in the midst of battle. But, I took on my future form as Neo Queen Serenity and was able to defeat and heal Galaxia. She wasn't evil, but, to save her world she took in a great evil within herself known as chaos, and the evil entity slowly took her over to the point she didn't have the will nor power to fight him no more. So, she came to Earth where she felt a great power that was strong enough to save her. After the battle was over she returned to her world back into her slumber till she was once again strong enough to rebuild what she had lost." A tiny smile appeared on her face as she recalled that her brother Sammy had given her his video camera, which contained all the footage he could find of Sailor Moon's final transformation before moving to her new house. She hurried over to her duff bag as soon as she saw it, pulling out random items. To her surprise, they had packed her laptop as well. She took out the video camera and laptop. "Well, my brother Sammy had sent his video camera with me and I'm also shocked to see them sent my laptop. But, that's besides the point. I do have video proof of who I say I am," Usagi replied. She noticed the TV as she scanned the room. She approached it, connected the camera, and switched on both the TV and the camera. She pressed the play button. They saw footage of Usagi fighting yokai, her final battle with Galaxia, and her transformation into Neo Queen Serenity. She then stood in front of King Materia, followed by the 4 outer scouts. She shut everything off and turned to face the other people. Kushina asked, "Oh my, how old were you when you became Sailor Moon?" She raised her head. I was 12 years old. When my life changed and I had a talking cat appear before me telling me I had to find the Moon Princess and fight the Dark Kingdom. They all stared in disbelief at the girl in front of them. When she looked at the other girls dressed like her on the screen, she realized that no one could ever fully comprehend the battles this girl had fought before them. All that was visible was sadness. In the final battle with Queen Beryl of the Dark Kingdom, she had killed my friends, my fellow scouts in battle. But, after defeating her, I used the silver crystal to bring them back to life and give them the normal life they so truly deserved and took the memories of them being sailor scouts, said Usagi as a tear rolled down her forehead. Kushina embraced the girl and held her. My poor girl, at such a tender age you had been forced into a life no one should ever have to live. Usagi merely chuckled. In a way it's like your ninja world. Jiraiya simply gave a head nod. Yes, it is. Minato gave Usagi a look. How could no one ever tell that was you? Come on, the bun pigtails are a dead giveaway, said Minato. To be honest, I have wondered the same thing. I have even come face to face with my family several times as Sailor Moon and they never once said or questioned me if I was her. Only to say she had my old hairstyle. Usagi replied. They devised a cover story for Usagi and discussed what she would discover throughout the night. Strangely, Jiraiya claimed that he would claim her as his daughter. Everyone was shocked by that. They considered claiming that she was Minato's long-lost sister. However, Jiraiya was right, it would be safer for him to claim her as his own. They agreed quite nicely. Time jump. It was a beautiful day for Kushina to give birth. Usagi and Jiraiya were both there. When Kushina gave birth, she insisted that Usagi accompany her. Nobody was brave enough to refuse her. She thus achieved her goal. Everything was going smoothly until the baby was born, at which point a man wearing an orange mask showed up and kidnapped the infant. He held a kunai to the infant and said, "Give me the Kyuubi no Kitsune or the baby will die." Behind the man, Minato emerged and said, "Give me my son." Usagi swiftly reached out, caught the kunai in midair, and threw it back at the man, striking him in the shoulder, after he threw it at Kushina. He dropped the infant, but Minato swiftly caught him and flew to the safe house where Kushina and Mrs. Sarutobi were waiting. As he gave his son to the old woman, Minato said, "Here, take Naruto." He vanished once more in a matter of seconds. She gave the baby boy, who had 3 whisker marks on his cheek, a smile. His bright yellow hair reminded her of the early morning sun, and his clear blue eyes resembled the calm sea on either side. As she cleaned him up, dressed him, and wrapped him in a blue blanket, she said, "My dear Naruto, you will be the shining hope of this village." When Minato returned, she saw Usagi clinging to Kushina while Jiraiya had been knocked through the wall. All he could ask was, "What happened?" When he heard the village's screams and roars. He knocked out Jiraiya and unsealed the Kyuubi while keeping me at bay. He held a kunai at Kushina's heart and I couldn't risk it, said Usagi. Minato said, "Please don't feel bad. You did the right thing. I'll take Kushina to the safe house and go face the Kyuubi." Usagi nodded before waking Jiraiya and making her way to the village to assist in the battle against the beast. Minato flashed to the safe house where their baby was waiting for them, carrying his favorite bridal style. He said, "Please watch over them," and left. Behind his wife, the elderly third Hokage emerged. He kissed her cheek and left, saying, "My dear, I must go help." Usagi, the village's north side, emerged with her crescent moon staff. Her crystal glowed subtly. "Mother, give me the strength I will need to face this beast." "Moon Princess makeup," Usagi exclaimed. When she resurfaced, she was dressed as Sailor Moon and surrounded by a dazzling silver light. Just as she was changing, Minato and Jiraiya had shown up. Their mouths hit the floor. She turned to face the 2 men. "What?" Shaking their heads, they said about battling the Kyuubi. Usagi exclaimed, "Crescent lunar eclipse." As she delivered her blow by spinning in a tiny circle, the Kyuubi was struck by a beam of the crescent moon, slowing it down. "Whatever you have planned, do it now, Minato, Jiraiya Papa," Usagi yelled. Kushina was extremely pale when she first appeared. However, she refused to back down and called forth golden chains to encircle the Kyuubi. She gasped when she saw the fox's eyes and said, "I'm sorry, Kurama. But, you must return to me." Despite the strength of her chains, she lacked the strength to pull him back inside of her. Regretfully, Minato suddenly showed up holding Naruto. Minato sobbed as she said, "Please forgive me, Kushina. This is the only way I know how to stop him." The Kyuubi no Kitsune was sealed within his son in exchange for his soul after his hands flew through numerous hand signs to summon the death god. He brought down one of his enormous paws with a powerful and sharp claw while the fox was being sealed. When Kushina and Minato saw this, they moved into the line of fire and were hit, sealing the afterlife for both of them. The Kyuubi no Kitsune vanished, and Naruto's belly developed a seal. After saying their final goodbyes, both parents died. As the masked man attempted to attack her, Usagi rushed to them and picked up Naruto. However, Jiraiya was fortunate enough to kick him out of the way. Usagi glanced in the direction of her adoptive father. Please take him and swear no one will find out he holds the Kyuubi no Kitsune within him. Following instructions, Jiraiya grabbed the baby from his daughter's hands as she fell backward before her body touched the ground. She was in crystal. For a while, Naruto's secret was kept a secret until someone discovered it and waited for Jiraiya to leave before opening their fat mouths. After being brought to the hospital, Usagi was kept under observation. She didn't even age a day while in cryogenic sleep. Every time he visited the village, Jiraiya would come to see how she and Naruto were doing and to beat a few people who had injured his godson. Usagi woke up on a lovely, sunny May day. She noticed that she was surrounded by crystal. She raised her hand slowly, and the crystal shrank back down to her silver crystal. She then got up and approached the room's door slowly. Jiraiya and Naruto were strolling down the corridor, simply chatting to him about unrelated topics and expressing his desire for him to sign the Toad contract once he was more mature or capable of handling it. She opened her door slowly and went outside. Glancing around, she noticed Jiraiya. Jiraiya Papa. He came to a complete stop and raised his head. Usagi, my little bunny, you're awake and damn you didn't age a day. Naruto said, hey Ero Sanin, who's she? His forehead developed a TCK mark. My daughter Usagi. The third Hokage had returned with the Anbu that had been at her door. Usagi turned to face the new person who had joined them. Usagi, it is good to see you're awakened. Thank you Sarutobi-sama. But, what happened? How long have I been sleeping? Jiraiya smiled. You've been out of it for almost 15 years. My eyes widened, and I collapsed to the ground. I didn't think I was that weak. By the way, who's the boy with you? My name is Naruto Uzumaki and I was told that you knew my parents. Naruto replied. Usagi replied, yes, I did know them. Maybe one day I'll tell you about them. Upon observing the looks she received from the two older men, she realized that Naruto was unaware of the complete identity of his family. Let's go back to the moment before I told you what had happened to me. This is where we stopped. I was seated at the final raw desk. Naruto was standing next to me. Iruka-sensei was discussing something below us. I don't know what. To explain how I got here and still look 15 years old when I should be looking 30, I had spaced him out. Usagi sighed and returned his attention to Iruka-sensei's words while slapping Naruto's hand to stop him from stealing the candy she had in her bag next to him. He let the tears fall down his cheek. Ah Usagi, can't I have any? No, you ate all my chocolate 20 minutes ago and I want to have some candy too. Usagi replied. He looked up at her and pouted. With no justification, he gave her his best puppy eye. She merely gave him a giggle. Iruka was interested in this. Would you two like to share with the class what is so funny? Usagi smiled and got to his feet. I was telling Naruto that he couldn't have any more of my candy. He thought he could use puppy eye no justice on me. The two golden blondes caught everyone's attention. Naruto just burst out laughing. Sorry Iruka-sensei. We'll behave. Iruka said, you two I swear. Mizuki simply observed the two and considered abducting Usagi once he had killed the demon brat. Usagi sensed the evil aura surrounding Mizuki as he looked at him. Her gaze wavered between a wild storm and a gentle nature. She sat down. She pondered. I better tell Jiraiya Papa something is off with that man. Maybe he could have Gigi have Ibki check him out. Like I was saying before, these two had their little laughing fit. Tomorrow will be your final exam and it will determine if you will become genin or remain here with me, said Iruka-sensei. Everyone stood up and hurried to the door when the bell rang. Usagi said, Naruto, we are going shopping. He gave her a look. Why? I hate that kill me orange outfit you have on. We are going to dress you like a true ninja, and if those asshole try to give you and crap about shopping in their shops, I'll handle it, said Usagi. Ever since she woke up and discovered what they had been doing to him. Let's just say that she wanted to use her most powerful attack to destroy the village. Naruto whimpered, ah, Usagi, I like my outfit. No, You don't, I can tell. You can fool Gigi and Jiraiya Papa. But, you're not fooling me. Usagi replied. They entered a ninja store that offered apparel and weapons. She was aware that Naruto needed better gear and pouches. His possessions were all outdated or subpar. A girl with brown hair in two buns said, "Welcome. Is there something I can help you with?" "Yes, I need new ninja clothing for him and equipment," Usagi replied. Grinning, the girl dragged Naruto over to the three mirrors in the store's corner. "Take off your jacket." He removed his jacket and nodded. He was taken aback. Instead of screaming or freaking out, this girl touched him. He merely gazed at her. Usagi laughed when he saw this. The girl said, "Hold your arms out so I can get your measurements. Is there any color you want?" Usagi replied, "Yes, black and dark blue. Also no orange." The girl nodded her head and giggled. She disappeared into the store and returned with a number of black Anbu pants and cargo pants. Royal blue, silver, and black shirts with hoods and a black leather duster. Would these work? Usagi examined them and gave them a nod. Also, I want some combat boots for him. No sandals. Naruto, go try those on and let me see what you look like after you have them on, said Usagi. He entered the dressing room after giving a nod. As Usagi strolled through the store, he picked up new pouches and thick boot socks for himself, along with multiple boxes of shuriken and kunai knives and explosive tags. Everything was on the countertop. Naruto emerged from the dressing room wearing black cargo pants, a black mesh long-sleeve shirt with a silver short sleeve over it, a silver hoodie, and a duster. He put on the hoodie and duster over it as soon as he saw Usagi. Usagi asked, "So, do you like this new look better?" "Kami, yes," Naruto said. Usagi said, "Thank God." With a sideways head tilt and a chuckle in his eyes, Naruto gazed at her. "Usagi." "Yeah," Usagi asked. Naruto asked, "Why do you always say God and not Kami?" She glanced at him and blinked. She blushed slightly. "Well, where I'm from we always said God. Only very few said Kami." Usagi replied. "Oh, okay, will you tell me about where you're from someday?" asked Naruto. Usagi grinned at him and said, "Sure, I'll tell you someday." She approached and removed the tags. "Did you want the other cloths?" Naruto said, "Yeah, if that's okay with you." She grinned. She approached the counter, pulled out a pair of socks, and took the boots. "Yeah, it's fine with me. Go and get them so we can pay." Naruto approached her from behind wearing the new outfit. "I'm going to go and change." Usagi handed him the boots and socks and said, "No, just leave that on. I have the tags right here. Also put these on." She gestured toward the chair next to the worktop. After giving a nod, he went to sit down and put on the boots and socks. He got back up and went to check himself in the mirror. "Man, I look good." Usagi laughed as she took several rolls of bandages and placed the tags on the other items of clothing. Usagi paid after the girl rang them up with a smile. They went home after taking his belongings. Usagi asked, "So, what should we have for dinner?" "Ramen," Naruto exclaimed. Usagi said, "We had that last night." They entered their home. It was the former home of Minato and Kushina. However, nobody could do or say anything about Usagi's previous residence there. Many members of the civilian council were unhappy with what she did. She could be reckless, though. After all, it was his family's house, and they were unable to think clearly. As she took the cup of ramen out of his hands, Usagi said, "Naruto, I swear. If I didn't know better, I swear you had ramen broth for blood." Naruto complained, "Ah, Usagi, just one cup before dinner." Usagi turned away from him, grinning mischievously, and picked up an apple from the counter. Naruto said, "Huh." She shoved the apple into his open mouth. He bit down on the apple, nearly choking, and then snatched it out of his mouth. Tears of anime ran down his cheeks. "You're so mean to me." Usagi giggled and teased, "Aw, my poor little Naruto-chan." Usagi prepared a decent dinner for them while Naruto complained as he went to store his new clothes. Since moving into her new house, she has become somewhat more adept at cooking. Naruto sighed happily and said, "Usagi, the burgers were great and the fries were not too burnt this time." As she cleared the table, Usagi grinned. "Your turn to do dishes tonight." Naruto got up, went to the sink, and started washing his dishes. "Okay," he said, "you think I'll pass tomorrow?" She was putting away the leftovers when she glanced up at him. "I think you will. We spent the past month working on your clones. Also, Jiraiya Papa showed you how to do a mud clones." Your clones are looking a lot better. They're no longer that sickly looking. Naruto agreed with a feeble smile. Yeah, you're right. Usagi cleaned up after putting everything away. She paused as she was following him, gave him a back hug, and planted a kiss on his cheek. Don't worry so much, okay? After blushing, Naruto nodded his head slowly. Why yeah, thanks Usagi. So, we watching a movie or are you going to crash early? Asked Usagi. When he was done, he dried his hands. A movie sounds good, how about Jeepers Creepers? Usagi's nose wrinkled. You really like making me watch scary movies. He laughed and went to the stack of DVDs he had beside the television. It's funny to watch you squirm and hide underneath the blanket. Usagi held up the DVD and said, well, I want to see Underworld. He took the movie from her and put it in the DVD player while shrugging his shoulders. I can live with that. I get some horror and action and you get your drama and love story. After retrieving a large soft blue fuzzy blanket and a bag of white cheddar popcorn, Usagi collapsed back onto the couch and patted the seat beside her. Grinning, he went into the kitchen, returned with 2 bottles of Coke and straws, and sat down beside her. Coke. She accepted the soda and took a sip after nodding her head. He collapsed beside her and took a portion of the blanket. They watched the film together while cuddling. They both dozed off by the middle of the film. Usagi woke up in the middle of the night to discover that Naruto was dozing off with his head resting on her lap after the movie had ended. Hey, wake up. Naruto moaned, drawing the blanket closer and pressing his face deeper into her lap. 0.10 more minutes. Usagi gently pushed Naruto and whispered, Naruto wake up. You're asleep on my lap. Naruto said, no, let me sleep just a little more. Usagi smiles softly and tries to get away from him slowly. However, Naruto caught her by the waist and pulled her back down. He opened his eyes slowly and saw Usagi with his arms around her waist, staring down at him. Hey sleepy head. He fell off the couch as his eyes popped open. What time is it? She turned to face the digital clock by the television. At 1:30 a.m., the green light flashed. It's 1:30. I think we should head to bed. Naruto nodded his head slowly while massaging the back of his head. He looked up at Usagi from the floor, his cheeks slightly flushed. She simply grinned and extended a helping hand to him. Usagi said, come on. Taking her hand, he got to his feet. Each of them went to their own room, got dressed, and went to bed. Usagi awoke the following morning to the aroma of cooking bacon and eggs. She got out of bed slowly and stretched. She was wearing a nightgown made from one of Naruto's old orange t-shirts. Naruto was cooking and only had on a pair of orange basketball shorts when she left her room. Usagi yawning, morning, she moved her feet slowly across the worn-out wood floor. Naruto turned and grinned broadly as he glanced in her direction. After arranging the remaining bacon and scrambled eggs on the plates, he said, morning Usagi. He then carried them to the table, putting a plate before Usagi. There was also some jam and toast on the table. Usagi yawned softly once more and said, thank you. Naruto asked, do you want some milk or orange juice? Whatever you're having. It's too early to think. Usagi replied. He simply smiled, poured her a glass of milk, and then filled his own. Dude, you're not a morning person. He grinned cheesily. I will never be a morning person. I'm a child of the moon, said Usagi. As Naruto bit into his bacon, he teased, yeah, I hear you night owl. I'm just shocked to see you up this early. You're not up until 10. Usagi replied. Well, I was nervous and I woke up at 8:30. So, I figure I'd make some breakfast and draw you out of your room. Otherwise I would starve to death waiting for you to get up, said Naruto. Usagi gave him a fierce look before hurling a piece of toast at him. He surprised her by catching it in his mouth. He grinned and took a bite out of his egg and said, thank you. Trying to reassure him, Usagi said, don't worry. You'll do just fine on the exam today. When you pass we can go out and have lunch at Ichiraku's. Naruto became bright. He ate his food quickly, his smile brightening. You better not be teasing me. I don't know if my fragile little heart could take it. She finished her breakfast and collected all the dishes while rolling her eyes. I know better than to tease you about your ramen. Naruto yelled from down the hallway as he hurried to the bathroom, I call the dibs on the shower. Usagi yelled, hey, don't take all morning in there. I need to get ready too, you know. As she chased after him down the hallway. However, he moved too quickly and entered the bathroom, slamming the door behind him. Usagi complained as she went to her room and opened her closet, saying, "Damn it. What should I wear?" she asked, pulling out a royal blue sleeveless shirt and a crimson red long-sleeve mesh armor shirt from her closet. She proceeded to her dresser and opened the drawers after placing that on her bed. She produced a pair of fitted black jeans with rips on the thigh portion and crimson mesh armor leggings. She heard the bathroom door open and grinned to herself. Naruto exclaimed, "I'm done, and I think I left you some hot water." As Usagi opened her bedroom door, he hurried to his own room. She noticed him wearing his unsightly burnt orange towel. She grabbed her robe and underwear, went into the bathroom, took a shower, and emerged with her hair wrapped in a towel and wrapped in her robe. "You better left me some hot water, Naruto." Naruto was getting dressed in his room. He put on a black sleeveless shirt, black fitted jeans, and a royal blue long-sleeved mesh armor shirt. Wearing a black baggy hoodie, he ran his fingers through his hair and left his room. He had put on his black fingerless gloves and bandaged his wrist. He had 2 kunai pouches on each leg and a black belt with studs attached. As he watched Usagi return to her room to get dressed, he held his boots and socks in his other hand. Usagi went into her room and dressed as she had planned. She put on her 2 kunai pouches, hooked her pouch to her studded belt, wrapped her wrist, and put on her black fingerless gloves. With her boots and socks in one hand, she picked up her black hoodie with the crescent moon on the back from the back of her door. When she entered the living room, Naruto was putting on his boots. As Usagi sat down on the couch to put on her boots, someone teased her, "My, don't you clean up nice?" Naruto smiled as he glanced up at her. "I know, right? I make this look good. I think you might steal some of Sasuke's fangirls from him today." Usagi replied. Naruto suddenly shuddered. "No way, I don't want none of those girls. Have you seen how bitchy they are? Man, he can have them." They both chuckled and completed their preparations. Using the crescent moon, Naruto assisted Usagi in putting on her choker. After that, they departed from their house to go to the academy. Usagi noticed all the girls observing Naruto as they strolled along the dirt road, chatting. "Looks like someone getting checked out." Glancing over Usagi's shoulder, he noticed 2 kunoichi staring at him as if he were a piece of meat. "I'm scared. Will you save me if they attack?" Usagi teased. "Nope, you're on your own." He wiped like a puppy and gave her his large blue eyes. "All right, but, stop that, you look like a kicked puppy making those eyes," said Usagi. Naruto gave Usagi a hug and said, "Thank you, thank you." When the 2 kunoichi saw him hugging her, they glared at her back. She put her hand around his and grinned. Glancing over her shoulder, she gave the 2 kunoichi a wink. Naruto stiffened and went a little pale as he accelerated his pace down the ancient dirt road to the academy, thinking, "Maybe I should play dress up with you more often." Jiraiya sighed as she stood at the ninja academy's gates. He pondered, lost in thought, will these little brats even make it out there in the real world? He observed the final Uchiha's fan club pursuing him. As Usagi asked in confusion, "Jiraiya Papa?" She lowered her long ponytail to the side and tilted her head, asking, "When did you get back?" "Morning, my little princess. I got back not that long ago and figure I come here to see how your genin exam was going." Jiraiya replied. Naruto exclaimed, "Ero Sanin," with pleasure at seeing the elderly man in front of him. Jiraiya growled, "Stop calling me that brat." His amusement flashed in his eyes. "So, when did you 2 begin dressing alike?" Naruto glanced at his part-time sensei and smiled. "Usagi burnt all my old clothes and took me shopping after class yesterday. I didn't have a say. Only what I had on my back yesterday morning." A timid smile appeared on her lips. "I like the color orange. It reminds me of my friend Minako. But, come on, the kill me orange made me sick and I swear he glowed at night in that outfit." Jiraiya laughed. "Yeah, I know what you mean. Every time we went out do night training he did glow in the dark." Usagi asked, "Then why didn't you buy him new clothes?" "He did, but, needless to say I was always on the wrong side of the paint bombs," said Naruto. Jiraiya shook his head and smiled. "You couldn't say I didn't try. But, that's besides the point. Are you 2 ready for the exams?" With a slightly nauseous expression, Naruto shook his head slowly and said, "Ero Sanin, I don't think I can do it. My clones still look a little sickly." His shoulder was touched by the older man. "Come on, brat, you could always do the mud clone. If it came down to it." His tan skin, kissed by the sun, gradually regained its color. "Yeah, you're right, It's just my nerves talking. The first alert bell sounded. Well, Jiraiya Papa, we better go. Unless you're going to join us and scare those stupid sensei that hates Naruto. A tiny smile appeared on his lips. I think I will observe your exam today. Maybe I can see firsthand how these morons are training you kids. They entered the academy and made their way to the classroom. A girl with long pink hair and another girl with long blonde hair were fighting as they got closer. The two girls found it difficult to get through the door of the classroom, shoving and pushing one another aside. Move it, Ino pig, shut it, billboard brow. As they watched them fight and fall gracefully through the doorway, they simply started to perspire. Jiraiya turned to face the two. Is this an everyday thing? Both of them gave a nod. Usagi shook her head and said, sadly it is, Jiraiya Papa. They both fight like this day in and day out over the last Uchida. Naruto shrugged his shoulders and walked into the classroom, followed by Usagi. Yeah, Ero Sanin, I don't see what they see in his emo ass. Jiraiya thought, these fools are just training loudmouth fangirls. He sighed, followed the other two, and sat down in the rear of the classroom. While Sasuke ignored them and gazed out the window, Usagi and Naruto sat in the back of the class as usual, watching the regular fangirls quarrel and swoon over him. Today is the day you lose to me, Ino pig, exclaimed Sakura. Whatever, billboard brow, I'll never lose to that humongous forehead of yours, shouted Ino. When a small orange toad landed on Sakura's head, the fight between the two was stopped by the other fangirls. Hey, got anything to eat? The young toad leapt away and landed on Naruto's head, causing all the girls to scream and widen their eyes. The young toad cried out, hey man, those girls are vicious. Naruto handed the little toad a bag of chips and apologized, saying, sorry Gamakichi. I didn't think they would freak like that. Gamakichi said, thanks. So, do you mind me hanging out for the day? Usage waved at the small toad, and Naruto said, I don't see why not. He was suddenly encircled by a mob of irate fangirls. From the class banshee came the cry, Naruto. Sakura was running toward Naruto when he looked up. Gamakichi leapt into Usagi's arms and away from him. What, Sakura? Sakura screamed, how dare you throw that thing at me? Naruto raised his hands and said, I didn't throw Gamakichi at you. He just wanted to see if you girls had any snacks. His lips formed a tiny smile. Sakura struck him with her left fist at that moment. However, all that happened when she touched him was that he exploded into a heap of mud. At that moment, Iruka and Mizuki entered the classroom and watched as Sakura's punch caused Naruto to explode into mud. Sakura Haruno, you will be staying after class to clean up that mess you have just made. Iruka replied. Sakura turned to face the scar-faced man and whimpered, but, sensei, it was Naruto's fault. I do not see him attacking you. I only saw him sitting in his seat and you attacking him. So after class, after you clean up that mud, I will want you to mop and clean the whole classroom. Iruka replied. As Sakura returned to her seat, Naruto materialized behind Usagi, her head lowered. She sat down to her left. His face was beaming broadly. Usagi whispered, see, I told you. You could do it. Naruto smiled at her and said, I've learned my lesson. To never question you. Somehow you always know what's going to happen. As Mizuki distributed the exam sheets, Iruka said, okay class, let's start with the genin exam. Jiraiya was standing in a corner. He observed Mizuki applying a genjutsu to Naruto's test. As he gave the boy the altar exam, Mizuki grinned. Jiraiya gives Gamakichi a signal. The young toad nodded as it looked up. During the test, he made the signs and muttered, "Ki," breaking the genjutsu. When the exam changes, Naruto's eyes enlarge. Previously, he was unable to respond to the questions posed to him. However, Gamakichi found the exam to be fairly simple after he broke the jutsu. When Mizuki and Iruka saw Jiraiya, they simply smiled at him. Jiraiya emerged from his hiding place and approached the two men at the front of the class. Jiraiya-sama, what do we owe the honor of you joining us today? Asked Iruka. He appeared pleased to see the man in front of him and smiled honestly. On the other hand, Mizuki appeared unhappy with the way things turned out. Jiraiya turned to face the class and said, I wanted to see what the future generation of ninjas looked like. I have to say, I am not pleased with this. There are too many fangirls and I see how the shinobi children suffer from the civilian brats wanting to play ninja. If they still did things the same way when I was a kid, about half of this class would have been gone. I am sorry to hear that, Jiraiya-sama. But, the civilian council has made things much more simple that now their children can become ninjas. Uruka responded. Jiraiya shook his head and said, that is a shame. Those morons think they are doing good for the village when they are just hindering it. As the Sannin spoke, the students all sat in silence. In their history classes, they were all taught about him and the other two fabled Sannin. It was astounding to have one of them in their class now. For one Sakura Haruno, though, my mother is on the civilian council and has told me they want more civilians to become ninjas for we are stronger and outnumber the clans. Jiraiya smiled at the girl and said, well, Pinky, your mother is a fool. Before you run off and tell her that, she has no say nor command over me. That's one of the perks of being a Sannin. He looked at all the civilian-born girls in the class and shook his head, saying, we shinobi might be outnumbered by civilians. But, what we might lack in numbers we make up with skill and strength. One shinobi-born ninja equals up to 20 civilian-born shinobi. Be honest with me girls. You only became kunoichi in hopes of attracting the last of the Uchidas. You could sense the tension in the air as all the civilian girls fell silent. Uruka surveyed the space. This is awful. He felt uneasy when he thought, if Jiraiya-sama is right, none of these girls will pass once they meet their Jonin senseis. This old bastard knows what the hell, Mizuki thought, glaring at Jiraiya. Class finish you exams and we will go outside and do the Taijustice and target exams. Uruka replied. Jiraiya wanted to murder Mizuki and a few other students after 30 minutes. They had completed the written test. Alright everyone, please hand me your exam as you pass me to head outside. Uruka replied. After turning in their exam papers, each student left for the practice area. Jiraiya stopped Uruka after Mizuki had gone ahead and the classroom was empty. Uruka, I have to inform you about something I observed when Mizuki gave Naruto his exam. Jiraiya replied. Uruka simply nodded his head, unsure of what to say. I watched Mizuki place a genjutsu on Naruto's exam. So, I had my little toad friend break it for Naruto. I have a feeling if you go over all of Naruto's past homework and exams that Mizuki graded you will find they had been altered, setting him up to fail. I will be informing the Hokage of this. Jiraiya responded. Uruka's eyes were wide and his jaw had fallen to the ground. He hung his head low, saying, if this is all true, I have failed Naruto as a teacher for never seeing it. Don't go beating yourself up over this. I am sure when this all happened, the civilian students had you busy or that duck ass did. Jiraiya replied. So, please don't feel so bad. Usagi and myself have been training Naruto and teaching everything we know. Usagi had informed me of this. So, I knew I need to see this for myself. Gazing out the window, both men saw Mizuki glaring at Naruto and nearly kissing Duck's ass. Jiraiya made a fist and slammed it against the desk, saying, by the end of this exam I am going to be killing or placing someone in the hospital. His fist struck the desk, causing it to burst into millions of pieces of wood. Jiraiya grinned at the terrified Uruka and said, sorry, about that, I will replace it. After Uruka sealed the exams so he could grade them over lunch, they both went outside. When they got outside, they noticed that all of the students were arranged in two groups, the other students and the fangirls with Uchida. When Jiraiya saw this, she became a little irritated. Listen up maggots. This is an exam to determine whether or not you are cut out for this lifestyle and line of work. As of now, I would fail most of you little brats. So, you fangirls get in line or just drop out now. For you are putting true kunoichis to shame with your worthless behavior. Jiraiya grumbled. Anbu Neko, Dove, and two other kunoichi Anbu listened from the rooftop and expressed gratitude to the elderly Previ. Every fangirl gave him a glare. Grab the black-haired girl and say, what do you know, old man? I know you will die on your first mission outside of the village. Jiraiya replied. As they observed, the kunoichi Anbu gave a nod. All right class, let's test your skills in kunai, shuriken and other weapons. You must score a 6 out of 10 to pass. Uruka replied. I will call your names and feel free to use your own weapons or the ones on the table. Jiraiya approached Usagi and Naruto. He gave them each 10 kunai and 10 shuriken, saying, here, use these. I do not trust what they have there for you to use. I trust my weapons, for I make sure they are properly taken care of. Both of them nodded, then took the items and put them in their weapons and kunai pouches. When the students, who were born shinobi, saw this, they each took out a sealing scroll and opened their own weapons. The others simply made fun of them and took advantage of what they had. Shino went first and performed reasonably well. 7/10 on kunai and 8/10 on shuriken. Then it was Choji, who received a 7 out of 10 and an 8 out of 10 on shuriken after tossing his kunai between bites. A number of civilian students attended, and they performed a 5 out of 10 on kunai and a 3 out of 10 on shuriken. When Sakura's turn came, she continued to glance at Sasuke to make sure he was paying attention. She only received a 6 out of 10 for both kunai and shuriken. This boy wasn't too bad for another civilian. He received an 8 out of 10 on shuriken and a 7 out of 10 on kunai. Some might not be as useless as I initially believed. However, he is the only one who has demonstrated a genuine desire for this thus far. Jiraiya thought, I feel bad for him if he gets stuck with any of those worthless fangirls. Hinata came next. She received a 9 out of 10 on kunai and an 8 out of 10 on shuriken. A girl with mint green hair said, "You just lucky loser. If it weren't for those eyes of yours you wouldn't have hit that target." Usagi's head developed a TCK mark. "Hey Mino, she did a hell of a lot better than you." Mino smirked arrogantly and said, "Shut up Usagi. You're just as worthless as Naruto Baka. I bet you I can outthrow you." "Sure Mino, but here are my terms to this little bet. Loser quiets being a ninja," Usagi replied. Hinata let out a gasp. "You Usagi please don't do this." Usagi gives Hinata a gentle smile and a wink. "Don't worry Hinata I got this." "You're on loser," Mino said. Shikamaru went next and said, "Troublesome." He received a 7 out of 10 for shuriken and a 9 out of 10 for kunai. Mino was the next to go. She glared at Usagi and prepared to throw her kunai, saying, "I've got this in the bag." She received a 2/10 on shuriken and a 3/10 on kunai. Everyone was giggling. Naruto laughed and fell to the ground, saying, "Man, Mino you suck." "Shut up Baka, it's not like she will do any better," said Mino. Usagi came next. "Remember Mino, you better keep your word." Usagi pulled out all 10 of her kunai and hurled them. She used 2 kunai on each of the 5 deadly spots. She struck each of the remaining 10 shuriken with 5 in each hand. Iruka said, "Usagi you got 10 out of 10 on both." The others simply stood there, gaping. Usagi said, "Well Mino, I guess I have to say goodbye." Mino gave Usagi a scowl. "I'm not quieting you bimbo freak. Just you wait till I tell my father. You'll be banned from all the stores with that freak you live with." This caused Jiraiya to raise a white eyebrow. That's when Neko showed up. Dove appeared behind the girl and they disappeared in a whirl of leaves. "Mino Reyes has been terminated from the Ninja Academy. Now, please leave so the others will be able to finish the exam in peace." Naruto yelled, "I need to learn that." Others merely made fun of him. Neko said, "Iruka please continue." She also disappeared in a whirl of leaves. Mino had ended up with Dove and Neko in the Hokage office. "Lord Hokage, Mino Reyes has been cut from the Ninja Academy. She doesn't have what it takes to become a true shinobi. Her grades are lacking as well. She spends too much time chasing boys and not learning the true meaning of why she wants to be a shinobi." Neko replied. The Hokage gave a nod. "Very well, I have reviewed her grades and performance. As well I have found what you have said is true. Mino Reyes I am sorry but you have failed. You may reapply for the academy. But, be sure this is something you truly want to do in life." "How dare you, once my father hears about this," the girl exclaimed. "Your father is a council member. I am Hokage and at the end of the day what I say is law," said the third Hokage. "Take her to Anko." After giving a nod, both Anbu departed. At the academy again. Dove and Neko were back. As the other students completed the exam's target portion, they observed. Iruka said, "Sasuke please come forward." Sasuke grinned as he threw his kunai. Unfortunately, he only received a 7 out of 10. He only received an 8 out of 10, scuffed, pulled out his shuriken, and threw them. His fan club exclaimed, "Sasuke-kun you're so cool." Usagi tried to gag by sticking her finger in her mouth. "When I would fangirl over Tuxedo Mask, I knew if this was how the others felt," Usagi thought. "Alright girls, that's enough. Naruto, you're up," Iruka replied. With a smile, Naruto allowed Gamakichi to leap from his shoulder and land in Usagi's hands. Usagi gave him a smile. "You got this, no worries." He drew out his kunai, nodded his head, inhaled deeply, and closed his eyes gradually. "All right, I got this," he told himself. He then opened his eyes, threw his kunai one at a time, and struck each target precisely. Then he took out his shuriken and repeated the action. Very well done, Naruto. You got 10 out of 10 on both. Iruka replied. Sasuke's fan club yelled, there is no way in hell Baka is better than Sasuke-kun. Somehow, that demon brat had to have cheated. However, it makes no difference. With a sinister smile on his face, Mizuki thought, I'll make sure to grade his test and fail him. Usagi noticed a sinister aura emanating from Mizuki as he turned to face him. This is not good. She looked up at Jiraiya Papa and thought, something bad is going to happen. Jiraiya nodded his head and put a hand on her shoulder. Iruka said, okay, last is Ino. Ino approached and took a position in front of the target dummy. She tosses her shuriken and kunai. She turned to face her old friend with a slow smile on her lips. Iruka said, well done Ino 8/10 and 7/10. HN, I should have copied Usagi's bet with you billboard brow. Ino replied. Sakura said, shut up Ino pig. Okay everyone, it's time for the Taijustice part of the exam. Iruka replied. Everyone approached the ring of Taijustice. Okay people, you can choose your opponent or I will select one for you. Iruka replied. Sakura looked at Usagi, believing herself to be the dominant figure. I want to challenge Usagi. Gamakichi sat on Usagi's shoulder and said, hey Usagi, can I stay for dinner? Without even hearing Sakura's challenge, Usagi responded, sure Gamakichi. I was thinking about making tacos tonight. Naruto gave Usagi a shoulder tap. Hey Usagi, she smiled as she turned to face him. Yeah, she asked, looking at him with her head cocked to the side. Naruto pointed at Sakura and said, Banshee wants to fight you. Everyone simply stopped perspiring. Usagi simply smiled while placing Gamakichi atop Naruto's head. She turned slowly and gave Sakura a look. So the Banshee wants to prove she has what it takes. Sakura gave her a fierce look. I will show Sasuke-kun that I am the right person for him because I know I have what it takes. Duck ass is acceptable to you. He is not and will never be my type, Usagi remarked as she entered the ring. As Sakura entered the ring, she yelled, you bitch, how dare you call Sasuke-kun names. Sakura gave her a funny look as she assumed the Academy Taijustice stance, while Usagi simply grinned and assumed a Thai kickboxing stance. Kiba yelled, hey 50 Ryo if Usagi knocks her out in one hit. Hey, I'll take you up on that, Usagi said, turning to smile at him. Naruto said, hey put me for 75 Ryo. Jiraiya smiled, put me for 200 Ryo. Kiba said, you got it old man. Because Usagi disrespected their Sasuke-kun, some fangirls wagered that Sakura would eliminate her. Iruka grinned as she glanced at each girl. Okay you two, begin, he exclaimed, leaping aside. Like a crazed cow, Sakura charged at Usagi. Usagi simply smiled as she leapt into the air and performed a front flip, landing on Sakura's head with a powerful axe kick. Usagi knocked her out with this blow and then kicked her out of the ring with a spin. She just grinned at everyone as she got to her feet. Iruka said, winner, Usagi. With a smile on his face, Kiba said, okay people pay up. He took money from duck butts and several other sources and reimbursed everyone who had wagered on Usagi. Usagi smiled and accepted her money, saying, thanks Kiba. With a smile, Naruto said, man, remind me not to piss you off. Usagi said, don't worry, you're not an annoying fangirl. Sasuke thought, I'll make her one of my wives or maybe mistresses. Mizuki was making sure Sakura was still alive by checking on her. He sighed and looked up from the girl with the pink hair. We need a medic. She was taken to the hospital by 2 medic nins. Okay, next up is Naruto. Who are you going up against? Iruka responded. Naruto said, Iruka-sensei, you can choose who you're going up against. Thinking that their sense would choose him, Sasuke smiled. But at least the duckies' hopes were dashed. Iruka called Tenchi, grinned, and nodded. Tenchi, you and Naruto. The two boys bow to one another as they enter the ring. Tenchi adopts the academy stance while Naruto adopts a loose stance. Begin, Iruka said. Naruto simply smiles before quickly disappearing and reappearing behind Tenchi. Tenchi is rendered unconscious by Naruto's hand chopped to his neck before he can react. Like owls, Iruka and the others just stand there. Iruka said, winner Naruto due to knockout. Medic nins arrive to see how the boy is doing. One of the medic nins says, he will be fine. Naruto makes his way back to Usagi. The guy's always been cool with me and I just wanted to get the fight over with. Jiraiya examines both of his charges. You two have done well so far. I'm proud. Everyone just stared at the Sannin, many of them shocked that he didn't train their valuable Sasuke instead of wasting time with those two losers. All of the clan kids defeated the civilian kids in each match. One of Mino's bully friends was even knocked out by the gentle Hinata, which startled everyone and caused them to chuckle, whichever pressure point she struck. The girl was knocked out and had to urinate in her pants. The lunch bell rang at that very moment. As everyone went to eat, Uruka said, "Okay people, time for lunch and then we will finish the exam." Mizuki said, "Uruka, I will grade the exams for you." Uruka simply grinned as she turned to face the man with silver hair. "That's all right Mizuki, I will be taking care of that." You could see a brief flash of annoyance in Mizuki's eyes. With a slight smile, he said, "All right, Uruka." Usagi and Naruto went to lunch with their pals. When the clan children first met Usagi, they all liked her and had always gotten along with Naruto. Usagi, according to what their parents had told them, came from an old clan and relocated here over time. They neglected to inform them that the girl was older than they were. However, she had never grown older while she was asleep. Uruka was grading the tests when Jiraiya left to visit him. "Jiraiya-sama, you were right. Naruto did well on this exam, earning him 90. All his exams in the past had always scored him a 10 to 40%. When I began working with Naruto on his Taijustice, it was a mess. He wasn't able to do the simple academy Taijustice and his form was all wrong. So, I had Guy teach him a few fixed forms and Naruto mixed them into his own. I'm just glad in the end we didn't have him yelling about the flame of youth," said Jiraiya as both men shivered. Kuna smiled at the girl and said, "Man, Usagi, you did us all a double favor today. Mino was expelled from the Ninja Academy by you." "Yes," Ino remarked, "that girl had no business even wasting everyone's time playing ninja. She made me anxious. She constantly acts as though she is superior to everyone." "Come on," Usagi remarked, "little Gamakichi is better trained than here. Hey, stop making fun of me with that untalented girl. As an insult or gift, my dad would simply squash her or give her to another beast clan." Gamakichi said, "I'm not sure what the others would have thought of her." While eating his ramen, Naruto remarked, "I think it would have been seen as an act of war." Returning to Tokyo, Sailor Uranus remarked, "Luba, it has been 5 years since Usagi left and we are not any closer to saving the others and Queen Nihilania refuses to tell us how Usagi is doing. I know, I worry about her every day. But, until we can find a way to do away with King Jackass we have no other choice, then keep fighting and try to save the other girls." Luna replied, "The world has been at war with the rays of the new Dark Kingdom since that fateful day 5 years ago. King Materia was in charge, along with his 4 generals and 4 enigmatic female counterparts. The entire world yelled for Sailor Moon to show up. However, Sailor Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, and little Sailor Saturn were the only ones who responded to the cries for assistance. Neither Sailor Moon nor the others ever helped them. Many had questioned whether the 4 more powerful scouts were all that remained after the other scouts were slain in combat." Naruto gazed up at the sky while lying beneath the tree. He sighed and said, "Usagi, do you think my parents would be proud of me?" Usagi grinned as she gave him a look. "Naruto, I know they are proud of you. Never doubt yourself. Anyway, you have turned out better than Duck Butt over there." She nodded while they watched Sasuke give his fangirls a mean look. "Pops said your dad had his respect. He liked him better than Jiraiya. But, your dad never calls us to help him peep on women in the bathhouse." Gamakichi replied. Naruto and Usagi both glanced at the small toad. On the side of his head, a tiny drop of sweat appeared. "What, it's true. Only time he doesn't peep is when you're in there, Usagi," Gamakichi replied. When they saw Jiraiya approaching them, they both burst out laughing. He didn't know what was funny or what was happening. He asked them, "What are you brats laughing about?" Usagi smiled and looked up at him, saying, "You Jiraiya Papa. It seems the toads don't like how you use them for peeping." He looked irritated at everyone and remarked, "They don't seem to complain when I get them treats." Looking up at her adoptive father with wide eyes, Usagi asked, By the way Jiraiya Papa, am I going to sign the toad contract?" He shook his head no and crossed his arms. He sighed, "No, Gamabunta summoned me the other day and it appears there is a summoning beast clan that has their eyes on you. Well, there are 2 of them and they both agreed to allow you to summon them both. As well, there is another summon beast clan interested in you as well, Naruto. It is rare for one to hold more than one contract. But, it isn't unheard of at both summoning beast degree. Jiraiya replied. Naruto grinned as he glanced up at the elderly man. He laughed shyly and said, well, I guess you can make it 3 then. Usagi and Jiraiya both gave him a look. Jiraiya asked, who's the other? Naruto simply pointed to his stomach while grinning. Gazing at the boy in front of him, Jiraiya simply went pale. That contract was believed to be lost or destroyed ages ago. No, he shook his head. Naruto merely spoke and grinned. No, they just took it out of the human realm and have been keeping it safe till they found someone they believe that could handle it and count on. They had people in the past just try to kill them for their fur. Many of the foxes have rare colors and people wanted the fur to wear or make blankets from. Even the wolves had that issue till they made an example of the last one that tried killing them for their fur. That's just horrible people turn on their summoning partners. Usagi replied. Yeah, by the way, Pops said he is fine if you sign the fox contract. He has no issues with them. He just wanted to have a long talk with what's his face, said Gamakichi. They were all aware that the Kyuubi was essentially the fox's boss summons. For this reason, many people think that the contract was broken in order to shield the person who harbors the fox inside of them. A long time ago, when we summoned the beast, many people forgot about the tailed beast. Until someone started trapping them in human vessels to use as weapons. As a result, many people think that the summoning contracts were destroyed. Usagi cocked her head to the side and asked, so, who's the ones that are wanting me to sign their contracts? Jiraiya smiled and gave her a wink. I'll tell you after you make Genin. The same goes for you to Naruto. They both let out a sigh. Not fair. Usagi whimpered. Oh Jiraiya Papa, there is something really wrong and off with Mizuki-sensei. He keeps looking at me very creepy like. As Duck Butt keeps looking at me weird too. She was grinning as she looked up at her father. I saw how Mizuki was staring at you and it did leave me a little on edge. As for Duck Ass, he is looking at you to make you his. Maybe as a wife or as a mistress. Jiraiya was staring at the young woman. Naruto said, that is so wrong on many levels. I'm so sorry Usagi. Usagi turned her gaze from the two to where Sasuke was staring at her and said, it's okay Naruto. I'll just have to find a way his ass can't force me as his wife or mistress. She stuck her tongue out at him and made a face. Sasuke gave her a filthy look as his eyes widened. He glanced back at his obnoxious fan club and thought, I'll have to work on making her submissive to me. None of these subpar kunoichi examples would be a great fit for me. Perhaps Ino has some value for her clan. Hinata would be a good fit for her clan, which is just as strong as mine. She would make a suitable first or second wife. Just the two of them made Hinata feel sick and gave her a chill. Sasuke was staring at her strangely when she pulled up and around her. She turned her head away as her skin turned green. Ko asked, Hinata-sama, are you feeling okay? She glanced up at her protector. Strangely enough, she didn't stutter when she told him, yes, Ko, I'm fine. Just had a nauseating feeling come over me. I need to speak with my father. If my intuition is correct. Soon, Sasuke and Danzo might arrive with a marriage contract. As Hinata got up and approached Naruto and Usagi, she thought, that is the last thing I want. Hinata grinned and said, hello Naruto-kun and Usagi-chan. They both grinned at her as they looked up. Together, they said, hey Hinata-chan. Gamakichi asked, hey what am I chopped liver? Hinata gave him a smile. Hello Gamakichi. I am sorry I didn't say hello to you as well. Gamakichi grinned up at her and said, hey pale eyes. It's okay. Usagi asked, Hinata, is something bothering you? She sensed that the girl was bothered by something. Hinata nodded her head slowly. She sighed and took a seat beside them, saying, why yes there is something bothering me. I need to make sure after this exam Sasuke doesn't come to my father along with Danzo with a marriage contract. I believe you should be worried about that as well Usagi-chan. For Sasuke is under the CRA and is able to take as many wives as he wishes. Along with mistresses, the other girl replied. Man, that isn't good. I wish there was a way I could have you two and keep the tea from destroying your lives with his ugly duck ass. Naruto replied. Jiraiya simply smiled as she gazed at the boy. The other two girls started swearing. Oh my boy there is. For you fall under the same act as that duck ass does. Jiraiya replied. With awe and countless questions in his eyes, he gazed up at his godfather. All he could say was, what do you mean? After the exam I want all three of you to come with me to see the Hokage. Jiraiya replied. He grinned as he glanced at Hinata. I know you like the boy here, and when you will learn today will shock and maybe keep you safe and happy. He glanced at Usagi. The same goes for you, my lovely daughter. I just hope you don't mind sharing. Usagi's eyes widened as she gazed at her father. She was aware of Naruto's secret because he had expressed his desire to prevent both girls from being coerced into marrying Sasuke. Naruto may be upset with me for keeping his parents' identities a secret. But perhaps he will be treated better now that the truth is known, Usagi thought. This is unbelievable. Hinata blushed and thought, Jiraiya-sama is going to make up a marriage contract with Naruto and myself, along with Usagi. Ko merely observed and listened to the conversation. Ko pondered whether it would be better for her to wed the demon child or to go and live a miserable life with the last Uchiha, who only seems to love himself. Jiraiya smiled as she glanced at the Hyuga guard. The man remained silent and stood staring at everyone as he asked, the lesser of two evil is always the better. For she would be mistreated with the Uchiha and he would force her to hand over her control as clan heiress to him. He only seeks power, and would you want that hell for her and the others? No, Hinata-sama needs to know what happiness is, rather than just being unhappy for the rest of her life, said Ko. Please don't tell father till all of this is handled. Hinata replied, if you want you may tell father I sunk away from you when Jiraiya-sama was speaking with you about setting up a meeting with father. Hinata replied. Ko simply gave a head nod. At that moment, the bell rang, and everyone made their way back to the classroom and the academy. Jiraiya touched Ko's shoulder. But, do tell Hiashi I want a meeting with him. As both their guardians I must handle this properly. Ko bowed to the Sannin and said, Hi Jiraiya-sama. I will inform Hiashi-sama after the day has ended. After the children left and Ko hid in the shadows, keeping an eye on his young mistress, Jiraiya disappeared into the building. After hearing what was said, Neko and the other female Anbu burst out laughing. Neko laughed as she looked at the other people and said, Poor Naruto. He doesn't know what has hit him. Dove remarked, Poor clue fool. But, he is cute. Iruka walked in front of everyone in the classroom. He was grinning. You all did well on the written exam. The top 4 on the exam are Sasuke, Usagi, Sakura, and Naruto. In disbelief, every person in the room turned to face the dead last. Ask Sasuke, how did the dope do so well? Naruto exclaimed, it's called studying TEME. Now that will be enough of that. I just felt it would be wise to share the top of the exam. For we all know you did well with Kunai, shrinking and taijutsu. Now we will begin the final part of the exam. When I call your name please follow me to the other room. Iruka replied. Oddly, Iruka called all of the children born to civilians before calling any of the children from the shinobi clan. Surprisingly, Sakura had passed, while only 9 of the 18 civilian children seemed to have passed. Because of Jiraiya, Naruto was grouped with the children of the clan. They arrived at Usagi's name with grace. Iruka said, all right, Usagi, follow me to the other room. Usagi said, Hi Iruka-sensei. She made her way to the front door of the classroom and disappeared behind it. All right Naruto, I want you to relax and if need be do the shadow clones I taught you the other day. It might be your best bet. Jiraiya replied. Naruto smiled as he looked up at him. He smiled and said, I was planning to do that one. Usagi returned after some time with her brand new, crimson red head protector. She smiled at Gamakichi, Jiraiya, and Naruto. She laughed and said, I pasted and Mizuki didn't like my using him as a substitute. Next to be called, Sasuke descended and disappeared into the adjacent room. Hinata approached Jiraiya. She whispered to the older man, Jiraiya-sama. He grinned as he glanced at her. He asked the timid girl in front of him, Hinata-chan, what can I do for you? Hinata tilted her head up at him and asked, May I ask you a question regarding what you mentioned earlier? Jiraiya simply gave a head nod. Additionally, this brought Naruto's and Usagi's attention to the two behind them. With what you have planned to protect Usagi and I for the last Uchiha. Do you believe my father will go along with it? Asked Hinata. The poor girl was simultaneously getting 50 different shades of red. Naruto glanced at both girls, perplexed, and at Jiraiya, wondering why the girl was red and Usagi's cheeks had taken on a faint rosy hue. My dear girl, I know your father will for what he signed so many years ago. I have the other copy of it. Jiraiya replied. The creep was staring at Naruto with a tiny, predatory smile on his face. The poor boy was unaware that he was doomed. Jiraiya had secretly written a marriage contract for her and Naruto after observing their interactions and determining that they were compatible, despite Naruto's ignorance of the girl's feelings for him. At that moment, Sasuke reappeared, grinning. The idiot had passed his test. He said to Naruto, "HN, let's see you do any better dope." Naruto merely smiled. "Oh, I know I will do better than you, Tem. I have been training with Ero Sennin and Usagi. With their help I'm a hell of a lot better than you." Naruto, Iruka-sensei said. After getting up and leaving the three to converse, Naruto descended to the location where Iruka-sensei had disappeared to. He glanced at the two older men and smiled as he closed the door behind him. "I'm ready for this." Iruka spoke with a smile. "Okay, Naruto, you know what I want to see. So begin." With a nod, Naruto raised his hands in a cross and spoke. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Two clones materialized, with Naruto becoming the Hokage, the second transforming into Mizuki, and the first transforming into Iruka. "Very good, Naruto. But, please tell me, where did you learn to do the shadow clones?" asked Iruka. "Will the insane amount of chakra I have, Ero Sennin told me I would never be able to do a normal clone. But, I am able to do a mud clone and a water clone. Even the Hokage told me to use the shadow clones for my exam. Even though it is an A- rank Jonin level jutsu, I am able to handle it without wasting chakra," explained Naruto. As he made a mark on his paperwork, Iruka said, "That does make sense if you think about it. Okay, now a substation jutsu." With a smile, Naruto replaced himself and his clones with Hinata, Usagi, and Jiraiya. Iruka and Mizuki blinked, and the three of them stared at them. Jiraiya questioned, "How the hell did I end up here?" At that moment, Naruto entered the room. "How's that, Iruka-sensei?" Iruka said, "Naruto, you passed." Naruto exclaimed, "Yay, I did it. Believe it," while giving Usagi and Hinata hugs. The poor girl was unconscious. Naruto glanced at Jiraiya with a startled and terrified expression. "Don't worry, she'll be fine. Let's go back and sit down," Jiraiya replied. Iruka gave Naruto a burnt orange cloth to protect his forehead and said, "Here you go, Naruto." Iruka merely grinned. Naruto exclaimed, "Cool," while Usagi sighed after glancing at the color. The fight was a losing one. However, it was alright. His entire wardrobe was no longer that color. As Naruto put on his protector, smiled, and vanquished his shadow clone, they returned and took a seat. Before going back to her set, Sasuke got up and approached Usagi, stopping her. "Usagi, I want to talk to you for a minute." She gave him a fierce look. With a hint of sarcasm in her voice, Usagi asked, "What would the last and great Uchiha want to talk to me about?" "I want to begin talks for a marriage contract," he stated. Usagi turned to leave him, saying, "Sorry, all those talks is handled by Jiraiya Papa and I believe he has already chosen my future husband and these isn't anything you can do about it." However, before she could escape him, taking hold of her arm, Sasuke drew her back to him. He spat at her and said, "I will get what I want one way or another." Massive Ki was felt in the classroom at that moment. Everyone was having trouble breathing. As Jiraiya approached Usagi and Sasuke, it was rolling off of him. "You will take your hands off of my daughter and step away from her. For the matter of you wishing to negotiate a marriage contract with me about her, I deny any talks of you ever marrying her. I have already made out her contract out. She will marry one of my old student's eldest and only child. Now go sit down, you little shit," Jiraiya said as he wrapped Usagi in his arms and left with the girl. Sasuke simply gave the two figures a glare as they moved away from him. A part of him was angry, and another part was shocked that he had been told no. With a sly smile on his face and his gaze fixed on poor Hinata, he thought, "I will tell Danzo and the civilian council of this. You will also be mine." Ino had accompanied Iruka, and she soon showed up with her guardian. Iruka smiled as she stood in front of the class. Everyone started to leave the classroom after the speaker said, "I am proud to say the ones still here that you have passed and are now genin. Please do our village proud and work hard to become strong and powerful shinobi. Please return tomorrow for team placement." When two civilian mothers noticed that Naruto had transformed into a ninja, Naruto, Usagi, Hinata, and Jiraiya left the building and made their way to the tower. While the woman with brown hair stood next to the black-haired woman, who was glaring daggers at the poor boy, the black-haired woman screamed, "How in hell did that demon child become a ninja and not my child?" "Simple," Jiraiya remarked. "I trained him, and with his diligence, he passed." When they saw who was standing with the boy and when Neko and Dove showed up beside them, both women went pale. Lady, you get to spend an evening with Ibki. Lately, he has been experiencing loneliness. The other woman remained silent, not wanting to suffer the same fate as her friend, while Neko smiled behind her mask as Dove took the woman and they disappeared in a puff of smoke. I'm happy that you overcame Naruto. As she ruffled his hair and disappeared in a whirl of leaves, she said, do us all proud. As Neko disappeared, Naruto said to her, I will Neko-chan. Naruto looked up at Jiraiya and said, I really need to learn that. Kid, after tonight you will be learning something different than that. Jiraiya replied. The shinobi world would be upended and many lives would be altered after today, so the small group made their way to the tower to talk to the Hokage. As they made their way to the tower, Hinata and Usagi conversed, while Jiraiya smiled and turned to face his godson. Hinata, tell me the truth. What are your thoughts on this? Usagi asked, giving Hinata a gentle smile. I'm a little scared, Hinata said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she blushed softly and looked up at Usagi. I'm terrified that my father will be upset with me. However, she informed Usagi, I don't want to be enslaved by that Uchiha. Please don't worry, Hinata, Usagi said, putting her arm around her. She reassured the frightened and anxious girl, I have a feeling everything will be okay. All right, my boy, Naruto, following your education today. Your life will undergo a permanent transformation. But don't be angry with Sensei, please. Jiraiya put a hand on Naruto's shoulder and said, he had his reason. Naruto looked up at Jiraiya, trying to smile but with a worried expression on his face. But, Ero Sennin, why would I be angry with Gigi? Naruto looked ahead and saw the girls, saying, he has always been good to me and has done his best to take care of me while I was growing up. I'm just worried Hinata's father will be angry with her and disown her for even thinking about marrying me, Naruto said. Putting a hand on the blonde's shoulder, Jiraiya said, don't worry about it, kid. Jiraiya simply grinned and said, her father can't be angry with her or even with you. Also, stop calling me that. The older man smiled and said, for something he agreed to in the past. Jiraiya thought, this is going to rock Hiyashi's world. The small group quickly arrived at the Hokage's tower, and who would have guessed that, fate, would have Hiyashi Hyuga standing in front of the structure. Hinata glanced sideways at Usagi with concern. It's about time you four have arrived, Hiyashi said, turning to face the group. Let's see if he can really step up to his duties, Hiyashi thought as he ascended the steps to the door. I do have other important manners to tend to besides waiting out here, he said, giving Naruto a stern look. The leader of the Hyuga clan was led into the building and to the Hokage's office, where his secretary, an elderly woman in her late 40s to early 50s, sat at her desk reviewing some documents and appointments that she would have to discuss with the Hokage. Her black hair was held up in an untidy bun, and when she looked up, she saw Hiyashi standing in front of her. The woman asked, Hiyashi-sama, is there something I could help you with? When she noticed Naruto standing behind the councilman and clan head, her smile turned to a frown, and her brown eyes hardened with hate. There is, indeed. I would like to discuss the betrothal agreement between my oldest daughter Hinata Hyuga and Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki with the Hokages, Hiyashi said, his voice possessing a certain strength. What are? The woman asked, looking up at the man as if he had lost his mind for giving the demon child the late 4th Hokage's last name. The Hokage emerged from the office before she could complete her sentence. The woman was dared to finish her sentence by the look he had given her. The old Hokage said, Hiyashi-san, it is good to see you. He smiled and said, please come in and have a seat. I see it is finally time to handle old business. Naruto gave the elderly man a perplexed and inquisitive glance. What on earth is happening, Kami? The blonde boy thought. They noticed a blonde woman sitting in front of the desk with her back to them as soon as they walked into the office. The woman turned around in her chair and said, so, Jiraiya, you really think you were going to set up our daughter's marriage without me around to oversee everything? Tsunade mama, Usagi yelled. 1 month prior to Kushina's due date, she had her last encounter with her adoptive mother. For the past few years, Tsunade had been forced to deal with the Fire Lord after he had called her out of the village. However, she lost the child to the Kyuubi after discovering that her daughter was in a coma and the other person she believed to be a daughter had died giving birth. Before her husband discovered her and told her the truth a few years ago, Tsunade had fallen into a deep depression. Naruto was still alive and had been giving the boy his spy network and missions while trying his best to take care of him. Jiraiya glared at his wife and asked, "How in the hell did you find out what I was up to?" She turned to face him and smiled. With a smug smile on her lips, she told him, "A silver-hair angel graced my dreams and told me what was going to happen to my daughter if I didn't return and save her from the damn last Uchiha and your foolishness." With a sigh, Sarutobi surveyed everyone gathered in his office. The elderly leader looked around the office and said, "I guess it is time to allow Naruto to know his heritage." As Hinata looked up at her father, Hiashi said, "It would be for the best to keep my daughter protected. I do not wish to have a Uchiha taint the Hyuga bloodline." Hinata turned to face him and the other people in the room and asked, Father, what is going on?" Usagi started talking to the girl at this point. As Usagi turned and smiled at Naruto, she told the girl, "Before you and Naruto were born, both your parents had entered an agreement for this firstborn to be married. This came about after both mothers found out one carried a girl and the other a boy." Usagi laughed at the expression on Naruto's face and said, "Just be glad Sasuke wasn't born a girl, Naruto, because you almost had to marry a Uchiha." The poor boy next to her looked like he was going to lose his lunch and turned a shade of green. With tears streaming down his cheeks, Naruto sobbed, "Usagi, why are you so cruel to me?" Jiraiya put her hand on his shoulder and gave it a squeeze. "I'm afraid, boy, you're just going to have to get used to her cruelty. For you are contracted to marry her," the wise toad sage replied. Gamakichi collapsed in Usagi's arms, giggling. The small toad laughed and said, "I'm sorry, kid." With a bittersweet tone, Usagi asked, "What was that, Kichi?" The small toad's mouth dried and his orange skin turned pale as he looked up. Gamakichi hoped that by saying, "I am your strong mate Usagi-chan and my mama would be proud to see you keep Naruto in line. We toads look for very strong-willed mates." Usagi's color slightly returned as he grinned down at him. "Don't worry, Kichi. It was your mama that told me long ago how to keep a mate in line as well as how to keep Jiraiya Papa in line after summoning her for one of his research missions on at the ladies' bathhouse." Usagi turned to face her father, who was pale at the recollection of Gamelita beating him to death and dumping him on Tsunade, who healed him and gave him a taste of her own wrath. Jiraiya shuddered at the idea, saying, "So if I call upon Gamelita, I have to have her favorite treats and call upon her only for battle or tea?" Gamakichi grinned at Jiraiya and said, "Yeah, Mom said she would like you to do a tea ceremony here soon. She has many things she wishes to speak to you about." Naruto turned to face the third after glancing at everyone else. He had wanted to ask a lot of questions but was unsure of how to ask them. However, the boy had found his voice after some time and everyone's laughter at Jiraiya's size. "What in hell is going on and why does everyone here know the truth of who my parents are?" said Naruto. There was a voice from inside his mindscape. The voice inside his head growled, "You fool, they think you're too weak to defend yourself from their enemies." He turned to face Sarutobi with a deadpan expression. Naruto turned to the two Sannin and asked, "Really, old man, you still see me as that weak 6-year-old that almost got killed by that Kumo ninja that tried kidnapping Hinata?" He looked around the room and asked, "You two, how could you keep something so important to me? Why doesn't anyone believe I could know who my parents are?" Hinata gazed at her crush with a sympathetic expression. Usagi simply looked at him with a dejected smile. Tsunade sighed as she turned to face her husband and former sensei. The kid has proven at a young age he could protect himself. Hell from the Kumo nin and the assholes that hunted him down on his birthday. Naruto has always had a strong will to overcome everything, she stated to the others. "My dear boy, I guess it is time to tell you. Your mother was the princess of the Uzumaki clan. She was the last daughter of the main clan. There are still Uzumakis out in the world but they scattered to the wind once Uzu fell and they heard of the death Kushina they went into deep hiding. Maybe they will hear her son is still alive then maybe come out of hiding." The Hokage replied. As everyone remained silent and stared at the elderly leader, Naruto asked, "Okay. But, who's my father?" "Your father was Minato Namikaze, best known as the Yondaime Hokage," Sarutobi replied. Naruto glanced at everyone in the room, including the elderly man. All of them simply nodded. Everyone, including Naruto, just stood there silently while Hinata looked shocked. In the meantime, Tokyo. Looking at the white cat across from her, Luna said, "We have to do everything we can to save the others. But, so far all attempts to rescue the girls has gone bad. I know Luna and Queen Nehelenia has sent as much help as she is able to. She has promised to let us know how Usagi is as well. But, still no word. Artemis said with a lowered head. The two cats were sitting in Usagi's former bedroom, which was now empty. They occasionally visit there with the outer scouts to see how her family is doing. Luna had been confined to Usagi's room for a month, sobbing. Being unable to accompany the girl broke her heart because they had become so close. It was her responsibility to keep her safe, and she had failed miserably because she had never seen the reality. That evil thing had long since supplanted that Prince of Earth. At that moment, a woman with long midnight blue hair emerged from the bedroom. Usagi's mother smiled kindly but sadly and said, "Luna, please stop beating yourself up over this. Usagi is a strong girl and will return to us even stronger." Luna looked out the window and said, "I know, I just can't help it." With a view of the city, Sailor Pluto stood atop Tokyo Tower. "We need you, Princess," she told herself. There has been reports of a woman that looks like Sailor Mars attacking target areas. But, her outfit is different. It is red maxi dress with quarter sleeves with purple gloves with a purple bow on front and back as well as red heel boots. According to Sailor Saturn. If it is Mars, then they turned her. I remember once Sailor Mercury telling me that Mars was in love with the prince. She stepped back when she learned that he was destined to be with the princess, as well as when they found out about Chibi USA was their daughter. It broke Mars even more, said Sailor Neptune. If she is brainwashed, I'll understand. But, if she went on her own, I will never forgive her. She should never allow lust blind her of her duties. Usagi comes first, not some damn man. I don't give a damn, he is a prince. He isn't nothing to us, we are to protect our princess before any other. Along the way she has lost her path in life. Uranus, the sailor. The blonde with the short hair attracts the attention of the other three women. They shared similar thoughts and hoped that those fears would never come to pass. Other places in Tokyo's deep underground. A male voice emerged from the stone shadows and said, "My Princess Mars, please come stand next to me." As she made her way down the dark hallway to a dimly lit room, Mars said, "Yes, my lord. My beautiful Mars, I am pleased you came to me on your own will. But, how is it going on turning the other scouts?" asked the individual. Mars turned his head away. "It isn't going so well, my lord. They are strong-willed and refuse to betray their princess. They rarely speak to me when I go and try to persuade them to join you," she stated to the man hiding in the shadows. The man said, "Very well then. I shall work on brainwashing them. Please, girls, just follow him." Mars bowed to the man, thinking, "It will be for your own good and safety." She said, "My lord, I shall return to my duties." The man said, "Very well, my dear princess." Three women sat in a cell. Their clothes were bloody, torn, and covered in dirt. They took a seat up against the wall. "I can't believe she did this. How can she? After everything we all been through." Jupiter wept. Sailor Mercury said, I don't know, to be honest. I don't care, she has betrayed us and our princess. She is no longer our comrade. She is nothing to us anymore." Venus replied, "At this moment I am temporary leader and we must do all we can to get away next time they come for us," she stated to the others. Returning to Konoha, "You're telling me that my father was the Yamodima Hokage?" shouted Naruto. His yelling caused everyone in the room to wince and cover their ears. The nine tails in his head said, "Haha. I've been waiting for this day to come. Stop talking." In his mind, Naruto yelled, "Naruto, I'm sorry we have kept this from you. But, we did what we thought was best for you. Never did we want to make you feel betrayed or hurt in any way," Tsunade replied. Naruto looked at her, grinning subtly and shaking his head. "It's okay, Ba-chan. I do understand. But, what else have you all hid from me? Before anyone says anything, I know about my prisoner Gigi, and I told Ero Sennin when he and I met that night when I fought the Kumo Nin." He informed them. Jiraiya was scowled at by everyone for keeping it a secret. For his part, Jiraiya simply grinned. He said to everyone, "What I forgot, Naruto keeps me pretty busy when I'm here. Naruto, I am sure there will be more things coming to light here soon. But, I told you all I can think of at this moment. I have your parents' wills, scrolls and brothel contracts for both Hinata Hyuga and Usagi Tsukino Senju." The elderly Hokage replied. Naruto glanced at the two girls as well as the other people in the room. "But, is it all right for me to put them both through this? Forcing them to marry me?" he inquired. Usagi approached Naruto, put her head on his shoulder, and hugged him. saying, "You are not forcing anyone here into something they don't want. As well, you are protecting us from an abusive marriage with that Uchida." Naruto, she is right. As well, you fall under the CRA. It had been enacted once the Uchida turned 15. For next year you are able to marry, and that little bastard wants to bring his clan back very quickly. The Hokage replied. Naruto started to slowly descend to the ground, observing his surroundings. "Kid, you know you can do this. As well, I will tell you something. Marry the blonde one first. She holds a special power that you will help her draw on when the time comes. For her life will be in danger. When I am not sure. But, you two have been destiny for each other for the very beginning." Kurama replied. Naruto met Usagi's gaze, and his eyes grew wide. "Isn't she the girl from my dreams? The one who came from the moon to keep me from being alone?" He asked the fox in his mind. "Kid, there is more to those dreams than just her saving you. You were to save her and bring two worlds to peace." Kurama replied. "What? How on earth could I accomplish something like that?" He inhaled deeply and buried his head in his hands as he spoke. He glanced up at everyone with grace. "My 16th birthday is 5 months from now. One that day I wish to marry Usagi. After that, in December after Hinata's 16th birthday, we shall marry." Naruto replied. With shock on their faces, everyone in the room fell silent and turned to stare at the boy. Usagi was stunned as he stood there. She was shocked by what Naruto had just said. "He wants to wed me first. Why me first?" she pondered. When Naruto saw her face, he grinned. With a gentle smile, he informed her, "Usagi, you're the first of the three of us to turn 16. Tsunade got up, went to her daughter, and gave her a hug. She turned to Hinata, who was standing there in utter disbelief, and said to her daughter, "Sweetie, we have a lot of planning to do for the next 5 months. She said to the other girl, "My dear girl, you as well, we have 7 months to plan your wedding as well." After regaining consciousness, Hinata turned to face Usagi and the elderly woman. In a low voice, she replied, "Why yes, I guess we do." After observing everyone, Naruto slowly started to get up from the ground and walked slowly over to the elderly man's desk. 10 scrolls and 2 files were on his desk. He asked, "So, old man, this here before me is my parents' wills?" The Hokage turned to face his grandson after glancing at everything on his desk. "Yes, everything. These is what they left you, and those files hold their wills as well as their bank accounts and deeds to the houses they own in the village." The elderly gentleman replied. "Houses?" Naruto asked, looking up. Sarutobi's lips curved into a smile. He gave a head nod. "Yes, houses. You have a large clan house on the edge of town. It is larger than the Uchida district. So, I believe it will work well for you and your future wives." He replied to the youngster. Everyone simply stared in disbelief at the Hokage. They were aware of the area of town he was referring to and had heard inquiries about it over the years. However, no one ever received a clear explanation of who owned it. Only that it was for a future heir to the clan. "Naruto, after today I will inform all the clan council and civilian council of your status as the Uzumaki Namikaze heir. With me informing them this, the village will find out." Sarutobi replied. Naruto asked, "So could I have the keys to the place then?" The Hokage shook his head and said, "I'm afraid not. You will get the house on your wedding day." Naruto collected all of the files and scrolls. He grinned at everyone and the scrolls scattered throughout his pants and jacket, saying, "Well then, I'll be taking all of these." Hiyashi Hyuga stood up and left the office, saying, "Well then. This matter with my daughter is settled. So if Danzo comes to you about her for the Uchida, please inform him that she is spoken for." Now he had to tell the elders about his daughter's marriage. In order for his daughter to better know her future husband, he had left her behind. Without knowing what to do, Hinata stood there. Naruto approached the bashful girl and grinned. He said, "Would you like to have dinner with us?" Hinata said with a gentle smile, "Why yes, I would like that." The Gamakichi said, "We're having tacos." As they left the office, everyone started laughing, and the old Hokage returned to his seat. He sighed and peered out the window. He said to himself, "This village will not know what going to hit them." To get to Naruto and Usagi's house, the group walked. Naruto looked at the floor and said, "Man, I can't believe we are getting a clan house in the coming months. Also, I'm glad I know who my parents are. I just hope I can live up to their expectation of me." Hinata blushed as she looked at Naruto-kun, saying, "Oh Naruto-kun. I know your parents are very proud of who you are." Usagi grinned and said, Yeah, Naruto, your parents are proud of you. You are brave, caring, and strong. You understand where true strength comes from. Brat, never worry about what they think. Just know they loved you with all their hearts and just wanted the best for you. Like any parent would, Tsunade replied. As she gazed at the young man in front of her, a faint smile appeared on her lips. Your son, Kushina, has made you and Minato proud. Only wonderful things await him, she thought to herself. Jiraiya simply nodded in agreement with what his godson had heard from the others. Conversely, he was absorbed in his own thoughts. This child will be a treasure trove for me. I must begin a new book. What should I name it? Was all that was on his mind. His other book, which was based on Sailor Moon, was a success. He even used it to write a book for children and teenagers. On the tales she shared with him about her conflicts with the Dark Kingdom, the aliens Alan and Anne, her supposed future daughter, the Dark Moon family, the Dead Circus, the Death Busters, and even the Starlights and Galactic. He opened a bank account for her using the money he earned from her stories. She wouldn't worry about money or anything after she woke up. The thought of her selling the jewels she brought with her never pleased him. In order to pass it on to her own offspring, he wanted her to keep it. However, Usagi's question to Jiraiya when they arrived at the small house jolted him out of his reverie. He glanced at the girl with the blonde hair in front of him and blinked. Jiraiya just said, "Huh. Jiraiya Papa, I was asking if you're staying for dinner or not." Usagi replied. Jiraiya laughed a little, scratched the side of his nose, and said, "Oh. Yeah, I would like that." He then turned to face everyone. Dinner went well, and Gamakichi was reluctant to go back home. He loved Usagi's cooking and was admiring all the snacks and treats she gave him. However, he eventually survived, feeling that his father would arrive if he didn't, and the last thing he needed was Usagi getting upset with him for bringing the house down on everyone. As he vanished into thin air, Gamakichi said, "Good night everyone. Usagi, have Naruto call me the next time you make tacos. I'm going to have to show Mama how to make them." Before departing, Usagi said, "Sure, I promise. We should walk Hinata home before it's too late. Anyways, we have team placement tomorrow and I'm a little nervous by it." She told everybody. Hinata stood up and said, "So am I. I just hope I'm not stuck with Sasuke." Naruto gave her a foxy smile and moved to stand next to her, saying, "Just remember, Hinata-chan, I'll kick his ads if he lays a finger on you. I don't care, he is worshipped by those fools on the civilian council." They left the house to ensure Hinata returned home safely after Usagi approached them. "They are growing up so quickly. But, I'm still shocked Usagi never aged while she was in her coma. But, it must be that lunar bloodline of hers. She did say when she went to the future she looked to be 22 and over a 1,000 plus years had passed before she had awakened the world and Crystal Tokyo came to be." Jiraiya responded. "I know, but, she is a medical marvel. I have done so many tests on her blood and it is amazing things I find every one time. It appears she is slowly begin to from a bloodline almost like Kushina's chains and something else. But for now we have to wait and see if it happens." Tsunade replied as she turned to her husband. Jiraiya shook his head and grinned. He told Tsunade that the children would have a great day tomorrow. Usagi awoke a bit earlier than usual the following morning. It was only 7:30 a.m. on her clock, and it would be another hour and a half before it went off. Because this morning she wanted to sleep in a bit. She wanted to be a little lazy and sleep in since they didn't have to be at the academy until 10:30. However, she sighed deeply as she stood up and entered the kitchen, dressed in one of Naruto's orange shirts for the evening. Naruto was seated at the kitchen table in the kitchen. Usagi yawned and raised her arms above her head, saying, "Morning Naruto." She lifted the shirt slightly above her butt. When Naruto noticed this, he turned around again and blushed a little. He said, "Morning Usagi-chan." She ruffled his hair playfully while grinning down at him. He fought her hand swiftly away. Naruto pouted at her, whining, "Ah, Usagi-chan, you're going mess up my hair and I don't want to brush it." Usagi sat down at the kitchen table and giggled, "Haha. Naruto, you are so cute when you pout." She put her chin on her hands and said, "So, what's up? Why are you up so early?" He gave her a smile, but his eyes were distant, like he was deep in contemplation or something. He looked down at the table and said to her, "I had a weird dream last night." Usagi raised an eyebrow at him as a result. She said, "Okay, what was your dream about? Was it really that bad?" She pondered. He glanced up at her again. His blue eyes locked with hers. It was strange. A girl standing up on top of the Hokage mountain. She had long white hair. Her hair was fixed like yours, well in fact she kind of looked like you. But, she had on a light silver blue dress and next to her stood a little girl with blonde and silver hair, with silver blue eyes. She also had on a dress matching yours. She told me I need to save them. Then a mist formed around them. The Kyuubi appeared and told me death is coming and to be ready. He stated. Sounds like the dreams I had before I went to Crystal Tokyo and before I awoke as the Moon Princess. Usagi replied. She gave him a dejected glance. It appears Mother is sending you visions of the future, I guess. But, I don't know what the fox has to do with the message though. He replied. Before speaking, Naruto sat there for a while. He cocked his head to the side and glanced up at her. Why would she? It's not like we can't handle what comes our way. But, with you here doesn't it change the future in your world? He inquired. She blinked and spent several minutes silently staring at him. Yeah, it does. But, does it really matter though? My family isn't truly from that world. We're from here and it is time to set things right and fix all the messes we made by running away. He replied. Reaching across the table, Naruto grasped her hand. With a genuinely joyful smile, he said to her, then I'll stand by your side and help you fix everything. Usagi, I really do care for you and I'll never turn my back on you. They would have to drag me to hell kicking and screaming for that to happen and even then I'll find my way back to you. He said to her. Usagi gazed into his eyes and blushed slightly. One tear trickled down her cheek. Before she was even aware of her actions. Usagi got up, leaned over the table, and gave Naruto a gentle peck on the lips. His eyes widened in initial shock, but he gradually closed them and leaned in for the kiss. Usagi gasped a little as he intensified the kiss. This was the best kiss she had ever received. Her blush deepened and she got butterflies in her stomach. They heard a cough at that moment. They separated, collapsed into their seats, and turned to see who was in the doorway. Tsunade stood smirking beside Jiraiya as he stood there smiling. Jiraiya remarked, "Ah. How sweet their first kiss." Naruto gave him a fierce look. Turning away, Naruto turned his face red and complained, "Jerk always showing up when he isn't wanted." He got up slowly and made his way back to his bedroom, letting Tsunade and the elderly Previ man handle Usagi. Turning to Jiraiya, Tsunade shoved him in the direction of Naruto's room. "Go and talk to him, while I have a nice chat with our daughter," he was told. Getting together with the Hokage and upcoming senseis. 9 Jonin stood in front of the elderly Hokage in the Hokage Tower across the village. "I have called you here this morning to go over which genin will be placed on your teams. But, know this, one team will have an extra member. For we have an odd number of genin this time around and there is no open spots with other teams at the moment." The Hokage replied. Every Jonin exchanged glances. Nobody wanted to deal with 4 genin, much less 3. Kakashi sighed and said something. Who will be getting the 4 genin team? Before speaking, the Hokage took a long drag from his pipe. A chill went down Kakashi's spine as the age leader said, "I am glad you have asked, Kakashi. You have been the lucky one to have the 4-man team." For a brief moment, Kakashi was just staring like a koi fish. "But, Lord Hokage, I am already taking on the Uchiha and Naruto. Who will be my other 2 members?" he inquired. Hokage smiles. He informed the Cyclops ninja, "You will have Sakura Haruno and Usagi Tsukino, the daughter of Jiraiya and Tsunade." Kakashi simply stood there, stunned by what he was hearing. The strange girl who had lived with his old sensei so long ago was going to have him as her sensei. However, Kakashi was warned not to reveal the girl's secret since doing so would cause problems and make her an Orochimaru target. "But, Lord Hokage, why me?" Kakashi asked with grace as he recovered from his shock. He asked one last time, "She is pretty good at genjutsu, why no allow her to be on Kurenai's team?" The Hokage's eyes were amused as he gazed at him. "I'm afraid not, Kakashi. Usagi is better suited for your training style. As well, her and Naruto have larger than normal chakra reserves and high stamina, with that they would benefit from training from you." "Before you say anything, I will not place her with Guy," the elderly leader replied. After taking their team rosters, everyone went to review them and decide how to organize their final exam and training schedule. In the Hokage office, Kakashi remained standing. "Sir, is the reason I got her on my team is it due to the past?" he asked. Sarutobi took a drag from his pipe and exhaled slowly. "It is partly the reason. But, also the girl is able to use all the elements and how you have been able to do the same." She is best suited for you. If you want I can place Sakura on another team, he stated to Kakashi. Kakashi hung his head in surrender, saying, no, sir, it will be fine. Maybe she can push Sakura to train harder and not just fangirl. I sure hope so. Usagi did beat Sakura yesterday in their taijutsu finals with just a single move, but she also made sport of the match against the girl. The Hokage laughed. Kakashi looked up, wide-eyed at this news. He was shocked and said, she isn't a fangirl, but a real fighter. The Hokage simply nodded in response to the query. As he left the tower, Kakashi felt a little happier because of this. Sarutobi thought, maybe I should have told him that Naruto and Usagi are engaged and Sasuke is going to have a shitfit over the news. He grinned devilishly and thought, nah, serves him right to deal with that drama. His wife entered his office at that moment. She smirked and said, dear, you're nor stirring up trouble are you? As he stood and approached his wife, he gave her a hug and a tender kiss, saying, my love, the only trouble I have caused is just for Kakashi and I do say so myself, he earned it. By the way dear, I am your new secretary. For I fired that devilish woman. She was talking ill of Naruto and I gave her a visit to Ibiki. So, I guess you'll be seeing me more here at work till we get you a new one. She informed him. My love, I would rather see you here and at home than that wicked woman. He said to her. Konoha's streets. From the two Sannin they had left at home, Naruto and Usagi fled for their lives. With tears streaming down his cheeks, Naruto whimpered, Usagi, never, never again do I want to have the talk with Previ Sage. With tears streaming down her face, Usagi said, fine, I'll have that talk with him and you can have the talk with Tsunade Mama. She said to Naruto, I think I'm scared for life. They exchanged glances and burst out laughing. Usagi was shown the first Platinum Edition copy of Ika Ika Paradise by Naruto. Yeah, he gave me this and told me to read it. It should help me understand better, he stated to Usagi. Usagi laughed as she glanced at the book. She took out a copy of the same edition of the book as well. It seems that Jiraiya Papa and Tsunade Mama shared the same thought, because they both laughed more as they entered the academy and sat down. So, will you read the book, Usagi? Naruto asked, giving her a slightly uneasy look. Maybe, Usagi said with a smile. You will read yours, but why? She responded to his question. Gazing down at the small orange book he was holding, he flushed. Perhaps, we could read them together, perhaps. Maybe we can, he said, glancing up at her with pale pink cheeks. Usagi blushed slightly as he made eye contact with her. At that moment, Hinata entered the classroom and took a seat across from Naruto. It seemed that she had been flushed. They exchanged glances before Usagi interrupted to say, Hinata, are you okay? She questioned the bashful girl. I had the talk this morning with my father and then he gave me a copy of Ika Ika Paradise to read, Hinata said, slowly shaking her head as she glanced up at the two beside her. She informed the two blondes, he said it would help me understand. Usagi and Naruto exchanged glances and burst out laughing, with Naruto falling to the ground from his seat. Don't feel too bad, Naruto said in between breaths. Usagi held up her book and wiped away a few tears, saying, yeah, we go the same talk as well and the same books just not that long ago. After a few seconds of sitting in silence, Hinata slowly blinked, turned to face the two blondes, and started laughing herself. Ing, me, it, hap, n, 2, u, as, w. Hinata said in between giggles, and the other students in the classroom now looked at the three of them as if they had grown second-sighted. Kiba approached the group slowly after being drawn to them by this. What's going on with you three this morning? Did he ask? Looked up at Kiba, Naruto slowly climbed back into his chair and said, we got the talk, and it's funny as how our godparents explained it to each of us and what they gave us as well. What did they give you? He asked, glancing between the three. Uncertain whether he wanted to know the answer, he asked. Naruto smiled, raised the small orange book, and burst out laughing once more. You made it seem like they called my mother over and had her give you three the talk, that there is scaring, and if you don't believe me, Kiba said, staring at them blankly and laughing. I'll tell her you want the talk, if you come over sometime, Kiba said to them as they went pale. No, Kiba, that's okay. I've heard tales about your mother's methods. I might be able to send Jiraiya Papa over to do it. As Naruto nodded his head beside her, Usage said, perhaps I'll go just to see how he reacts. Have him come over this weekend, Kiba said with a simple smile. He told them, Mom should be free and she will love to help explain how to give the talk to two teenagers. A sly smile appeared on Naruto's lips at that moment. You got it. His blonde spikes turned into tiny horns as he told him, it will be retaliation for dragging to that hot spring in the land of rice a couple weeks ago. At that moment, the door slid open, revealing Iruka-sensei, who appeared exhausted and slightly irritated. Jiraiya trailed behind him, saying, come on, tell me what teams my two kids are on. Like I said for the millionth time, Iruka said, glancing at the Sannin again before turning back to the class. No, Iruka yelled. Make sure you tell your mom we are sending him over Friday evening, Jiraiya said, crossing his arms over his chest and muttering to himself as he turned to face the class. He smiled when he was Naruto and Usagi, and the two blondes smiled back. I will be accompanying Naruto. But when he gets the talk, we'll come see you and Hana. He really needs it for all the research he does, Usagi said, gesturing for her father to join them. Jiraiya-sama, my mother has told me to have you over Friday even if you need any pointers on giving these two the talk, Kiba said, nodding his head as he smiled at the elderly man approaching them. Jiraiya was informed by the feral boy. Jiraiya grinned and puffed out his chest, saying, that will be nice. I could use a few more pointers and I know a lot if things have changed from my time as a young man. Even though it hasn't been that long ago. His antics caused all four teenagers to perspire. Kiba returned to his desk and sat down, saying, yeah, come about 5. She'll be waiting. Iruka grinned at each of his departing pupils. I want to tell each and every one of you that I am very proud of your progress in becoming ninja. But, please understand this. The life of a ninja isn't about fame and glory. It's about protecting what is dear to you and protecting your village. I know you all grew up hearing stories about famous ninjas. But, do you truly know what made them so famous? He asked as he looked at each of his pupils. They became famous because they fought to protect our village during the Great Wars. If they had allowed fear to overcome them, I'm sure we wouldn't be here today. With their blood, sweat, and tears they protected us all, finished Iruka. His former pupils all sat quietly, processing what they had just heard. Jiraiya grinned. As he examined his 3 new charges, he thought, I hope they take to heart what they heard here today. As Naruto glanced up at Jiraiya, Iruka said, okay now with team placements. Hinata and Usage both stared at Naruto with wide eyes as he said, you have told me this so many times. To become ninja one must have someone precious to protect and only then we will know true power. Now Team 7 will be, Naruto Uzumaki, Usage Sakino, Sasuke Uchida, and finally Sakura Haruno. Your Jonin-sensei will be Kakashi Hatake. Iruka replied. Naruto and Usagi moaned and shed anime tears, while Sakura cheered. Sasuke simply grinned, believing that this would be his opportunity to claim Usagi as his own. Alright, settle down. Now Team 8. Shino Aburame, Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka plus Akamaru. Your Jonin-sensei will be Kurenai Uehi. Iruka said with a grin. With a sigh, Hinata grinned. She has always been treated well by Shine and Kiba. Team 9 is still in rotation so Team 10, Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akamichi. Your Jonin-sensei will be Asuma Sarutobi. Now they will be here in 1 hour so please take this time for a lunch break and return after you hear the bell. Iruka said as he left the classroom. Everyone was watching Team 7. Primarily Usagi and Naruto. Jiraiya said, come on you 3. I'll take you for lunch. He sensed that Usagi and Naruto were uncomfortable with their 2 new teammates. They got to their feet gradually and followed Jiraiya out of the classroom. As Jiraiya pasted a number of villagers, the 3 genin trailed behind. A few were glaring at Naruto and casting dejected glances at the 2 girls on either side of him. However, Usagi simply gave them a glare in return. She repeatedly yelled at a store owner or a random villager because she didn't like how they perceived or treated Naruto. Many were therefore aware that they should not discuss him with her. Jiraiya looked at all 3 of them and said, okay, brats, we're going to go have some barbecue, unless you're want to have 2 lunch boxes Tsunade made. Usagi tilted her head sideways and gazed at her father for a few moments. She asked him, what did she make? The other 2 looked up at him as a result. Jiraiya came to a halt and assumed a contemplative position. She made taco salad. She saw you had a lot of extra meat and stuff and reheated everything and also made some sweet rice balls. He explained to the group. Cool tacos. exclaimed Naruto, causing everyone to chuckle at him. With a sly smile, Usagi asked, "So are you liking tacos more than your ramen?" Naruto blinked and gave her a brief glance. A chill went down Tyuki's spine across the village. As he returned to cooking, he thought to himself, someone's trying to steal my best customer. No, never, I will always love my ramen, Naruto exclaimed, grinning broadly at the others. His antics simply made everyone smile. They all sat down to eat after Usagi ran to the corner store and said, "Okay, how about we sit under this nice shady tree and I'll go get us something to drink." After 10 or so minutes, she returned with a displeased expression. When Naruto saw this, he smiled subtly. Everyone turned to stare at him because of the strange moniker he gave Usagi. "What's wrong, Bunny?" She simply sat down and puffed out her cheeks. As she served tea to everyone, she snarled, "That stupid man that runs that store told me I should go out with Sasuke. The nerve of that guy." As she pressed her face against his chest, she whimpered, "Naru, why do they have to be so blind to that fool?" He lifted his hand slowly and gave her a gentle pat on the back. "Because they want him to stay loyal and give them babies so they can twist later on down the line," she replied. Everyone's eyes were wide with surprise as they gazed at him. Even Usagi, who was leaning against his chest, glanced up at him. Jiraiya laughed and slapped Naruto's back, saying, "Well kid, you are smarter than you put on." This caused Naruto's head to drop to Usagi's, and the two of them unintentionally shared a brief kiss before jumping away and blushing profusely. The sight of the two sharing a kiss caused even poor Hinata to blush subtly. Hinata blushed a little more, thinking, "I wonder if his lips are as soft as they look." For his part, Jiraiya was merely giggling. Suddenly, he was writing something in his small notebook. With a devilish smile, he thought to himself, "I swear these two will make me very famous in both adult and teen books." After turning their backs on one another, the two grabbed their lunchboxes and started eating. As he started to eat slowly, Naruto thought, "It's nice kissing her." Usagi cast a sidelong glance at him. "Should I be honest with him? I wish Minako or Luna were here." She was startled out of her reverie by a hand on her cheek. They would know what to do. She looked up, blushing, and saw Naruto staring at her with concern in his eyes. He dabbed a couple of tears from her face. "What's wrong, Usagi?" he asked, looking at her with his brilliant blue eyes while tilting his head innocently. She shook her head and grinned. She gave him a gentle smile and said, "It's nothing. Don't worry about it." Jiraiya scowled while observing them. Will she reveal her secret to him, I wonder? He pondered as he turned to see Hinata's pale lavender eyes watching curiously. Sasuke was watching them eat lunch in the shadows, acting like a crazy stalker. When he witnessed Naruto kissing his Usagi, he became enraged. He would need to take action. He snarled to himself, "That freak will pay for touching what is mine." He turned to look at Hinata. "I can't be separated from you by your father." He grinned sinisterly and said, "I'll have you as mine very soon." Sasuke then slipped away. Before his fan club discovered him and the others noticed him, he had a lot of things to do. Jiraiya sensed the final Uchiha observing them and looked in the direction of the obnoxious adolescent. "That one will keep us very busy. I will have to let Tsunade know about this." As he finished his tea and closed his lunchbox, he thought to himself, maybe she will know if a way to scare him off. After finishing their meal, the others started tidying up. Usagi looked up at him, her blue eyes sparkling, and asked, "Papa, what are you able to tell us about our new senseis?" Jiraiya laughed. He turned to Hinata and said, "Well, Kakashi was the last student of the late fourth. As well, he is an odd fellow. The boy is always late for everything. Kurenai is a new and upcoming jonin. She is the master in the art of genjutsu. But other than that, I don't know much about her," he told the young Hyuga heiress. After giving the information a nod, they all turned back to the academy. Jiraiya decided to follow. At least he would be present to prevent the Uchiha from trying anything if Kakashi was running late. In front of the residence of Uzumaki and Sakino. In front of the house that Naruto and Usagi shared, Kakashi stood. His gaze was fixed on the door. He was lost in his recollections of his childhood and how Minato and Kushina would make him run around the house. The door suddenly opened, yanking Kakashi out of his reverie. Tsunade was standing in front of him. With a sly smile, Tsunade asked, "So, Kakashi came to check out the kid's place?" He said to the legendary slug Sanin, "Yeah, do you mind if I come in and have a look around?" Tsunade moved aside to let him in, saying, "By all means please come in. I was just finishing cleaning up." He entered slowly while surveying the area. He noticed that everything was tidy and well organized. A large bowl of fruit was placed on the counter, and a large orange blanket was placed next to a stuffed black cat on the couch. The floor in front of the TV is covered in movies. He strolled over to the children's rooms. Naruto's name was displayed beneath the Uzumaki spiral on his door. When he opened the door, he discovered that there was a battle going on inside. There are clothes everywhere. Blankets are half on the floor and the bed is not made. The big desk in the corner beneath the big window was the only attractive feature. Paper, ink, and a brush were spread out in front of a book of ceiling. Naruto seemed to be creating explosive tags. However, these ones appeared to be unique. Without touching them, Kakashi examined them. Additionally, he observed 3 bookcases filled with books, scrolls, and sealing books on various jutsus. He reflected, Naruto is more than what he lets on. He noticed a black duster with blue ghostly flames on it as he looked away from the desk and bookcases. For a moment, he froze. He was reminded of the white duster that his sensei used to wear. Shaking his head abruptly, he left Naruto's room. He noticed a door with a crescent moon and Usagi's name underneath it as he turned to look down the hallway to the right. He passed the bathroom, which was tidy with a hairbrush on the counter and a cup containing a few toothbrushes, as he strolled slowly down the hall. With strange orange-pink bath mats. He shook his head and continued to move. He pushed open Usagi's door after noticing it slightly open. Surprisingly, Naruto's room and hers were identical. Half-made bed linens piled up in one corner. A big desk and several bookcases stand in front of a wall that is painted with a crescent moon. The other planets are painted on the pink walls next to them, along with odd symbols. A tiny computer with images and a calming music was on her desk. One of the bookcases featured pictures of her with 4 other girls, and another featured her with 4 other girls. Next, a picture of all 8 girls with a man whose face was covered in a sticker. Who are they? I asked. Then he noticed a scrapbook titled, Sailor Moon and Sailor Scouts. And I've never seen these places in the background. He picked up the scrapbook and opened it, thinking, This odd. When he saw the blonde girl dressed like a white sailor, his mouth fell open. Usagi stood tall and prepared to fight. Repositioning the book, he surveyed his surroundings. A black battle skirt, black knee-high boots with a silver crescent moon on them, black mesh armor leggings, and a long-sleeved mesh body armor with a silver corset hung from a hook. A silver duster with a crescent moon and silver ghost flames on the back was placed next to it. This ensemble somewhat resembled the one Sailor Moon wore in the past. He turned to see Tsunade at the door and thought, the girl must miss her past. Before he could respond, she raised her hand and said, Kakashi. What you've seen here do not tell anyone. Looking at the pictures Usagi treasured of her past, Tsunade remarked, Sensei already knows her secret. The only one out of all of us who doesn't is Naruto and also the village. I understand Lady Tsunade. I do remember a little for when she came to the village. I always thought she was odd but Minato always told me to protect her and treat her like I would Kushina and him. Said Kakashi with a sigh. But, that girl holds a lot of secrets that none of us will never understand. He stated to Tsunade. Grinning, she put her hand on Kakashi's shoulder. She turned away from him and said, you don't know the half of it. She turned to face him with a fiery gaze and said, I think it's time for you to go pick up your new students. Please protect Usagi and Naruto. They are all I have left. I know I have Jiraiya and Shizune. But, those two are very special to me. If anything ever happens to them, I shall hunt you down Kakashi and make you wish you were never born. He replied. The poor man shivered in terror. He was limited to nodding his head, fearful his voice would turn against him. The classroom is nearly empty. Jiraiya was writing in his small notebook while perched atop a desk. He had a predatory smile. He saw a girl with pink hair fling herself at the final Uchida. Sakura hung off his left arm and said, Sasuke, would you like to come over for dinner tonight? My mom can make anything you want. She is an awesome cook. He gave the pinkette a fierce look. Sasuke broke free, got up from his chair, and went to the window to look out. I said no, you're too weak and not worth my time. Sakura collapsed to the ground, staring in disbelief at her crush. Sakura sobbed as she slowly rose to her feet and turned to face Naruto. But, Sasuke, I was 3 from the top with all the other kunoichis. I'm not weak. The prize for Naruto and Usagi's card game was that the loser had to reveal a secret to the winner. Usagi had won 4 of the 5 hands thus far, and she was about to tell him one of her secrets when they heard someone approaching. As they both turned to stare at the Pinkett, she said, "Sorry Naruto, I'll tell you later." Naruto put his cards face down and asked, "Something I can do for you, Sakura?" With a sigh, he closed his eyes slowly. In Shikamaru's words, troublesome, Naruto thought, forcing a smile. Sakura gazed at the two blondes. "Why are you two on this team anyways? Naruto, you suck at everything, and you Usagi are even more worthless than me." She growled at them both. After exchanging glances, the two blondes started laughing. Naruto wiped away a tear from his eye and said, "Sakura, I don't know what world you have been living in, but I almost made Rookie of the Year and Usagi was top kunoichi. So, I honestly don't get what you are talking about." Usagi put her head on Naruto's shoulder, causing the blonde to blush. "Have you already forgot the ass whipping I gave you yesterday? I guess Tsunade Mama was right. I shouldn't have hit you so hard." Naruto grinned at the Pinkett and said, "Anyway Sakura, we are a team now and must put all petty deference aside for the best of the team." Usagi was being disrespectful by flinging herself all over that blonde idiot, and Sasuke glared at her. Sakura was about to speak when the door opened and a man with silver hair and one exposed eye appeared. He glanced up at the 4 teenagers, and Sanin grinned. The man disappeared into a whirlwind of leaves, saying, "Meet me on the roof in 5 minutes." Sakura and Sasuke watched with wide eyes as Naruto, Usagi, and Jiraiya leapt out the window and started climbing the wall. They fled the room and headed for the stairs that led to the roof as soon as they woke up from their daze. Leaping over the railing, Naruto extended his hand to Usagi. Grinning, Usagi accepted it and leapt over the rail. Jiraiya simply grinned as she observed the two conversing. They smiled at one another before taking a seat directly in front of Kakashi. Kakashi grinned at his 2 early arrivals. These two are already familiar with teamwork and tree climbing. He thought to himself, "I hope the other two quickly learn from them what it means to work as a team," as the other two rushed through the door and fell on top of one another while pushing apart. They stood up, hurried over, and sat down with the 2 blondes they continued to glare at. With his head hanging down, he thought, "I'm screwed and Tsunade is going to kill me." Jiraiya laughed at this because he thought the poor man in front of him had already spoken briefly with his frightful wife. Anyone could be made to fear Kami by the woman. Death herself, even. "Alrighty you 4, how about you tell about yourself? Name, likes, dislikes, hobbies, dreams. Stuff like that," Kakashi responded. Sakura held up her hand. Kakashi said, "Yes, Pinky." Before she spoke, she gave her new sensei a fierce look. Sakura grinned at the one-eyed Jonin and said, "Why don't you go first and show us how it is done?" Did you think she was intelligent? Kakashi pondered in his mind. When Jiraiya heard the girl, he nearly fell off the railing. "My name is Kakashi Hatake, my likes. I have many. My dislikes, I don't feel like telling you. Hobbies, I have many. Dreams, I'm not sure, really haven't thought about it." "Okay, your turn Pinky," Kakashi said with a grin on his face. Sasuke and Sakura thought, he just told his name. As they listened to their new sensei, Naruto and Usage simply chuckled to themselves. "I'm Sakura Haruno. I like to giggle when I see Sasuke. I don't like blondes. I like to giggle when I see Sasuke again. My dream is that she looks at Duck Butt again and giggles." "Okay Ducky, your turn." Kakashi pointed at Sasuke, and everyone starts to perspire as they gaze at the crazy fangirl. "My name is Uchida Sasuke. My preferences, I have none. My dislikes, I have a lot. My interests, to demonstrate to this deceased person that I am superior to him. My aspirations, take revenge on my clan and reconstruct it using only powerful kunoichi as my mistresses or spouses." As Kakashi just started to perspire, Jiraiya snarled at the final Uchida. "Kami, who did I fuck off in a previous life?" Kakashi asked himself, pointing to Usagi. "Okay, Goldilocks, it's your turn." "My name is Usagi Sakino. I enjoy Naruto and Hinata, as well as my family and friends. Eating cake, sleeping all day, and growing wiser and stronger. My dislikes, Sasuke because he is stubborn and will never develop as a person. Those who are oblivious to the reality that is right in front of them. Wicked. Reading, working out, cooking, sleeping, and eating cakes are some of my pastimes." One tear trickled down her cheek as she remembered the 4 friends she had lost that day more than 15 years ago. "My dreams to live up to my true potential that my family sees in me and save those I lost long ago." "Usagi, That was fascinating. All right, it's your turn, surfer boy, Kakashi said. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze is my name. My friends, my godparents, Usagi and Hinata, and my likes. I detest jerks like Tem. My interests include learning new jutsus, sealing, and strengthening myself. He grinned at everyone, saying, my dreams, to be stronger, to protect those dear and precious to me, and to help Usagi make her dream come true. Well, everything went smoothly. The real test to determine whether you will become a ninja is tomorrow. Therefore, I wouldn't eat anything that morning if I were you. For if you do, you'll throw up. So, don't be late and meet me tomorrow at train ground 7 at 4 a.m., Kakashi said. You mean that tomorrow is our real test? We've already passed the test, Sakura protested. You passed the exam to receive a signed Jonin sensei. Not the real Genin test, Kakashi remarked. Well, I'll see you in the morning. As he vanished into a cloud of smoke, he said, bye for now. Do you or mommy think you could teach us how to do that swirl thing, Papa? Usagi said, crossing her arms and grinning at Naruto. Naruto has been bugging me about it for a month now. We'll observe. You two have contracts that we need you to finish by tomorrow. Jiraiya put his arm around Usagi and smiled, saying, maybe that could help you in your test. Pardon me, but what's the point of spending time with Naruto? Sakura approached Jiraiya and said, it would be better spent training Sasuke-kun. I could, but he is a waste of my time, Jiraiya said, grinning at the pinkett. Sasuke-kun is a jerk who only wants power and will abuse the lessons I teach him. I only train people who I think are worthy of learning from me. Jiraiya turned to face Sasuke and said, so, the answer is no and there is nothing Danzo's mummy ass or the civilian council can do about it. Perhaps if you humble yourself and learn to play along with others, then. After saying that, Jiraiya pulled usage with him as he passed the Uchiha and Pink Banshee. Naruto followed them, grinning at his two teammates as they disappeared through the door. Then maybe then you will find your true strength and become a worthy of this village and that metal plate on your forehead. The training ground is empty. All right, guys, do you have the contracts that Gamabunta told me about? Jiraiya calls forth three toads. Gamakichi suddenly appeared as he asked the three toads in front of him, saying, yeah, Pops has sent them with these three and I have been sent here to summon the Fox clan for the last contract. Before anyone could say anything else, another puff of smoke appeared, and a black fox with 4 tails and silver eyes appeared, holding a crimson contract in its mouth. Tokyo in the present. The space-time gate opened at 2 in the morning. The outer sailors felt a new energy and saw a pink cloud of smoke. A girl who appeared to be around 15 years old suddenly materialized in the sky and plummeted into the fountain below. The girl sobbed, tears streaming down her cheeks. Dang it, not again. With a sigh, she got to her feet, looked around, and glanced at the nearby clock. As she climbed out of the fountain and slowly started to walk down a well-lit path in the park, she thought to herself, I didn't think I would end up here at this time but I couldn't find Pluto. King Materia was standing in the shadows not far away, grinning wickedly. Thus, in the future, nothing will change. Usagi will be under my authority, and I will rehabilitate her into a wicked lady while we still have that fucking brat. Materia thought to himself, at least then I could put up with the brat. He started to approach the girl slowly. He asked the girl, who had long pink hair and twin pigtails with rabbit ear buns on top of each pigtail, Chibiusa, is that you? Her crimson eyes narrowed as she turned to see who was calling to her. When she saw who it was, her eyes widened. Mamoru, is that you? Inquired Chibiusa. She approached him slowly and asked, why are you out here this late at night? Well, you see I had a big fight with Usagi and I needed to get some air so I went for a walk and found myself at the dock overlooking the lake. I guess I lost track of time. But, when I saw some pink clouds from I figure I should come and investigate for you never know who it might be. Mamoru said with an inconspicuous grin. In complete disbelief, Chibiusa exclaimed, what? You and Usagi had a fight? Why, what happened? It isn't important, what is important is what are you doing here? Replied Mamoru. He smiled down at the girl as he approached her. In the 3 years since he last saw her, she had matured. She no longer had the appearance of a 7-year-old. At last, she had the appearance of a teenage girl. Glancing up at the man who would become her father, she bit her lip. Well, something strange has been happening in Crystal Tokyo in the past couple of years and Mama has gone missing. No one can find her. He replied. He hears this new information, and his eyes enlarge. He laughed as soon as he recovered from the shock. He asked his future daughter, "What do you mean that your mama has gone missing? Are the girls not looking over her?" Chibiusa let out a sigh and turned to face the floor. "Well, the odd thing is, the girls have also vanished. No one knows what has happened and the only ones left in the crystal tower are just you and I. It's just so creepy. Even Diana has left me and there was no warning either," she stated to Mamoru. He listened to the girl in front of him while crossing his arms and slowly nodding his head. It's strange that she also abandoned her own child. He thought to himself, this is really unsettling for Usagi to do something like that. He noticed that the girl was shivering from the chilly early morning air. He removed his green blazer and said, "Here Chibi, take my jacket." Chibiusa took his green blazer and put it over her damp clothes, saying, "Thank you, Mamoru." Slowly turning away from him, she said, "But, I need to get to Usagi's and find out what is happening." The street lights had started to flicker and go out, and she could see the dark path leading to her other house. As she turned around to ask her future father to perhaps walk home, an air feeling slowly overtook her. Mamoru was overcome by a sickly purple aura as she turned around. He was now wearing his armor, and as she looked up into his purple eyes, they started to change and turn a sickly yellow color. He simply gave her a smile. "My dear princess, I'm afraid Mamoru is dead. He has been dead for a while now. And for the fact that your mother and I have been fighting is because she is refusing to bend to my will and has vanished. Your forsaken grandmother Queen Serenity and her sister Queen Nihilania have spirited your mother away, but, my question is, why didn't they take you? Why didn't you vanish with the others? Are you truly the daughter of Neo Queen Serenity?" he asked the girl in front of him. She retreated a step at a time. She retreated from him gradually. The girl needed to leave this person posing as her father because fear had taken over her body. Her voice was shaky as she said, "What are you saying?" "Yes, I'm her daughter. If I wasn't, I wouldn't be able to transform into Chibi Moon." She turns around and flees from him. Before her, a white-haired man materialized and embraced the girl. As his hands glowed and she dozed off in his arms, he said, "I'm sorry, little bunny. I'm afraid you're a mystery that we must find the answer to." He bowed his head to his monarch and asked, "King Materia, what would you like me to take the girl to?" "Take her to a holding cell. Make sure to take whatever weapons she may have and chain her to the bed. I must unlock her secret. For why would a moon maiden abandon one of their own?" asked the king. The white-haired man simply glanced back at his king after glancing down at the girl. He said, "Yes, my lord," and disappeared. Behind him, King Materia turned to the wooded area. He laughed and disappeared into thin air, saying, "I'm afraid you four have lost your little princess." But, it was careless of her mother to leave her alone to take care of herself. My, how the maidens of the White Moon have fallen. Sailor Pluto and Sailor Saturn's cheeks began to well up with tears. Someone special to them had passed away. When their queen returns, how would they ever confront her? Sailor Uranus remarked, "There is nothing we can do for now. He has the princess." Neptune the sailor looked to her partner and lover. She turned to face the others and asked, "Why didn't Chibiusa vanish like she claimed the others had? Is she truly the daughter of Usagi?" With a sigh, Sailor Pluto glanced down. Her face was obscured by her long green hair. She had a lot on her mind, but she wasn't sure if she should tell anyone or keep it to herself, as she has done for a long time. When Saturn noticed this, she carefully placed her hand in Pluto's and gave it a gentle squeeze. The young child asked her adopted mother, "Mama Setsuna, what is wrong?" When Sailor Uranus and Neptune turned to face the Scout of Time, they noticed a single crystal tear fall to the ground and break upon impact. Returning to the Konoha, sitting side by side, Usagi and Naruto examined the summoning scrolls in front of them. As he presented Naruto with the toad summoning scroll, Jiraiya simply grinned. He told his godson, "Boy, you make me proud by following in my footsteps and becoming a toad sage." Usagi examined the summoning scrolls for the Luna Panthers, the New Moon Wolf Pack, and, lastly, the slug scroll that Tsunade had given her. There was another scroll, though, and it was wrapped in black silk. She had been examining that scroll with Naruto, wondering which summoning animal it belonged to. Jiraiya sighed when she saw this. That scroll belongs to a lunar dragon clan that has not been summoned in a very long time. He explained to the two teenagers. A crimson-red scroll was also in front of Naruto. This was the Kyubi no Kitsune summoning scroll. He was permitted to sign with the wolves as well. However, There was an emerald green scroll next to the black silk one. Naruto turned to Jiraiya to find out what kind of animal this was. Jiraiya simply sighed once more upon seeing this. This belongs to the Emerald Dragon clan that has been hidden away as long as their cousins. He stated to them. Usagi looked up at her mother and father and asked, is this normal? Tsunade looked at her foolish husband and then back at the two teenagers. Not really, but it does happen from time to time that several summoning animals will agree with each other to be under one person. The most we have ever heard of was maybe 2 contracts. Never one with so many like you two have before you. As Naruto smiled and slowly opened the Kyuubi's scroll, she concluded by telling them, but, Usagi, you will need to build up your chakra even more. Also, when you call for one of these animals you will have to shout out the summon's name. This is the only way I figure it will work, unless they have some other way for you both to summon them. With a smile on his face, he bit his right thumb, quickly wrote his name in blood, and covered his right hand's fingers with blood before slamming it onto the scroll. Before anyone could speak, Naruto summoned a black fox with 3 tails by making hand signals at lightning speed. About damn time, the fox exclaimed, turning to face the blonde teenage boy. He glanced at him and those around him, blinking a few times. He said, who the hell are you? Kit, tell my son Shadow to stop talking, Kyuubi uttered. Naruto grinned while blinking. He told the now-named fox, Shadow shut the hell up and listen up. Shadow glanced at the blondie and blinked. Who the hell are you and how do you know my name and also how in the hell did you get that scroll? It was last seen with my father when he vanished over 100 years ago, said Shadow as she looked at the child. Naruto trailed off as he looked around them, saying, because it's simple. Your father gave me the scroll and to where he is at. He whispered, he is sealed within me. Shadow's eyes widened as she stared at him. He grinned and said, you the poor bastard that is stuck with him. He asked, laughing, well, Dad, how are you enjoying your new home? And collapsed to the ground. The Kyuubi inside Naruto's head was snarling at his son. He growled, you little bastard, when he summons me, I'm going to kick your ass. Naruto simply grinned, I wouldn't be laughing Shadow. I am able to summon your father and when I do, I am sure he will have me summon you as well so he could kick your furry ass, said Naruto with a chuckle. The Shadow turned pale. Shadow's black fur briefly turned silver, which made Naruto laugh even harder. Naruto snickered and said, I see you still scared of your dad. Usagi blinked and took in the scene in front of her. Naruto, that isn't nice making fun of poor Shadow here. You know his dad is one scare-ass guy, she stated to him. Jiraiya said, I think you should pick one and sign one Usagi. She picked up the lunar wolf scroll and nodded slowly. She opened it, bit her left hand, and repeated what Naruto had done. Although she didn't use the hand signals as quickly as he did, she slammed her hand down on the ground, and a big silver wolf emerged in a puff of smoke. He blinked, glanced around, and noticed Shadow smiling and standing there. The lunar wolf asked, your father finally gave that scroll out. My name is Luno. I am the son of the Elder Mond who has sent me to meet who has become our new summoner and judge their spirit, said Luno as he looked over at Usagi. Naruto grinned as he glanced at Luno. He looked at the big silver wolf and said, would it be alright that I sign as well? Luno grinned as he turned his size to Naruto. Luno picked up the scroll and placed it in front of Naruto, saying, my father is fine with you signing as well. The wolves and fox have a long bond and have worked well with each other in the past. He also advised everyone to change the last hand sign for each of the clans when calling for them, with ram standing for the toads, dragon for the dragons, tiger for the wolf, serpent for the slugs, and half tiger and ox for the panthers. As he started to sign his other summons scrolls and the lunar wolf summons, Naruto nodded, glanced at the scrolls in front of him, and realized that Luno was saying that each one was unique. He turned to Usagi and grinned, saying, this is going to be fun and it's going to shock everyone if we ever get into a boss fight. Mama Tsunade, when do we start my med nin training? Usagi said, following suit and signing the others in front of her. Hey, do we call the others from the other summoning scrolls? Naruto asked, turning to face the others. We will begin tomorrow after your team test with Kakashi, Tsunade said, grinning at her daughter. Did he ask? Genuise, what do you think? Silver asked. Before anyone could react, Naruto used the hand signals to call forth an emerald dragon, and in a puff of green smoke, a green dragon with ruby eyes appeared. She looked at the two teenagers in front of her, slowly blinking her eyes, and said, So, you're two that all the animal summon clans have been in an uproar about. My name is Jade and from this day forward know that I am here to help you. But, the day you cross us, will be your last day on Kami's green earth. Naruto simply shuddered as Usagi stared at the dragon. Glancing at the massive dragon in front of him, Naruto said, I'm Naruto Uzumaki and it is nice to meet you Jade. As he glanced at all the scrolls in front of him, Jade said, it's nice to meet you, Naruto. Tell me how many more contracts will you be signing? Naruto grinned and said, I'll be only signing 4 contracts. I have signed with the Toads, Lunar Wolf Pack, Kyuubi no Kitsune, and your clan Jade. Good, with you having to learn so many signs I will be giving you a special gift that will aid you with my clan summons. Said Jade as her eyes glowed crimson as she took a deep breath and took Naruto's arm breathing out green flames. His arm was engulfed in flames as the others watched in horror. As the flames faded away there was an emerald dragon tattoo on his forearm. Rub blood across this tattoo and slam your right palm down onto the ground and yell summons and one of my clansmen will come to aid you in battle or training. We have spikal jutsus that we will be training you on as soon you are able to summon us without trouble and not drain your chakra from the summoning. But, Naruto remember this. Once you use us in battle you will have many come and try to steal our contract from you. So, please keep it in a safe place and if it ever comes to it call for me and I will take the contract and store it away till your children are ready to sign it. She told him as she looked at the other's summons. Jade, I swear, I'll keep it on my left arm in a special seal. No one but us will be aware of this, and you can take it if I ever feel the need. Then I'll call for you, Naruto said, grinning at the big dragon in front of him. She nodded her head in satisfaction at his response. Jiraiya and Tsunade grinned as they observed the 2 teenagers. They have grown so much since I have been back and I'm glad Naruto has Usagi and now this new girl Hinata to help make him stronger, Tsunade thought to herself as she turned to face Jiraiya. This too will much more powerful than us and maybe become Sannin before they ever make Chunin. You're not joking. I am aware that the foxes, wolves, and dragon clans, not to mention the toads, slugs, and panther clans, have a sage mode. Greatness is in the cards for these two. When Usagi fought alongside Minato and the others 15 years ago, she gave them a chance to stop the Kyuubi and save and heal everyone who had been lost that terrible night. As Usagi completed signing her final 2 summoning contracts and getting a dragon tattooed on her left forearm, Jiraiya thought, but, sadly, they still hate the boy and will do anything to stop him. His smile turned to a frown. Kid, prove these morons that you are greater than your father and become the child of destiny. Compound of the Hyuga clan. Danzo stood beside the last Uchida, and Sasuke glared at the 2 Hyuga guards in front of him and his guardian. Tell your master that Uchida Sasuke has come to finalize a marriage contract between our clan. The emo duck ass told the 2 men. The 2 guards exchanged glances, and the younger one turned away and went into the gate, leaving the 2 unwanted visitors standing there. It will be a moment, the elder guard said to the 2, and after a while, the younger one returned with a young woman. Follow me, the young woman said, Lord Heishi has a few moments to speak to you both. They followed her into the clan compound and proceeded down a small hallway that led to a large garden where Hinata and her sister were sitting under a sakura tree, sipping tea. When the new chakra entered the garden, both sisters looked up and frowned upon seeing who it was. Hanabi leaned in to whisper to her sister, is that the fool? Yes, he has been told I am going to be marrying Naruto and he throw a fit and now he has brought that bastard to speak to father, she replied in a whisper as Hinata turned to face her and nodded. As Neji and his teammates turned the corner, they saw Sasuke and Danzo approaching his uncle, who was sitting outside doing some paperwork while watching his daughters have fun. Neji turned to face his cousins and noticed Hinata's expression, knowing that this would not be good. He looked up at his sensei and said, Gai-sensei, could you do something for me? Could you please get Jiraiya-sama and Tsunade-sama as soon as possible? He asked, nodding his head as he glanced down at his pupil. Neji scowled and said, it seems the last Uchida is attempting to use Danzo to make Hinata's life hell. Gai swiftly and silently left after noticing the concern in the young Hyuga's eyes. If the boy was asking for his assistance in something he had no business doing, he knew this was crucial. Gai vanished in a whirlwind of leaves. With Usagi and Naruto, when Gai appeared before them, they had decided it was time to go back to the village after finishing and getting tattoos from the other summons. Gai exclaimed, Jiraiya-sama, Tsunade-sama. When they all turned around, the man in the green outfit said, please come to the Hyuga compound quick. Sanin turned to face one another and gave each other a head nod. What is wrong, Guy? Has one of your students been hurt training again? Asked Tsunade. He nodded. No, the last Uchida has brought Danzo to speak to Lord Hiyashi about marriage contract, and I know as of last night the youth Hinata will be marrying the equally youthful Naruto. He informed them. Tsunade's blonde hair obscured her face as she glanced down and then looked back up, her eyes full of rage. She growled out as she disappeared in a swirl of leaves, and Jiraiya, observing the situation, swiftly put a hand on each of the blonde teens' shoulders and disappeared with them in a swirl of leaves. That little bastard doesn't understand what no freaking means. Just you wait, I'll kick his ass till he understands what no means and to not try to pressure girls into marrying his ugly duck ass. They showed up beside the two sisters in the garden. Hiyashi was taken aback by this since he had assumed that word had not yet spread throughout the compound. Walking up to the two men, Tsunade demanded, "What the hell are you doing here, Danzo?" Before ducking, Danzo grinned as he glanced up at her. "I'm surprised to see you here, Tsunade Haim. To answer your question, I have came to broker the marriage between Uchida Sasuke and Hyuga Hinata," he stated to the lady. Tsunade grinned as she gazed at the two in front of her and said, "I'm afraid you are wasting your time here. Hinata's hand is already spoken for. My godson Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto is marrying the girl." She could see Sasuke's anger in his eyes and knew Danzo was planning something. Danzo grinned at Tsunade and said, "That is fine, he can always marry the second-born." When the girls and poor Hanabi heard this, Hanabi turned a shade of green that would have made the toads proud. "I will not be marrying him," Hanabi exclaimed. The younger girl looked at the older one and said, "I will not be used as a political tool. Hyuga and Uchida are mortal enemies. I would kill myself before marrying him." Hiyashi turned his head away from Danzo and said, "I'm sorry, but Hanabi has been spoken for since birth. I won't break that marriage contract for no one." He was experiencing the effects of a genjutsu that was gradually attempting to manipulate him and force him to comply with its wishes. At that moment, Jiraiya and the others show up, and Naruto and Usagi sense the low-grade genjutsu flare up their chakra, disrupting the caster's effect on the others. When the two blondes showed up, Danzo appeared furious. The bandage man said, "Ah, my dear girl Usagi, you look lovely as ever." Usagi looked at the man disgustedly and said, "You Danzo look as creepy as ever. Hasn't anyone told you that wearing bandages was so last year?" Demand Sasuke turned to face them and asked, "What are you two doing here?" Naruto approached Hinata and Hanabi and said, "I just came by to see my girlfriend and future wife and ask her and her sister if they would like to join us for dinner tonight." He glanced at the girl's father and said, "If it is all right with you, Hiyashi-san." Hiyashi looked at his daughters and nodded his head for them to leave, saying, "Yes, that is fine. Just have them both back early. Hinata has her team test in the morning and she does need rest, and Hanabi as well has training to do." After leaving the garden, Naruto, Usagi, Hinata, and Hanabi discover Neji and his group standing in the shadows. Hinata bowed to her cousin and said, "Thank you, Neji-ni-san." He bowed after glancing at the two girls. He turned to face his teammates and remarked, "That is one fate I do not wish on either of you, and I figure to send you help, for not even Danzo can go over a Sanin's head." Usagi grinned at the group and said, "Neji, why don't you and your teammates and sensei join us as well for dinner tonight?" The invention lights up both Guy's and Lee's eyes. Uncertain, Neji asked, "Are you sure you would want us to join you all?" Naruto grinned at the group and said, "Yes, please join us. Anyways, I need some help from Guy-sensei with a new taijutsu I am going to be learning. Well, 4 new styles I am going to be learning, maybe he could give me some pointers on how to pull off a few moves." He replied. Neji nodded at this, and the others grinned. Guy exclaimed joyfully, "My youthful Naruto, you know you can always come to me for any training." He asked, glancing at the blonde boy in front of him, "By the way, who is your new sensei Naruto?" Naruto rubbed his hand behind his head and grinned sheepishly, saying, "Oh, well, it's Kakashi." With tears streaming down his cheeks, Guy said, "Oh, you have my enteral rival as your sensei." Usagi sighed and turned to face the garden, where the last Uchida was becoming agitated over not getting his way. "Yeah, we are stuck on a team with Duck-ass Uchida and Banshee Haruno. For Kamisaki, he was the village's kami, and everyone had to submit to him." After departing, the group went to the house of Naruto and Usagi. While they waited for Jiraiya and Tsunade to get home, Usagi, Hinata, Tenten, and Hanabi went into the kitchen to start dinner. Lee looked at his friend and said, Naruto, why don't you ask your sensei to help you with your new taijutsu? Naruto sighed as he gave him a look. I could, but I would risk Sasuke learning the taijutsu as well, and I know the only reason we go Kakashi was he is the last person in this village to teach that moron how to use his eyes, and the council has ordered that he spend more time training Sasuke than the rest of us. So, Usagi and I will be training with Jiraiya and Tsunade when we are done with team missions and training, and whenever we are able to train with your team Lee. He said while staring sadly out the window. Lee turned to face his own sensei and remarked, that is very unyouthful for the council to demand something like that from a sensei. Guy frowned as he looked at Naruto and said, I know Lee of the Civilian Council demand the best for the last Uchiha, for they fear to lose him to another village or something. As everyone turned to face Guy, he said, but, you are more than welcome to come and train with us whenever you wish, Naruto. As well, I believe I have found a new style that will work wonders for Usagi. Usagi stood in the doorway with a tray of drinks for the guys and asked, really, Guy sensei? She handed them each a glass of homemade lemonade and said, that will be great. I need to learn all I can. I need to grow stronger and show that I am able to stand my ground and not fear that I will put others in danger just to save me. Returning to Tokyo, at the Crown Diner, the 4 outer scouts sat and gazed down at their drinks. Haruka slammed her fist on the table and declared, it has been 5 years and still we haven't been able to save anyone, and we don't even know what is going on with Yuzuko. The other 3 merely stared at her. Michiru put her hand over Haruka's and gently squeezed it, saying, I know. But, we is not able to call her back. There is no telling if she is even strong enough to help us defeat King Materia. Until then we must play it safe and keep her away. A young girl, perhaps 12 years old, watched them as they conversed. Her eyes were crystal blue, and her hair was long and platinum blonde. She had 3 bonds around her pigtails, but otherwise her hair was styled similarly to Usagi's. Glancing at the outer scouts, she grinned slyly. As she got up and moved to the table with the others, she reflected, Mama was right. They do worry about her too much. The young girl grinned as she glanced at the outer scouts. It is a pleasure to finally meet each and every one of you. She said to them. They merely gazed at her. Hotaru looked at the girl and asked, who are you? With a foxy smile on her face, she said, my name isn't really that important at this time. I am here to see how far your 4 have gotten and if you have any clues on where the inner scouts are. Haruka became furious at this point because the girl was avoiding her daughter's question by asking them about their friends and how she even knew who they were. She yelled at the girl, "Who the hell do you think you are coming here and asking those questions of us?" As new tears began to trickle down her cheeks. Michiru put a gentle hand on her lover's cheek and smiled softly, saying, "Shish. It's okay, Haruka." She narrowed her eyes at the girl and said, "I do not know who you are. But, you best tell us who you are." The tall blonde's outburst caused the other patrons of the cafe to stare at the group of girls as though they had grown a second head. However, they were unconcerned as others observed them. Since the day Sailor Moon's aunt sent her away to grow stronger and return to save the world, they have been going through hell and losing ground. They searched for hints about their friends and allies every night, but they never found anything. They occasionally encountered a monster that had been sent to amuse them. She emphasized the words while staring at the quiet woman with long green hair. "I am not sure if I should tell you who I am. My mother at this time doesn't know of me. She only knows of her other daughter." She watched as the tear slowly trickled down the tan cheeks of the woman. The other people gave the girl a crazy look. Hotaru asked, "What do you mean only knows of her other daughter?" With a gentle smile, the girl turned to face the Sailor of Death. "I am talking about Chibiusa. She isn't my sister by blood. She was given to Neo Queen Serenity to protect her from the sins of her parents. For her father was hunted and wanted for many evils he had done. But, he was a good man. One must do what is needed to live in the world he is from, and some of the things he did would make you all ill. I will not say who the girl's true mother is, for I know she is already in enough pain knowing that that bastard has her daughter and doing Kami knows what to the poor girl." She concludes by removing a chair placed herself at the table. "Then you know the truth?" Setsune asked, glancing at the adolescent with pale blonde hair. The girl grinned at the woman and nodded her head. "Don't worry, Setsune-chan. I am here to try and help you save the princess and the others. I am doing this behind my parents' back. But, I felt it was for the best. I couldn't stand by and allow them to hurt my little sister. Just be glad my other sisters didn't come to help, for we would rain down fire and brimstone on those who wished to hurt those dear to us." She continued. As Setsune examined the girl and noticed the glow of the key emanating from a choker around the girl's neck, she said, "Please tell me what your name is. I can feel one of my time and space keys on you." She continued to smile at everyone and said, "But, Auntie Setsune, what fun would that be?" However, she noticed the glances she was getting from the two women opposite Setsune. She sighed as she looked at everyone and said, "Okay, I'll tell. You are not to let anyone else know I have been here. For father will be very upset with me. He thinks I'm on a mission right now." They all stared at her, eager to learn the identity of this mystery girl. As she turned to face the others, Miyuki said, "My name is Miyuki Uzumaki Namikaze." Hotaru tilted her head to the side and said, "Who is your mother and father? For we have never heard that last name before." Miyuki gave the girl a smile. "My father is a very strong and powerful ninja who was tied to the Moon Kingdom and the Earth Kingdom and Princess Serenity's true love. Not that fool who's been running around in a tux," she stated to the others. Their facial expressions were precious. Their responses made Miyuki laugh uncontrollably. Anger, perplexity, and outright indignation were all on their faces. Their princess had been duped by that man, and they had been deceived for a very long time. Don't get me wrong, he was a prince once upon a time, but he had a brother who was much stronger and the one that Princess Serenity was to meet and marry. But, Prince Endymion was jealous of his brother. So the night of her engagement party to the other, Prince Endymion along with Queen Burly crashed the party. Endymion had lied and double-crossed Burly to pretend to be the hero, and save the girl from the evil army led by Queen Burly and his 4 generals that had flipped sides and wanted nothing more than to destroy the Moon Kingdom. Endymion told Burly after they destroy the Moon Kingdom he would marry her and make her his queen and they would rule over the moon and earth together as one. But, there was one thing standing in his way. That was his brother, the true crown prince and future crown king of earth. Miyuki looked at the others. After discovering this new little fact about the man who would have been their future king, the 4 outer scouts appeared indignant. "So, it's a good thing that Usagi has been sent to a new place?" asked Michiru. Miyuki was limited to nodding her head in response to the query. They sat silently for a while. The silence was eerie and frightening. The Dark Kingdom. Outside the holding cell containing Chibiusa, Rei stood. The adolescent girl lying on the chilly stone floor caught her attention. "Why were you required to attend?" She sighed and turned slowly away to face Jadeite, thinking, "Why couldn't you just say in the future where it was safe for you?" He questioned the girl with the raven hair, "What brings you here, Lady Rei?" Rei pushed her left hand behind her shoulder and ran it under her hair, saying, "I came to see if she was awake and what I could find out from her about the future she comes from." As she made her way down the dimly lit hallway to the other sailor scouts, she informed him, "Also I have come to see if the others are ready to join my beloved King Materia." Jadeite watched her go, his eyes narrowing. "I have to inform my lord that he is losing control of her." As he disappeared into the night, he thought, "We can't have her causing more trouble because the dark energy is gradually fading." Rei saw her 4 friends shackled to the walls of the cell as she turned the corner and peered inside. They appeared to be dozing off. However, their school uniforms were torn to pieces, revealing their underwear and the bruises on their bodies, and their bodies were covered in dry blood. With a sigh, she walked out of the shadowy prison and returned to the main area of the castle where they had been hiding. She was aware that they were no longer in Japan, but she wasn't sure where. Concurrently, in the Konoha. In order to prepare, eat, and arrive in time for their team test, Naruto and Usagi got up at 3:30 a.m. A loud beeping came from Naruto's alarm clock, which he slowly examined. When he saw the red numbers flashing at him, he scowled. Why does Sensei want to get together so early? As he heard something forcefully strike the wall, he thought to himself. With a kunai in his hand, he leapt from his bed and ran to his bedroom door. He opened the door and hurried over to Usagi's door. He heard the sound coming from that location. As he kicked the door open, he thought, "Kami, I hope she is okay." Usagi was standing there, picking up her broken alarm clock while wearing a pink sports bra and black shorts. Glancing up, she hurled the shattered clock at her assailant. Her eyes widened as her alarm clock struck Naruto in the face, causing him to fall back on his ass while clutching his face. He rubbed his face and adjusted his broken nose, asking, "What the hell, Usagi?" Usagi grabbed her tissue box and hurried over to Naruto, saying, "Oh Naruto, I am so sorry. I thought someone had broken in and was going to hurt me. So, I throw my broken clock at my would-be attacker." She held some tissues in her hands and said, "Here, let me have a look." He nodded his head slowly and put down his right hand, exposing the cut where the clock had struck his nose. He grinned sheepishly and said, "Damn Usagi, I think this hurt worse than what you hit me with that frying pan." As she carefully and slowly cleaned his face and the cut, she gave him a glare. "Hey, you asked for that one. Making fun of my cooking. I know I wasn't the world's greatest cook when you moved in, but hell, I have gotten better and you have cut back on always eating ramen and junk. Now, you can say you are eating healthier and you're not as short as you used to be," she said while smirking at him. She could see that he disliked being reminded of his shorter stature. Grinning, he took her hand in his. "Usagi-chan?" he asked, blushing. She gave him a slow nod so he could speak. He hurriedly got up and ran into the bathroom, telling her, "You look really pretty right now." For a moment, Usagi was shell-shocked. When she just woke up and looked, he told her she was attractive. She heard the shower running and screamed, "Naruto!" As she rushed to the bathroom door and started pounding. She screamed, "Damn it, Naruto, you tricked me." Naruto was laughing while taking a shower in the bathroom. He was aware that this was his only chance to enter and, for once, take a hot shower. Knowing that he would not leave her with hot water to wash her long-ass hair, he quickly showered. He would pay a heavy price. He quickly turned off the water, grabbed the orange towel that was hanging there, dried off, and wrapped it around his waist after she stopped hammering and screaming at the door. After gathering his shorts and boxers, he opened the door slowly and glanced left and then right. He turned to see Usagi approaching him wearing a large pink bathrobe and a towel for her hair. She glared at him and said, "About time. You better have left me some hot water." He grinned at her and said, "Yes, Usagi-hime. I made sure not to use it all up. I'll get dressed and make some breakfast." As she entered the restroom, he left. He made his way to his bedroom and shut the door. He went to his dresser and took out his boxers and a few rolls of silver and black bandages. He went to his closet and opened it after putting on his boxers and placing the bandages on his bed. He pulled out a silver shirt, black mesh underbody armor, and black cargo pants. After putting on the mesh armor, he put on his shirt and pants. He went back to his bed, put the silver bandages on his hands, took the gloves off his bedside table, wrapped the black bandage around his ankles and leg, put his supply pouch on his back, and put his kunai pouch on his right leg. After putting a few storage scrolls in the pockets of his cargo pants, he went back to his closet, got his black hoodie, and put it on before leaving his room and heading to the kitchen to prepare something nutritious for them to eat. When Naruto opened the refrigerator, he noticed some eggs and ham. When he noticed that there was no bacon, he frowned. However, he thought, "Oh well, ham should work." He also took out some orange juice and milk. He started by chopping up some ham, then some tomatoes and bell peppers, then he mixed some milk into the eggs, and finally he made a quick breakfast. After taking a shower, Usagi wrapped her towel around her hair, put on her robe, and gathered her belongings. Smelling the food Naruto was preparing, she slowly opened the bathroom door. She felt a growl in her stomach. She was not going to skip breakfast under any circumstances, knowing that the duck-ass emo and pink banshee will listen to sensei. Those idiots, she thought to herself as she entered her bedroom and shut the door. Usagi went to her dresser and took out her underwear and sports bra. She had to jump and move a lot as a ninja, so wearing a sports bra was just more convenient. She also picked up hot pink and black wraps, went to her bed, laid them on her bed, and put on her underwear and sports bra. Gazing at her closet, she let out a sigh. What should I wear? As she approached her closet, opened the double door, and entered, she thought to herself. She glanced around before grabbing her black mesh armor leggings, black 3/4 sleeve mesh armor shirt, black battle skirt, black knee-high shinobi sandal boots with a small heel, and a black short sleeve shirt with a pink crescent moon on the back. Additionally, there was a tiny pink crescent moon on the boot. Imagine them as her Sailor Moon boots, only black with a pink accent. She wore them back to her bed, sat down, put on her leggings, wrapped her left thigh and ankles, and put on her kunai pouch. While she remained seated, she put on her boot sandals, stood up, slipped on her battle skirt, and then put on her shirt and mesh top. Unwrapping her hair, she pulled out a brush and started brushing it. She sighed as she turned to face the mirror. Her bun pigtails were missed. I don't think my aunt would mind if I just did the pigtails without buns because it has been 15 years since I had my Singer hairstyle. She smiled slightly as she brushed her hair out, put it in twin pigtails, and braided each one. After taking one final glance at herself in the mirror, she went to get her weapon pouch, silver hoodie, and black leather jacket with the crescent moon before leaving her room. Naruto had just finished preparing their breakfast when she entered the kitchen. Naruto gave her one of his dazzling smiles and said, "Hey Usagi-chan, we better eat quick because it's already 4:20 and we have to meet Sensei and the others at 5. As he set her plate in front of her, she moved to the table and sat down, pouring herself some milk. Usagi returned his smile and said, "Thanks Naruto-kun, it smells really good." As he poured himself a glass of milk and sat down to eat his breakfast, he told her, "Thanks. I try." After a quick meal, they went straight to Training Ground 7 with their house keys and any other items they might need. Sakura and Sasuke both appeared simultaneously as they arrived. They both appeared exhausted and hungry. Naruto and Usagi said together, "Morning you two." Sakura and the final Uchida simply glared at the two blondes in front of them. Sakura sat down by a tree and asked, "How can you two be so happy this early in the morning?" Naruto and Usagi exchanged glances and grinned. Naruto smiled at the Pinkett and said, "Easy, we had a huge dinner and had a good night's rest and a nice breakfast." Sakura's mouth dropped open. She informed the two blondes, "You two know we were told not to eat this morning." "Yeah, we know, but we also know that Kakashi-sensei is always late and by the time he shows up we'll be ready for lunch. But the most important thing is we will have the energy we need to fight him. For this is a team effort and there isn't an I in team," stressed Usagi as she looked at the Pinkett and Emo. Sasuke just turned his head and scoffed at what the blonde girl was telling them. "I don't need these losers. They are just holding me back from getting the power I need to kill my brother," he thought to himself as he sat down next to a different tree away from Sakura. Sakura looked over at her crush and sighed. She wanted to do whatever her Sasuke-kun wanted her to do. But, so far he has just ignored her and only has shown any interest in Usagi and Hinata. At that thought Sakura turned and glared at Usagi. What's so damn special about her? She just popped up out of the blue just a few months ago and claimed that the two Sannin were her parents and somehow Naruto and her been living together since then. She thought to herself. This thought made her wonder where did Usagi come from and why did she come out of hiding now? Why didn't she go to the academy with them? "Usagi," began Sakura as she stood up and walked over to the two blondes. Usagi looked over at the Pinkett wondering what she was up to. "Yeah Sakura, why didn't you go to the academy with us early on?" Usagi asked, trying to smile at the girl. "I was traveling with my parents and at one point I had a private teacher," she asked the Moon Princess, shocking Usagi because she didn't think anyone would ever ask her that. "Many of my parents' adversaries would have loved to harm me in order to exact revenge." In an attempt to convince the other two to believe her small deception, Usagi said, "I had to spend a lot of my childhood in hiding and then I was able to travel with them when they thought I was strong enough." As he turned to face her, Sasuke said, "That just proves how weak you are. Your parents found you to be weak and worthless." Naruto turned to face Sasuke. The blonde boy was enraged by Sasuke's remarks. "Usagi isn't weak." Sakura stared at the two of them, shocked by Sasuke's icy words. "If he thinks that Usagi is weak, when does he think about me?" she asked herself. "She is stronger than your worthless ass," growled Naruto. "I'm not weak, Sasuke. I simply didn't have a large clan surrounding me like you did in your early years, and after they passed away, Danzo and the civil council kissed your emo duck ass and never left you alone. Shizune, my adopted sister, my mother, and my brother were all that I had. There are just 3 people keeping an eye on me. Someone could take me in a split second while they assault my parents. They therefore protected me and did what was right for me." As she growled at the emo, Usagi said, "So, shut the hell up before I show you how weak you are." Her chakra was visible in the silver aura that surrounded her. "I know you're a damn spoiled brat with your ass kissed," Sasuke growled, glaring at the blonde girl. "What the hell do you know about my life, you worthless whore? Additionally, I am confident that we will pass this teamwork test, even if we fail it because the council is making Sensei kiss your ass and only pay attention to you, leaving the 3 of us on our own." Seeing the shocked look on Sakura's face, Usagi said, "I feel bad for her because she really doesn't have any ninja skills and book smarts will only take you so far." "What do you mean?" Sakura whispered. "Sensei wouldn't abandon us for Sasuke-kun alone." Naruto looked at his teammate with pink hair and said, "Oh, He would for your mother on the Civilian Council was one of them that ordered that the last Uchida get special training and the others on his team meant nothing to her as long as he got what he wanted. I was listening in the side room while the Civilian Council was also getting upset about my new appearance and where I had moved. He concluded by telling everyone, they didn't like that I was no longer wearing Kill Me Orange and that I looked more like a real ninja and not a target they wanted me to be. It simply demonstrates that I am superior to the three of you combined and that I am the elite. Sasuke grinned as he looked at Usagi and said, just wait, Usagi. I'll have you as my first wife. It won't be long before Dope here dies on a mission and you'll have no choice but to choose me. Continue to hope that duck ass. If I have to be with a Uchida, I will go find your brother and marry him, Usagi said, grinning at the now angry Avenger. She knew that by bringing up the one man who had killed his entire clan in a single night and abandoned him to face this harsh, cold world, she had touched a nerve with him. That was brutal what you told him just now. Naruto grinned at Usagi and said, it had to be said. I don't like him and I want him to get it through his head. I won't be bending to him and I won't be kissing his ass. Wanting to stop fighting, Usagi and Naruto left the two and went to the small river next to their training ground, where they sat down. Usagi sighed and grinned at Naruto, who tilted his head to the side and looked at her with a question in his eyes. It's funny though, she said with a tiny smile on her pink lips. It's like no matter where I am at, no matter the timeline. An asshole is constantly attempting to coerce me into doing what they want. My ex-boyfriend tried to coerce me into giving him my power and crystal before I came here. He was employed by Queen Beryl at the time of his death. Then there was Prince Demand, who attempted to manipulate me into falling in love with him and granting him authority over both my Silver Crystal and Crystal Tokyo. His advisor Wiseman even went so far as to abduct my future daughter and transform her into Black Lady. Seeing her evil and wanting to kill me was heartbreaking. However, I managed to save her in the end. Then there was my aunt, who was also influenced by Chuaz and desired my crystal. However, I was able to heal her along with the other girls. She returned to her sleep. After that, there were a few more, but my friends and I managed to defeat them in the end. Usagi couldn't finish her sentence because tears were streaming down her face, but Naruto saw it and gathered her in an embrace, saying, this is the most Usagi-chan has ever told me about her past life. It's okay, Usagi-chan. I will do everything in my power to help you save your friends and kick Materia's ass. I promise never to let him harm you again. Only if he was aware of what was happening in the Dark Kingdom at that precise moment and that more trouble was on the horizon for them both. When Sakura noticed that Usagi appeared distressed, she slowly got up and approached the two blondes, wondering what was happening and why the girl was crying. I know you will help me save them, Naruto. I'm just very worried. I have no idea what is going on and I miss them dearly. I just hope the others are still safe. I hate this not knowing and forcing the others to save my friends and comrades. Usagi replied. From behind her, Sakura asked, are you okay, Usagi? Usagi became rigid as a result. Did Sakura overhear what she was saying to Naruto? She wiped away her tears and grinned at the Pinkett, saying, yeah, I'm fine. I just miss my old friends. Oh, I'm sorry that you miss them. Are they also ninjas? Asked Sakura. Usagi pondered for a moment before responding to the query. With a sorrowful smile on her face, she said, no, they're not ninjas, just warriors. That fight for love and justice. She was clearly engrossed in a joyful recollection. Usagi looked at the Pinkett and asked, Sakura, why did you become a ninja? Sakura's face had a somewhat startled look. She was surprised that someone would ask her that. Perhaps she would have told everyone that she wanted to be the first ninja in her family and demonstrate the strength of a civilian-born ninja if they had asked her when she was 6 years old. Well, I wanted to be the first ninja in my family. Why do you ask, Usagi? Replied Sakura. Usagi tilted her head to the side and gazed into Sakura's emerald green eyes, asking, if that is true. Then why have you given up on that dream and became a fangirl to someone so worthless like the Uchida? Well, my mother told me that I would be seen strong if I was able to marry Sasuke-kun. She has spent the last couple of years on grooming into the right girl for him and having me study all the time. The blonde girl replied. Usagi simply grinned and nodded her head thoughtfully. It appears your mother has no faith in you becoming a ninja and just wants you to be a breeder for that fool there. If she truly wanted you to be strong, she would have found a retired jonin to train you and make you stronger. To be worth more to yourself and to others. If you still hold that dream to become a true ninja, then give up on being a fangirl and grow stronger and prove to that fool you are stronger than him and prove to your mother you're not a damn breeder. You are a ninja and worth more than what they believe you are," said Usagi as the Pinkett gave her a shocked expression. That was not how she had ever considered it. If her mother truly wanted her to be more powerful and attract the attention of the Uchida, instead of relying solely on her book smarts and what little she had learned in the academy, she would have followed Usagi's advice. She could only go so far with that. What would she do if they were on a mission outside the village and encountered bandits or an enemy ninja? Would she be saved by her Sasuke? Or would he save his own ass by using her? Sakura thought, Usagi does have a point, as she turned to face the brooding emo who was staring off into the forest, not even trying to get to know his other teammates or the three. He only wanted Usagi because he thought she was strong and a good breeder, and he considered them to be worthless. Sakura was somehow made aware of what was going on around her by this straightforward question. Perhaps even having the blonde beat her ass the day before would have been beneficial. Who was to say? As the three sat there discussing and formulating a strategy to defeat their new sensei, time passed. Sakura even made an attempt to persuade Sasuke to accompany them. She said to him, "Sasuke-kun, why don't you join us?" Sasuke simply turned his head and gave her a disgusted look before responding. "Why would I want to work with a worthless person like you or that dope? Usagi will be carrying you two in battle," he stated to the Pinkett. Kakashi was watching and listening to his future team in the shadows. "I am completely screwed. Why did I have to experience this? Oh no, Obito and Itachi. Why was I the only one left with the knowledge of how to use this fucking eye?" As anime tears trickled down his cheeks, he asked himself in his mind. He sighed one last time and emerged in front of his genin. "Alright, my cute little genin who is ready to get this test out of the way." They responded. Sakura yelled and deadpanned, "You're late, Kakashi-sensei." Kakashi grinned at her and said, "I apologize for getting lost on the road of life. A black cat also crossed my path, so I had to take the long way around before I could reach here." Usagi smiled at him imperceptibly and said, "Perhaps if you put down that little orange book and took being our sensei more seriously, we wouldn't waste so much time waiting on you." As she grinned at them, a drop of sweat formed behind each person's head. Somewhere unidentified, Nihilania turned to face her sister and remarked, "Serenity, it appears that Usagi has gotten a lot stronger and she has found her true soulmate." Nihilania was sitting in front of her sister and herself with a chakra crystal ball. During Usagi's stay in the elemental nations, they had been keeping an eye on her. She has also seemed to have grown a backbone and no longer taking crap from people. With a sigh, Serenity turned to face her sister. "Yes, it does appear my daughter has grown stronger and I was very worried about her after the QB attacked. But, she has proven to me that she is grown and no matter what she is a warrior and not just a princess to be hidden away while others fight to keep her safe. She will fight alongside them all," she said as she observed her child. As she floated in front of the crystal ball, the former queen thought, "I am so sorry for forsaking you with this future and I am also sorry for not saving your friends. It appears King Materia is almost close to finding way to where we have hidden her away. Maybe we should send the others to her. Pluto would make it much more easier to send them there with her space and time keys she has." Nihilania said as she gazed up at her sister. Serenity looked her sister in the eye and said, "Maybe, but it isn't time just yet. I will need all my strength to awaken their chakra and as well you will need to aid me this time around." As they returned to observing Usagi and the others, they both nodded to one another. The Dark Kingdom. As the guards and evil spirits wandered the corridors, a number of screams could be heard. The cries of agony filling their ears never disturbed anyone. A black wooden door at the very end of the hall glowed a faint, sickly purple. There were 6 tables beyond that door, 5 of which were in use. A girl with raven black hair sat at the first table. Sorrow and pain tears poured down her cheeks. How could he see through my disguise? As she started to gradually deteriorate, her only thoughts were to obey her master's every command and submit to his wishes. She is going to be his next lover. He is currently unable to receive his prize because the others have shown themselves unworthy of him. A girl with golden hair sat at the next table. "Please help us," she exclaimed. Her pleas, however, went unanswered. King Materia grinned as he stood in the shadows. Good, good, things are going as planned. I will have them soon as my slaves. As well as my future daughter was my servant, a princess I shall groom to follow in my footsteps as well as my next body. For this one will only last so long without that damn princess to grant it eternal youth. He said to himself with a smirk on his mouth. Training Round 7. As Sakura delivers an uppercut punch and Naruto emerges from his side with an roundhouse kick, Usagi leaps into the air and delivers an axe kick to Kakashi's head. Knowing that they couldn't defeat their sensei by themselves at that time, the three genin joined forces to defeat him. Sasuke watched and scowled at Naruto from the edge of the trees. What makes that dope so potent? He asked himself as he watched the other three being knocked back by Kakashi's water attack, and then he launched an attack while holding a kunai. When he approached, Kakashi whirled around, grabbed his wrist, and threw him at the others. He grinned at each of them and said, "Three of you have the right idea of working together. But, Sasuke, you should take a hint from the others and join them." Usagi got to her feet and smiled at Kakashi. As he glanced at her, she said, "I'm sorry, sensei. But, we three have finished the test." There were 2 bells on the string that was attached to his belt. His eyes widened even more as he reached down. He looked at his students and said, How did you get them?" Naruto grinned. "While Tame was attacking you, I got close with a summons and we took the bells," he informed his sensei. Kakashi was staring at Naruto with a wide-open mouth. Looking at the black fox beside Naruto, he remarked, "But but how? I didn't know you had the Toad summons contract." Naruto grinned. As the fox grinned, he said, "That is only one of my summons. Thanks for the help, Mystic." Mystic looked around and noticed Usagi grinning at him. "No problems, Naruto. Mind if I hang out for a while?" he asked. Naruto looked at Kakashi and said, "Sure, you can hang out." Claimed that Jonin was staring at the 2-tailed fox in disbelief. "You have the Kitsune summoning scroll?" he inquired. Usagi said, "Yeah, we have it." "What about it, Kakashi-sensei?" After glancing at Sakura, who was staring at Mystic with fear in her eyes, she turned to face Sasuke, who was staring at her and Naruto with jealousy and rage. Sasuke approached the Mystic and said, "Why do you 2 losers get summonings? I should be with that summons, not you 2. Suddenly, a black blur appeared, and Mystic had Sasuke's neck in his jaws while he was pinned to a tree. With a growl, Mystic said to the terrified boy, "I don't think so. You are not deserving of my calling clan." He turned back to Naruto and Usagi after spitting Sasuke out of his mouth. He smiled at the others and remarked, "I am only to be summoned by their clan. No other clan in the elemental nations have any rights to call us." Sasuke swiftly scampered away from the Mystic and the tree he was pinned to as soon as he was freed from his jaws. He grinned and turned to face his 3 teammates, thinking, "I must get my hands on that summons." Kakashi simply grinned at everyone. "Well, in a way you 4 did do teamwork. So, you pass. We will train every day at 7 a.m. and by 11 or 12 we will go on missions. After mission you are free to do as you wish. If you wish for more training or help in some areas I am unable to help you in, I will find someone to help you," he stated to his 4 pupils. Usagi looked at Kakashi and said, "Naruto and I are learning medical jutsu along with Hinata from Tsunade Mama." As his one eye widened in surprise and his mind raced a mile a minute trying to figure out why she was calling Minato her brother, she said to the one-eyed Jonin, "Also Jiraiya Papa will be training Naruto on the side when he is in the village. I do hope you will train us all equal, Kakashi-sensei. For what would Minato ni-san say if you didn't?" As she sat down beneath the tree she was standing beneath, Usagi suggested, "Well, Kakashi-sensei, what are we going to do now? We finished the test before noon and we could train or do a mission." Like a silver fish, Kakashi just stood there staring. The system overload had caused his eyes to go glassy. I vaguely recall Minato-sensei discussing his encounter with Jiraiya-sama's daughter. However, Kakashi's eyes widened as he gazed at Usagi on the day he was supposed to meet her. He asked, keeping his gaze fixed on Usagi, "Are you her?" Sakura, Naruto, and even Sasuke were observing the 2 conversing with one another. What's happening? Sakura's inner Sakura was also lost in the confusion. Usagi turned back to Kakashi and simply grinned at him. She turned away from him and approached Naruto, saying, "I could be. But, who's really knows?" She put her chin on his shoulder and put her arms around his neck from behind. She nuzzled Naruto's neck, making him blush profusely, and said, "There are only 4 people living that could tell you. I am not saying anything anytime soon and neither are my parents." Usagi? Naruto asked, his cheeks flushed as he struggled to stay conscious due to Usagi's proximity to him. She whispered in his ear while grinning subtly, "Yes, Naruto-kun. she asked in a playful tone. Naruto was completely unconscious after that. The poor boy collapsed to the ground, his eyes appearing to have turned into spirals, as her warm breath on his earlobe was too much for him. Steam could have been seen rising from his body if you had pulled back his collar. Because of Usagi, poor Naruto had pulled an Hinata. Usagi blushed slightly and smiled slightly as she glanced down at her boyfriend. Whoa, did I do that to him? She reflected to herself. Gazing at the downtrodden blonde, Sakura asked, what happened to him? A voice behind the picket said, a woman happened to him. When they all turned around, Jiraiya was standing there grinning. Usagi merely glared at him while he laughed, saying, well my dear. You have broken the poor boy. Here I thought you would break him on your wedding night. As the others observed their interactions, she told her father, Papa just help me wake him up so we can get to work. With a lecherous smile, Jiraiya said, but, Usagi-chan. Wouldn't it be more fun to wake him in your bed with him only dressed in his boxers? Their two other teammates failed to notice the smile. However, Kakashi simply let out a perverted giggle, which caused Jiraiya and Usagi to turn to face the Cyclops. Usagi merely gave him a glare. As he observed with amusement, Kakashi remarked, Jiraiya-sama, it seems you're trying to set up their love life, a scene from your second book. As she gently dragged Naruto to the nearby tree, Usagi remarked, you better not be. Usagi looked at her adoptive father with a knowing smile on her lips and threatened, if you try anything like that I will tell Mama that I caught you at the hot springs again. Knowing full well that Tsunade would send him back to the hospital, Jiraiya paled at this. He needed to be out in the field more than lying on his back recovering at this point. He coughed into his hand in an attempt to stop thinking about an angry wife. No, I would never dream of doing that to my own daughter. Let alone my only godson. Naruto gradually started to return to the world of the living after 10 or so minutes. He opened his eyes slowly. He blinked several times while scanning his surroundings. He rubbed his head and groaned softly. What happened to me? He asked, surveying the room and noticing Usagi sitting beside him, her head resting on his shoulder. A slight flush came over his cheeks as she said, welcome back, Sleeping Beauty. She slowly sat back up and started to stand, saying, sorry about that, I didn't mean to make you faint like that. Kakashi grinned as he raised his head from his book. With Sakura and Sasuke pursuing him, he turned and started to leave, saying, about time. Let's go and get our first mission as Team 7. Usagi extended her hand to Naruto. As Usagi discussed their love life, she made a finger quote and said, come on, let's go before they start talking about our so-called love life. As she pulled him up, he grabbed her hand and they both ran after their team. Office of Hokage Tower Missions. A few other teams were waiting in life when Team 7 entered the missions office. Usagi caught a glimpse of two of her friends standing there with their sensei, listening to him ramble about something unrelated, out of the corner of her eye. As Usagi left her team to approach Team Guy, formerly known as Team 9, she exclaimed, Ten-chan. Lee. They all turned to face the voice behind them, which sounded familiar. Usagi-chan. Lee exclaimed, beaming broadly. When Lee noticed Naruto approaching from behind Usagi, he remarked, it is good to see you, my youthful friends. Naruto, my eternal rival, exclaimed Lee. When Naruto saw his friends approaching Usagi and him, he laughed. Naruto said, Lee, I see you like the black spandex better. Lee laughed and put a hand behind his head. Lee turned to his other teammate and said, why yes I do. It suits me better and makes it harder for Neji to track me in the dark. Neji, how are you? Still with the fate stick up your butt? Asked Usagi. Everyone was taken aback. Actually, no one has heard her speak in that manner. She was different from the previous princess of the Moon Kingdom, though. Neji nodded to the girl and said, Usagi-san, it is good to see you again. I still believe fate does rule me. I do understand your point of view on it. Naruto grinned. As they noticed that Guy had sewn them, he remarked, good, I don't want to see her beat your butt again, and that crazy move she pulled even left Guy-sensei in shock. Guy exclaimed, ah, Usagi-chan, Naruto, as he approached the teenagers. After the other members of Team 7 approached their other two teammates, he said, it is good to see you too. So, are you going to join us tonight for a youthful training? Kakashi's brow went up. As he put his small pink book away, Kakashi asked, so, Guy, you know two of my students. Guy grinned broadly at this. Why, my youthful eternal rival? I do know them. They have been training with me and my team for a while now. Granted, Naruto has been studying with me for what, 4 years now? And Usagi has been learning from me for a year now, Guy said with a grin on his face. Kakashi also saw that Guy's Jonin vest and spandex jumpsuit had turned completely black. He asked abruptly, "So, what happened to your cloths?" Usagi smirked. She grinned as she looked at her sensei and said, "They lost a bet to me, and the terms of the bet were that the green had to go and they had to change it to black, and their orange legworms are to be a gray or silver." Kakashi looked at his opponent and began to perspire. He turned to face the queue to the mission desk and said, "Well, then I best not be making any bets with you anytime soon." With Sakura and Sasuke at his sides, he walked over to the desk and said, "Well, Team 7, it's our turn." Naruto groaned. He looked at his friends and said, "Man, this totally sucks." He informed the other members, "We're stuck on a team with a useless emo and somewhat useless fangirl." In response, Lee arched a bushy eyebrow. "Is the girl with the gorgeous pink hair a fangirl? Who is she fanning over, though?" he asked, wanting to know what he could do to win her heart towards him. Usagi saw that look in Lee's eyes and got a wicked smirk across her lips. "She is fangirling over Sasuke Tem," she said as she saw that quick flash in Lee's eyes. "This is rich. He really thinks Sakura is cute," thought Usagi as she turned to look at her team. Naruto saw she was up to something and knew this wasn't going to send well for Sasuke and just smirked. "Come, let's go." Usagi turned back to Team Guy and grinned, saying, "We will see you this evening for some training, Guy-sensei." She bowed, turned, and departed to join her team on whatever mission they might have to complete. "Before Emo or Banish begin their whining," he said as he turned and walked over to their teams. "House of Sakino, so, this is where my grandparents live?" Miyuki asked, tilting her head as she stood next to the 4 outer scouts in front of the Sakino house, gazing at the light blue front door. "Yes, this is where your mother grew up," she said to the others. "In any case, that's where she lived for her first 15 years, Hotaru remarked. "Luna might have a small heart attack," Miyuki thought as she turned to face the others and grinned, thinking there was no better time than now to go and meet her grandparents, who had already met Chibi Usagi, and that girl was simply her adopted sister. She asked as she linked arms with Hotaru and dragged the poor girl along with her to the front door. Miyuki knocked on the door, not wanting to use the doorbell. After a few minutes she heard a woman's voice. "Coming." The voice behind the door said, "Just a minute." A woman's voice called out from behind the light blue door, "Coming." "Just 1 minute please." Miyuki smiled as she glanced at the other 3 outer scouts who had fallen behind her and Hotaru. The front door opened, and an older woman with dark brown eyes and long wavy blue hair appeared. She smiled at the 4 outer scouts and a young teenage girl with long platinum blonde hair in 3 buns around her bunches. The girl's crystal blue eyes caught the woman's attention, and she had the same Z. Mrs. Sakino whispered, "Usagi. Konoha." As she held Tora in her arms, Usagi glared at Sakura and Sasuke, saying, "Sasuke Tem, I can't believe you." She growled at him as Naruto was strolling beside Usagi and playing with Tora with a small cat tail he had discovered next to the lake. Tora was staring at the fish swimming around and occasionally batting her paw at it. "How dare you want to set this poor kitty on fire?" she said. "Tora isn't all that horrible." As Tora's paw batted at her tiny cat tail, Naruto said, "She is just looking for some freedom from her home and hunt and be a cat." Sasuke simply snarled and gave Tora the stink eye, saying only, "Stupid cat." Sakura sobbed as she attempted to tend to Sasuke's face, but he kept pushing her away each time she got close enough to see the scratch marks on his face. Sasuke-kun was just protecting himself from that beast that attacked his handsome face. "All right, everyone, Team 7 had a successful first mission." Kakashi grinned at his adorable little genin and said, "Now let's go back to the mission office and tell Lord Hokage that the mission was successful." While traveling to the Hokage Tower, Team 7 noticed that Teams 8 and 10 were also making their way there with their senseis. Hinata-chan. Hinata turned around to see Naruto and Usagi heading her way with 3 other people in tow and a cat in Usagi's arms, and she called Usagi after noticing her friend talking to Kiba and Shino with her back to her. Usagi-chan. The shy girl, who had been trying so hard to stop skulking around Naruto, said, "It's good to see you and Naruto-kun." Sasuke gazed at Hinata and her teammates with disdain. "What are you doing, loser?" "Not much dog breath," Kiba asked, approaching Naruto and giving him a high five. Naruto smiled and pointed to Tora, saying, "We just finished our first mission." Hiba raised an eyebrow and glanced down at the cat in Usagi's arms, asking, "You're telling me that cat was your first mission as a team?" He asked, staring at them in disbelief. "Yes, our first mission was Tora. I suppose she enjoys escaping the Fire Lord's wife constantly." Asuma and Kurenai had gone to speak with Kakashi for a moment because they were surprised to see that he had passed his team and already had them on their first mission. All they had planned was to show their teams the mission office and have them meet for their training and first mission in the morning. "So, I know you guys will be going after her sooner or later," Naruto said, turning to see Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino approaching them. "Difficult." Shikamaru yawned loudly and said, "With you guys already taking your first mission right out of the gates, our senseis are going to push us to take one as well. I thought I was going to have the rest of the day to lay in the shade and watch clouds. Unfortunately, lazy bones, now we must take one." Ino looked at Sasuke with tiny hearts in her eyes and said, "I have to show Sasuke-kun that I am a real ninja and show up billboard brow." Was I that pathetic? Usagi thought to herself as she turned back to her friends after glancing over her shoulder at Ino. I would worry more about training and becoming a ninja and not a useless pathetic fangirl. Usagi turned back to face Ino. Glaring at the other blonde, Ino asked, "What do you even know about being a ninja? You're just a freak who appeared out of nowhere a year ago and claimed to be your parents' two legendary Sannin," growled Ino. Everyone turned to watch the two blonde girls as they glared at one another after Usagi gave Tora to Naruto and approached Ino. "Who are you to question me? Because your father protects you from all the actual horrors of being a shinobi, you are nothing more than a pampered little princess who has never experienced the real world. You are aware that you will be forced to kill once you leave this village with a C-rank mission. Or do you believe that Tem will ride up on his large white horse, which he has already pushed up his ass? Ino, get a clue. No, one will arrive on a life or death mission to save you. You are the only one who can save your ass. Yes, both your sensei and Shikamaru and Choji will do everything within their power to keep you safe. However, please get your mind out of the clouds and grow up. That applies to you as well, Sakura. If you think someone will always be there to save you, all you two will do is get your team killed," she remarked, turning to face her own teammate. Sakura ran at Usagi with her hand balled in a sloppy fist, and everyone was watching the girls, looking at the two blondes and the pinkett. "How dare you talk to use that way?" Ino had balled her fist and appeared ready to strike. "Why do you have that right?" Sakura scowled. Asuma lit his cigarette, took a puff, and released a tiny cloud of smoke as he said, "Well Kakashi, it looks like you're going to have your hands full with Usagi pissing off all the fangirls." The three senseis turned to watch the three girls. Kurenai smirked as he turned to face the girls, saying, "It's good that she's setting their asses on fire. I admit that I was concerned about dealing with a Hinata fangirl. However, the girl has surprised me by demonstrating that she is a true kunoichi and by learning from Tsunade how to become a field medic nin. I'm genuinely proud of the girl." The other genin heard this and turned to face their timid teammate with midnight blue hair. Hinata simply smiled subtly and flushed. Above a whisper, she said, yes I am learning from Lady Tsunade." As Ino followed up with a leg sweep, Usagi ducked under Sakura's blow. Usagi rolled onto her side, leapt to her feet, and gave both girls a house kick. They both flew back, colliding with a small shop's wall. As Usagi approached the two girls, her steel-like blue eyes hardened. "You two are worthless kunoichis. Why don't you go home tonight and ask your father about the true horrors it is to be a ninja Ino, and while you're at it, take Sakura with you. You both need a damn wake-up call. We are not playing ninja anymore, girls. We are now beckoning the real deal, and if you two can even beat me, then who the hell can you beat? Because I know 8-year-olds that are stronger than you two. You should truly be ashamed of yourselves," she told them as she walked back to her friends. Everyone's mouths were hanging open. This girl's revelation to her fellow kunoichi shocked even the sensei's seasoned shinobi. Asuma walked over to the down Ino, who was crying as she looked up at her sensei, and said, "Well said, Usagi-san. What she has told you two is true. It isn't all fun and games out in the field. When you are out of this village on a mission, it is life and death out there. For you never know who all you will be facing. It could be a simple bandit to another ninja trying to stop you from completing your mission to facing off with a missing nin. So, girls, if this isn't the life you wanted and still want to live in that fantasy world, I do not believe that it would be good for your two to keep being kunoichi." The 9 genin all had sober expressions on their faces. They were all awakened by what Usagi and one of the sensei had said. Perhaps not, Sasuke. I'll have that bitch. He turned to face Usagi, who had her arms encircling Naruto's neck once more, causing the blonde to blush profusely. Those others are worthless to me and will not give me strong breeding stock for rebuilding my clan, he thought. He simply gave him a glare. I'll have to make him disappear first. Naruto felt a shiver go down his spine at that moment. Kid, watch out for that Uchiha. Kurama said, he won't do anything good. I'm starting to feel that way too, Kurama, Naruto thought to the fox demon. Usagi simply glared back at the last of the Uchiha after realizing how she was being observed. Before being interrupted, Ino said, but, Asuma-sensei, that can't be true. She has to be lying about everything. Kurenai approached her team and remarked, what she has said is the ugly truth, girls. It will take time before I allway my team on their first C-rank mission. But, I will work you guys to the ground and I'm glad that we have a field medic nin in training and Kakashi has the right idea with that as well. Maybe Asuma you could have Ino train as well with Lady Tsunade. She suggests this to her secret boyfriend. Tora started fighting Naruto and attempting to escape his grasp as the Fire Lord's wife approached the three teams from behind. The woman yelled, "Ooh hhhh, you found my kitty Tora-chan." As she hurried to the young ninja and freed Tora from Naruto's grasp. The third Hokage was behind the fluffy woman. The expressions on the faces of all the young ninjas were making him laugh. She grinned and turned to face Usagi and Naruto as she said, thank you so much for returning her to me. I really did miss her. I don't know why she keeps running away from me. Lady Fire Lord, I think I know why she keeps running away from you, Usagi said, biting her thumb and making a number of hand gestures as she slammed her hand on the ground. A big black panther emerged from the black mist in front of everyone's eyes. As the panther with the crystal blue eyes, Usagi-chan, is there something you need? As Usagi removed Tora from the Fire Lord's wife, she said, yes, Nico. I need your help with Tora here with telling her owner why she runs away from her on a daily basis. Sure thing. Tora, why do you keep running away from your owner? Asked Nico. After a few purrs, growls, and meows, Nico nodded her head, understanding why this small gray tabby cat fled from her owner whenever she had the chance. Tora-chan here says that her owner squeezes her to death and plays dress up with her and basically treats her like a living doll, and she isn't a plaything but a living breathing animal and wants to be treated right. She just wants to be held gently and pet softly and treated her right, said Nico as she examined the elaborately attired woman in fluffy clothes. She was shocked and in awe of the lunar panther. She had never considered her affection for her small cat to be a negative trait. The more she hugged her, the more she believed she was showing Tora how much she loved her. Is that true, Tora-chan? Am I truly hurting you with my love? She inquired. Tora meowed as she turned to face Nico. Nico sighed and turned to face Usagi. She says yes, but, she does love you and wants to be with you. All she asked just to cut back on all the love you give her. The woman gave a nod. I promise Tora that I will not squeeze you to death no more and I will stop playing dress up with you. I will do that with my grandchildren. The wife of the Fire Lord. When Tora was just held gently, she leapt back into her arms and started purring. Usagi grinned and said, I'm sorry Nico, I needed help. I am glad you helped us out as well. Mystic materialized in front of the group out of the shadows. Mystic turned to face Hinata and said, Naruto, Usagi. Are you two almost done with your mission? Tsunade-sama has requested you two as well as Hinata. Naruto looked at Usagi and Hinata and whimpered, I guess it's time to go and train. I swear Ba-chan is a slave driver. Hinata glanced at Naruto and then back at her sensei, giggling behind her hand. Is it alright that I leave to go to my other training with Tsunade-sama? She inquired to Kurenai. Kurenai looked at her student, who was like a little sister, and blinked multiple times. Kurenai looked at her other two pupils and said, sure Hinata. Please let me know what all you learn from Tsunade-sama so I know how to work into your training with your teammates. I guess this is all for today. Also I know your clans are waiting you to do your afternoon-evening training. She stated to the other two. Usagi and Naruto turned to face Kakashi, who simply nods as the three turned to leave after hearing two voices behind them. Wait! Exclaimed Sakura and Ino. They paused, pivoted, and glanced at the two fangirls. Naruto said, what do you two want? We got things to do. With Sakura at her heels, Ino approached him and peered down. Looking at the ground, Ino stated, we want to get stronger and become kunoichi and not dead weight to our teammates. After glancing at the three sensei, Naruto turned to face his two girlfriends, and all five nodded. As he resumed walking, he said, "Yeah, sure, that's fine." After exchanging glances, the two girls chased after the fox and the three. The wife of the Fire Lord merely observed their departure. As she brought her now happy cat home, she thought, that boy and girl will change this world for the better. The others watched as Nico disappeared into a black cloud of smoke. The small group of teens showed up in front of Naruto and Usagi's house at some point. As she entered, Usagi yelled inside and unlocked the door. "We're home and we have 2 more students for you, mama." With a cunning smile on her face, Tsunade rounded the corner. She glanced at the 2 sickly thin girls and remarked, "Good, I have 2 more victims." Tsunade exclaimed, "What the hell is this? What the hell is wrong with these 2 girls? They look like they are starving themselves." As she examined the 2, Sakura moved forward and raised her voice. "The stupid Pinkett said, we are on diets. We need to stay skinny so Sasuke will like us and chose one of us as his wife." Before anyone knew it, Tsunade had thrown the girl out the door she had just entered. "If you 2 become my students you will stop this foolish dieting, and if I find out you still keep dieting I will end you myself and I will have you dropped from the shinobi program. Because of right now you 2 are unhealthy to be ninjas and will get yourself and teammates killed, for you will be too weak from lack of food for energy and chakra. I don't want to hear that you will get fat from eating. With all the training you will be doing you will burn off all that fat and build up the muscles and chakra and energy you need to be a ninja. I give you both 1 month, and with that month time you 2 do not look healthy and put on weight, I will have you dropped." She told them both as Sakura slowly got back, stood up and looked at the blonde-haired woman with dread in her eyes. As they hurried away from the woman, the 2 girls said, "Yes, Lady Tsunade, we both understand and will do as you tell us." Sakura and Ino had started training with Naruto and the others 3 months prior. However, Tsunade had decided against using her super strength to train the 2. They had repeatedly irritated her by making fun of Naruto and acting like fangirls. Naruto also developed her superpowers and learned how to use the chakra scalpel during this period. They had discovered early on that others were poisoned by his chakra combined with the Kyuubi. Tsunade smiled softly at the young man and said, "Naruto, the only ones I believe you can heal are others like yourself." Naruto smiled foxily at her and said, "No worries, Ba-chan. It might be for the best anyways. I'm suited more for the front lines. Also with 2 healers on my team I know I'm in good hands." Ino observed how Naruto interacted with her part-time sensei. Ino had developed some during that period. She also gradually started to see Sasuke for who he really was. Ino felt sick to her stomach over this. Flashback No Justice sections. Ino decided to visit Lady Tsunade early on Saturday morning. She saw Usagi shopping at one of the stands selling medicinal herbs as she strolled through the marketplace. She would see what she was purchasing, Ino reasoned. But when she saw her Sasuke approaching Usagi, she froze. Sasuke said, "Usagi." The blonde girl turned around as a result. Before she realized who it was, she was grinning. She answered, "What do you want, Uchida?" He gave her a sly smile. With a haughty tone, he asked her, "What are you going to give up this foolish act of yours and accept your place at my side as my wife and mother of all my child?" Usagi blanched slightly and turned a sickly green as a result. "I am not acting. I do not want nothing to do with the likes of you. I am a person, not an object for you to toy around with and then throw away when you're done. Anyways, I'll be marrying Naruto soon. So, there is nothing you or your lap dogs can do," she stated to him as she walked away. Sasuke even got a glare from the man in charge of the medical stand. Every time Usagi or Hinata stopped by for supplies, he had grown weary of this. However, he remained silent out of concern that the civilian council would condemn him. Usagi grabbed her wrist and dragged her back to him as he pushed past Sasuke. "You will be mine and there is nothing that dope can do to stop me from getting what I want," he yelled at her. At that moment, Kakashi appeared out of nowhere. With his hands idly in his trousers pockets, he said to the young Uchida, "Sasuke, let go of Usagi." All Sasuke appeared to do was tighten his hold on her wrist. However, Usagi never showed him any suffering or fear. She simply continued to glare. Kakashi tightened his hand around Sasuke's wrist before he could break it, causing him to release the girl and scream in pain. "What the hell, Kakashi?" exclaimed Sasuke. He gave his sensei a dagger-like glare. I told you Sasuke to stop and leave her alone. This has to stop. If you keep stalking and harassing Usagi and Hinata, you will be dropped from the shinobi program and have your chakra sealed and put in a mental ward of the hospital till you are proven stable. Kakashi said with a grin on his face. With a sigh, Sasuke freed himself from the Jonin and turned to leave. Then Kakashi turned to face Usagi. With concern in his voice, he asked, "Are you all right, Usagi?" She gave him a gentle smile as she looked up at him. She assured him, "I'll be fine." Kakashi grinned at her and said, "Well, you should still have Lady Tsunade look at your wrist and I'll walk you home when you finish with your shopping." Ino was stunned as he stood there. Was Sasuke going to harm Usagi for turning him down? She wasn't happy about that. She made this assumption while having dinner with her family, Shikamaru's family, and Choji's family tonight. She'll let their fathers know and see what they can do. He shouldn't have been attacking girls and fellows to get what he wanted. No justice at the end of the flashback. Tsunade was happy that Ino had started taking her studies seriously within the first month and a half of her training. The girl had given up her crash diet in favor of becoming a true kunoichi and a respectable medic nin. Sakura, on the other hand, continued to struggle with her crash diet, lost concentration whenever she saw the Uchida, and continued to believe that she was superior to everyone else. Which at least once a week had been the target of Tsunade's fist. Additionally, for each time she struck Naruto or attempted to strike him, one of Hinata's chakra ports would be closed. The Pinkett was so enraged by this that she felt comfortable hitting him during their team meetings. Usagi's fist found its way to her, and the girl struck her much more forcefully than the girl's own mother. Team 7 was waiting for Kakashi to arrive in the early hours of Monday morning. Sakura bugged Sasuke during this time. She asked the team emo, "Sasuke-kun, how about we go out this weekend?" Sasuke gave the Pinkett a look. He told her, averting his gaze, "No." Usagi and Naruto decided to leave those two at that moment. Taking Usagi by the hand, Naruto guided her across the small spring beneath the bridge. Usagi asked, "Naruto?" He grinned as he glanced up at her. He replied, "Yeah, Usagi-chan." Looking into Naruto's blue eyes, Usagi asked, "Are you getting nervous?" Her own blue eyes were filled with fear and anxiety. She felt a connection to him and had genuinely come to love him during their time together. More powerful and strong than she had ever experienced with him. Before it finally dawned on Naruto what she was discussing, he gave her a puzzled look. He leaned in, whispered to her, and gave her a gentle peck on the cheek while grinning foolishly. He leaned back and blushed slightly, saying, "I am ready to spend my life with you, my princess. Nothing and no one would ever stop me." Usagi gave him a startled look since he had never done anything like that. Sakura's eyes were filled with jealousy as she observed them. She had never experienced that from Sasuke-kun. In actuality, he had never treated any girl in that way. Naruto is the only person he has ever kissed. Usagi gave him a hug and said, "Naruto, I do love you." When she said that to Naruto, he became somewhat rigid. But in her arms, he relaxed. He embraced her and said, "I love you to Usagi-chan." Sasuke gave the two a furious look. His opportunity with Usagi and Hinata was being ruined by this idiot. Why did that idiot require two wives? He wanted the power that came with Hinata and the Hyuga clan, as well as Usagi's power from having two Sannin as parents, since he had no clan to rebuild. He could make Jiraiya and Tsunade teach him all of their secrets if he could only wed the blonde. Just as Kakashi emerged in a cloud of smoke, the two blondes break off their embrace. He simply grinned at everyone and said, "Yo." He could see the tiny green-eyed monsters on Sakura and Sasuke's shoulders as they observed the two blonde members of their team conversing while standing next to the bridge. As he and Usagi made their way back up the bridge with the others, Naruto asked, "Kakashi, what are we doing today?" After giving them a quick glance, Kakashi took out his small purple book. Naruto asked, glaring at his sensei, "Let me guess you're going to read Ero Sanin's new book Why We Clean Someone's House." Kakashi grinned at his adorable little genin and said, "That sounds like a good plan. Let's go and get a D-rank mission and afterwards we'll train." Usagi took Naruto's hand and held it as they strolled through the village. People staring at her because of who she loved didn't bother her. She was only concerned with her feelings for him and his feelings for her. As they went by the wedding boutique, Usagi witnessed the removal of her dress and its placement in the display window. This shopkeeper followed a strange custom. Before their weddings, she put the wedding gowns of kunoichi brides on display in the window. It was for good luck, the woman had said. Grinning, Naruto closed his hand around hers. In a matter of days, we'll be spending our lives together, he stated to her. After reaching the Hokage Tower, they entered the mission's office. As a number of teams left the office to complete their missions, the third Hokage sat there. Sarutobi grinned at each of them and said, "Ah, Team 7, how are you this morning?" Before Naruto could say anything, Usagi said, "We're good, Gigi." The elderly leader laughed at her for this. "I'm happy to hear that," Sarutobi said, drawing out multiple D-rank scrolls. "Now let's see what mission I could get you all." His statement, "I have a Torah, babysitting the elders' grandkids," was cut short. Naruto had raised his voice. "No more shower missions. Those lazy bastards can clean their own yards and watch their own kids. Gigi, I want a real mission. I know those other missions are to help build up our teamwork and stuff. But, come on, the only way for that to happen for this team, we would need a high-ranking mission to teach us what it is out in the field and how teamwork could and will save our lives." Naruto replied. For a brief moment, the blonde appeared to have grown a second head as everyone in the office turned to stare at him. The Hokage's lips moved slightly. He noticed something about Naruto, that the only 2 times he had sent before were when the boys were genin and in their own parents. He said to the Anbu at the door, "Very well then. I have a simple escorts mission and protection mission that you all could take. Bring in the client." After a few minutes, a man entered the office holding a sake jug and a straw hat. He laughed as he glanced at the 4 genin. As Kakashi caught 2 kunai aimed at the man's head, he asked, "You think a pink-hair banshee, a raven-colored duck ass and the bimbo twins can keep me safe?" As the man stood there staring at him in disbelief, Kakashi said, "I am their Jonin-sensei and I will be with them to back them up if the need arises. Also they may surprise, especially the 2 bimbos of the team." Because Usagi had another needle between her fingers on her right hand and a senbon protruded from his sake jug. Now, no killing the client and Mr. Tazuna. I would refrain from insulting my ninjas. As for they are here to protect you and you wouldn't want them to throw you to the wolves." The third Hokage laughed at the guy. "You will be with Mr. Tazuna until he finishes building his bridge in the land of waves." For he put in a request claiming to have a small band of bandits that from time that attack and raid his work site and need protection for him and his workers. "So, I would say pack for several." He disappeared in a puff of smoke, saying, "We will meet at the south gate in 1 hour." After exchanging glances, the teenagers departed the office. Tazuna also left the office after looking at his sake jug and shedding tears of grief over the loss of his sake. Usagi and Naruto sprinted home through the village. Tsunade noticed the 2 blondes approaching her while she was sipping her tea at the kitchen window. When she saw this, she arched an eyebrow. Because unless Usagi nearly killed the Uchida and Kakashi wanted them to be hidden for a while, they never returned home this early. When the 2 blondes enter the house and enter the kitchen, the older blonde is standing there, watching them suspiciously. She put her hands on her hips and said, "Okay, you 2 spill it." They exchanged glances before turning back to face her. Usagi grinned at her mother and said, "Mama, we have a C-rank mission to the land of waves." Naruto smiled and added, "Yeah, Ba-chan. We are to pack and be ready in 1 hour." Tsunade's lips curved into a smile. She turned and walked to the pantry next to the back door, saying, "I'm glad to hear that. Here I thought I was going to have to go heal that prick again." She took out 6 storage scrolls after opening the pantry door. "Okay, you 2. These scrolls hold food, ration bars, solider pills and first aid and medicine." "Yes, Naruto, there is ramen in this last scroll. I'm adding it to the others." She pulled out a 7th scroll, which was labeled with Naruto's ramen. He simply turned to Usagi, smiled, and took the scrolls from her. He asked his future wife, "So, do we carry packs or just store it all in one larger scroll?" Usagi gave him a smile. She turned and went to her bedroom to retrieve enough clothing for the mission in Naruto's fallow suit, saying, "We can store it into some scrolls." After an hour, Kakashi and their client were standing at the south gate. They took off after the 4 teenagers joined them. In a distant land, Miyuki's smile grew softer. "Grandma Akuko." She gave the elderly woman a hug. Upon closely examining the girl, Akuko noticed 3 whisker marks on her cheeks, realized that the girl in front of her wasn't her young daughter. However, her granddaughter. With a trembling voice, she said, Who are you?" Withdrawing from the embrace, Miyuki turned to face her grandmother. She informed her grandmother, "My name is Miyuki Uzumaki Namikaze. I am the daughter of Usagi Sakino and Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Two more people appeared behind Akuko, and she heard footsteps. Behind Akuko, Kenji and Sammy emerged. They grinned at the outside scouts, but when they saw Miyuki, they both turned pale. Usagi-chan, Kenji asked the girl in front of him. Miyuki looked down and sadly shook her head no. She said to her uncle and grandfather, "Sorry grandpa. It's just me Miyuki." "Grandfather," Kenji whispered, half yelling. Miyuki gave a nod. She looked around her and said, "May we come inside please? What I wish to share with everybody is best said in private." Along with her husband and son, Akuko moved aside. The little group entered the house and went to the living room, where they all sat down and stared at the platinum blonde girl. "I have came here to help my other sister from the trouble she is in. For what I know from the future and the stories I was told, nothing good will come from that Tem if he keeps her in his clutches. As well as the other girls will die if we do nothing to aid them. So, I lied to my parents and told them I was going on a scouting missions to gather intel on a new shinobi village that sprung up in the land of tea cakes," said Miyuki as everyone in the room was pale. Looking at his niece, Sammy asked, "What can you tell us?" She shook her head and sighed. With a dejected expression, she said, "I can't say much. For I am already affecting the fabric of time. By just being here and telling you what I just did." Akuko smiled softly at the thought of her baby girl and asked, "Could you at least tell us how Usagi is doing?" Miyuki smiled at everyone and said, "Mama is fine. I can tell you she is married and she has a lot to tell everyone when the time comes." Everyone in the room exclaimed, "Married?" As they gazed at the girl. She nodded her head slowly. As the color gradually returned to their faces, she concluded, "But, I'm from the future so at this moment she isn't married yet but engaged to my father and wanting to murder an emo duck ass." She then sat down. Kenji looked at his wife, who was also crying, and exclaimed, "My baby girl is getting married." But rather than being frustrated, she was crying with joy. Because he was never able to instill in the boy a fear of God. Haruka remarked, "I can't believe Kitten met someone there." Luna, who had joined them along with Artemis, was asked, "Do you know the location of where the other girls are being held at?" Miyuki turned to face the black feline. "No, Mama never told me. She always said it was the lowest pits of hell," she informed Luna. Luna thought about this. "I checked to see if they had ever gone back to Barrel's former base. Perhaps," she thought to herself. Luna asked, "How long will you be here?" "I can only stay a couple of days. For the flow of time is a lot different there than it is here." Miyuki replied, "I just hope my sisters don't find out. If they do, needless to say it's trouble," she replied. She was referring to an unidentified sister here. Haruka had been wondering what this girl was hiding from them because of this. Evildoers are us. After receiving special treatment, Rei woke up. As she got out of bed, her long raven hair took on a more purple sheen. King Materia was dozing off when she turned to face her pillow. While Rei's hair conceals her nude body from prying eyes, the sheets covering him suggested that he was nude beneath them. Her lips formed a smirk. She told herself, "Finally he is all mine. I will not share him with anyone." She heard a girl giggle from the room's shadows as she turned to pick up her robe. The girl continued to giggle before completely disappearing from the room and shadows. Rei went to her bedroom and opened the door. She glanced again over her shoulder. With a sly smile on her face, she thought, "I shall have it all." She walked out of the room and down to the dungeons where the girls were detained. One door was frozen over when she approached it. A girl with long cyan hair was lying on the floor when she peered through the tiny opening. Her skin was a delicate shade of blue. The girl's chest gradually rose, indicating that she had survived the special treatment. On a bed, twin girls with aquamarine eyes and crimson hair gazed at a baby blue diary. According to one of the twins, "She really did leave without us." The other twin sighed as they read the final diary entry and said, "It seems so." The 5th of June. "I'll let my parents know that I'm going to the land of tea cakes today, to investigate a newly formed village. Actually, though, I'm going to see my aunts and other relatives. I hope they get it. In addition, I regret lying to my sisters. However, it had to be done. We would have been able to use Mama's passage through the time and space door." Both of them glanced at that entry multiple times. Before the two girls could store the journal, a long-haired black woman materialized in front of them. She gave both girls a smile. Having 3 crescent moons on her forehead, the woman said, "Evening ladies." As the twin on the left said, "Evening." "Who are you?" inquired the right twin. The lady grinned. She addressed the twin starry-eyed girls, saying, "I am your Aunt Nehelenia. And I am here to send you girls to tell your sister that it is time." Sweep. Usagi studied Naruto's hand. As their gazes met, she whispered, "Thank you for blocking their attack." He had a grin. "I will always protect you no matter what. You are my princess and I would lay my life on the line for you no matter what," he said to her. She gazed at him. Her eyes were full of shock. A flash of something was present in them. Her head shook slowly. She cleaned and wrapped the wound, then told him, "Don't say that. I don't want you to waste your life to die for me." Flashback. Sakura asked a million questions as the small group strolled along the old dirt road. Asked Sakura, "Tazuna, why doesn't the wave have a ninja village?" Usagi gave the pinkett a sidelong glance. Kakashi remarked, "That's simple, Sakura. The land of waves is surrounded by water and that there is a natural defense against attack. Also they are pretty much a small mining and fishing land," said the man with one eye. Usagi noticed something strange as they approached the board. The road had 2 little puddles of water on either side. It has been far too hot for any water to last, and it hasn't rained in a week. Additionally, there isn't any mud around it. As she realized this, 2 men in a chain emerged from the puddles. They had shredded Kakashi after wrapping him up. Sasuke reacted quickly to Sakura's scream. The man in a mask to their left said, "Hand over the old man and we'll let you 4 live." "My crescent moon rod is being pulled. I watched it grow as I directed chakra into it." I snarled, "Not going to happen." Naruto yelled, "Shadow clone justice," as 7 clones materialized and attacked the man to the right while brandishing kunais. Their gauntlets. Chain dropped to the ground. The guy to Naruto's right suddenly acted. The clones attempted to stab and cut him. With ease, he used his metal gauntlet to cut through them. As he assaulted the real Naruto, a sinister smile appeared on his lips. Naruto instinctively raised his right hand to deflect the oncoming blow, but the gauntlet's claws pierced it. Naruto used his kunai to pierce the man's heart during that brief moment of distraction. Sasuke was holding the other man in a headlock while he was on the ground. From the tree line came Kakashi, sluggishly approaching the group. He black small square. "So, why do you want the bridge builder?" Kakashi asked as he stood in front of the man. Tazuna surveyed the area. His eyes were filled with fear. "They want me dead. Without me the bridge I'm building will release Gato's grip he has on my land. The Lord of Waves was assassinated several days after I left my home to go finish a couple projects for the Land of Earth and Land of Lighting. The money I earned from there bought the raining materials needed to finish my bridge and pay my workers. What I had left from that was just enough to pay for a C rank mission. I was hoping they would give me chunin and not a wet behind their ears genin team," he said as he fell onto his rear end. As he pushed his hat off his head, tears slowly trickled down his cheek. "I understand if you want to turn back. I'm the last hope for my country and my daughter and grandson." As he flew through the hand signals and simultaneously called forth a wolf and a toad, Naruto said, "I don't know about you guys, but I'm not going to allow some bastard to kill this old man." The orange toad had on a small blue vest. The small toad said, "Yo, got any candy?" Kakashi glanced at his fellow pupils. Sasuke pointed at Naruto and said, "If the dope is going, I'm going." Sakura, a fangirl for Sasuke with tiny hearts in her eyes, said, "If Sasuke-kun is going, count me in." Usagi simply let out a sigh. With a fire in her eyes, she declared, "We can't leave him and his family and others in need. This goes against my code. I shall protect all in the name of the moon for love and justice." As he turned to face the final demon brother and sent a message for an Anbu team to give Ibiki a gift, Kakashi said, "Well, Mr. Tazuna, you got lucky that my team still wants to carry out your mission. But there better not be anything else you're hiding from us." Naruto gave the little toad a tiny bag of candy and said, "Gamekishi, I want you to tell Jiraiya what's happening and if he is able to come and help." Gamekishi climbed up in a cloud of smoke and said, "You got it, kid. If you need any more help, call for me. I'm getting bored just chasing after my brother all day." As she prepared her medical supplies, Usagi remarked, "I have a feeling something is coming and the future will forever be changed. Each of these children will be tested to the limit by this mission. Because our next opponent will be much more formidable." As he led his team down the ancient dirt road, Kakashi thought, Only time will tell if these four will make it in the ninja world. Returning to Tokyo, twin black clouds appeared over the park near Usagi's former residence, and the sky darkened. A woman stood on the ground in front of twin girls that had fallen from the clouds. The twins asked together, "Nehelenia Ne-chan, are you sure our sister is here?" Prior to Queen Nehelenia's response, a young ninja girl and the outer scouts emerged. Every girl exclaimed, "Queen Nehelenia! The time had come. You will be heading to where Usagi is. Things are happening and the inner scouts are lost and no longer here," said Queen Nehelenia. She turned to the twins and said, "You will pack the same way as I had picked usage and we will leave within an hour." They gazed in wonder at the woman and their surroundings. This was unlike anything they had ever seen. Unlike their hometown or the capital, where they would accompany their parents to meet the Fire Lord, this place was different. Naruto turned to face the wolf. "Hey Nightshade, could you go inform Gigi that our mission has gone up and we might need some backup?" Nightshade said, "Sure kid. Anything else?" Usage simply laughed at Naruto as he shook his head. As he started to run, Nightshade said, "Okay. Then I'm off." Kakashi gazed proudly and startledly at his two blonde pupils. They were beyond their sensei's comprehension. He smiled and said, "You know that it was my call to make on informing the Hokage." Usagi gave him a sickly sweet smile. "We know. But, knowing you, you wouldn't have said anything till we went back to the village." "Kakashi-sensei, I'm not here to play foolish games," she stated to him as she walked away. "Wave Nation," a quiet voice said, "Zabuza-sama. The demon brothers have been taken off the board." A man with black spiky hair and a bandaged lower half of his face sat on a big chair and looked up from his bingo book. "Did you get a look at who we are dealing with, Haku?" Haku nodded briefly before speaking. Haku turned away from his master and said, "Yes, Kakashi Hatake and 4 genin. But, it appears the two blondes of the group have skills. The other two, they will be easy to take down." Zabuza returned to the bingo book and said, "Good." He told himself, "I'll have the money for the rebel forces soon." Tower of Leaf Hokage. The elderly Hokage appeared to be reading. However, it didn't seem to be the file he was holding. The old man's frequent giggles were the only indication that it wasn't his job. A black fox emerged from the shadows. "Hey old man," said Nightshade. The book and file flew as Sarutobi leapt from his chair. He turned to face the fox. He snarled, "Nightshade, how many times have I told you not to scare me?" Nightshade said, "Sorry old man. But, I got a message from Naruto and Usagi." In response, he arched an eyebrow. He watched the young fox and said, "All right. What is happening for them to send you?" "Mission has gone up from AC rank mission to AB to A rank mission. They had been attacked by 2 missing nins from Kiri. Said ninjas are the demon brothers. They will be fallow though with the mission. But, would like backup. For the next person they will be facing will be at S class." Said Nightshade as he smiled at the elderly man. As 2 of his hidden Anbu disappeared, Sarutobi exclaimed, "What the hell? Anbu get Team 8 and 10. They will be back up to Team 7. After 20 minutes, Teams 8 and 10 were in front of their leader. "So, Dad, what's up?" Asuma asked, turning to face his father. As of 1 hour ago, Team 7 mission has changed ranks from AC rank to A rank and is requesting aid. According to the third. Kurania asked, looking shocked, What is Kakashi thinking?" Nightshade emerged from the darkness. "He is doing the right thing. The land of Wave is under the control of a troll named Gato. He has taken the land hostage and they are their own hope to be free." He growled at the other trolls. Kiba turned to face Nightshade and said, "I say we back them up. We can't have them showing us up." Shikamaru ran his hand through his hair and said, "Troublesome. If we back out and word gets out that the Leaf will not aid a land under its protection, we will lose clients. Team 10 meet at the main gate in 20 minutes. Asuma replied. Kurania said, "Team 8, you heard the man." Nightshade addressed the 2 teams, saying, "Just comments back here and I'll take you to them." After giving each other a nod, they all departed. Sarutobi looked at Nightshade and said, "I just hope they all are ready for this." Nightshade said, "They have to be." Sarutobi gave the young fox a new mission scroll and said, "Here I the new mission Nightshade. Eliminate Gato and all his men while still protecting Tazuna and his crew." The land of unsightly evil. Rei moved to the adjacent door. Golden chains encircled the door. She peered inside and noticed a long-haired blonde sitting in the corner. There was a golden gleam in her blue eyes. As a shock shot through her body, The Bond said, "You bitch. I am at your command." With an evil laugh, Ray said, "Mina, you should not speak to me like that. I am your legitimate queen." The woman with the raven hair saw Jadeite. "Mistress, we have finally located the lunar energy we felt a while back. It appears the Moon Princess has gone to another world," he stated to her. "Typical. She always runs away when things get too hard for her," Ray replied. At that moment, Ray was joined by a woman with long, pink hair. "We will be able to level within in the hour. But, we will not appear in the location where she is. But, it will be close enough," the woman with pink hair replied. Ray smiled and said, "Good Black Lady. You are severing your queen well." For the time being, Black Lady simply smiled and thought, "But once we get there, you will die. Tokyo, you three need to return to your time. It isn't the right time for you to meet your parents," said the queen. The twins appeared prepared for combat. However, they were stopped by their elder sister. "I know, I just came to let them know things are changing and progressing a little different. I know that I am not allowed to tell them all. I just gave them a briefing of their mission," she said to her great aunt. Nehelenia turned to face the other people who had gathered in their living room and nodded. The group needed their heads, so she asked, "Are you ready?" The boundary between the land of wave and the land of fire. Gamakichi and Jiraiya appeared while Naruto was lying beneath a tree. Jiraiya asked, "What did you brats do now?" As a second puff of smoke emerged behind them. Nightshade was standing there with teams 8 and 10. While Kiba and Choji rushed to the bushes to throw up, Nightshade said, "Well, there you go, kids. I hope you enjoyed your trip. Reverse summoning can make you a little sick." Shikamaru approached his teammates and friends and said, "Troublesome." As he approached Naruto, who was now sitting up, Nightshade said, "Well, Kit, you have new orders." He was seated above Kakashi. He leapt from the tree when he saw the scroll. Kakashi reached for the scroll and said, "May I have that, Nightshade?" With a nod, Nightshade let the scroll fall from the Jonin's grasp. Kakashi opened the scroll and studied it. As he gave Jiraiya the scroll, Kakashi said, "Well guys. We are to eliminate Gato and his men." Usagi approached Jiraiya. She scowled at the idea of what the people had been going through and said, "Papa, what do you have on Gato? I know your spy network will have information on the little troll." Jiraiya sat down and took a scroll out of his bag, saying, The Jonin sensei gathered around him and read over his shoulder as he opened the scroll, saying, "I just got this today. It's on all the dealing Gato has been doing and also his plan to try to do a takeover of the villages around the leaf." Around Team 7, the children congregated. Ino looked at Naruto and Usagi and asked, "So, do you really think you need all this backup?" "Yeah, we do. Gato has a small army of thugs. By what Mr. Tazuna has told us. By the look of the two we already face. There will be a stronger ninja waiting for us," Usagi replied when her gaze met Ino's. Hinata smiled at her friend and blushed softly, saying, "Usagi-chan. I am glad you called for us." Sasuke folded his arms across his chest and scuffed. "What does a losers like you know anything about fighting?" With a serious expression on her face, Usagi said, "I have lost people close to me. I have been in more battles than you could ever dream of." This bit of information about their enigmatic comrade caused Shino and Shikamaru to raise an eyebrow. "Usagi, you're not like the rest of us. I have been wondering about you for a while," Shino replied. Usagi let out a sigh. She turned away from them and said, "In due time. I will tell you all everything. But I have to tell Naruto first." Naruto noticed that Usagi appeared a little uncomfortable. However, he would hold off on talking to her until later. They had to share their enemy's information with everyone at this point. After about an hour, the group devised a strategy, and Jiraiya personally chose his team to enter Gato's small stronghold. The ferryman was supposed to meet Tazuna when they got to the designated meeting spot. Flashback without Jutsu section. "Mac'll be back in 1 week. If I play my cards right, I will have several ninjas with me. So please use one of the large boat to transport them," Tazuna told his longtime companion. The man gave his hat a backward tip. "I can't make any promises. But, I will do what I can. Gato's thugs sunk one of my boats last week. They had got wind I was taxing people off the island," he said to his longtime companion. Tazuna gave a nod and disappeared into the mist of the early morning. Mac disappeared, pushing his boat back into the fog. Black small square end of flashback no Jutsu black small square. On a rather big boat sat an elderly man with a scar across his left cheek. However, he was wearing a worried expression. He noticed the large number of people who had accompanied Tazuna. I am unable to ferry across everyone at once, and as is this very risky, Mac said, getting to his feet. Jiraiya raised his hand. He assured the ferryman, don't worry. We four can just walk across the water. The three Jonin sensei agreed by nodding their heads. He exhaled a breath of relief. As he led the teenagers onto the boat, he said, thank you all. The short stretch of sea that separated the two lands took about an hour to travel across. At last, they touched down. However, the group still needed to disembark at the nearby beach's shallow shore. Mac drifted back into the mist shadows, saying, this is as far as I am able to go. Sakura said, Kakashi sends, only to have said man cover her mouth. Kakashi looked at the girl with annoyance and said, shish. Sakura, we are in enemy territory and need to be silent. As he gestured with his hands for the others to move quietly and follow Tazuna to his house, he thought, she is going to get herself or us killed with that loud mouth of hers. Two figures watched the group as they went down the road, far off in the shadows. This is not good. The masked figure next to a tall, tanned man with bandages across his face thought, Zabuza-sama won't be able to take them all at once. Well, I could kill them without a word. However, this will be difficult with Jiraiya of the Sannin, the bandage man thought. After giving each other a nod, they disappeared once more into the darkness. Usagi stiffened briefly. 2 chakra sources had been felt by her. But before she could do anything, they were gone. The group continued to walk until they reached a sizable clearing close to a tiny lake on their right. Naruto paused to survey his surroundings. He had a strange feeling. 4 women and 1 teenage girl appeared in front of the group in a flash of lightning as only thunder could be heard. Usagi dropped to her knees as the clouds surrounding the enigmatic group gradually started to disappear. If the outer scouts were present, she knew it. The situation has deteriorated. Naruto hurried over to Usagi's side and embraced her. He whispered in her ear, what's wrong, bunny? Kunai was drawn out in preparation for an attack by Jiraiya and the other 3 Jonin. As her midnight blue eyes met his black ones, a powerful, commanding female voice from the group said, Jiraiya, stand down. The 3 crescent moons on her forehead caught his attention. When Usagi looked up and saw her aunt, she whispered, Nihilania. When the once evil queen saw Usagi and the young man who was holding the girl, she grinned. Naruto turned to face the noblewoman. She was stunning. She did, however, have a hint of darkness. He wasn't sure if he could really put his trust in the woman. Kurama said, Kit, that woman is the sister of the woman who gave birth to the Sage of 6 Paths, as he awoke from his nap and felt his father's energy again. Really, is she really that old? However, she appears so lovely. Young, Naruto said, startled. The 3 sisters never die. Kurama chuckled to himself and said, but that doesn't mean they can't be killed. As he returned to his nap, he thought, Kit's not going to know what hit him. The 3 women and the teenage girl yelled, Usagi. As they rushed to the blonde. Naruto stood between Usagi and them. He insisted, who are you? Usagi touched his shoulder with her hand. At her touch, he relaxed. She told him, they are my friends. As her own teammates appeared to be too reckless for her, she glanced over her shoulder and noticed that teammate and 10 had prepared for a brawl. Nihilania approached them and said, my dear niece. It has been 15 years since I've last seen you. Jiraiya bowed to the now-named woman and said, Queen Nihilania, it is a pleasure to see you once more. The others bowed to the woman as well, their eyes widening. She waved her hand at everyone, saying, please stand. This isn't the time nor place for formalities. In front of the woman, Usagi stood. Glancing at the 4 outer scouts, she questioned, have things truly gotten worse for the others to be here? Nihilania said, I am afraid so. My spy has told me that we have lost the others to him. With a cry of, Usagi. Luna poked her head out of Hotaru's backpack. Usagi shed a single tear. She exclaimed, no, they can't be lost. The land of spooky jerks. Ray had completed a transaction with a small businessman. He would carry out all of her requests and spying, in return for additional assistance. His hired ninja wasn't working out. As he turned in his chair and looked at Zabuza, Gato said, what kind of demon runs from children? Zabuza glared at the small man and growled, the kind that isn't well informed that Jiraiya of the Sannin is traveling with my target. Who cares? He is an old man and a pervert to boot. How strong could he be? Replied Gato. I don't really comprehend the situation. Zabuza-sama is trying to explain to you that Jiraiya-sama is still very skilled for his age and all he is requesting is additional help. A young voice said. It was impossible to determine this person's gender. Gato turned to the door leading to the right side of his office and growled, "Fine. But this will come out of your pay. Do you understand me? Behind that do will be your backup." As he and the now named Haku approached the door, Zabuza said, "Come Haku." When Zabuza put his hand on the doorknob, it felt extremely cold. He glanced over his shoulder at the small businessman. He asked, "You found another ice user?" At this, Haku went pale. Was there another living lime in this world? Gato waved his hand and returned to his paperwork, saying, "I don't know what you're talking about. The girl is a gift from a business partner." Damn, he thought to himself, who would have guessed that being a crime boss would require more paperwork. A flashback to Mars makeup. Rei had traveled to the elemental nations with the others. Rei turned to her chain scouts and said, "So, this is where our little bunny ran away to." Chibi Usagi, their former future princess, was holding their chains. Amy growled, "Bitch, you will not treat me as a dog." Mercury was a bookworm and a once shy sailor. She used foul language when speaking to her alleged new mistress. As she took the Blue Scout's chains, Rei said, "Oh my dear Amy-chan. You will fully bend to me. Just you wait." Rei told the others, "Take the others to our new hideout. I have to see a maggot about a bunny." They nodded and continued walking. As she pulled the girl's chains, Rei said, "Now Amy-chan, you will play nice for your temporary master while I'm gone." They discovered a huge mansion with dubious-looking guards surrounding it after a brief stroll. The bold thug said, "Hey chickie, what brings you here?" Rei pushed her hair over her right shoulder and said, "I have a meeting with your boss Gato." Thug 2 entered the mansion via radio. The gates opened after a short while, and 2 dubious samurai approached her. The ugly samurai said, "The boss is waiting for you." She pulled Amy with her as she nodded. They entered the building and proceeded down a lengthy hallway that led to a spacious room with a magnificent staircase in the middle. She led the men down the left corridor and up the stairs to the second floor. Double doors stood in front of them as they made their way to the very end of the hallway. She walked through a door that both samurai had opened. Gazing at her through his round sunglasses, Gato sat behind a big desk. He pointed to the big leather chair in front of his desk and said, "I see you're on time. That is very good." After giving a nod, Rei moved to the chair and took a seat. She told him, "I pride myself on always being on time." A certain silver-haired Jonin sneezed somewhere else. Gato met her gaze and said, "So, tell me, what brings you to my humble little home? I was told you're the best at getting things and information on people." Rei replied. Gato pointed to the pictures of big ships nearby and said, "Well, I do run shipping routes." Rei nodded and continued, "Yes, but you are the best in the underworld. I need a person found and captured. They are causing me a great amount of trouble," she stated. Gato arched an eyebrow. He examined her slowly, researching every aspect of her. Her long black violet hair hung loose behind her, and she wore a sophisticated red dress that reached her knees. A lady like yourself with some social status is standing on very murky water. For how I obtain things isn't always in the most honest ways," he stated. Rei smiled gently at the man in front of her and said, "That is fine. Do not worry of me, nor of my status. I have gotten my hands dirty many a times for gathering items I want. So, this will be nothing," he replied. "As well, I will give you use of one of my little pets." Gato's gaze shifted to the girl with blue hair who was standing beside the woman who was seated. The other woman's hands were reached by silver chains that hung from a silver collar around her neck. He questioned, "Is she even useful?" "Yes, she is an ice user and is able to stand her ground very well in battle," Rei replied. Amy gave the man in front of her a fierce look. Gato asked, "Fine, and what if she dies?" Rei turned to face Amy, who merely gave her a glare in return. "It would mean very little to me. She can die for all I care. She is a tool to get the object I am seeking," he replied. "Very well, I shall send her with my men. Now tell me, who am I seeking?" asked Gato. Suddenly, Rei grabbed a file and handed it to Gato. There was a photo of Usagi in the file. However, it was an old photo of her wearing her school uniform. "I seek one called Usagi. She could look the same or may have aged a little. But there isn't mistaking her golden locks and blue eyes. I need to find and bring her to me," she stated. Gato examined the file. Girl have some kind of rare bloodline, or did she screw your man? Ray's eyes narrowed slightly. With poison oozing from her voice, she told him, a bloodline that hasn't been seen in a long time. I need her as breeding stock. As well she did screw my man. Gato simply gave a head nod. He pushed the file aside and said, very well. I expect full payment on delivery. Ray stood and threw the chains at one of the samurai in the room, saying, very well. She told the man before leaving, be sure to feed her. It's been a few days since I last feed her. Section Mars Makeup, Ki. Suna, the raccoon dog's jailer, stood in front of their dad. Gara, you will be heading to the Hidden Leaf to partake in the Chunni exams. Their dad said. Gara's sister and brother stood on either side, nodding. Hidden Fox, Lost Bunny. Sakura questioned, so, you're telling us that you four have magical powers to transform into warriors? Usagi simply arched an eyebrow at her teammate with pink hair. How on earth did she get to the top of Kunoichi? She asked herself. Yes, they are of my court. They are the four most powerful and deadly of the 9 warriors. Usagi replied. Sakura got a glare from Haruka. She informed the girl and the others, we did all in our power to protect Usagi. After arriving at Tezuna's house, they started playing 20 questions with the newcomers. Naruto watched the newcomers from a corner. However, he never took his eyes off Usagi. Queen Nihilania stood off to the side, watching Naruto in return, while the others continued to question the other girls. Usagi got to his feet. She turned to face Naruto and approached him, saying, I'm sorry I am not able to tell you more. For I need to talk to Naruto first. She said to him, can we talk? Naruto got to his feet slowly and grabbed her hand. Usagi gave him a gentle smile. Naruto said, yeah, let's go outside and talk. Jiraiya looked at the 2 teenagers and said, don't go too far. Haruka squinted at Naruto as she observed the 2 blondes. She glanced at the other teenagers. She gestured to Naruto's back as he left, asking, what's the story about whiskers there? Shikamaru narrowed his eyes at the woman with blonde hair and asked, why do you ask? Haruka narrowed her eyes at Shikamaru and said, because I want to know if he is taking care of Kitten. Shikamaru complained, troublesome blondes. With a dreamy expression, Ino said, Naruto is Usagi's fiancé. The 4 outer scouts began to perspire. Really? Together, the 4 of them thought. Sasuke glared at the doorway and said, she is wasting her time with that loser. What makes you say that? Hotaru asked, examining the boy in front of her. Sasuke gave the girl a scowl. Because he has no clan and is nothing but an orphan. He stated to her. Sasuke-san, I believe you were wrong at that point. Naruto is from 2 clans. The Uzumaki clan had their own village before Iwa, Kumo, Kiri banded together to wipe them out during the Second Great Ninja War. As of now Naruto is the last member of the royal family. As well he is from the Namikaze clan and the last member and the heir of the 4th Hokage himself. Shino said as he raised his glasses. Everyone in the house fell silent. As the chip in his mouth dropped to the floor, Choji asked, how do you know this Shino? As if discussing the weather, Shino said, my father informed me of this after I told him about the marriage contracts he has with Usagi-san and Hinata-san. Haruka yelled, what, as if she were about to blow up. Hinata said, please don't be mad at Naruto-kun. Her voice was louder than usual. With all eyes on her, Hinata blushed a little and said, Usagi-chan and I understand and are fine with this arrangement. She's the other, then. As she grinned at Hinata, Queen Nihilania thought, I can't want to meet the 3rd. Queen Nihilania smiled at the 4 outer scouts and then said, it is not unheard of that lone member of a clan or royalty to take more than one wife. For you girls had met his future heirs. The 4 of them went pale. The red-haired, teal-eyed twins had been questioned. Because they didn't resemble Usagi at all. They assumed the girls had inherited their father's traits. However, there is one issue. Like Usagi, he was blonde and had blue eyes. He was now sitting up and Shikamaru asked, what do you mean future heirs? Jiraiya and the senseis were affected by this. Tezuna and his daughter are also observing the royal lady. Outside, as they entered the forest close to the house, Naruto held Usagi's hand. They both came to a small clearing after walking for a while. Usagi withdrew her hand from his and moved in the direction of an ancient oak tree. She touched the old, rough bark slowly. Her blue eyes were filled with fear and sadness as she turned to face Naruto. Bunny, Naruto asked. His voice was filled with anxiety, fear, and bewilderment. She patted the ground beside her as she sat down slowly beneath the tree. She said to him, "Come sit with me, Naruto." Naruto nodded slowly, then approached her and took a seat. He looked at her with his sharp blue eyes. He questioned her, "What's going on? Who are those people?" She gave a nod. Usagi organized her thoughts. She told herself, "Here goes nothing." Usagi began, "Naruto, I'm not from here." Naruto gave her a silly smile and said, "Well, of course you're not from the wave." Usagi gave a small giggle. "No, Naruto, I am not from this world. I'm from another world," she stated to him. For a few minutes, she observed him to see if he was following. Naruto tilted his head like a kid and said, "So, let me try to figure this out. You're not from my world but another. Kind of how our summons are the summoning world." Usagi's love for him grew. He was adorable and made an effort to solve everything without losing his cool. Usagi looked up at the sky and said, "Yeah, but where I'm from is called Earth." "Well, that's the planet. But, country I'm from is Japan. 16 years ago I had to leave my home." A few tears trickled down her cheek despite her best efforts to blink them away. "Usagi-chan, did you leave because someone wanted to hurt you?" asked Naruto. His eyes had gotten even softer, and his voice was so gentle and soft. She nodded her head slowly. "If I stayed I would have been used and have no future. For I have a power this person is after and my mother and aunt sent me here for safety," she stated to him looking back at him. Naruto grasped her hands. He gave her a smile. He kissed her palm while slowly raising her hand to his lips. "Bunny, no one, and I mean no one will ever hurt you. I will do all in my power to stop them. Even if I have to let the fox lose on them," he stated. Her eyes were filled with shock, as you could see. "He'll do anything for me, right? However, why?" she asked herself. Naruto must have noticed it in her eyes. Naruto drew her close to him and said, "It's because I love you and you're my precious person." He gently kissed her lips and raised her head by her chin. Usagi closed her eyes, leaned into the kiss, and flushed. Usagi laid her head on Naruto's chest after they had been kissing for a minute. Usagi said, "I love you" to Naruto-kun. She dozed off in his arms, closing her eyes. Sitting there, Naruto simply held her close to him. "Kit," Kurama said. "Yes," Naruto asked. Kurama said, "We need to talk." "About what?" inquired Naruto, interested in what Kurama had to say. Naruto was shocked when Kurama said, "She isn't lying. She is from a different world. However, she shares some blood with my father. I believe she would have been his cousin." Naruto asked in shock and disbelief, "You're telling me she is related to the Sage of Six Paths?" Kurama grinned at Naruto and said, "That she is. But, Kit, don't undervalue yourself. You are someone very special from her past." He looked down at the girl in his arms and asked, "What do you mean?" "You'll see," Kurama said, closing his eyes and returning to his slumber. Naruto kissed the top of the blonde girl's head as he looked down at her. "Whatever comes next, I'll always be by your side," Naruto whispered in her ear. Naruto leaned against the tree and closed his eyes. They had heard what the two had said, and as they vanished back into the shadows, they noticed a figure off into the distance. That evening, who would have thought? 16 years here and I would find someone that truly loves me for me. Usagi thought as she slowly sat up after waking up in Naruto's arms and grinning softly at her future husband. She smiled down at her, and Naruto opened his eyes, his blue eye glistening in the moonlight as the movement gradually roused him from his slumber. "Hey," he said in a drowsy voice. Usagi curled closer to him and said, "Hey." Naruto hugged her and said, "You know the others must be worried." "Yes, I am aware. However," Usagi looked up at him and said, "I'm not ready to go back." "You realize how lovely you look in the moonlight?" Naruto smirked at her and asked. Usagi laughed and said, "No, I didn't." Usagi slowly pushed herself away from Naruto and got to her feet, saying, "I guess," as she peered down at him. Naruto said, "I guess," as he followed her slowly to stand up as well. Taking Usagi's hand, Naruto said, "My moon princess, I will always love you." Holding his head, he screamed and fell to the ground. With horror, Usagi glanced down at him and said, "Naruto." She let out a scream. His entire body was filled with golden chakra. Strangely, her Aunt Queen Nehelenia appeared in front of her as someone ran to her scream. "What's going on with Nehelenia?" A terrified Usagi dropped to her knees, reaching out to touch him, and asked. As she drew Usagi back, Queen Nehelenia said, "Don't touch him." "But, why? He needs assistance." She let out a cry. Jiraiya, Kakashi, and the others ran after hearing her. "What had I done to him?" Jiraiya asked, looking down at his godson in alarm. Jiraiya flew through the summon signs and called forth a small toad before anyone realized what had happened. "Hey, what is going on?" As he glanced at Jiraiya and then noticed the golden chakra surrounding Naruto, Gamakichi asked. Jiraiya demanded, "No, time go bring Tsunade to me." Gamakichi nodded, turned away, and disappeared. Everyone looked on in horror as the golden chakra engulfed him. Oddly, however, Queen Nehelenia appeared unfazed by this. Hinata glanced at Usagi and saw the fear in the girl's eyes before turning to face Naruto, who was displaying signs of fear. As a sadistic smirk slowly appeared on his thin lips, Sasuke thought, maybe he will die. Unnoticed Leaf. Is it possible that their initial C-rank mission has evolved into an A-rank mission? Tsunade glared at her former sensei. The old man nodded slowly, saying, "Yes, I am afraid so." However, Kakashi made an attempt to return. He told his furious former pupil, Naruto and Usagi wouldn't hear of it. Gamakichi appeared just before she could say another word, and she squinted, glaring at the man. "You're needed, Tsunade. It's Naruto." The small toad that leapt on the lone female Sannin cried out. The eyes of Tsunade widened. What happened? Her voice was laced with fear as she asked. "I'm not sure." As he attempted to calm himself, Gamakichi said, "I just saw golden chakra engulfing him and I was sent for you." Golden chakra, Sarutobi thought as he glanced at the two in front of him. His eyes widened, and he leapt from his chair and walked over to the Minato portrait hanging in his room. Without a word, he tore it down and threw it to the ground, revealing a chakra safe behind it. Everyone looked at the elderly man, amazed that he could still move so quickly. "Sensei?" asked Tsunade. Gamakichi said, "I think he finally lost it." Minato had a bloodline, Sarutobi said, opening the safe and reaching inside to retrieve a large golden scroll. However, he was never truly able to rouse it. He turned to face the other two people in his office and said, "But he had a scroll that spoke about the true awakening of it." "So you think this bloodline limit has been awakened by Naruto?" As a group, Tsunade and Gamakichi were asked. His eyes were serious as he gazed at the two. "I think so. You must go check on him, Tsunade. Because you are the only one." As he gave the scroll to the woman Sannin, he said, "Aside from Jiraiya, I trust to take care of the boy." "You have everything you need with you?" Gamakichi asked, glancing up at Tsunade. As he leapt into her shoulder, he asked her. "Yes, I have multiple emergency scrolls on hand in case something goes wrong." Tsunade told Gamakichi, "I also sent the same kit with Usagi and Naruto." "All right." As they vanished into thin air, Gamakichi said, "Here we go." After the two departed, Sarutobi said to himself, "I pray you're not too late." "The wave. He'll be all right." Queen Nehelenia remarked, "One of his bloodlines had awakened." "What do you mean one of his bloodlines?" the regal woman asked, drawing everyone's attention. A terrified Usagi asked. Nehelenia gave the girl a sly smile and said, "I should say his true birthright." She said to the girl, "My little moon rabbit." The young blonde's golden chakra gradually started to disappear. The only female Sannin turned to face the crowd as a puff of smoke suddenly materialized beside Naruto, with Gamakichi standing on Tsunade's shoulder. "What on earth is going on?" Tsunade snarled as she noticed the golden light fading next to her. She looked down to see Naruto gradually reviving as the golden chakra had dissipated and the boy was once more on the ground. Without waiting for anyone to speak, Tsunade made a series of hand signals and her hands turned green. She looked him over multiple times while wearing a perplexed expression. "Haim, what's wrong?" Gazing at his former teammate, Jiraiya asked in confusion. "He is fine," she said, glancing up at him. There is a fresh flow of energy surrounding his eyes, and his chakra reserves have increased once more, she informed everyone. Naruto awoke slowly, pushing himself up onto his elbows and blinking a few times as the world around him became much clearer. "Bunny, what happened? Did I nod off while strolling once more?" His words were heard to be confused as he asked. The second part of his question caused everyone to perspire. Only Naruto, everyone who knew him thought. "You can't recall anything." Tsunade was asked to sketch Naruto's. "Ba-chan?" Naruto asked, glancing up at the woman with blonde hair. He inquired. Tazuna looked at the boy and said, Kiryu passed out on the blondie here and was wrapped in golden chakra. His eyes widened as he and everyone else saw Naruto's eyes. What? Is there something on my face? As he rubbed his hands across his face in panic, Naruto asked. Your eyes, Sakura said, perplexed, they have a strange Sharingan. Nihilania smiled and continued talking, preventing anyone else from speaking. About time you awoke them, the Tenseigan. One type of dojutsu is the Tenseigan. Hamura Otsutsuki and his descendants were the only famous individuals to possess it. It is distinguished by iridescent blue pupils with a white floral pattern. However, Naruto's eyes remain a royal blue color with a sun pattern rather than a floral one. She concluded by saying, dojutsu was that basis of Hamura. Everyone was staring at Naruto, and nobody knew how to respond. However, Naruto lacks control over the moon, in contrast to Hamura's eyes. But of the sun, Tenseigan is the base of the Byakugan, and controls the moon. No, what Naruto possesses is known as Sunseigan. Queen Nihilania smiled and said, the sun gives him his ability. This infuriated Sasuke, who thought, how dare he? That idiot is nothing but trash. Will my eyes always look like this? Naruto asked, glancing at Queen Nihilania. Queen Nihilania averted her gaze and said, I don't know. At that moment, Tsunade recalled the scroll her sensei had given her, took it from her pouch, and gave it to Naruto, saying, this might be of some use to you. It contained information about the golden chakra, according to sensei. Thus, it could be affecting your eyes, she informed him. After giving a stupid nod and grabbing the scroll from this location, Naruto slowly got to his feet and turned to face everyone. Kurama smiled and said, you don't lie in kid, but I will do everything in my power to help you with those eyes of yours. Kitten. All Usagi could say was, I know. Suna, Cage, Lord, they'll be prepared shortly. Zabuza was seated across from the new, dark Amy. She simply gave the man a glare. Zabuza snarled, what is your problem, brat? You're my problem. Why are we wasting time here? Shouldn't we just and killed the man already? Asked Amy. As he emerged from the darkness, Haku remarked, we need a plan of attack. Tsunade of the Sannin and 5 other women have arrived. Ami's eyebrow arched. When Haku took off his mask and turned to face Zabuza, he said, one of the new women they keep calling her Queen Nihilania. Gazing at the woman with the blue hair across from him, Zabuza said, interesting. Her response to the name indicated that she was familiar with the woman or at least aware of her. Not good. If she is here, are the other 4 the outer scouts? Amy asked herself. What are your thoughts on these newcomers? Zabuza glared at the girl and asked. He could swear he saw his death in Ami's cold blue eyes as she told him, she was an enemy I and my comrades faced a long time ago. How about the others? Zabuza asked. What did the others look like? She asked, examining Haku with her eyes. She questioned him. After pondering the appearance of the 4 others for a while, Haku said, one has dark skin almost like Akumo Nin. Her green hair, however, is long and nearly to the ground. Next is a teenage girl with hair that is dark purple, almost black. He told her, attempting to recall every detail, as well as a woman with teal hair and a blonde with short hair who dresses like a man. Amy sighed and sank back into her chair. Those are the 4 outer scouts, she said. The strongest of the strong next to Sailor Moon, she informed them. For a brief moment, both men simply stared at her in confusion. You mean the Moonlight Warrior stories written by Jiraiya of the Sannin? Haku asked. Amy and Zabuza stared at him in confusion. Zabuza raised a hairless eyebrow at the boy, and Haku sighed before taking out a scroll and opening the first book. As he gave the book to the woman with the blue hair, Haku stated, these are the smut-free version. An icy tear dropped from Ami's eye as she read the book and was astounded to see that it was a recounting of her former life, her life prior to becoming Rei's puppet. I am not strong enough to break this spell, and the only way to be free is to die, she thought to herself. There is no going back. The home of Tazuna, are you sure you're okay, Naruto? Usagi asked, glancing at her boyfriend. I'm fine, Naruto said with a smile. Don't worry, he assured her. All right. Jiraiya looked at all of them and said, now we need to go over the plan of attack. Kakashi, Azuma, Naruto, and Usagi. He said, you 4 will accompany me to Gato's location, and together we will destroy both the troll and his army of thugs. Are you certain about this, Jiraiya? Tsunade glared at the white-haired man and said, Naruto has just woken up a bloodline limit we don't know about and hasn't even looked over the scroll sensei sent him. Usually, we would hold off. However, we are unable to. The next opponent is Zabuza, who has an unidentified assistant. The longer we give them, the outside can help them more, Azuma said. Don't worry, Ba-chan. Naruto smiled at the blonde woman and said, we have to finish this tonight while the moon rises and the sun sets. The two cats and the four outer scouts exchanged bewildered glances and thought, he calls her Ba-chan and she what? Only 25. Haruka narrowed her eyes at Jiraiya and said, if Kitten is going, I will come along. You know you will have to kill. Jiraiya scowled back at her. He questioned her. As she looked away from Usagi, Haruka ran a tried hand through her short, shaggy hair and remarked, it wouldn't be the first time. With a soft smile, Usagi put her hand over Haruka's and said, you were all pushed by the 5 witches and death busters. I am aware that you concealed the deaths of innocent people during that period. The outers stared at her in disbelief as she said, but, it couldn't be helped. Haruka gazed at her princess with wide eyes and said, Kitten. Before I was forced into my mini-coma from the crystal, Usagi said, shaking her head. I had to take multiple missions, which resulted in the deaths of multiple people. However, it was unavoidable. She turned her head away and said, in the end, it was either them, me, or the people they wanted to hurt. Usagi, Luna whispered, her eyes watering as she gazed at her charge. It is our way of life. Looking at the 4 women in front of him, Kakashi said, nothing will change the fact that we are shinobi. Hell's dark depths, Rei said, Black Lady, as she moved through the corridors of the aristocratic home she had taken over. From the shadows, the Black Lady said, what is it, Rei-sama? How are the others doing? Rei halted and turned to face the girl she sensed was hiding. She inquired. They're going to die soon. The hallway was filled with giggles. Their bodies cannot withstand the evil power of their fathers, the Black Lady said. As she turned again, Rei thought, they have always been so weak. Who will be ready next? She inquired. Mina will do that. You ought to send her to that snake. However, sending the Amazonian would also be enjoyable, the Black Lady stated. Rei gave a nod and turned to leave. The wave. Kurama said, Kit, yeah, Naruto asked, averting his gaze from the others as he gradually drifted off. Kurama said, sounding a little concerned, once you get some rest, your memories of a lifelong past will come rushing back. Naruto's expression changed to one of confusion. My past life. Yes, you are unique like that moon girl. Among all the vixens around you, there is a reason why you are drawn to her, Kurama informed him. As he continued to speak to Kurama, Naruto raised an eyebrow. The only blonde man in the area had a variety of expressions on his face as the others observed him, but confusion was the most noticeable. This is going to be enjoyable, Naruto remarked cynically. From inside Naruto's head, Kurama grinned and said, oh, you have no idea. Naruto, a voice in his head said. Naruto's eyes widened and he froze, while Kurama leapt to his feet and surveyed the area. Kurama growled and demanded, who's there? Sakura got up and turned to face Haruka, saying, I am afraid you might have to prove your story. She stood up, narrowing her eyes, saying, all right. Uranus makeup. As a navy blue light and ribbon encircled the blonde, Haruka yelled. She was naked in a flash of light, but then a blur of energy made her body transparent, and then ribbon formed from the energy and wrapped around her. When it faded, she was wearing a sailor dress with a very short skirt and a strange sword in her hands. All eyes that had never seen this grew enormous. Jaws dropped to the ground. What the hell? Shouted everyone. At this response, Nihilania grinned and said, once they can train you, you will start utilizing both your planet power and chakra, she informed the outers. She nodded her head and sighed as her clothes came back. We ought to get some rest. Jiraiya got up from the table and said, the sun has risen, and I need everyone going with me to be on their toes. They had no idea what was in store for them, so they headed to the stairs and rested in the rooms that had been prepared for them. The others were on guard duty at the house and bridge, getting ready for the day. Tsunade looked at Tsunami and said, I suppose if I am here, are there people that need healing? She inquired. As she dragged the blonde woman out of the house, Tsunami said, yes, there are several really sick children and a woman that is about to have a baby that needs medical attention. Ino and Hinata. Tsunade shouted, you two are with me, and her 2 students trailed behind her as she disappeared out the front door. Naruto made sure his room was dark because he needed as much sleep as possible because he would soon be carrying out his mission. A slight frown appeared on his face as he slowly turned to face his bed. Will I be getting any rest? He asked himself as he sighed, threw his shirt to the foot of his bed, undid his belt, kicked off his pants, and stood in his froggy boxers before pulling his blankets back and crawling in. He lay back, closed his eyes, and quickly fell asleep, saying, "Here goes nothing." Recollections. My lord, a man with blue eyes and long white hair said, "Your parents want to talk to you." "Where are they at?" the young man asked, slowly turning to face the voice behind him. He questioned the man. The man said, "Your parents are in the throne room." The young lord nodded and walked past the man with white hair, taking long, assured steps toward the throne room. When the guards at the large double doors noticed him coming, they swiftly opened the large doors, letting him enter the magnificent throne room. A powerful male voice said, "Naruto." The now named Naruto bowed to his parents and said, "Father. You want to talk to me?" A female voice, soft but firm, said, "Yes, my son." "Mom." Naruto grinned at his mother and said, "You look enchanting on this fine day. You will meet your future fiancé in 3 days." The Sun King declared, "She is the princess of the moon, and her mother is an ally of the sun and earth kingdoms." With a raised eyebrow, Naruto said, "I have heard the mother and daughter are timeless beauties." Gaia, queen of the earth, declared that they are. The Sun King Apollo said, "My dear, your beauty is as eternal as ever." Grinning at her husband, Gaia said, "Thank you, my dear." "Why does that bastard get everything that is rightfully mine?" said Naruto's older half-brother, who was off in the shadows, grinding his teeth and making a fist. Naruto bowed to his parents and said, "I will make you both proud of me." He then departed the throne room. After 3 days, it was still early in the morning, and Naruto needed a place to think quietly, so he entered the garden. Behind the young prince sat a man in all black, with crimson hair and fox-like eyes. "My prince, you are going to meet your future wife today," the man remarked. "Yes," Naruto said, letting out a sigh and glancing down at his hands. "The big day is today. However, the primary query is, will she approve of me?" He turned to face the man and asked. "Your pure heart will captivate her, for what I've been informed." The man remarked, "The Moon Princess is a good and kindred soul like your own." "Kurama, my dear friend," Naruto said, glancing at the man with the crimson hair. "I sincerely hope you're correct." He said to the now named Kurama, "I hope she never meets my ill-tempered brother." A young woman with golden hair entered the garden as Kurama was about to speak. She appeared disoriented and somewhat perplexed. Within the bedroom, Usagi whispered, "Naruto." Naruto opened his eyes a little and said, "Huh." Before Usagi knew it, he had gathered her into a tight embrace and dragged her into bed with him. Eep. As he pressed his face against her chest, Usagi fell into bed with him and uttered those words. Soft," Naruto whispered to her. As Usagi pressed against the boy, she said, "Naruto." Naruto opened his eyes slowly and blinked at the blonde goddess, who was blushing profusely as her body was pressed against his and she could feel every inch of him. "Bunny," in a drowsy voice, Naruto asked, "What are you doing here?" "I must be dreaming," he thought to himself in his dazed state as he nuzzled up to her neck. "I woke you up because Papa asked me to," Usagi said. "We're going to be departing in an hour." She eased into his arms, her body perfectly embracing his curves. His hair cast a shadow over his eyes as he slowly planted a kiss on her neck, melting her closer to him with his warm breath. As his teeth sank into her collarbone, Usagi gasped. Naruto-kun, we mustn't." He said, "I know, Bunny. I just can't help myself," as his lips found hers in a gentle but firm kiss. She could see a storm building in his blue eyes as they slowly met hers. Kurama smirked inside the blonde and thought, Kit's memories are stirring. How much longer till he remembers it all? His tongue slipped between her and his, and Usagi rubbed her body against his, their tongues fighting for supremacy as her lips slowly parted. A knock on the door marked the gradual end of all good things. "Naruto, Usagi." From the other side of the door, Kakashi spoke. As he ended their kiss, Naruto sighed and said, "Yes, Kakashi-sensei." As Naruto assisted Usagi in sitting up, he called out. The door slowly opens to reveal Jiraiya standing behind Kakashi, grinning perversely. As he noticed the gentle bite marks on the girl's shoulder, Kakashi said, "I came to see if Usagi was able to wake you up." "There was no reason to worry," Usagi said, blushing as she looked down and saw this. She looked away as she said, he was getting up. It seems so, Kakashi thought, grinning at the two teenagers. We'll be down in the next 10 minutes. Yes, indeed, Naruto said as he got out of bed, we'll be down. Usagi finished getting ready for the mission and bolted from the bedroom. The two adults turned back to Naruto, who was now standing and putting on his black t-shirt over his head and black mesh shirt, after watching her run across the hall. Yes, as he put on his black Anbu pants and sat down to put on his black boots, he asked them. What was going on prior to our arrival? Kakashi asked, glancing at his pupil. With a pause, Naruto reached for his forehead protector and unfolded the cloth, covering his blonde hair with a bandana. Nothing really, he told the two men. Jiraiya smirked and said, doesn't look like nothing, brat. After making sure his boots were on and reaching for his black duster, Naruto grinned and turned to face his godfather, saying, I was just cuddling with my bunny. You're familiar with Naruto. It's probably time for me to have the talk with you, Kakashi said. Pulling out one of Jiraiya's books, Naruto laughed as he looked at him and said to the silver-haired Jonin, too late, and I was given this afterwards as a tool to help me understand what sex is. As he turned to leave the room, Kakashi turned to face his student in disbelief and turned to face Jiraiya, who nodded wisely in agreement. Oh, well, I still think we should talk about this soon. Alongside Usagi, the others looked up from the Elemental Nations maps as she hurried back to her room. Kitten, as Haruka watched her blushing princess burst into the room, she asked. Usagi blushed even more as she looked up. That was all she had to say. As her fingers slowly traced the spot where Naruto had nibbled on her collarbone, she was lost in the memory of what had just happened and thought, what the hell was that? Naruto has never done anything like that. But, it felt so right. Kitten, are you certain you're okay? As she got out of bed and approached the blonde, Haruka asked. When Usagi finally snapped out of her reverie, she grinned and said, yeah, I'm fine. She gave them $1 million smile. The others simply sighed as they gazed at her. Usagi said, I need to finish dressing for the mission. She hurriedly put on a black mesh shirt, leggings, black fuka, black skirt, and black boots. Her long blonde hair was swiftly braided into twin pigtails, and she grinned as she picked up her weapon pouches, black boots, and black duster. All right, Usagi said, I have to leave, and she hurried from the room. The others simply exchanged glances before returning to their previous tasks. Kurama's Woods. A regal, eternal woman with violet eyes and crimson hair made the statement, it has been some time, Kurama. Kurama awoke from his slumber beneath a massive oak tree. My lady, it's been a while. Why have you come to my little place? Kurama asked, getting up to confront his knight. I have just came to make sure you have all your memories and are ready for when the others show up. The elegant lady replied. Kurama raised his left eyebrow as he observed the woman. My lady, he said. Will the humans who are holding the other knight pay attention, in your opinion? He asked. They will, she said, grinning at him and gesturing to the lake. Because you hold the key. As always, you were the first to wake up and lead the pack, she informed him. I will do all I am to for my young prince. He nodded his head in agreement with her statement. She grinned as she disappeared into the sudden mist. As he gazed at the lake, Kurama thought, I can't let him down again. Not this time, I will keep my word. In this life and how I did in the past. The others down below. Usagi walked slowly down the stairs and saw Kakashi and Asuma standing by the doorway, both of them grinning as they looked up at the young woman. Are you all anticipating my arrival? Usagi asked. She turned to see Naruto stuffing a number of storage scrolls into his pockets and said, no. I had to get a couple more scrolls, she said, once we've dealt with that jerk and his henchmen. As a positive vibe swept over him, Naruto said, we are cleaning out his place. I still don't understand why the loser is leaving. Nagged Sasuke from his corner, I should be taking his place. He was hog-tied and sat in the corner for a very long time because Tsunade had had enough of his backtalk. What gives Naruto permission to leave? Sakura asked, trying her hardest to give her Sasuke a kiss. The outer scouts and Queen Nihilania turned to face the stupid girl as Jiraiya entered the living room and surveyed the room, saying, I am taking them for their stills. He told her that Naruto could move around the village covertly while wearing that hideous orange outfit. All right, everyone, let's go, Kakashi said, grinning strangely. The troll compound. After reading Haku's book, Zabuza got to his feet and said, if what is in this book is true. With a dark gleam in his bloodshot eyes, he remarked, This will be a very interesting fight. An explosion rocked the compound as he was leaving the room. Men could be heard shouting, and women nearby could be heard sobbing and screaming. If they are here, that means they are going for the head of the snake, Zabuza said, running to his sword. Gato's workplace. With a kunai pointing to his throat, Usagi sat on the small troll's desk and gazed down at him. Naruto-kun, are you finished with his 2 bodyguards? She questioned him. After cutting the last man's throat, Naruto looked up and said, yeah. I'm done, he informed her. Usagi froze as she slowly turned to face the doorway as Jiraiya flew through the doors at that moment. Both blondes looked up to see him frozen to the wall. Sailor Mercury, the servant of Mars, was standing in front of them. Her short blue hair had grown down to her knees, and her rental blue eyes were as cold as ice. She was no longer the timid little bookworm that she had once been. Amy, Usagi whispered. As Jiraiya attempted to melt the ice with a small fire jutsu, Naruto leapt up to the wall in an attempt to free him. Sailor Moon, Amy said, fixing her frozen gaze on the girl with blonde hair who was wearing all black. The girl's eyes showed a hint of sadness. All she said was, "It has been a while." Amy knocked Haku out, leaving him frozen on the ground, while Zabuza stood half-frozen behind his sword. Kakashi and Asuma discovered the 2 missing ninjas in this manner. Kakashi approached Haku cautiously to check on the boy's survival. Zabuza snarled as he fought harder to escape. "Get away from her." "We're just making sure she's still alive," Asuma said, lighting a cigarette. He told him, blowing out a cloud of smoke, "Do the populate believe we do not kill or attack when a person is down?" Kakashi turned to face Zabuza and said, "She's still alive. But I have to set her free before it's too late," he said, grinning eerily. "Thank Kami she's still alive," Zabuza thought to himself as his shoulders eased slightly. Asuma and Kakashi started using low-level fire jutsus to free the girl, and after more than 20 minutes, she was finally free. Zabuza, who had a small secret, that he could use boil release, broke out of his ice prison just as Asuma was getting back up, and his body was steaming everywhere where the ice had been. "As soon as I manage to get that bitch with the blue hair, she will rule the day she double-crossed me," growled Zabuza, who had become somewhat weaker from using his bloodline as he stalked slowly in Haku's direction. "So, it was true," Kakashi and Asuma said, glancing at the former bloody demon of the mist. Kakashi said, "Gato had a plan to turn on you." "Indeed, he employed this peculiar ice witch." Zabuza knelt down and embraced Haku, saying, "She was to kill us after we killed the lot of you." At that moment, they heard a scream and an explosion coming from the middle of the compound. The 3 men exchanged glances and gave each other head nods. Returning to Tezuna's residence, Hinata abruptly got up and ran to the door, saying, "Something doesn't feel right." The young heiress was followed by the 4 outer scouts, who nodded. As they left the house, the other woman was left behind, perplexed by what had happened and watching the 4 other women change. As Usagi changed into Sailor Moon, Naruto and Jiraiya both flew out of the room. Sailor Moon stood in front of her guardian and former friend, whom she loved and cared for as a sister and believed would never abandon her, but Amy was now a pawn of the Dark Kingdom. "It's been a while, Sailor Moon," Amy grinned as she watched Usagi change back into her former leader. "How many years have passed since that fateful day?" she inquired. "Yes, it has been 15 years since I have been in Tokyo and 15 years since that bastard took you all from me," Sailor Moon replied. "You left us," Amy said as she stood there giggling at the girl. "You never came to get us," she exclaimed. "You fought harder for that bastard than you ever did for us. We have been waiting for you to show up every day." "I had no say in this matter," Usagi said, averting her gaze from her friend. "I was told to leave by Queen Serenity and my aunt, Queen Nelahenia." With tears streaming down her face, she looked up and said, "I wasn't strong enough to save you." Amy continued to laugh, saying in between chuckles, "Always the scared little princess that has to be hidden away from all the evil and bad things in the world. Come on Jiraiya, we got to get you out of here, old man." Naruto muttered as he created multiple clones to help Jiraiya leave the compound. Jiraiya had a large gash on the side of his head, and his white hair was gradually turning crimson from blood. Jiraiya closed his eyes and tried not to vomit as he slowly stood up with the assistance of 3 clones, complaining, "Give me a break, brat." As Zabuza, Kakashi, and Asuma turned the corner, they encounter Naruto, his clones, and Jiraiya. Haku slowly opened her eyes upon hearing a shout. "Return." As he and his clones leapt with Jiraiya to avoid an odd water attack, Naruto yelled. Sailor Moon stormed out of the office, slammed into the wall, got slowly to her feet, and scowled at the woman. With 10-hand size, Sailor Moon pushed off the wall and yelled her attack, "Amy, this isn't you, but I am not going to go down without a fight." "Lunar eclipse," she yelled as a black and silver beam of light screamed out of her hands, striking its target straight. Ami's eyes widened in shock because she had never in her life imagined that Usagi would attack her. She flew across the office and crashed into a bookshelf, where her back struck a statue with a sharp edge that buried deep into her left lung as she coughed up some blood. She wiped her chin and carefully pushed off the object and away from the bookshelf. "What on earth was that?" demanded Zabuza because he was astounded by the strength of the attack and had never witnessed one like it in his life. Glancing at the man with the bandage, Kakashi grinned and remarked, "That is one of her bloodline attacks." "Moon Sailor." As she slowly sat up in Zabuza's arms, he asked, looking down at his daughter and then back at the girl with the blonde hair. "That's the character from the book you made me read earlier, right?" As Zabuza watched Sailor Moon retrieve multiple kunai and dash back into the office, he asked. "Yes, it is," Haku said, nodding slowly to her father. "However," she said, blushing slightly, "I never in a million years dreamed of meeting the legendary guardian and goddess of the moon." As he watched the fight in front of everyone, Naruto glanced at the girl and turned back to face his future wife. "She is so beautiful and strong. This is the girl I fell in love with so long ago," he thought to himself. As the others turned to face him, Naruto remarked, "She is very strong and this battle before us is slowly breaking her heart." "Naruto, what do you mean?" Asuma blew out a puff of smoke and asked. Before responding to the man, Naruto's gaze returned to the fight. "All right, Asuma-sensei." As the other's eyes widened at this new revelation, he said, "That girl with the blue hair was one of Usagi's ladies-in-waiting and one of her protectors in her previous life and in the life she had before coming to our world." "What do you mean by this?" Zabuza asked while examining Naruto. "Usagi is the recording of the Moon Princess of the Silver Millilumen," Naruto said with a sigh as he looked down. "However, her Aunt Nelahenia and Moon Queen Serenity are from our world. In order to escape the demon wars at the time, they departed from our world." As they were taken aback by this new information, he added, "They also left their sister behind to cover their escape because Serenity was pregnant at the time, and Nelahenia was her midwife. Their sister was more of a warrior than a handmaid, and she was the eldest child, ruling over the kingdom that we now call the Fire Nation." Freeze in blizzard. As the room around her solidified and Sailor Moon was hit by an Arctic snowstorm, Amy yelled, grinning. Huge fireball. As a massive fireball erupted from Sailor Moon's mouth, the flames encircled and melted the snow blast before encircling Amy as she screamed and collapsed to the ground, her flesh severely burned and her eyes glazed with agony. "Oh, Amy, please forgive me," Sailor Moon said as she rushed to the girl who had fallen and embraced her. She sobbed as her tears fell on her departed friend, saying, "I never meant to hurt you." Amy chuckled superficially, "Oh, Usagi. Don't be so dumb. You could never make me angry. All I ask is that you release the other and replace your royal court with your true guardians since you have set me free from Rei's evil grasp," she said as she vanished. Gloomy and dark, a blue crystal split into a million pieces before Rei. "Hey, worthless," she said, laughing, "I should have sent that stupid black lady or one of the others to deal with that pest." "So, the mouse with blue hair fell?" King Materia's dark voice asked. With a sly smile on her face, Rei turned to face her lover, who was standing in the shadows behind her. "Yes, she has." "Not worth it." King Materia retreated into the shadows and disappeared, saying, "The others better do better than she or someone will answer for their failures." "Damn it, why does she always get in my way?" Rei growled to herself and clenched her fist and said. Alongside the others, Usagi sighed as she gazed down at her friend and former guardian's icy body, letting her metamorphosis fade away in front of the others. Slowly drawing her into his arms, Naruto was by her side, whispering into her ear, "Shish. It will be right." Tears were streaming down Usagi's cheeks as she shook and buried her face in his shirt, asking, "Why is it so painful? Why is my heart hurting so much?" She sobbed. He whispered in her ear, "You loved her and cared for her so much." The others listened as the two lovers conversed, and she nodded slowly in response to what he had said. At that moment, Hinata and the four outer guardians materialized in front of them. "Are they okay?" Hinata asked. "They are fine," Kakashi said with a smile as Jiraiya giggled while writing something in his small notebook. He glanced at the four outer scouts and remarked, But, the one you knew as Amy is sadly dead. As they watched the bodies of their former comrades gradually disappear and turn to dust, they nodded. There was a blue orb with the symbol of Mercury on it where Ami's body had been lying. Usagi slowly approached the orb, turning to look at it, when Queen Nelahenia suddenly materialized in front of everyone. Queen Nelahenia grabbed Usagi's hand as she was ready to touch the orb. Avoid touching that. As the others watch, Queen Nelahenia tells her, unless you wish for Mercury's power to be forever lost to our world and you would be the only one to call upon her power. Nelahenia looks around the room at all the women present, focusing on Hinata and Haku, who were standing next to each other. When Usagi sees who her aunt is staring at, she looks up at the regal woman and notices that she is smiling. What are you thinking? Usagi asked. Hinata, tell me if you are aware of your nature affliction. Queen Nelahenia asked. Yeah, I do, Hinata says, slowly nodding her head as she looks up at the shocked woman. She informed her, I suffer from a water affliction. Good, Nelahenia said, turning to face Haku. You girl. I'm descended from ice. However, I suffer from wind and water. Haku bowed her head to the regal woman and said, with a slight affliction to earth. Well, if one of these girls becomes our new Sailor Mercury, they will have to be with their princess and leave whatever life they had before behind them, Nelahenia said, giving the girl a nod. This small piece of information makes Zabuza's eyes widen. This might be the best for her. Never running for her life and having a happy life. But would she do it? He asked himself. A tiny flash in Zabuza's eyes told Nelahenia that he had hoped that the girl he travels with would grow into something more, and she grinned. Do you want to be Princess Usagi's guardian of Mercury, my dear little Haku? Nelahenia asked. Auntie Nelahenia, what are you up to and why have you been calling me Princess Usagi? Usagi asked, looking up at her aunt in disbelief. She tilted her head to the left, wondering what her aunt was up to, and said, we all know I am Princess Serenity or the future Neo-Queen Serenity. Well, my dear, Queen Nelahenia said, grinning at the girl. Once you marry the young prince here, you can have any name you want, she informed her. Naruto turned his back on the two women as he felt everyone in the hallway staring at him. When he looked up, he saw Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Asuma-sensei grinning at him. He sighed and turned his gaze to the floor, trying his hardest to blend into the background. Do you want to be the new Sailor Mercury, Haku? Asked Naruto to focus all of his attention on someone else instead of himself. Everyone turned to watch the phony hunter ninja Haku, who blushed subtly as she glanced at Usagi and Queen Nelahenia before turning to face her father figure Zabuza for guidance on what to do next. You are my daughter, Haku. All I want is for you to be happy, if that's what you want. I'll do whatever it takes to fulfill your dream, Zabuza declared. As Haku leapt into his arms and embraced him, tears filled her eyes. Thank you, father, she exclaimed. So, you're sacrificing your life on the run for your daughter's new life in Konoha? Queen Nelahenia asked. I will do everything and anything for my daughter, Zabuza said, turning to face the woman with the raven hair and the royal aura surrounding her. I would sacrifice everything for her, he said, just to make sure she's happy. Her raven hair turned blue, and Queen Nelahenia waved her hand in the direction of the young girl as the blue orb of Mercury flew toward her. She was clad in a new Sailor Mercury outfit, which included a silver tiara, a royal blue choker, a royal blue skirt, black fuka, knee-high boots, black gloves, and royal blue nails. With his gaze fixed on his daughter, Zabuza whispered, so beautiful. The outer scouts were stunned by the new uniform as they stood there, their clothes changing in front of their eyes, the lighter hues turning rich and dark, the white portions turning black, and their transformation sticks floating out in front of them turning into star lockets. A star locket materialized in front of Haku as it reached the middle of her bow. The true brooch has finally appeared. This will be their final transformation. Unless Usagi and Naruto untie their powers when the time comes, Queen Nelahenia said as she stood there grinning at them. During my day, I have witnessed some bizarre things. But this will have to take the sake, Jiraiya said, circling the 5 changed women and girls, examining their attire and color shifts before grinning and nodding. This will be going in the next 2 books. He turned to face Naruto and Usagi, asking if they had gotten everything from the troll before being attacked. He questioned them. As the others fell behind them, Naruto took Usagi's hand and led her back into the office, saying, yeah, we got it all, and when we were attacked, we just found a hidden safe in the back wall and a secret doorway leading somewhere else. Following the 2 blondes, The others saw Gato's charred remains from Usagi's most recent attack on her former comrade, as well as the state in which the battle had left the office. To their left was a large bookcase that had been moved in front of a large window, to the farthest right on the wall behind it was a safe, and to the left of it was a doorway. "Hinata, do you think you could see what's behind the door and the safe door?" Asuma asked, glancing at the girl. The safe would be the simplest of the two, so Hinata nodded her head and looked at it first. The safe has tons of scrolls and money and jewels in it. She then turned to face the door and said, "There is a long tunnel behind it and lead to a large room, but at the moment I am unable to see what is in the room, for it is too dark and something is blocking my sight." Her eyes returned to normal, and everyone else just stared at the girl as she blushed and smiled. "You heard the woman," Zabuza said. "Let's get to work, you bums," as he approached the safe and swung his sword in an X, causing the steel to slowly slide past each other and fall to the ground. He simply stood there grinning broadly and winking at Sailor Uranus while the woman, strangely enough, blushed at him. "Go on and help him," she told Uranus as she staggered towards Zabuza, looking at Neptune with a bewildered expression on her face. Neptune grinned at her lover and shoved her in the direction of the bandaged man. The blonde woman with short hair was caught by Zabuza, who grinned at her as she looked up at him with a faint flush on her cheek. Thank you," she muttered as she pushed off the man's chest, her fingers lingering longer than she had intended. When Zabuza heard Haku laughing behind him, he simply grunted. The three other men turned away, pretending not to notice the two, and the others joined in with giggles and laughter. When Naruto ran into the safe to escape the others' gaze, Jiraiya cleared his throat and said, "Well, we better go through this thing and see what all this asshole was hiding from the others." He was feeling uneasy about something that he couldn't identify. He turned in time to see the others attempt to rush in behind him as another door slid down and slammed shut behind them as he stepped through the safe. "Gosh!" Zabuza slammed his fist against the steel door and uttered those words. "I'm all right," yelled Naruto as he looked around the room. He pulled a couple glow sticks from his pouch and snapped them. He let out a long and low whistle as he saw all the scrolls along the wall and several tables. Alongside the back wall was stacks of cash, gold, silver, and other valuable jewels. "Man, this is insane," he whispered. As Zabuza attempted to cut the door open once more to release the trapped blonde for unknown doom, Jiraiya on the other side of the door examined all the seals that had appeared on the door. The others stared at him in disbelief as Jiraiya examined the seals closely and said, "This little bastard got his hands on a few Uzumaki seals." They knew how powerful those seals could be on their own, and now that they were from the Seal Master's clan, they were screwed royally, and the only Uzumaki that they knew was still alive was trapped behind those doors. As Naruto approached the scrolls, he was astounded to see each set in category and the clan from which he had stolen. The Uzumaki clan occupied a staggering 10 bookcases, mostly containing all of their log-sized sealing scrolls. There was also a single bookcase dedicated to clan fighting styles, 2 bookcases devoted to sword styles, and finally a bookcase containing numerous summoning scrolls. Naruto said, "Man, this little bastard raided my clan's homeland." His anger was evident as Kurama's chakra wrapped around him. As he turned, he slammed his fist against the steel door, causing the chakra to wrap around it and blow off the top of the hinge. All eyes followed the Toad Sage as he crashed through the wall, only to see his foot twitching outside the hole as Jiraiya was hurled into a wall across the room. The sound of Naruto coughing caused everyone to turn. "What the hell?" He waved the cloud of smoke away from his face and asked. His antics made everyone sweat profusely. "Naruto, what the devil happened?" Kakashi asked, glancing at his pupil. "What do you mean, sensei?" Naruto asked, simply blinking at his sensei. His expression was bewildered as he asked. In between sobs, Usagi approached Naruto and buried her face in his jacket before embracing him and saying, "Don't ever scare me like that again." "I'm sorry, Bunny," he said, tightening his arms around her as he glanced down at her. He told her, "I didn't mean to frighten you in that way. At times I feel like I'm intruding on these two," Hinata thought to herself as she stepped back and entered the vault, standing in the shadows and observing the two with a gentle smile on her lips. Behind a wall, she noticed additional scrolls belonging to the Uzumaki clan and several bookcases containing scrolls belonging to the Moon family. The labels for the crescent moon bore the same symbol as the mark on Usagi's forehead, and the goddess was referred to as Queen Nelahenia. As she continued to explore the safe, Hinata said, "Usagi, there are scrolls belonging to your clan over here." She even discovered a number of scrolls that her own family had believed to be lost in time. Wow, that's huge, Usagi said, looking up from Naruto's coat and gently pushing him away as she moved to where Hinata was standing and noticed the big scrolls bearing the Moon family crest. How will I return them all to their homes? Grinning at Naruto, she posed the question. Her antics made Naruto perspire. Bunny, I can create some sealing scrolls to hold all of those scrolls, you know. He informed her, I found some blank scrolls on the table that I can use because I don't have enough for everything in here. Thank you, Usagi said with a smile. I overlooked that. Could you also create a storage scroll for me, Naruto-kun? Hinata blushed at him and asked. As the other 4 outer scouts approached the bookcase, Haku called out, Hey, I found some scrolls with our planet symbols. Haku was wandering around looking at the scrolls when she discovered several that had both her planet symbol and the other guardians. Hey old man, do you think you could seal these away for us? Haruka said, turning to face the others. She's right, she asked, glancing at Jiraiya, who Hinata was now healing. Yeah, sure, Jiraiya said, turning to face Haruka. As Haruka and the others observed the faint green glow surrounding Hinata's hands as his wound gradually healed, he said, just let Hinata finish healing me. Hinata grinned at the Previ Sanin and said, you should be found until we return to Mr. Tezuna's house and Lady Tsunade is able to check you out. He grinned back at Hinata and said, thanks kiddo. He then stood back up, went over to Haruka and the others, and examined the scrolls the girls were examining. Would you like me to seal each of them in a separate scroll for their respective guardians? As he took multiple scrolls out of his pouch, Jiraiya asked. That would be fantastic, Setsuna said with a smile at the white-haired toad sage. As she watched Jiraiya draw the planet symbol on each scroll and begin sealing, she remarked, so, we are able to give them to the new or old guardians. Setsuna turned to the other guardians and said, we will need to learn how to use this chakra, because it is a wonderful thing. The other guardians nodded their heads in agreement. Haku bowed to them and said, I will be happy to try and help you. We work as a team. As Hotaru nodded her head in agreement, Michiru said, we work as one and we learn from each other. Everyone with the ability to use chakra took the scrolls from Jiraiya and Naruto and went to work. The Uzumaki and Moon family scrolls took longer. Could I just seal the whole damn thing and not just waste time sealing this one at a time? Naruto asked, looking irritated at the final 8 bookcases. He complains, but he asks Jiraiya half-heartedly. We could turn this into a large sealing scroll and push the bookcase onto each sealing seal and seal them up and get the empty cases, so we can store the other scrolls you have seal on, Jiraiya said, looking up from creating several more scrolls for a few minutes before snapping his fingers. To his left was an empty scroll the same size as the Uzumaki scrolls. In less than half an hour, both of them began transforming that bigger scroll into a single, enormous sealing scroll and sealed everything away. When they saw the empty safe, they both grinned. Zabuza stood near Haruka and asked, are we going to check out that back room? Zabuza grabbed his big sword and swung it across the door while the others nodded. As flames erupted from the trap seals and one lightning bolt, he leapt to the side. Everyone saw the burnt trap seals once the smoke had cleared. As Usagi entered the dimly lit doorway, she asked, wonder what that damn troll was hiding back here. With a lantern in hand, Naruto quickly followed behind her. Naruto pulled her back and moved around her, saying, Usagi, you should have allowed me to go first. He informed her, we don't know if there are any more traps. The tone of his voice was one of concern. Usagi looked sheepishly at her love and said, sorry. Naruto gave her a smile in return. As they made their way to a different door at the end of the hallway, he assured her, it's okay. To test and open the door knob, Naruto created a shadow clone. Nothing had occurred. The clone entered the space and surveyed its surroundings. When he turned on the light switch, the room was illuminated by blinding light that hurt his other eyes, but he saw nothing. A man on one knee who looked to be chained to a scroll with the same symbol of Naruto's eyes was seen before everyone else was surrounded by more scrolls. Like a brand new kit, Naruto approached the man with the scroll and put his hand on his head. When the man opened his eyes, Naruto leapt back. The young man was admired by the man. My lord, you live, the man exclaimed, staring up at Naruto in disbelief. All Naruto and the others could say was, huh. As he approached his long-lost prince, the man slowly got to his feet, still holding the large scroll. As the others watched, with Naruto unsure of what to do, the man said, Prince Naruto Apollo. You look just like your father at this age. He could see the boy's face was etched with confusion. The guy complained about Naruto's first knight and guardian, saying, "You have forgotten me, have you not?" It appears Kurama has been slacking off once more. Before Naruto and the other man, a massive ball of red flames materializes. The others seize weapons in preparation for an assault. A man with long crimson hair, black armor, a pair of fox ears atop his head, and crimson fox eyes stood there as the flames subsided. "Damn you, Atlas, where the hell have you been all this time? Why blame me when you should have been helping our late king's family in this new world?" Kurama growled. Atlas, who had changed his name, scowled at the fox man in front of him. "Don't blame me, Kurama, you and the other knights where to find me and bring me to our king. But, no one ever showed, and I fell into a long slumber." He replied with a growl. "Shukaku, that crazed woman never showed, and with you not around to keep ordered with the other 8. Things never went as planned." Kurama turned to face Naruto and the others and simply sighed. "I never knew who ordered her to find you. But when we awoke in this new world, we awoke different. We awoke as tailed beast that the sage of Six Path entrust us with great and dangerous powers," he explained to Atlas. The man approached the fox-like knight after nodding his head. Atlas scowled at him and said, "So, I guess you became a fox for your cunning ways." Naruto glared at the two men and said, "Okay, you two, enough." The young man and the others behind him caught both of their attention. When they saw the nine-tailed fox in human form in front of them, all of the shinobi's mouths dropped open. With his shirt pulled up, Naruto looked down at his belly and asked, "Kurama, when are you able to leave the seal?" He then pushed a small amount of chakra to the spot where the seal appeared, and it appeared to be there. He didn't know how he got out of him, but it wasn't broken. Kurama gave Naruto a sly smile. As the others collapsed to the ground in disbelief, he told Naruto, "I am able to move freely from you in this form. For my lady informed me of this just earlier." Naruto grinned at the fox man and said, "So, are you finally going to get off your ass and help me train?" Kurama returned Naruto's smirk. He watched Naruto lose his balance and remarked, "When I feel like it." Naruto glared at Kurama and said, "Damn you, Kurama. Quiet messing around and get serious for once. My young prince, you will need both Kurama and myself to train you in what he held in this scroll. As we find the other knights, they will also train you in what they know. For Queen Gala and King Apollo have ordered it," said Atlas as she laughed at Kurama as he returned her gaze. Looking around the room, Atlas noticed numerous artifacts from their bygone era. Atlas smiled and said, "It appears all we need is in here." Kurama and Atlas, along with everything in the room, disappeared in a flash of golden light before anyone realized what had happened. However, in front of everyone was a spectral representation of Apollo that bore a striking resemblance to Minato. "My son, I know your mother and I have left a heavy burden on your shoulders. But, with the Moon Maiden and the others, you will bring peace to those who need it. For you will usher in a world of peace. All suffering will be a thing of the past," said Minato. "Sensei?" Kakashi asked, a tear streaming down his one eye. Minato grinned at Kakashi and Jiraiya as she turned to face them. With a hardened expression on his face, Minato said, "Hey Jiraiya sensei and Kakashi. It has been a while. Please protect my son and the others." As both men nodded, he said, "For many will be coming for him and will do anything to get to him. So, protect them and make sure they are able to fight and hold their own." "Princess, you are just as beautiful as your mother," Minato said, grinning again as she turned to face Naruto and Usagi. He told her to take care of him, and as Hinata blushed, he noticed her hiding in the back. "My young Hyuga princess, do your best to care and love my son as he loves you." Before Minato could say anything more, a voice said, "My time is up. But don't be afraid, we'll get together again." Queen Nelahenia and the 4 outer scouts exclaimed, "King Apollo." Looking at Naruto, Queen Nelahenia said, "I wish your mother had shown up. Because she would have been more beneficial. I swear that man is a fool. What did Gala ever see in him?" she asked herself, sighing. "But I understand she will only show when you are truly in dire need of her. I suppose it's time for us to go back to the others." Usagi tried to break the silence in the room by saying, "They might be concerned about us." After leaving the mansion and returning to Tezuna's residence, everyone simply nodded. "Have you destroyed every camp used by bandits?" Gazing at Jiraiya, Zabuza asked. "Yes," Jiraiya said, nodding his head. "On our way to the trolls' small hiding place, we took them all out. We're fortunate to have Naruto, a one-man army, all to ourselves." He and his shadow clones occupied 3 camps while we eliminated the others and regrouped at Gato's place, he said to Zabuza. I'm glad I killed them, Naruto said, turning green as he recalled all the men he had killed as well as the women and children he had located and set free. I witnessed one attempting to rape a young girl. He told everyone. I tore him to pieces and I had several of my summons kill the ones that fled from me. Naruto, a wolf said as they arrived at Tazuna's home. The snow-white wolf declared, we've all finished tracking down everyone who escaped. Naruto grinned and said, thank you, Blizzard. No issue. Blizzard puffed away, it helped us teach the younger cubs to hunt. In other places, Rei, who had seen the fight multiple times, glared into a mirror that displayed her as Sailor Moon. Damn her, her strength and power have increased. We didn't wager on that, she growled to herself. Rei-chan, is there a problem? Black Lady emerged from the shadows and asked. Your mother has become stronger and killed Amy, Rei said, turning to the Black Lady. Even so, I had lost interest in her. She was still helpful. She had no value. The others are, too. However, you fail to notice that. You still think they're helpful, Black Lady remarked. What are you doing here? Rei scowled at the woman in front of her. She inquired. In order to carry out his scheme to occupy Usagi's new residence, the snake has requested Makoto. I also considered letting him have Minako. Black Lady remarked, because those two would give us a good show. Rei turned away from Black Lady and said, fine, let him have those two for all I care. Black Lady bowed and vanished, saying, as you wish, mistress. Soon she will be a pond as well and I shall have him all to myself, she thought, grinning wickedly as she emerged in the hallway that led to the prison for the remaining inner scouts. Returning to the Land of Waves. It was the last day for everyone in the Land of Wave because the bridge had finally been completed, the Land of Waves was now free, and a new lord had been chosen. Tazuna had declined, so a village elder had taken over as the new lord, and Tazuna had become the new village elder. Things had calmed down since Tsunade had returned to the village and Queen Nelahenia had returned, allowing Jiraiya to resume his work and leave the others. Hinata's team stayed on for additional assistance, and Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai worked with the 4 outer guardians on the fundamentals of chakra, learning alongside the other students the skills they would need for this new world. Tsunade had returned to arrange things and let the 3rd Hokage know about the newcomers and the situation. So much has happened in a short amount of time. I scared that something bad is coming and all who I love will be endangered because of me, Naruto thought to himself as he sat at the edge of the bridge overlooking the sea below. Kurama said, Kid, you will never have a normal life. If you are with the Moon Princess, you two will always be putting everyone you love in danger. The only thing you can do about it is get stronger and keep fighting for another day and to our end goal of peace. Naruto stood up and said, you're right, and I detest it when you're right about things. The other had appeared as he was getting up. With the others standing behind him, Kakashi asked, so, are you ready? Naruto approached his teammates and nodded his head. Yeah, he said to his sensei, let's go back home. Together with Zabuza, Haku, and the outer scouts, the two teams approached Konoha's main gates. When Zabuza and the tall blonde woman standing next to him were merely conversing, the 2 nameless guards on duty appeared half prepared to urinate. Kakashi gave the guards a smile. He said, Teams 10 and 8 have returned along with guests to be seen by Lord Hokage as soon as we return. The 2 men simply nodded as everyone signed in and allowed them to proceed through the village. The 2 men appeared to have passed out from shock, so Naruto simply grinned and waved at them. The villagers paused to observe the newcomer and the demon brat as the large group made their way through the village in the direction of the Hokage Tower. When the shinobi from the rooftops saw Zabuza among them, they even looked down at them and plodded on. Tower of Hokage. Sarutobi turned his attention to the pile of papers on his desk. He let out a sigh because everything was finished. However, he could hear conversations and what sounded like Naruto yelling at someone outside his window. Outside, Naruto yelled, damn it Kiba, as he struck Kiba for pinching Haruka's butt. As Kiba picked himself up off the ground, he told him, she can freaking kill your ass. Haruka grinned and nodded her head as her weapon materialized in her hand, causing Kiba's eyes to widen. Kiba collapsed back onto his knees. With tears running down his cheeks, he pleaded with her, I beg you for your forgiveness. I didn't know any better. As Haruka's weapon vanished, she grinned at Kiba. As the others laughed behind her, she told him, I will forgive you this time, puppy. But if you ever do it again, I will punish you in ways you would never imagine. They were confident that she would fulfill her promise. As he pulled Kiba by the hood of his jacket, Naruto said, "Come on, let's go see Gigi." The group led them up the stairs to the Hokage's office at the top of the tower and down the corridor. Sarutobi leapt up to support his completed paperwork as Naruto kicked the door open. Sarutobi glared at the young blonde boy and growled, "Damn it, Naruto. How many times have I told you not to do that?" Naruto smiled and said, "How many times have I told you that I don't care?" Sarutobi simply sighed and gave him a glare. He glanced at the group and then at Zabuza, asking, "Fine. How was your mission in the land of Wave?" Naruto smiled and followed him. As Zabuza stared at him in shock, Naruto said, "Zabuza is under the Uzumaki Namikaze clan protection along with his daughter Haku." Sarutobi remarked, "Naruto, you know that is a very risky move on your part." As she stepped forward, Usagi said, "We know. For I am sure Mama told you about what happened when we arrived in the land of Wave." The third responded, "Yes, she told me everything that has happened during her time there. As well as Naruto's ancient bloodline." Sarutobi replied, In other places, a very pale man with golden snake eyes stood deep in a viper's hole in the center of what was known as the village hidden in the sound, watching over the two young women Black Lady had just brought him. With a hint of bitterness in her voice, she told him, "Here are the two you had requested from Lady Ray." He gave a head nod. While smiling and licking his tongue like a snake, the man said, "Good. This will be more fun with their powers. Office of the Hokage, see Gigi. Everything is going to be fine and Haku is Usagi's new guardian and where she goes her father wouldn't be too far behind. Also, wouldn't it be good to have someone with Zabuza's skills as a loyal shinobi of our village?" said Naruto with a grin. The third Hokage grinned at the absent Nin and said, "Yes, I know Naruto-kun. But I only have one question for Zabuza." Zabuza gave the elderly leader a nod. "Tell me why you would turn your back on your old village?" asked the third person. Zabuza sighed and raised his voice. "I did for love. The cage of my village had started the bloodline civil war, killing all those whose clan had bloodline. I had helped Ismane to escape from the village before I got orders to kill any and all with bloodline. With that I grew enraged and turned on him and tried killing him. By this time, I had Haku as my student and I had adopted her as my daughter even though I never told her that. Also, I feared they would hunt her down when I'm gone on a mission for. She has a bloodline limit and they wouldn't care if she was under my protection or not," he said as he gazed at his daughter, Saro. In response, Sarutobi nodded his head. "As a father and Kage I understand your actions. I do not hold your actions against you. For I have done the same thing to protect those I love and care for. For your Kage to become so drunk on his own power that all with bloodlines had to die for his actions is something horrible," he responded. Everyone in the room nodded their heads and remained silent. At this, Sasuke nearly scoffed. It had nothing to do with him and wasn't worth his time, so he didn't care. Usagi turned to face Naruto and said, "I think we're going to be needing a larger house." Naruto turned to face his Gigi and nodded his head. Sarutobi simply opened his desk drawer and sighed. A scroll bearing the Uzumaki symbol was found inside. He took it out and hurled it at the child. "Here are the keys to your mother's clan house and it is large enough for everyone here and the main house is the largest of all clan house in the village. So, it is enough room for you and your future brides," he stated to the teenager. Naruto glanced down at the scroll after catching it in midair. There was a note on it. He opens it slowly. "To my son, I was aware that you would eventually require our family clan home. I have therefore asked the elderly man to secure the keys for you. Your father and I lived in a decent-sized house for a small family. However, you will require additional space. Because I am confident that you will locate and create your own family. Additionally, it's possible that you will locate additional Uzumaki and relocate them to their new home with their real family. But never forget how much we adore you. You can also learn from a sizable library. I don't want you to get hurt, so make sure you have someone keeping an eye on you while you train. Love your mother." Naruto's lip curved into a melancholy smile. Over a whisper, he uttered, "I hope I get to meet her someday." Hinata and Usagi embraced him. He simply closed his eyes and embraced the two girls. Everyone just watched the three without saying anything. "Why don't you all go check out the new house and maybe get supplies that you'll need for the place?" said the third Hokage. Asuma turned to his father and grinned, saying, "Teams 10, 8 and 7 you're all free to go." Ino approached Naruto after giving him a quick glance. She said, "Would it be alright if I came along?" This caused everyone to watch her in disbelief. Because she would typically follow Sakura and pursue Sasuke. However, something occurs, and the girl gradually begins to grow closer to Naruto. However, nobody was aware of this at the time. It simply did. Naruto grinned and said, "Sure, Ino-chan." The two girls on either side of him exchanged a knowing glance. Except for Sakura and Sasuke, the other teams followed Ino's lead. Because they had their heads too far up their asses to comprehend what was going on and how the rise of the two young rules of Earth and Moon would permanently alter their world. Since he was witnessing things that no ninja had ever done, Shikamaru thought it was beneficial to find out more about what was going on. This was on a whole new level even with the transformation jutsu, so it was important to understand and be proficient with it. Because this would have an impact on his future and everyone around him. Shino shared Shikamaru's perspective that the others were merely interested in seeing the Uzumaki compound. Because when they reached the far edge of the clan district, they had passed it. He had created multiple clones to inform Ba-chan of the situation, and Naruto and Usagi discussed a shopping list of items they would need for the new home. I sent a few henge to get takeout from various restaurants for dinner because they were regular people. Kiba and Choji entered to assist with carrying items for the girls, while Usagi accompanied the other girls into the stores to retrieve the supplies they had discussed. Because they had all witnessed Naruto's treatment at the stories, they all knew it would be better if they went to assist so he wouldn't have to worry about the girls being mistreated. After an hour, they were all standing in front of two big black gates that bore the Uzumaki crest. Kiba asked, a little perplexed, "Hey, isn't that the symbol for our village?" Naruto turned to face him. He told the dog boy, "No, that is my family crest and the symbol for my long-fallen village." All Kiba could say was, "Oh." Choji turned to face the boy. "My clan during the war clan time had an alliance with the Uzumaki clan before their fall at the end of the Second Shinobi War," said the big boy. In response, Naruto nodded his head. "Yeah, I had a letter from my mother telling if things got bad to run to Choji's clan and ask for aid for they had a blood pact with my clan. As well, Choji's grandma is an Uzumaki that had to adopted me several times but was stopped by the damn civilian council," said the blonde kid while beaming at his buddy. With a completely different perspective on the blonde, Choji remarked, "I never knew that about my grandma." He said, "So, we are family." Naruto looked away, bit his thumb, and used his blood to open the front gate. "I'm not sure. My mom was from the main family. You might have to ask your grandma." They followed the stone pathway leading to the main house as the two massive gates opened. They noticed the area was in good condition as they strolled around it. They could see that the yard was well kept, with flower beds filled with a variety of plants. Ino was having fun, and many others had never seen this. She would have to request permission to visit each of the estate's flower gardens. As Zabuza noticed a few houses off to the side that were just as large as Gato's place, he said, "Brat, this place is huge." Naruto simply nodded while moving around as well. He turned pale at the idea and declared, "I am going to be working my ass off to keep this yard up." As he observed the pale boy, Shino remarked, "Naruto-san. You could always make your shadow clones." As though the bug user had developed a second head, Naruto froze in place and turned to face Shino. With a sheepish smile, he said, "You're right. How could I forget that?" When they arrived at the main house, everyone simply laughed. After examining the door to make sure there were no seals, Naruto removed his keys and unlocked the doors. He noticed the place was spotless as soon as the doors opened. He intervened and turned on the lights. He sighed with relief and remarked, "Cool power works. That is a good sign." As they entered, they were greeted by white walls, black stone tile floors, and a spacious living area separate from the entrance. There was a big circular coffee table in the middle, surrounded by roughly 3 large black couches and 6 armchairs. His clones hurried in, making their way into the dining room and kitchen. A few clones became preoccupied with locating and cleaning the dishes because they had a small amount of dust on them. When they were done, they arranged all the food on the kitchen's large island and placed the plates at the end with spoons and chopsticks for the soup, which he also picked up. Because he was uncertain about what would be popular with everyone. After returning, Chu took the drinks from Choji and proceeded to the kitchen to arrange them on the island with cups and start making tea. One clone returned. As it ascended in smoke, it declared, "Dinner is ready, everyone." Naruto grinned. As they put down their belongings, he said, Just set everything down and have dinner and we can worry about everything else after we eat. They saw the dining room off to their left and followed Naruto into the spacious kitchen. As he picked up some food and a bowl of ramen, Naruto said, "Dig in everyone." Everyone chatted and ate as they sat around. As she glanced at the two blondes and then Hinata, Ino asked, "So, Naruto, you're 16. When are you and Usagi going to be getting married?" As everyone stopped eating, the two blondes exchanged glances. Usagi turned to face Naruto, who simply nodded his head while swallowing his food. We haven't set up a date yet. For we had the mission and wanted to wait until we came back. Yeah, it sucked that we were on the mission while it was my birthday. But it's all up to Bunny when we get married. For her dress is ready to be picked up and all I must do is get my outfit and find a place we can have it for. What I was told it was going to be a big deal for we are part of the two oldest clans besides the Senjei and Uchiha clans as well as the Hyuga clans. Said Naruto as he responded to Ino. Sweat fell as everyone turned to stare at Naruto. With a distant, dreamy expression in her eyes, Ino said, "You know you can have it here. The flower gardens are beautiful would set the mood." Usagi grinned. Looking at every girl in the room, she remarked, "That is a great idea. But I also need to finish getting the bridesmaids' dresses as well." Kiba asked, "Will Sakura be a part of the wedding party?" Usagi scowls at this. "I'm not sure. She said she wanted to be part of it. But I'm not sure if I should have her part of it. For she would demand having Sasuke part of it and I do not want that jackass messing up my wedding with his behavior." She told everybody. Also, Naruto needs a best man still. Naruto looked down at his food and said, "Yeah, I haven't picked one yet. But I'm not sure who would want to be part of my groomsmen." Shikamaru gave the blonde boy a small smile and said, "Troublesome. Naruto, you know we are your friends and we would do it for you." With a genuine blue smile, Naruto said, "Thank you, Shika." Kiba smiled at his friend and said, "I think Shikamaru should be the best man. I know I would lose the ring and I don't know about the other guys." Shikamaru complained, "Troublesome." He returned to his meal and said, "I'm not wearing orange." Everyone merely chuckled at him. Usagi grinned and said, "Yeah, you guys will be wearing black. Only the girls will be wearing colorful dresses." On a Saturday morning, Tsunade and the other girls pulled Usagi to the wedding shop. Diamonds and crystals encircled her low-cut neckline and covered the corset of her wedding gown, which was still in the window. With a dreamy gaze, Ino said, "I love your dress, Usagi." Usagi blushed slightly and said, "Thank you. The dressmaker said she was going to make me something one of a kind and never repeat it for anyone, no matter who they may." When the girls walked into the store, they bumped into Sakura, who was searching the village for Sasuke because she had recently seen him shopping. As she noticed everyone entering the bridal shop, she said, "Hey." Everyone turned to stare at her, and a few people let out a sigh. Usagi tried to be kind to the pinkett and said, "Hi Sakura." Sakura glanced at them and asked, "What is everyone doing here?" Now speaking without stuttering, Hinata said, "We're here for her final dress fitting and to get our dresses." Sakura's eyes widened slightly and she appeared slightly offended that she wasn't invited to participate. She tried not to sound offended as she said, "Oh, I see. It's unbelievable that she didn't invite me to attend or participate in her wedding." She thought to herself, "I thought I was her teammate." Usagi noticed her sadness at not being included in this. As a result, she asked a question she hoped she would never regret. As everyone stared at Usagi as though she had gone insane, she asked, "Would you like to be part of my wedding party?" Sakura gave the girl with the blonde hair a smile. She said to Usagi, "Thank you. I would really love to." The others were merely concerned that the pinkett might cause problems. However, all they could do was hope she wouldn't cause any problems. They all entered, and Usagi went to try on her outfit one last time. Kurenai and Anko were passing by outside when they noticed Usagi wearing her outfit and all the girls. Kurenai remarked, "She looks so beautiful." Anko paused and peered over her friend's shoulder. "Yeah, she does. That little brat is very lucky to land a beauty like her," said Anko. "Why don't we go in and see what she picked out for the girls?" Kurenai gave a nod, and they entered. "Hi Kurenai-sensei," said Hinata as she saw her teacher walk in with a purple-hair woman. Kurenai said to Hinata and the other, "Hello Hinata." "Hello girls. You look very beautiful Usagi." Usagi glanced at her dress after turning away from the mirrors she was standing in front of. Her smile said, "Thank you, Kurenai-sensei." Looking at Usagi with a smile, Anko said, "So, brat, what are your wedding colors?" "I don't feel like looking, and I can't remember what colors I chose for the wedding." Usagi blushed and said, "Well, the guys will be wearing black and matching ties to whatever girl they will be escorting dressed to match. Naruto will be the only one with orange and I will have orange lingerie to make him happy with." Anko laughed and grinned evilly. Looking at a purple dress, Ino asked, "Are the new girls going to be part of the wedding?" Usagi said, pondering, maybe, for I do have more guys than girls." Usagi turned to Sakura and remarked, "There is Choji, Kiba, Shikamaru, Shino, and Hinata already agreed to be partnered with Shino. Ino going to be with Choji." She said, "Sakura, would you mind being with Kiba?" Sakura appeared somewhat taken aback. Sakura asked without thinking, "I thought Sasuke was going to be part of the wedding party." Usagi scowled. "No, he isn't. He has made it clear he wants nothing to do with it and will do everything he can to destroy my wedding day and have me marry him. So, no." Sakura sighed and turned to face the others, but all she could say was, "Oh. Yeah, I can walk with Kiba." Everyone was shocked by this. Usually, she would act irrationally to get her Sasuke-kun. What caused this change of heart, they wondered. However, nobody was going to inquire, because they believed it was best to leave it unasked. Usagi looked at the 4 outer scouts and said, "Now I just need someone for Shikamaru as he is the best man. I'll be part of it if you can get Zabuza as my partner." Haruka replied. The blonde with short hair caught everyone's attention when she spoke. Michiru grinned at her best friend and ex-lover. She teased, "It appears someone has fallen in love." Haruka simply turned away from her ex-lover and flushed. She turned to face her best friend and remarked, "What if I have? I have never met anyone like him before." As everyone nodded their heads, Usagi asked, "Okay then maybe Haku with Shikamaru." Haku simply blushed because she thought Shikamaru was kind of cute. Throughout the village, Zabuza's dad senses that something is wrong. He had a feeling that his daughter was attracted to a boy, and he would not allow that. With a demonic aura enveloping him, Zabuza growled, "Whoever this boy is, he will die." Since they had gone out to breakfast before their tuxedo fittings, Naruto and the others moved away from him. Shikamaru was unable to get rid of the feeling that he was about to die. Beside Naruto, she trembled in terror. The day of the wedding. The Chunin exams and the day of Naruto and Usagi's wedding were 3 days away. This happy day was attended by Kage and all the nobles of the elemental nations. In contrast, Naruto was extremely terrified. He doubted his ability to accomplish this. He was just 16. He believed he was too young to get married. He didn't even consider himself prepared for the upcoming Chunin exams in 3 days. As he adjusted the boy's tie, Shikamaru said, "Naruto, just relax. It will all be alright." Naruto's voice was filled with fear as he asked, "Are you sure, Shika? Do you think I can do this?" Shikamaru gives an eye roll. "Yeah, you can do this. Out of the lot of us, you're the only one that has the balls to do it." Naruto merely chuckles. He laughs once more as he says, "Yeah, you're right. The others would try to be out on missions while you would just hide and sleep under a tree." Shikamaru merely chuckles. Troublesome blonde. Usagi and the girls are laughing and making fun of their husbands and dates at a guest house. Usagi laughed and said, "Shikamaru is holding Naruto down while he tries to flee right now." Hinata laughed and said, "I believe you're right." Before the wedding, Tsunade had the brilliant idea to give the girls some peach wedding sake. As a result, we are laughing a lot because the boys are acting like true men. Elfman shouting, "Be a real man." They headed to the ceremony when it was time. The guys were attractive next to their dates, and all the girls looked gorgeous in rainbow hues. Shikamaru continued to struggle with his tie while Zabuza continued to glare at him. Usagi glided down the aisle to Naruto, looking like a goddess. Once she was right beside him, the poor guy had fainted. It had taken roughly 5 minutes to rouse him. But as soon as he was upright, he was flushed and unable to look away from his stunning bride. The Fire Lord asked, "Usagi, do you take Naruto to be your husband?" Usagi said, "I do." The Fire Lord asked, "Naruto, do you consider Usagi to be your wife?" Naruto nearly passed out again and said, I. However, he managed to stay upright this time because Shikamaru pinched him. The Fire Lord grinned at the young couple and said, "I hereby announce you husband and wife. You may now kiss your bride." He had insisted on being the one to perform their wedding since he had performed for his parents and was planning to perform for the boys in the Hyuga heiress. Naruto had a goofy expression on his face as the young married couple broke up, blushing and kissing in front of everyone. Everyone simply laughed at the boys' antics. For the party, they had relocated to the other garden. They enjoyed themselves. Delicious cake and dinner. In addition, a cake fight broke out between the young, inexperienced guests at the wedding. Surprisingly, Zabuza had proposed a date to Haruka. Thus, Haku may be getting a mother. Exams for Chunin. Naruto was waiting downstairs for his beautiful bride on the morning of the Chunin exams so they could go meet up with their two teammates. On their way to the academy to meet up with their two other teammates, Usagi and Naruto strolled down the village street. Sakura and Sasuke were standing outside the academy. While they waited for their newlywed teammates, Sakura attempted to speak with Sasuke, who had his arms crossed and was frowning at nothing. She said, "Sasuke-kun, are you ready for today?" Sasuke only said, "HN." To her. She simply sighed and let her shoulders drop, so she turned away. She turned away and went to the swing where Naruto used to hang out as a child, telling him, "Fine, just be a stuck-up jerk." Sasuke gave her a startled look. At that moment, Usagi and Naruto approached and heard the pinket. Naruto grinned at the two and said, "Alright you two. Let's head in." Usagi encircled Sakura's shoulder with her arm. In an attempt to cheer her up, she told her teammate, "Don't worry. Everything will be fine." Sakura nodded her head and followed the girl with the blonde hair, saying, "Yeah, I guess so." They entered, ascended the stairs, and crossed to the second floor, which was where they had to go to reach the third floor stairs. They noticed a genjutsu on the sign above the door as they approached a sizable gathering. Naruto put his hand on Sasuke's shoulder as he opened his mouth. "It's a test to weed out the other weaklings." Naruto shook his head no. Usagi approached Sasuke and glared at him as he was about to open his mouth. She snarled at him, saying, "Don't you fucking dare you duck-ass jerk." Sakura was even giving him a glare. Sasuke was even more incensed after losing the vote. HN. He continued to walk while sticking his nose up in the air. They attracted Team 9's attention as they moved past the others. As they passed by, Neji observed them, and as Usagi went by, his pale eyes drooped. As they passed the others around the door, she felt eyes on her, and a shiver went up her spine. She knew better than to look. She didn't have to look to see who was observing her. Because she had an idea. What does she perceive in that idiot blonde? Neji's thoughts turned to Naruto as he noticed the young man shoving his male teammate in the direction of the stairs. Tenten looked at Neji and said, "So, those are the prince and princess of Konoha." Neji mocked the notion that Naruto was royalty of any kind, saying, "The princess and the pauper." More like it, he told his teammates, "It doesn't matter. My worthless cousin will be his problem soon." As Sakura strolled alongside her teammates, Lee merely nodded his head. He reflected, "She is like a lovely pink blossom." Team 7 headed to the classroom where the exam would be administered to the others. Kakashi-sensei was standing in front of the door. He gave them a smile. "I am glad you all came as a team. For if only 2 of you had shown I wouldn't have allowed you to take the exam. But if 3 had shown up I would have still allowed you to take part," he stated to his pupils. Usagi grinned at him and said, "Well, that's good to hear. But I would like to make Chunin before I retire or even Jonin." For a brief moment, Kakashi appeared somewhat taken aback before simply grinning and disappearing. Naruto chuckled as Usagi opened the door and they all followed her into the spacious classroom. "Being married suits you well." Sasuke gave her a fierce look. "I'll have her." He pushed himself away from his teammates and moved toward the wall, thinking to himself, "One way or another, I will take her away from him." Naruto observed the other people in the room while the others followed behind him. A loud voice broke through the crowd, saying, "Hey, look who made it." As Ino suddenly appeared and rushed up to embrace Usagi, they turned to see Kiba and his teammates approaching them. Ino smiled and said, "I'm so glad to see you." Shikamaru yawned and walked over to his friends, saying, "It looks like we are all here after all." Usagi was surrounded by all of the girls. Waving her eyebrows at her fellow blonde, Ino asked, "So how was your wedding night?" Usagi flushed profusely. Kiba wrapped Naruto's shoulder with an arm. As a big-ass pervert, Kiba asked, "So, tell me how your wedding night was." With little desire to respond, Naruto said, "It was okay. We got slept after everyone left." Usagi grinned as she recalled her wedding night with her husband, saying, "He was so romantic and gentle about everything." With one foot in the air, Kiba collapsed to the ground. He leapt to his feet. He growled, that isn't what I'm talking about. He said to the blonde, I'm talking about the sex you had with your lovely wife. Naruto said, I'm not going to kiss and tell you, Kiba. Choji said, just drop it, Kiba. As Shino stood beside him and nodded, Shikamaru said, troublesome. He doesn't have to tell us anything. If he does, he can tell us when he wants to. A crimson-haired girl with teal eyes stood across the room, watching the blonde boy converse with his pals. Will we be serving him, Mom? Yes, but watch out that the fox isn't pleased with me, Shukaku said, attempting to conceal more information from him. My dumb sister is here, brat. Kurama remarked, so be careful because she drives the ones that she holds mad. Naruto briefly lost consciousness while the others continued to converse with him. Naruto toned back into his friends and said, all right, I'll keep an eye out for her. As they waited for everything to begin, Sasuke simply ignored them. Ibiki observed every Chunin aspirant. He informed his companions, it appears all the villages have sent a team or two to the village. The others merely gave a head nod. As everyone turned to look at the bottom, a cloud of smoke appeared down at the very front where the black board is. A man and a number of other men and women holding clipboards stood there. However, a young man with silver hair glared down at Ibiki from the shadows. He showed up much earlier than usual. As he retreated into the shadows, he thought, not giving me the time I needed to try and talk with Sasuke-kun and the blonde-hair brat and his bride. He would need to make another attempt. To speak with them, there was always the second part of the test. Ibiki said, okay, brats, pay attention. Take a number and find the seat it belongs to. Naruto grinned at Usagi as they all lined up and followed instructions. She returned the smile, knowing that both of them would succeed. Since their wedding and their return from the land of Wave, Atlas has been collaborating with them on everything. Kurama was shocked to find that they were seated next to his painful sister. The girl with the crimson hair and the teal eyes glanced at the blonde next to her. Naruto grinned at her but remained silent because he could tell she was unique and that they were meant to be together. Kurama grinned evilly and thought, that scared-faced bastard sat us together. I'll leave her be for now. But soon I will be seeing her soon. Shit, I'm in for it, Shukaku thought, not pleased with the person she was seated next to. She knew Kurama could come see her if he so desired, since he was the strongest of them all. All right, shut up. This exam consists of 10 questions. Ibiki glared at everyone, saying, I honestly don't give a damn because I make all the damn rules. 9 are on this sheet, and the 10 will be given to you verbally. Each question is worth 2 points. If you are caught cheating 5 times, you and your teammates will be dismissed, and if you don't like it, well, I don't give a damn. There was silence in the room because nobody wanted to tempt fate and be expelled before they had a chance to take the test. Good, now start. You have 1 hour, but Indiana 45 minutes we will be giving you the 10th question. Ibiki replied. No cheating. Strange, Naruto thought as he turned his test over and examined every question. Ah, I see why. These are not questions normal genin would be able to answer unless you're Sakura or Shikamaru. I know Tem will have issues with these questions, he thought to himself as he started answering the questions he knew immediately after returning. He then summoned a few small foxes and told them what he needed them to do, and they ran off and got all the answers he needed, taking some to Usagi, Hinata, and other members of his friends. Ibiki smirked as he saw numerous flies fall to the ground. He noticed a furry tail protruding from beneath one of the desks, close to one of his plants that Naruto was near. What was that thing? He asked himself. In order to avoid tipping their summoners' hands, the fox kits worked quickly and made sure to disappear without emitting smoke. In other places, during the 3rd stage of the Chunin exams, Orochimaru Sound 5 took care of the 2 sailor scouts he intended to use to destroy the village he once loved and would defend. Why must we squander our time keeping an eye on these bitches? A teenage girl with red hair asked. Keep quiet. A teenage boy with white hair, 2 dots on his forehead, and yellowish green eyes said, that's what our master wants us to do. As she and the others left the room, the girl crossed her arms and said, whatever. She would rather find something else to do than waste her time keeping an eye on some losers. Examination room. Ibiki snarled, put your pencils down and listen up. At the 45-minute mark, looking at what he had left. Everyone put down their pencils and observed the big man in front. You will fail if you answer this question incorrectly, and you will never be permitted to retake this exam if you answer this last question incorrectly. As he observed them, Ibiki said. He watched about 8 teams get up and leave because they couldn't risk it and wanted to have a chance for the next exam in 6 months that was taking place in Kumo. He smiled as he heard whispers and gasps, and he remained silent for a good 10 minutes while he watched some teams drop like flies and others glare at their teammates, daring them to get up. Ibiki smiled at them and said, "You all pass. Do you mean that we pass?" As Kiba was having a heart attack, asked him a question. Ibiki smiled and said, "Aside from how many of you could obtain information without being caught, the 10th question was my favorite part of the test." He informed everyone that, similar to the 10th question, a Chunin would have to decide whether to continue with the mission or to stop and turn around because doing so would put you and your team in danger. A woman with purple hair tied up in a pineapple ponytail stands in front of them, and the banner behind her reads, "The Sexy and Single Anko Mitarashi." He was about to elaborate when the window exploded out, revealing a balled-up cloth that had been unfolded with kunai from every corner hitting the wall and floor. Ibiki gave her back a fierce look. With a growl, he said, "You're early." Anko gave him a sly smile. She said to him, "Well, I got bored and you talked too much." He gave her a narrowed look. He crossed his arms and sat down on the desk, telling her to get on with it. As she turned back to face the fortunate few, Anko said, Yeah, I'm getting to it." "Well, old man, you are slacking. But I will cut them down even more in the second part," she said to him. Anko gave them a crazy smile and said, "Listen up, brats. The second part of the exam will be a survival exam. It will be taking place at Training Ground 44, better known as the Forest of Death." Anko yelled, "Move it out, brats," as she leapt out the window while the others got up from their seats and hurried out the door. Others followed her out the shattered window. Training Ground 44, also affectionately referred to as the Forest of Death, was where all of the Chunin hopefuls first met. Because they occasionally accompany their summons to this training ground to train away from the Uchiha and his Pinkett Banshee fangirl, Naruto and Usagi were familiar with the area. Naruto turned to face his beautiful bride and asked, "So, Bunny, how long do you think it will take us this time to get to the tower?" Usagi gave him a smile. "Well, if it was just us, it would only take about 20 to 30 minutes, but how we have the rest of our team, I'm not sure, but also we don't know what we have to do before we get to the tower," he replied. Sakura and Sasuke both raised an eyebrow at them. Sasuke asked Naruto, "What are you talking about, dope?" Naruto glanced at their least favorite teammate over Usagi's shoulder. All he said to the Raven Duck ass boy was, "Bunny and I train here from time to time." Sasuke scoffed and turned away, crossing his arms, saying, as if a place like that wouldn't be suitable for a loser like him. "Only someone with my abilities could," he reflected. Sakura simply observed, unsure of whether to voice her opinions or remain on the sidelines. Ino and her teammates approached Team 7. She asked everyone, "So what do you think they will have us do in here?" Shikamaru sighed and said, "Troublesome. He just wanted to go somewhere and nap for a long time under a shade tree." Naruto smiled. Shikamaru turned red and turned away when he asked, "Thinking about your date?" Shikamaru, unable to look at his friends, muttered, "Troublesome blonde." Ino was beaming broadly because she had heard about it. Usagi gave Naruto a playful glare for putting Shika in that situation and said, "All right. That's enough, we need to focus and listen to Anko when she is ready to talk." Long ago, she had done the same thing with her friend Amy. She turned away, thinking, "They are going to pay for what they have done to my friends." Choji smiled innocently at his best friend and said, "Yeah, that was a fun night stalking you with Zabuza and the others." Naruto was laughing on the ground after that was the final straw. Naruto said, slowly getting up from his fit of laughter, "Yeah, we had to hold him back a few times. Mostly after your date and when you gave her that goodnight kiss." Anko shouted, "All right, brats, listen up," as she stood on the fence and saw all the Chunin hopefuls turn to face her. "This will be a survival test. You will be in the Forest of Death for 5 days, and if you are not at the tower by the 5th night, you and your teammates are disqualified. But during those 5 days you must get the matching scroll to the one your team will be holding." She stated this while raising a heaven and an earth scroll. "You will need these 2 scrolls to enter the tower. Be forewarned, if you open your scroll before reaching the tower we will know and you will also be disqualified. You can use any means necessary to take the scroll from the other team," said Anko with a grin on her face. As some of the genin moved away from her, her smile was offsetting to them. In contrast, Naruto simply rolled his eyes and turned away from her to look at a few items in his pack. When Anko saw this, she drew a kunai and threw it at the young, blonde teen, a wicked smirk spreading across her lips. However, before it could strike him, he turned and smiled back at Anko, catching the blade between two fingers. If this didn't work last time, what makes you believe it would work this time? He asks her. Anko grinned and said, well, I just wanted to make sure that married life isn't making you slow now. Since some of the genin teams had attended the wedding as part of the protection detail for their cage and or lord of their lands, all eyes were on Naruto. Usagi grinned mischievously at Anko and said, I think married life is suiting him very well. At this point, Naruto couldn't help but blush because he remembered how magical his wedding night was. He would soon experience that night again with Hinata. He blushed fiercely as he turned to face the pale-eyed Hyuga girl. Anko stalked over to him, following his line of sight and grinning. She approached him from behind and put her chin on his shoulder. She whispered to him, just remember to take it easy on her on your wedding night, stud. That was the solution. Naruto was lying down. He had passed out. Usagi glared at Anko while Hinata turned away, blushing. She asks the woman with the raven hair behind her husband, really? Acting innocent, Anko said, what, I didn't do anything wrong. Naruto was back to his normal activities after a few seconds. Because Kurama had awakened Naruto by howling with laughter inside his seal. You are aware that she is correct. After you wed Hinata, you'll need to be gentle with her. I don't think Hinata is a freak in the sheets like Usagi is, Kurama said, laughing. Stop talking, Ero Kitsune said. Inside his head, Naruto said. Because he was blushing even more. As she left Naruto and the others, Anko said, okay, I had fun. Now I have to get back to explaining the exam. With the Chunin assisting her, Anko said, alright maggots. You see this form in my hand. This is a waiver that is keeping myself and the village from getting in trouble if you should die in the forest of death. If you do not sign it, well, let's just say better luck in the next exam in Kumo. Only 3 teams chose not to sign it, and they departed, deciding that putting their lives in danger for a promotion wasn't worth it. They would prefer to simply get one in the field or take the next one. A spooky woman in a Kusa headband watched Team 7 from the sidelines. As she watched her prey glare at the 2 blondes, she licked her lips slowly. Her gaze then shifted to the girl with blonde hair next to the boy with blonde hair. I don't understand how you haven't aged in the last 16 years, Usagi Namikaze. But I'll have your secrets soon. As she moved back into the shadows to join her team, the woman thought, very soon. As Usagi glanced to where the woman had once been and then back to Naruto and the others, a shiver went up her spine. She informed them, we have to move quickly. Something isn't right. The others simply nodded to the girl, while Sasuke scoffed at her. After 30 minutes, every member of the team was at a different door that led to the Forest of Death. As Usagi and Sakura nodded, Naruto stated, the plan is to meet up with Team 8, 10 and move as a group and gather the scrolls we need on our way to the tower. Sasuke turned away from his teammates and remarked, I don't understand why we have to waste our time with those losers. Sakura shocked the others by saying, we'll be stronger in numbers as well, we can overcome any team we happen upon. This was the first time she had spoken more than 2 words since they arrived. Sasuke just scuffed, but he was outvoted. He needed his teammates to advance to the exam's final round, and he wasn't in the right frame of mind at the moment. Perhaps he was unable to vent his frustration on whoever they found. When the buzzer sounded, all of the genin rushed through the open gates to face their dooms in the evil and dark forest that lay ahead. The Uzumaki compound. While standing in the garden, Atlas observed Haku using her planet powers for training. Good, you are doing well, young Mercury. As the new princess of that planet, your duty is to protect our princess and future Queen Serenity. But as she said in the past future she had seen, she was known as Neo Queen Serenity. He stated to the child. Haku pulled the big man toward her and said, that is something I would like to ask you about, Atlas. Atlas asked the girl with raven hair, who now had blue highlights in her hair, what is your question, my dear? Haku cast a worried glance at Atlas. I worry that I will not live up to the title that I have accepted as a sailor scout and guardian. I fear that I will be too weak to help when I am truly needed. She stated to him. Atlas gives her a smile. My dear, that isn't weakness. You are learning the truths about your new powers and what all you are able to do with them. It will take time, but in time you will grow stronger. But you have one thing that the original Mercury didn't. You have ninjutsu and an ice bloodline. That makes you 10 times stronger than what she was in her life. She could only use her power when she was transformed. While you can use then whenever. Even when you are not transformed you are able to draw on Mercury's power and use it. This makes me wonder if she wasn't the true guardian of the planet but a filler until the true guardian awoken. He grinned. As Zabuza and the others observed from the sidelines, Haku nodded her head while listening to what the man had to say. Haruka turns to face Zabuza. He does make a good point. For the 4 inner guardians were the weakest of all the scouts. Queen Serenity had always told us to take them under our wings and train them. But each time we had tried, only Sailor Jupiter would ever train with us, she said to the man next to her. Michiru grinned at her friend and ex-lover and said, well Haruka, our training to them was a little over the top. Don't give me that BS. If little Hotaru could keep up with us, they had nothing to bitch about. During that time Hotaru was only 6 years old and she was already able to kick their asses. Only Usagi was the strongest of us all, said Haruka as she glanced over to Hotaru. Well Usagi is strong but she would only become stronger if she ever became Sailor Cosmos. But that doesn't look like it will be happening anytime soon. Maybe if we stayed on Earth. But even then, becoming Sailor Cosmos was a last-ditch effect if we all died, said Setsuna as she turned her attention away from the. Zabuza asked, how do you know this? Because he thought these women were fascinating and occasionally odd. Hotaru said, for her father is Krona, the god of time and space. She was tired of sitting around and wanted to do something. Zabuza merely gave a nod. So with the new inner scouts awakening, their powers might be stronger than the last ones. Haruka grinned at the man beside her and took his hand, saying, yeah. Most likely, but only time will tell. Zabuza gave her hand a firm squeeze. In a short period of time, he had become close to her and believed she was the person he had been looking for his entire life. The Forest of Death. Together, the 3 groups made their way through the forest. They had all the scrolls required for the tower and had eliminated 6 teams. They quickly arrived at a distance of only 2 miles from the tower. As he glanced at the others, Naruto said, all right. We can stop for a little break. We are about 2 miles from the tower. As they collapsed to the forest floor and grabbed water or a snack, they all nodded. As he sat on the ground giving Akamaru water, Hiba remarked, I still can't believe how we made quick work of those teams and found that one girl that is related to you, Naruto. As he drank some water, Naruto remarked, yeah, it sucks her team was killed by that bear. But we were lucky to find her when we did, and my clone already got her back to the main gate to Anko. The strange woman was standing nearby, observing her victim. Attacking them now would be too dangerous. I am aware that I am stronger than they are. However, they have numbers, which might work in their favor. I could separate them with that wind jutsu. However, it would only take a handful to eliminate 1 or 2 of them. As the pet rested on a branch beside her, she thought to herself, still not in my favor. As the big snake disappeared into the darkness, she said, soon I will get the last Uchiha. Usagi and Naruto gazed up at the tree where the woman had been. Usagi whispered, she has been following us. As they both nodded, Naruto remarked, I know. I think she is after someone here. For she was watching us when we got to the forest. Sasuke, getting tired of this little field trip, demanded, are we done here? Everyone got to their feet. This would end sooner if they reached the tower, leaving only Team 7 to deal with their Team Diva. Once you've packed up and left, the run of 2 miles was insignificant. In less than 4 hours, they were the second team to reach the 2. The Suna team with the red-haired girl was the first. As Gaara grew tired of her siblings' company and began to feel a little peckish, she sat in her room and watched them converse. Gaara swung her legs over the edge of her bed and sat up. This prevented her sister and brother from communicating because they thought they had done something to trigger the girl again. With the war paint, makeup, she asks her brother, Gaara, is everything all right? Gaara squinted at him through teary eyes. In a chilly, raspy voice, she informed them, everything is fine. I am just going to go get something to eat and get away from you two for a little while. With a swift nod of their heads, they both let her go. They wished to avoid becoming like the team they encountered in the forest. Having said that, Gaara left the room and headed down the corridor to the cafeteria they had been informed about after entering the tower. Naruto Uzumaki and Usagi Uzumaki were eating lunch down in the cafeteria. Before they would join the two for dinner, the others had taken a shower first. While eating his 8th bowl of ramen, Naruto remarked, "The ramen there is okay, but it still isn't as good as the old man's." Usagi was eating some steamed dumplings when she looked up at him with a smile. As she watched her husband sulk at her, she teased him, "Well, I am still trying to get that recipe from him. But he told me I will get on his deathbed." Gaara enters this area after going to grab a bite to eat. When she enters the cafeteria, she sees the two blondes from the wedding that her father forced her to go to. As they ate and talked, they appeared to be completely carefree. Gaara passed them on her way to the food area. The crimson hair man never showed up beside them. Kurama got Naruto and Usagi to look at him before turning to face the girl preparing some dumplings and ramen. "It looks like my sister and her host are here. There is no better time to have a nice little talk with them." Gaara gave Naruto an odd look while he grinned at the girl. He said to her, "Come sit with us." Gaara shrugged her shoulders, approached the young couple, took a seat across from them, and glanced up at the man with the crimson hair. Kurama was looking directly at Gaara when he gave the order, "Shukaku, take your human form and come out here and face me." Shukaku sobbed, not wanting to confront her brother and the commander of the 9 Knights. "Tell him I said no." Gaara said, "Mother doesn't want to come out." Kurama smiled, "She can come out on her own or I will go in there and get her." Everyone looked up at him because of this. Naruto wanted to know how Kurama could enter another seal and extract another biju, so he asked, "How would you do that?" At that moment, a woman with long, flowing blue hair, golden eyes, sun-kissed tan skin, blue leather armor, and a battle skirt emerges in front of the group. Shukaku glared at Kurama and said, "Fine, I don't need you breaking my already messed up seal." Gaara's eyes widened as she gazed at the woman beside her. With a hint of panic in her raspy voice, she asks, "How are you out of your seal?" Shukaku smiled as she turned to face her host. "As long as I'm in this form I can leave your body whenever I wish. But up until now, I haven't had the need to," she stated to the child. Gaara simply nodded her head, unsure of how to respond to this. Since eating was the only thing she could do right now, that's what she did. "Gaara, your biju is part of this boy's royal army and his personal bodyguard. By the time these exams are over, I will be removing Shukaku from you or you will be giving the option to stay with him. But Shukaku will be spending a lot of her time outside of her seal as she will be training with the others to keep our prince and princess safe and get them ready to ascend to their roles of the future rulers on this planet," Kurama said. Gaara glared at Kurama and said, "If you take my mother I would be lost, and I will die. For she is tried to my life force." Alongside the others, Sakura had dressed to go meet the others after taking a shower. She paused and faced Sasuke. She said, "Sasuke-kun, I'm leaving. Will you be joining us soon?" Sasuke simply gave her a scowl before entering the restroom. Never utter a word. Sakura simply sighed and walked out of her room, where Ino and Hinata greeted her. As she smiled at her old friend, Ino asked, "Are you ready?" Sakura simply nodded while following the two girls, who were soon joined by the others. Sasuke took a long shower by himself in his shared room while reflecting on everything, becoming irritated that nobody gave Naruto any attention and that everyone was influenced by everything he said. When Sasuke emerged from the bathroom in his boxers after taking a shower, he discovered the same woman who had been pursuing them sitting on his bed. Sasuke demanded, shielding his body from the woman with his towel, "What are you doing in here?" He had no idea what the hell was going to happen or whether she was going to try something. She smiled and said, "I'm just here to give you a little gift, Sasuke-kun." He looks at the woman and raises an eyebrow. "I don't want nothing from you. Now get out of here," he commanded her. She simply laughed at him, though. She was biting him on the shoulder before he realized how big her neck had grown. As she disappeared from his room and he collapsed to the ground, she said, "Soon, Sasuke, you will find me for power." Before his world went dark, the last thing he remembered was seeing a snake slither past him. Beyond the village's boundaries, a man in a blue kimono, a man wearing green leather armor with something covering his right eye, and two men who were obviously from IWA stood. They all exchanged glances. The first to speak was the man in green. The other men gave him a slightly perplexed look when he said, "It has been a while, brothers and sister. Our prince has been found, and if he has been found that only mean he has found his princess. That is, until the bijus within them departed from their human bodies." Two men wearing leather armor, one in red and the other in brown, stood next to the two men wearing brown vests. A woman with long white hair and white armor stood beside the man in the kimono. The woman grinned at them and said, "It has been a while, brothers." The man in the kimono asked, "What is going on here?" The Biju turned to face him. As she turned to face her three brothers, who nodded their heads, she said to her host, "We have brought you all here to discover the Lord and his bride. We are his guardians, and unfortunate for us, we became trapped inside of you humans. Yes, we can leave you all whenever we want as long as we are in this form." Alongside Sasuke. When Sasuke gradually awoke, he noticed a note beside his head. "Sasuke-kun, once you want more power, come find me. Orochimaru." Burning the note, Sasuke rose slowly. The hickey on his shoulder was visible in the mirror when he went over to check it out. "Just great," Sasuke complained as he got up, finished getting dressed, and went to eat with the others. It was the eve of the 5th day in the Forest of Death, and Shukaku had sold Sun out on their plan on joining Oto on overthrowing the Leaf Village. Gaara and her siblings along with Naruto and Usagi sat before the Hokage as Kurama glared at his baby sister. Kurama stood in front of the Hokage and gave the order, "Tell the old man what you told us." It goes without saying that Sarutobi nearly suffered a heart attack if Tsunade hadn't knocked some sense into him. Shukaku gave Kurama a glare in return. "Gaara is to set me loose during the third part of the Chunin exams. For we all know she will be making it to that stage." "But why, are we not allies?" a concerned Sarutobi asked, perplexed as to why an ally would act in this way. Temari turned to face the elderly leader. "It is because of our Wind Lord. He is sending all our missions to your country while we are just making ends meet," she stated to him. Tsunade looked at the kids in front of her and said, "I see." She questioned them, "Wasn't your late mother the Wind Lord's sister?" Kankuro felt compelled to speak up and said, "Our mother was his daughter." With concern for them, Naruto asked, "What will happen to them?" He was aware that they didn't want to do this. With a sigh, Tsunade turned to face Usagi and her godson. "They will become prisoners of war most likely." Kankuro was holding his sister now, and Temari was crying. In any case, Gaara didn't care. The moment Shukaku was sealed inside her, her destiny was set. As the sun mark appeared on his forehead, Naruto became agitated and said, "There has to be something we can do for them. I can't stand to see them treated that way. They did nothing wrong." His elevated emotional state caused his royal power to overrule him. Sarutobi sat staring at the two teenage girls for a while. He looked at Naruto and said, "You could marry one of the girls to straighten the peace between both villages." Naruto asks in shock, "Why me?" Sarutobi grinned sadly as he turned to face Naruto. Knowing that Naruto wouldn't force the poor girl into a marriage with the Tem, he asked the final question, "You are a noble as well, the son of a Kage, the first to be placed into political marriages. Unless you want her to marry the last Uchiha." Naruto looked at Gaara and said, "No. I will step up and do what is asked of me as the son of a Kage." Gaara gives him a look. She said, glancing at her siblings, "It could be worst." Looking at the closed office door, Kankuro asks, "What do we tell sensei?" "You tell him nothing, for you will act if nothing has happened. I will draft a political marriage contract for Naruto and Gaara. I'll send it to your father, telling him that Gaara has taken a liking to the boy and wishes to marry him," said Sarutobi as he examined the teenagers in his workspace. Temari, who had been in her father's office while he was looking for someone to marry her sister, said, "That is fine. For father has been seeking anyone to give Gaara to for a while. Because he no longer desired the girl in the village. The people feared her because she was too much trouble." Gaara turned to face her sister. She got up and stood in front of Naruto, saying in a chilly, raspy voice, "I knew he wanted me gone." She left the temporary office after saying, "We will marry the day before the third exam." Wide-eyed, Naruto was left there. He was to remain single for some time. After he and Hinata were married in December, he believed he could marry Gaara. However, it appeared that things had changed again. He must inform his prospective bride about the new sister-wife who will be joining the family. Every genin who had arrived at the tower that night had been granted the night to recuperate and clean up. A few needed medical attention for some injuries. 9 teams stood in front of the Hokage and all of the sensei the following morning. 4 teams from Konoha, 1 each from Suna, Oto, Kumo, Kiri, and Iwa. There were 27 Chunin hopefuls in total. All 3 teams, Oto, Iwa, and Kumo, had their sights set on just one team. It was Team 7, that was the team to defeat out of all of them. Given that Usagi is now married to the boy, Iwa had made it clear who Naruto's father was. They're aiming for the girl as well. If Sasuke's small gift turns out to be too weak, Oda wanted to test it out. If any of them encounter him, they are to kill him. Kumo because they wanted to test the nine-tail holder's strength. The blonde boy stood out from the other holders. Killer Bee was nothing compared to him. Because of her history with Kumo and their previous Raikage, teammate was concerned about their teammate. However, they were unable to hold the new Raikage accountable for his father's deeds. Because not every man is made of the same material, Hinata harbored that hope in her heart. The other concern was that Hinata's cousin was involved with another Konoha team. Because the heiress had no control over what happened to her so long ago, Neji harbors a deep hatred for her. As they waited to advance to the next and final exam stage, all 27 genin stood in front of the Hokage. Looking at all the young fighters, Sarutobi said, "I would like to welcome everyone that has finished the second stage of the Chunin exams." He slowly scanned them all, taking in the hatred directed at Team 7 by the IWA team. He noticed that Hinata and the other two were looking at Naruto and Usagi with concern, as they could see the team's anger directed at the two blondes. Suna, Rasa sat in his office reviewing the final section of Orochimaru's attack plans in which his village would participate. As he gazed out the window to his village below, he thought, it seems he wants to use more of my shinobi inside the village for attack as he will mostly keep his people outside of the village to summon his pets for attack. Did he kill roughly 70–80% of his soldiers in order to defeat Konoha? A woman rushed into his office carrying a Konoha scroll, drawing him out of his reverie. The sandy blonde woman in front of his desk caught his attention. He spoke, narrowing his teary eyes at her. He had better things to do than stare at this woman, so he demanded, "What is it?" The woman bowed to him and said, "Lord Rasa." He became tense as she informed him, "The third Hokage has sent a message for something has happened with Gaara." Did the foolish girl release Shukaku before her time? He asks himself. Rasa was about to drop his gold dust or magnetic sand on her when he said, "Give me the scroll." He handed him the scroll, and she bowed before hastily leaving the office because she was too afraid to stay. Rasa's eyes widen at the new turn of events as he swiftly opens the scroll and studies it. To the fourth cage, Rasa. We have learned that your youngest daughter has developed feelings for young Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze and wants to wed him as his second wife because he has also developed feelings for the girl. She wants to marry him the day before the last round of the Chunin exams, so she has asked me to send you this message. If you approve of this marriage, kindly send a message back. The third Konoha Hokage. Rasa simply sat staring at the scroll in front of him. He got up from his desk and asked nobody in his office, "What is she thinking?" Even though he would ultimately have the last word on this marriage, this would need to be brought before his council. The young woman behind the desk in front of Rasa's office nodded her head and fled in terror as he shouted, "Call for a council meeting now." On his way to the council room. Everyone had been in the council chambers for 20 minutes. They turned to their village chief, perplexed as to why he would summon them. He has been moving behind their backs for the past few months, and since they are now siding with a new village called Odo, they only knew that they would be at war with Konoha in a month. A man with brown eyes and blue hair asked, "Why do you call for a cage?" As he tosses the scroll into the center of the table in front of everyone seated at the circular table, Rasa's icy teal eyes gaze at him and the other people in the council chambers. Whispers filled the room as he revealed, Gaara has fallen in love with the son of the late fourth Hokage and wishes to marry him the day before the third stage of the Chunin exam in 1 month's time. A man with sandy blonde hair and an eye patch said, "Let her marry him. She would be their burden." Inquiring about Gaara's inner thoughts, a brown-haired woman asked, "Why would she be doing this just on the eve on the attack of the village?" An elderly woman glared at them all and said, "The boy is strong, and he is the holder of the 9 tails, a demon like herself. For his mother was also a demon as she was the host of the 9 tails before she died the night he was freed from her." "Lady Chio," exclaimed the woman, who was now on her feet and bowing to the elderly village elder. Chio squinted at the man in front of them all with her coal-black eyes. She sat down across from him and said, "Rasa, allow her to marry him. For this union will be less death to this village, and with the union your father-in-law will bring back the missions to doomed village." Rasa squinted at the elderly woman in front of him. He asks her, "How do you know this?" She gave him a sly smile. As he squinted at the elderly woman in front of him, she said, "I may be old, but I still have my ways and spies out in this cruel cold world. He inquired, what else do you know of the boy? With her mind racing, Chiyo said, that with them together we will get powerful children from them and can request they send off their children back to the village to be trained and molded by us. Considering Usagi as a heartless woman who only marries for power and statues, she remarked, the child of two Biju hosts would be very powerful and I don't think the second wife would even care if one of the children is sent to us. For it would be one less child for her to see and deal with. She would eventually be eating her own words, though, because Usagi would prevent them from getting what they want in the future. Rasa gives this small plan, which was suggested by the elder before him, a nod. Very well, we will allow her to marry the boy. As well, what do you vote about going though with the plan attack with Oto? He inquired. Because this was a better offer than what Orochimaru was making them, it would ultimately pay off better, and he wouldn't lose most of his forces in the assault. Chiyo, who had opposed the entire plan from the beginning, said, we should pull out of the snake's plan. As everyone else in the room raised their hands, Rasa asked, all those that second this motions. Since they now knew that the nine-tail host was strong and the son of the Red Death and the Yellow Flash, they didn't want to lose their kids or other loved ones in this senseless conflict. They were unable to take the chance. Gaara's weapon had fallen for the boy, and now that she had her sights set on the boy, nothing could stop her from getting what she wanted. She couldn't go back and make her do what they wanted. Rasa turned and left the council chambers, returning to his office to write letters. I will send word at once to the third Hokage and then I will also send word to the snake allowing him to know that we are pulling out of this little plan. One that would bring joy to one man and anger to another. Returning with Usagi and Naruto. The final match pitted Usagi against Tsuchikage's granddaughter, who stood glaring at the girl with blonde hair while Kuretsuchi narrowed her raven eyes. Kuretsuchi said, you will fall here Namikaze-sama. Usagi simply let out a sigh at the girl in front of her. As she watched the girl with the raven hair tighten her hold on the kunai that materialized in her hand, she said, one shouldn't hold on to the deaths in the past. For war is hard and bloody. No one person can be blamed for all those deaths during the Great Two-Shinobi World War. As we were all troops fighting for our lands and lords. You speak as if you knew what happened in that war. But you are the same age as me and know nothing for you were not even born and didn't lose anyone you loved in that war. Kuretsuchi growled. Usagi squinted. She had more knowledge than the girl who came before her. She has lost a great deal of time that she genuinely cherished. Usagi then slowly opened her navy blue eyes, which had turned to steel and ice, after closing her hopeful blue eyes. The girl in front of her swore she saw her own breath in front of her. With his sensei and the others staring at him, Naruto stepped back from the railing. This action seemed strange to Kakashi, who asked, what's wrong Naruto? With concern and a tinge of fear in his eyes, Naruto turned to face his sensei. As Hinata and Gaara peered down at the blonde who had appeared so frail and weak, he remarked, that girl has pissed off Usagi and it's never good to cross her for she will make the girl pay. In Gaara's eyes, that is, as Hinata examined her future sister wife. Kakashi merely grinned. As smoke rose from the girl's body, Kakashi said, oh Naruto. You know Usagi could never hurt a fly. The girl slammed into him, sending them both crashing into the wall. As Usagi looked up to where the girl had landed, a gentle silver light emanated from her hand. She couldn't help but laugh at how the girl had knocked out their sensei. As the others were unsure of what to do, the Jonin looked at the girl with a hint of fear and declared, winner Usagi Uzumaki Namikaze. With just one blow, she eliminated the girl. Was the sum of everyone's thoughts in the room. Resembled Tsunade of the Sannin, a monster. When Orochimaru sees the power that the girl patched, his eyes slightly enlarge. He now questioned whether it was the right decision for him to use the final Uchiha as his next body given how powerful the girl in front of him was. Usagi narrowed her eyes at the pale-skinned man as she glanced up at the sound Jonin. He became tense as her eyes locked with his, as if she were telling him that she knew his true identity and would eventually kill him. Naruto leapt to the ground in front of her and said, you did wonderful Usagi-chan. She smiled as she turned to face him. Usagi grinned at him and said, thanks Naru-kun. It seemed that Tsunade's second coming had arrived in the world of Uzumaki Namikaze. Since the girl was still young and had already outgrown Tsunade at this age with the strength of her monsters, many of the older shinobi looked down at her fearfully, knowing that she would only grow stronger with time. Ibiki approached and surveyed the crowd. As Anko stood beside him with a box, he growled, all right brats come down here and draw lots as I write down your name. Everyone who was participating in the final stage approached and drew lots. Naruto said with a smile, 1. Neji said, 2. Naruto was grinning darkly. Because he had injured Hinata-chan, he was going to beat his ass. Sasuke said, 3. He was scowling at Naruto for taking the place that was rightfully his. Looking at the final Uchiha, Gaara's cold, raspy voice said, 4. I could murder him prior to my match. She thought to herself, this would stop the snake bastard. 5. Tamari said, glancing at Gaara. 6. Shikamaru said. He looked at the others he might encounter in the second section of the third exam and muttered, troublesome. Shino said, 7. Kankuro looked at the bug user beside him and said, 8. Usagi, who was now pouting, said, 9. Yugito looked at the blonde she would have to confront and said, 10. Ibiki wrote down every name and turned to face the Hokage, nodding his head. As they turned to go, the third Hokage said, you 10 will have 1 month before the final round to get ready for your matches. So take this time to become stronger and give us all a good show. Usagi and Naruto departed from the Death Forest. He didn't even bother to discuss his training with Kakashi. Instead, he told his wife, Bunny, I am tried, and we have a lot of training to do. Usagi's training was to be handled by Tsunade, while Kurama or Jiraiya might handle his. Brat, I'll be handling your training. That damn old previous will just want to watch half-naked women and not really train you right. So we will stick to the backwoods of your family home for the next 3 weeks. So tell your bride goodbye, for tonight will be the last night you see her. Kurama said as he fell asleep. Naruto looked at Usagi and said, fine. Looks like I'll be camping and training for the next 3 weeks and tonight will be my last night with you. He stated to her. Usagi merely gave him a sly smile. She drew him close to her and gave him a gentle kiss on the lips, saying, Kurama doesn't know me very well if he doesn't think I'm not going to be seeing at least once or twice a week until we fight in the finales. As he picked her up, Naruto's eyes darkened and he was about to disappear when his name was called. Naruto! Tamari exclaimed. He and Usagi paused and turned to watch the sandy blonde sprint toward them, her siblings trailing behind. In response, Naruto arched an eyebrow. Yeah, he asked, unhappy that his future sister-in-law had blocked him. Usagi was also pouting. As Gaara turned away, Tamari said, we have heard back from our father. He has approved the wedding. However, going forward, he and the village are planning something. Usagi scowled in response. They think that I will not care about the children they have together and will be more than willing to ship them off to their village as soon as they are old enough to mold chakra. Well, I got news for them. They can kiss my ass. They are my family too and will not be used as pawns in their little game. She responded by jumping out of Naruto's grasp. She waved goodbye to Naruto, kissed him on the cheek, and took Tamari by the hand before dragging her away. It appears I will have to be heading to the Hokage Tower to look at the law books for both villages to find me a loophole to keep the children here and out of their hands. She intended to force the girl to assist her. Because Gaara would become irritated, destroy the books, and start over. Naruto whimpered because he was desperate for some time to himself with his wife. It was going to take him a long time. To relax, he took a long, cold shower. Rasa is a bastard, curse him. When he saw him on his wedding day, he was going to kick his ass. He grinned as he turned to face Gaara after having that thought. Hey Gaara, do you want to go and get something to eat? He inquired about it. Gaara nodded her head slowly after glancing at her brother and then Naruto. Kankuro grinned because he knew he would have to accompany them on all of their dates until their wedding, where he would enjoy himself and snap photos. Because he intended to use this as blackmail in the future. Naruto gave Kankuro a look. He said to the boy with the cat ears, I guess you have to come too, right? Kankuro grinned and said, yup. I'm not allowed to let my baby sister be courted without Tamari or I being around on all her dates. Fine, but you are not going to be too expensive. I do have another wedding in a couple of months I need to be paying for and this one as well and a future family to take care of, said Naruto as he looked at the child. Kankuro said, unconcerned, yeah man, whatever. The meal was free. At the Hyuga compound, across the village, the elders scoffed at Hinata as she stormed into the compound with a chip on her shoulder. Hinata's grandfather said, worthless child. You are unfit to be the next clan head. The old man smirked and sneered at Hinata, who was nothing more than scum, as she turned her icy lavender eyes to him. As she turned to leave him standing there in shock at her lack of concern for him, she said, I can care less of what you think of me, grandfather. For what you think of me is pointless. For you are a useless old man that is worthless yourself. The kind girl responded to her while the other main branch family simply stared in disbelief. Before Hinata knew it, her grandfather was preparing to attack her for defending herself. However, Hanabi got in the way and killed the elderly man by striking him in the heart. Everyone was in disbelief when Hanabi asked, "Who of you think of my sister in that way?" Especially the elders, since their small tool had recently betrayed them. Turning, Hinata gave the clan elders a fierce look. As she prepared to fight alongside her sister, she growled, "My sister isn't your pawn to be used as you see fit." She was hurt, but it didn't matter to her. She was still prepared to fight and compete. Hisashi emerged from the darkness. As everyone retreated a step, he snarled, "That is enough." When the branch family realized the main branch was going to engage in combat with the clan heiresses, they all disappeared. They didn't want to be killed as a result of being used as tools. His aunt, his father's sister, sobbed, "Lord Hiyashi, your daughters killed your father out of cold blood." Hiyashi turned to face the woman. He told his aunt, unconcerned, "Your point is, my father was going to attack Hinata with her back turned and her being injured." She snarled. She spoke out of turn and was being disrespectful. Hanabi glared at them and said, "No, Hinata was standing up for herself. For all you old bats are bullies." The elderly woman snarled, "Hold your tongue, girl." Hiyashi squinted at his aunt. He turned to face his two daughters and remarked, "She is free to speak on behalf of Hinata and what she said is true. For I watched it all from the shadows." So the old fool reaped what he had sown. He said to his daughter, "Hinata, is something wrong?" With a firm and commanding voice, Hinata declared, "Yes. I want to marry Naruto before the finals." Hiyashi raised an eyebrow in response. He asked his daughter, "What has brought on this rush?" Hinata turned her gaze away and then back to her father, her eyes blazing. The daughter of the Kazekage wishes to marry Naruto the day before the finals. But there is more to it. "But I wish to be his second bride, not the third," she said as she looked up and down. Hiyashi sighed as he glanced up at the sky and at his daughters. He was reminded of his late wife by both. May Kami's soul rest in peace. "Fine. We will speak with Naruto-sama this even and move on your wedding to next week," he said to his child. She flashed a proud smile. With a lot of planning ahead of them, Hinata took her sister's hand and pulled her away, saying, "Good, my wedding dress should be ready then." Alongside Naruto, a shiver went up Naruto's spine. He was somehow involved in something that was happening, and he disliked the sensation of being in the dark. Alongside the snake, Orochimaru scowled at the scroll that was brought to him by his small pet. He growled, "The fool is pulling out of the plan." Kabuto asked his perplexed master, "What do you mean, Orochimaru-sama?" Rasa has stated his daughter, the host of the One Tail, has fallen in love with the Nine-Tail brat and wants to marry him. Orochimaru grumbled. They didn't have enough men to execute their attack plan on the village, so Kabuto asked, "What are we going to do now, sir?" Orochimaru bit his thumb as he considered it while sitting on his small throne that Kabuto had made him in his dark little hole in the wall. "I could see if Iwa would side with us and aid us in the attack. For the Nine-Tail brat is the son of Minato and they hate the man," Orochimaru replied. As Orochimaru attempted to abduct the elderly man's grandson for his experiments some time ago, Kabuto responded, "That is true. But you are still on bad standings with the third though. Kumo wouldn't work, for they are here taking part in the exams and seem to be on good terms." He continued. Without a backup plan, Orochimaru said, "Kiri has just finished their civil war and are nowhere near where I need them to be." Kabuto nodded his head and disappeared to begin working on his master's absurd little scheme. "We will have to take men from my personal prisons and use them." Alongside Temari and Usagi, while the blonde was studying an old law book for Suna and Konoha, Temari turned to face Usagi. Temari was shocked by this and asked, "You really do care what happens to my sister's future children?" Usagi stops reading the big book and looks up. "Well, yeah, she is marrying my husband and becoming my family. She is going to be my sister and I worry for her and her future children and I don't want them to be used. For her and Naruto's kids are going to be different, for they will be born of two holders of bijus and they will be a lot stronger than a normal child or a child that is forced to be a host," Usagi replied. Temari found this shocking. She was shocked by the blonde in front of her. She didn't even know the girl, but she was concerned about Gaara because she was the owner of Shukaku, who is a knight to Naruto and has been told to stay by his biju. However, Usagi and Naruto are focusing on Gaara as a person instead of Shukaku, and he is attempting to get to know her and fall in love with her because he wants to marry her and be in love with her forever. As of right now, her brother is accompanying them on their date to ensure that nothing untoward occurs between them. Tamari expressed her concern by saying, "Yeah, that's right. Father would do anything to hurt Gaara and Naruto and take their children from them." Usagi passionately stated, "I know, and I am not going to take that. That man isn't going to take our children whatsoever. Gaara, Naruto, and the third wheel." Naruto smiled at her and took her hand, saying, "Come on, Gaara-chan. Let go for ice cream." "Ice cream?" Gaara asked, a little perplexed, turning to face her brother Kankuro, who appeared surprised that his sister had grown up with the cold, sweet treat. Naruto cocked his head, perplexed. "Have you never had the cold frozen milk treat called ice cream?" she replied. Gaara blushed a little and shook her head no. Shukaku woke up from her nap and said, "You will like it, child. But don't eat it too fast." She had started acting appropriately and was letting Gaara sleep after Kurama threatened to kick her in the ass if she didn't behave. As her Biju spoke to her, Gaara simply nodded. They saw Hinata, Hanabi, and their father as they made their way to the ice shop down the street. In addition to locating her bridesmaids, they are heading to the bridal shop to get the last details. Hinata called out to the three and grinned, "Naruto-kun, Gaara-chan, Kat-san." Naruto turned, grinned, and gave Hinata a hug. He glanced past her to see her father and sister and said, "Hey Hinata-chan." He bowed to the older man and said, "Hi Hanabi and Hiyashi-sama." Hiyashi bowed back to the boy and asked, "Naruto-sama, how are you?" Naruto grinned and said, "I am good. I am just on a date with Gaara-chan and her brother as he is our chaperone." Hiyashi cast a critical glance at the girl. He wondered if the girl had Uzumaki ancestry at some point because she had the crimson hair that was typical of the Uzumaki clan. "I see. But there is something I would like to speak to you about, and what Hinata has told me Gaara-san will need to begin looking at wedding dresses real soon. Why don't the girls and her brother go look at dresses?" he asks. Naruto grinned. "I believe that is something she wants to do with her big sister and Usagi-chan as well. But it would be fun for her to just check things out," he said while staring at Gaara. He said, "What do you say?" to her. Gaara glances at him, Hinata, and her brother. "I would rather wait for my sister and Usagi. I would rather have ice cream," she informs him. Looking at Hiyashi, Naruto said, "All right." The older man is asked, "Could we speak a little later?" As he and his two daughters headed out to complete their shopping, Hiyashi said, "Yes, that is fine." Gaara and Naruto had a great afternoon together after Naruto took her hand and led her to the ice cream shop. Tamari and Usagi. Usagi said, "I found it." Tamari raised her head from the book she was reading. She asked, "What did you find?" "It's in an old book from Uzu. As Naruto is the only male heir of the Uzukage and the Uzu royalty, their children cannot be used as pawns in marriages or be split between the village the Uzumaki heir is living in. But the children once they become 18 can choose to move when they are 18 to another new, or if the parents plan to leave the village they can. If the children are shinobi, they have been chunin or high to leave the village as well. But they must stay in the village where their clan is base unless they want to leave." Usagi replied. Usagi said, glancing at Tamari, "This came about for Lady Mito who married the first Hokage." This caused Tamari to smile. She was pleased, saying, "Our father is now screwed. Now let's take this book, make a few copies and give it to the third Hokage and tell my sister and your husband." The blonde was told. Usagi gave a nod, and they began working. They knew Sarutobi was waiting on Usagi before he sent the final draft of the marriage contract to the cage, so after 2 hours they gathered what they needed and headed to the Hokage tower. Someone knocked on his door. The voice behind the door said, "Come in." Tamari flinched behind Usagi as she opened the door. Tamari held several stacks of papers, while Usagi held a large book. Sarutobi raised an eyebrow at this. Sarutobi said, "Hello ladies." He was curious about what was happening. Usagi grinned. "Hello. We are here to talk to you about Naruto-kun's and Gaara-chan's marriage contract, and I have something here that will protect their children from being used as pawns from Suna demanding us to send them one of their children. For the children will be the offspring of 2 Biju holders, and as Naruto is the hold of the 9 tails, his children will already be powerful, and now with Gaara having the 1 tail it will only add to it. I know Gaara has a bloodline of the magnetic sand and gold dust that will be passed to her children, and Naru-kun having his mother's chakra chains, and several other Uzumaki bloodlines that some don't see as bloodlines but just luck of the draw. Their children will be like demigods in the mortal world. He replied. As Usagi gazed at the elderly man in front of her, she added in her mind, it doesn't help that he is a prince and we have a longer lifeline, and they will live longer and will be harder to kill as well. I see. I also see you have the old law book from Uzu, and I figure you found the law that was made after Lady Mito. Replied Sarutobi. Tamari replied, yes, my father only sees us as pawns and will sell us off to the highest bid for political and financial gain. She stated to them. I know, and I took that into fact, and I also added that law into the contract. Rasa is going to be pissed once he arrives for the wedding. For I am not sending this final draft to him. He has to come here. I told him we are handling things the Uzumaki way, and he told me fine, and once he gets here, he is going to have a rude awakening. Sarutobi said as he smiled at the two women in front of him. Usagi grinned. She said to him, I am glad you remembered the old laws. He gave them a sheepish look. As they both started to perspire, he said, I didn't. I had a nine-tailed fox storm in here and threatened to destroy this village and Suna if they went after his kit's children. Feeling a little sorry for the elderly man, Usagi remarked, ah. Yakurama is very protective and will kill anyone now that he can leave freely in his night from Namikaze Uzumaki compound. When Naruto returned from his date with Gaara and Kankuro, Hiyashi and his daughter were waiting for him. Naruto approached them and asked, have you been waiting long? Hiyashi gave him a look. He informed the young, blonde clan head, no, we just arrived. Naruto gave a head nod. You could have walked up to the house. The gates are open, meaning Tsunade Ba-chan is home right now. He informed them. Sweat dropped from Hiyashi. No, I want to speak with you, and I didn't know she was home. He replied. As they ascended the lengthy path leading to his house, Naruto gave him a nod. He looked at Hanabi, who was smiling, and Hinata, who was flushed, and said, so what do you wish to speak to me about? As Naruto looks owlishly at the man in front of him, Hiyashi sighs and says, Hinata wishes to marry you before the exams and before you marry Gaara-san. What, was it? Half shocked, Naruto asked, anticipating his wedding to Hinata in December. I don't want a newbie to push me down to third place. I am aware of how immature I am about it, but my feelings are unavoidable. I feel like I'm being replaced, even though I was originally intended to be your second wife, Hinata said, frowning down. Naruto merely laughs. My dear future wife, Hinata-chan. I apologize for making you feel this way, but you will not be replaced. The marriage took place to prevent conflict between our villages, and since I am the son of a deceased Hokage, I have a duty to act in the best interests of the community. Even though there are times when I disagree with it, but if you want us to marry in the near future, next week, we will get married, and I will respect your wishes. We can have a party after everyone has had time to gather. However, it won't allow time for all the heads of the figures to arrive. Who cares, though? He pulled her into an embrace and kissed her forehead, forgetting that her sister and father were standing there with them. They can meet you at the third wedding, he said. As Naruto turned to face his grandmother, Tsunade said, well, it looks like after training we are going to be busy. Naruto let go and they entered the house, and he chirped, yup. Sitting in bed with his first wife, Naruto turned to face Usagi, who was simply perusing a scroll. She puts the scroll down slowly and turns to face her husband, sensing his gaze. What's wrong, Naruto? With concern in her voice, she asked him. Naruto gives her a smile, leans in to kiss her, and gently pulls her to him while saying, nothing is wrong. She can see that his crystal blue eyes have darkened and that he seems to be lusting for her touch, wanting to feel her on him and be inside of her. Her scroll was long forgotten as she shared the fire he was feeling inside himself for her, and she blushes softly as she leans in to kiss him once more and gently rubs against his hardened member. I want you so bad, bunny. He growls as he leans back up to claim her lips while his hands hook the hem of her nightgown, breaking the kiss and tossing it to the ground. She was only wearing her panties as she looked down at him, and he was only wearing his sleeping pants because he had stopped wearing shirts to bed after they were married. He loved the sensation of her skin against his chest as they slept. Usagi grinds her hips down on his throbbing member, but that was a thought for another time. Man, how was he going to do this? Have 3 different wives and 3 different beds. He would want to spend each night with each of them. I am aware of my Foxy-kun. You've been away from training these past few nights, and I've missed you, she said in a breathy whisper. The young couple, who would go on to become the next stars of his Ikik Starlight Princess and the Warrior King, were unaware that someone was watching and recording what was going on in their bedroom from outside their window. She was so wet from just dry humping him that he wanted to feel how tight she was around his throbbing member. Naruto leaned up and claimed her right nipple and breast into his mouth as he gently started to suck on his while her deft fingers hooked around his sleeping pants. She slowly raised her hips up and pulled his pants down while he assisted her. As Naruto rushed out of bed with a kunai in hand to rip open his curtains and discovered Jiraiya being beaten by Kurama and Shukaku, Usagi hurled herself onto the bed and wrapped herself in the blanket before they could go any further because they heard screams coming from outside their bedroom. He had lost his heart-on, and he was blocked once more. When would he be able to spend a night by himself with his wife? "Are you okay, my love?" Usagi asked, sighing again as he hurried into the bathroom. He questioned her. While his two knights were busy beating the living daylights out of their stalker, Usagi glanced at him and said, "Come join me in the bath." She was taking a hot bubble bath. Perhaps he was still going to spend the night with his wife. The following morning, sitting at the breakfast table, Naruto and Usagi glared at Jiraiya's bandage. "You're unbelievable, Ero Sennin." Naruto growls, acting as though his night had been completely ruined. "You know I haven't had a night alone with my beautiful wife and you have to come and cock-block me." Now that Tsunade is glaring at him, Jiraiya looks away sheepishly. "You didn't," she asks him a question. He shifts his gaze from her to something on the wall. "It's unbelievable that you would observe them," Tsunade says, squinting her eyes. She growled at him, "But then again, you watched his parents, and I think they gave you the idea for your first or second book." Both Usagi and Naruto's eyes widen at this because they've tried a few things from those two books and are now a little freaked out. Naruto's eyes widened more because he tried something his father tried on his mother. His head hit the table, his face turned ashy white, and it seemed as though his soul was leaking out of his mouth. "Oh, stop it, your parents' sexual lives are not the subject of this story." As he watched the two unwind and Naruto regain some color, Jiraiya remarked, "That went into a different book that I never published as Kushina threatened my manhood." Usagi glared at her adopted father and hissed, "I'll cut your manhood off and fry it up and feed it to you if you publish our love life." Jiraiya paled and raised his hands, but it was already too late. He sent the book off this morning before anyone had woken up, so it seemed like he was going to lose what made him a man, but he wasn't going to tell them that just yet. Perhaps he could buy himself some time before the book came out, since they hadn't read any of his previous works. "I need to get ready," Naruto sighed. "Because I can't be late for my wedding to Hinata today," he said, leaving Jiraiya alone in the kitchen with two irate women and two Biju knights who had entered after the boy had left. He still had a few more good years left in Jiraiya, so he ran for his life after going pale. Hinata. Since Gaara would soon become her sister wife here, Hinata had asked her and her sister to attend the wedding because she wanted the girl to feel like she was already a member of the family and because she knew Naruto loved them both equally. Hinata grinned at the girl with red hair and said, "You look so pretty, Gaara-chan." As she left the room, Gaara simply glanced down at the black bridesmaid dress she was wearing and rasped, "Thanks." She was still trying to come to terms with what she had agreed to. For the next few weeks, she would be Hinata's bride to the boy with the blonde hair. "It'll be all right, baby. Don't worry," Shukaku said to herself. She questioned the female coon dog inside of her, "Are you sure about that? Am I doing the right thing by marrying him? Marriage with him is preferable. Then your father finds you a fool and makes you wear it." Shukaku remarked, "At least you know he has come to love you as much as he does the other two." Gaara nodded in agreement, saying, "You were right. For father was all too quick to write me off to the boy. I guess I am just a pawn for him to throw away after he is done with me. I do feel bad for my sister and brother." Shukaku was shocked to learn that Gaara's jailer was concerned about the other two monkeys she lives with. Tamari approaches her sister and asks, "Is everything okay, Gaara?" She asks her sister. "Yes," Gaara says, turning to face the unclean blonde in front of her. "It's all good. I was just thinking to myself," she says, noticing that people are already arriving and that Naruto is hurrying into the building to change. "He has grown on you, hasn't he?" Tamari smirks as she turns to follow her sister's gaze. She queries her sister. Gaara simply nods her head and looks away, needing nothing more than a drink or some fresh air. Seeing him affected her in some way that she was unaware of. Naruto. All of the guys are waiting for Naruto when he dashes into the groomsman's room. Kiba laughed at the boy's terrified expression and said, "Damn, thought you got cold feet." Naruto sighed and said, "Well, it was a long night." Kiba laughed again and said, "Yeah, I heard Jiraiya screaming from my house." Acting as though nothing had happened and the atmosphere had been destroyed, Naruto growled, "Yeah, the old fool wanted to spy on us." Kiba said, "Man, that sucks. So, are you prepared to get married again?" As Choji pondered whether he could marry more than one girl, he asked. To tell the truth, not at all. The fact that they all desired to marry me astounds me. As his future father-in-law listened, Naruto said, "I don't think I am anything special. I adore every single one of them." Naruto hung his head low and said, "They all have special places in my heart, and I fear that I am hurting them by having more than one wife." Hiashi enters the room where the guys are gathered, smiles at Naruto, and says, "You are not causing them any harm. They are all aware of what getting married to you entails." As the others merely listened, he said to Naruto, "You are genuinely saving two of them from worse fates than what they are getting into now." "What are you referring to?" Naruto asked, startled to learn this from the man. "Well, my clan's elders wanted to give Hinata the birdcage seal and marry her off to a pampered prince. As for Gaara, her father would have married her off to the first strong shinobi he discovered who could produce strong offspring, regardless of whether the girl was killed during childbirth. You have given each girl a better fate than what would have happened to them individually by marrying them," Hiashi said. Neji listened to this while sitting in the corner, shocked to hear that Hinata would be branded like him and the others and sent off to be a pretty thing he played with whenever he wanted to or when his other woman asked him not to. Hinata-chan, you look stunning, and Gaara, you look beautiful," Usagi said to the two young women in front of her as she entered the bridal suite and grinned at Hinata and Gaara, who had returned to the room. "Thank you," Hinata says, grinning and giving Usagi a hug. "I'm simply anxious," she informs the blonde. "I am aware." Usagi winked at the girl and said, "So was I on my wedding day and even wedding night." The thought of a wedding night made Hinata flush. She hadn't given much thought to what would happen once they were married and went home together, but now she was blushing at the thought of spending the night with him by herself. "What is the big deal about the wedding night?" Gaara asked, simply staring at them. All of the girls stopped getting ready and turned to stare at the girl with the crimson hair, even though it was an innocent question. Tamari decided it was best to be direct with her naive sister and said, "It is the night you have sex together for the very first time." The idea of Gaara having sex with Naruto in the near future makes her teal eyes widen. Although she knew she would eventually have to give birth to him, she still didn't think he would want to sleep with her immediately. Instead, she assumed he would just leave her alone and go back to the bed he shares with Usagi or Hinata after they got married. Boy, was she mistaken. "You never considered the idea, Gaara, did it?" Usagi asked, observing the girl's shocked expression. At this, Gaara nodded her head and asked herself only one question: did it hurt? Now that everyone was staring at her, she asked Usagi. Without knowing how to describe it, she said, "Well, yeah, it did when he first entered me." She blushed a little at the sight of everyone staring at her. Gaara nodded, unsure of how to ask the blonde, "But did it keep hurting while you two?" "All right." He eventually found his rhythm, and I was able to unwind. It was no longer painful. Usagi, a little anxious, rubbed her hand behind her head and said, "After a while, it felt good." Usagi was a little taken aback by the following query: "How big is he?" asked Gaara. Since this would be her first time ever, Hinata was looking at the blonde girl and wanted to know this as well. She had nearly passed out from the question. "All right, he's enormous," Usagi remarked. "How big?" "Who was standing at the open door?" I asked Ino. Gazing at the other blonde, Gaara calmly said, "Close the door." The older woman had heard what the girls were talking about and wanted to listen in, so Ino hurried into the room. They were asking the only girl their age about sex and how good her husband was in bed, that is, two of the other girls' future husbands. As Usagi tried to think of a way to explain it, she thought, he is roughly 8 inches soft, and when he gets hard, he gets bigger. Additionally, he is about 3 inches thick, Usagi said, blushing slightly. The girls' eyes were enormous, and they were all blushing profusely at what she was saying. When the older women heard how big the boy was, the girls' only response was, "Wow." Naruto. After hearing what the girls were discussing, Kiba returned to the room and burst out laughing. Looking at Kiba, Naruto and the other men ask, "What's so funny?" He asks the boy who was laughing. With amusement, Kiba narrowed his eyes and said, "I just overheard the girls talking about having sex with you and how big you are." Everyone's attention shifted to Naruto before returning to Kiba. "You what? Where were they?" Incredulous at what all the girls had been discussing, Naruto asked. Shikamaru looked at the troublesome blonde who was getting married for the second time and said, "Troublesome. Those girls are unbelievable." As he tried to determine his feelings about this, Naruto said, "They're so hentai." Kankuro and Choji were both laughing at this, and Neji simply turned his head away, blushing slightly, while Lee was completely flushed and unsure of how to respond. Sasuke was also present, but he only scratched his head at what was happening. Asuma and Kakashi entered after hearing Kiba discussing Naruto's sexual life. "You realize that we would be the ones asking you about these things. Not the girls," Naruto remarked as he began to recover from the shock. As a tiny miniature arrow ninja in training, Kiba posed the query that Kakashi and Jiraiya would have been pleased to hear. "So, was Usagi a virgin, and how large are her breasts?" He questioned Naruto. Naruto gave him a wide-eyed stare. "What?" did he ask. Now that everyone was staring at Naruto, Kiba asked, "You heard me?" "Yes, Usagi was a virgin." Naruto was irritated by this and said, "She told me I was her first after all." "How was your first experience, then?" Since Naruto was currently the only one having sex among them all, Kiba was asked. Naruto looked away from everyone and at the wall, unable to come up with a clear explanation. "Well, at first it was a little awkward as it was both our first time and it did hurt her a little when I first entered her, but after a while she relaxed, and we figured it out." "Really?" Kiba asked. With a smirk on his face, Kakashi said, "Well boys, it's almost time." He knew Naruto didn't want to discuss his personal love life with his wife, well, his first wife, so he hurried up and left the room. Asuma turned to face the men in the room and said, "Now, let's all laugh." He told them, "When it's your turn, you're going to be all thumbs." They either blushed or laughed, and he turned to leave the room. Getting married. While waiting for Hinata to arrive, Naruto noticed that every girl in the bridal party was staring at him and down at his pants. He turned to face Usagi, who mouthed, "I'm sorry, and I'll tell you later." With a sigh, he grinned as he saw his blushing bride approach him slowly, her face flushed, her father staring at him. On the wedding night, Hinata continued to blush and eventually fainted. Naruto simply sighed, pulled his wife into his arms, and held her until she eventually woke up. The wedding was lovely, and the celebration was fantastic. Once again, Naruto stood in the groom's suite. Kankuro scowled at him this time. He was all jokes and laughter the last time. However, the man in front of him was now getting married to his insane baby sister. Kankuro glared at Naruto and growled, "You better not hurt her." Naruto simply let out a sigh and glared back at the man in front of him. "I do not plan to hurt her. I will do all in my power to protect her and love her. As you already know, both my wives love her and Usagi has already made it to the point your father can't take our children from us," he said with an earnest tone. Kankuro simply gave a nod. To this, he intended to inform his father that he would remain in the village following the exams. He didn't want to lose his baby sister, with whom he had been growing close. Not after breaking down so many walls over the previous month. Rasa is glaring at Naruto as the door to the groom's suite opens and he enters. He told Naruto, "Well played boy. Using the old laws from Uzu on me." Naruto simply gave him a smile. Rasa's eyes widened in shock at the fact that his oldest daughter had turned against him and that the man marrying his psycho daughter's first wife did care about the future children the two would have. "You would have to be thanking my wife Usagi for that and your daughter Tamari. What game did the woman play?" He was going to have to find out the answer to that very soon. Naruto turned away from the cage and finished getting ready when Kiba approached him again, being the pain in his ass. "Usagi isn't a cold-hearted bitch that you hoped she would be. That also goes for Hinata, as all three girls have grown close in the past month and would do anything for each other." "So are you looking forward to your third wedding night, man?" asked Kiba. Now that the blonde has sighed, everyone's attention is on him. "Troublesome. I am nervous and scared. It doesn't get easier. All I want to do is make the night special for Gaara, and if she doesn't want me sharing a bed with her, well, I will accept that and sleep on the floor with her in our bed," said Naruto as everyone looked at him in disbelief. Neji expressed his increased respect for Naruto, saying, "It is good you respect her. It has shown you have grown a lot, Naruto-sama. A few days after Naruto's marriage, the man nearly killed all the elders. As he was leaving to train again for the finals, the elders ordered to see both of them and demanded that they be permitted to seal Hinata. That obviously did not go well, and a number of the elderly remain in the hospital, while one or two may be missing. However, Kurama and Shukaku are not informing them of the fate of the two elders they abducted. Gaara sat in front of a mirror in the bridal suite, gazing at her reflection. Usagi had completed applying her crimson lipstick while Temari assisted with the girl's makeup, and her long crimson hair was styled in curls with a black veil. She had the appearance of a gothic Barbie doll. In Usagi's words, Gaara looks down at her wedding gown and asks, would he be mad at me for choosing a black wedding dress? As she and the other girls stood in crimson bridesmaid dresses, Usagi remarked, no. Naruto will love it, for he want you to be happy in what you get married in. Also this will have everyone talking for the years to come, and the dressmaker loved the idea, for she was getting bored of the boring white wedding dress. If I thought about it, I think it would have a different color, she said with a grin on her face. Gaara gave this a head nod. She said, yes, I wanted to be different from his first two weddings. I did like your dresses. But I felt them too boring, and I do like something a little different. She was becoming more intimate with Temari, Usagi, and Hinata, as well as getting to know the other girls in the age groups. Hinata's pale lavender eyes meet Gaara's teal ones. She asks, how was your wedding night with Naruto? But she's been wanting to ask for some time. She didn't know how to proceed, so she reasoned that it was better to do it now than later. Being placed in front of everyone made Hinata flush. Growing even brighter than the crimson dress she wore, she said, he was gentle. I had passed out and he just held me, and once I woke up, he told me it was up to me what we did, and we did make love. But he was slow and gentle and never rushed anything, and allowed me to tell him what I wanted and what I didn't like. Gaara swore several times that she saw steam emanating from the girl as she contemplated her wedding night with the man she would soon marry. Ino blushed as she said, how you guys talk about Naruto makes me want to join your little harem. He had been crushing on the boy for some time. However, she believed she lost out when he married Hinata, Usagi, and now Gaara. All three girls merely chuckle as they gaze at the blonde. Usage was examining the other blonde in front of her when she asked, do you want to marry him because you love him, or is it because we have been talking about? Ino reddened. She looked down at her hands in front of her and blushed profusely. I've had a crush on him for a while, but I was always too scared to act on it, and I thought I lost out on him because he is married to all three of you now. Well, Chuin is getting married to Gaara-chan soon. Usagi grinned. This will be something we all would need to talk about a little later. For now we have to make sure Gaara has a fabulous wedding. She grinned. Gazing at the blonde, Gaara wondered if she could give Naruto to another person. Was she able to? Since it was already sharing him with two other people, she did run into some difficulties. However, they will discuss this topic later. It was all about her for the time being. As she considered it in that way, her eyes grew wide. She was significant for once, and not because she was being used or a weapon. She was significant because, as Shukaku put it, she was in love with someone very special. This time, Naruto's unique soul will save their world. The wedding night was crazy because Naruto had no idea what had hit him, but the wedding itself was fantastic. Because the proverb was accurate. Freaks were the quiet ones. Everyone was anticipating what these Chunin hopefuls would show them on the day of the finals. All of the fighters' names flashed on the screen. First match, Namikaze vs. Naruto Uzumaki Neji Hyuga. Second match, Uchiha Sasuke vs. Uzumaki Namikaze Gaara. Third match, The Sands Temari vs. Shikamaru Nara. Fourth match, against Konkuro of the Sand, Shino Aburame. The fifth match, Yugito Ni vs. Usagi Uzumaki Namikaze. While he and two of these three wives would be fighting, Naruto walked to the stadium with his wives. He turns to face Hinata. He kissed her forehead and said, please just take it easy and enjoy the show. She grinned up at him, nodded, and left with Sakura and Ino waiting. Usagi looked up at the sky and asked, so we know the plan? Gaara, who has been gradually emerging from her shell, said, yes. We are to take out as many from the sound when the snake bastard starts his invasions. As he prepared to kick his ass for the final time, Naruto said, good. But leave him to me. As everyone in the stadium stared down at them, they nodded their heads as they made their way to the middle. When he couldn't find his obnoxious teammate, Naruto scowled. He remarked, "It appears Tem isn't here yet." Shikamaru asked, "Troublesome. Do you think your sensei will get him here on time?" As he glanced over at Tamari, who was grinning at her sister while they were discussing something. Naruto smiled at his slothful friend and said, "You know I could fix you two up." As Kankuro glanced at the two, unsure but aware that he had to keep his eye on the raven-haired boy because he had been staring at his oldest sister a lot since the last wedding, Shikamaru choked on air at what the unruly blonde next to him said. As the others nodded their heads, Naruto asked, "So are you ready for a good fight and rain hell down on everyone here who thinks we are nothing but the pregame for the shitty Uchiha?" Sasuke approached them while glaring at Naruto while wearing a black romper. Standing beside Gaara, he growled, "Dope, I will not be losing to you or your stupid wives." Gaara squinted at him, wondering if they would be upset if she used her sand to crush him right now. Shukaku said, "Just wait, pup. If you kill him or injure him in your match, he will be useless to the snake bastard and no one can blame you for planning on murdering him." She was thinking the same thing, but reasoned that it would be safer to get away with it and avoid causing Naruto any trouble during the match. Gaara turned her head away from the idiot standing next to her and gave a small nod. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first match of the final stage of the Chunin exams being held in Konoha," the third Hokage said, surveying the throng of shinobis, nobles, and civilians. As everyone watched the young fighters enter the arena in front of them, the crowd started to quiet down and cheer as the elderly Hokage raised his hands. The three Uzumaki Namikaze are standing together. On the side of the girl with the crimson hair are her brother and sister from the Suna. On the other side are a young blonde and her Konoha friends, and between the two girls is their husband, who is smirking and looking up at everyone who is staring down at them, ready for whatever might happen. Sarutobi pointed to the two men seated behind him and said, "We have 10 young genin hoping to move up in ranks to Chunin through these tournament held here in Konoha. As our honor guest in our lovely village are the Reikage and the Kazekage Raza, each having a genin of their own in the final tournament." The crowd erupted in applause, and some Hyuga felt uneasy about the Reikage and his shinobi being inside their village due to what had happened to their heiress so many years prior. The third stage referee came forward and surveyed all of the Chunin hopefuls. He smirks as he moves the Senbon in his mouth and says, "Bow for the people." From the corner of his eye, Naruto observes him. With his own smirk, he tells the man, "Nah. They are already getting a free show." He gives them both a cheek kiss and steps back from them, now glaring at Neji, despite the fact that Neji was gradually recovering from his fate bullshit kick. Even so, it was insufficient, and he continued to belittle Hinata during their few conversations during the free month they had in between exam stages. When the others realized what Naruto was doing, they followed his wives up to the competitor's box and peered down at the impending battle. To this, Genma raised an eyebrow. This child was already the exam's first match, something that didn't bother him in the slightest. He glanced at the two teenage boys. He was aware of the events of the second exam and the Hyuga boy's treatment of the Uzumaki boy's future bride. Genma looked at the two boys in front of him and said, "Okay, you two. The rules are the same as the second exam. I would rather you two not kill each other, for it would save me a hell of a lot of paperwork as well as a lot of bitchy people." Naruto looked at Genma out of the corner of his eye, but he never took his eyes off Neji. "That's fine with me. I don't want to make Hinata-chan cry more than what is needed." Neji merely scoffs at this. He tells the blonde across from him, "Your good fortune ends here, Uzumaki-sama." Naruto dropped into a fighting stance that no one had ever seen and said, "Just keep telling yourself that, Neji." Even Jiraiya in the stands raised an eyebrow at this. "Naruto, what are you planning?" asked Sanin, who has white hair, a question. Guy's eyes widened a little when he noticed that his rival student had taken up the task. He has thus picked up his mother's fashion sense. However, it's not exactly the same as hers. Has he added anything else to it? Asked the taijutsu master Jonin a question. Neji narrows his eyes at Naruto and adopts the gentle fist-fighting style. "Fate has been fortune to you as of late, but soon that luck you have will run out and I shall be the one to end all that luck you have been blessed with and show you the true reality of fate." He let out a hiss. In response, Naruto narrows his eyes. "Well, Mr. Fate, one makes their own fate and that is what I have done so fair with my own two hands. I know before you say anything. I know who my parents are now and yes, I fell in love with 3 Wonder Women. But other than that, I don't need the things my parents have. I have had enough to keep me happy," he replied to Neji. Neji attacked Naruto after making the initial move. Neji said, Byakugan. His palm protruded toward Naruto. Raising his right hand, Naruto batted Neji's left arm and hand away before spinning around him while their backs made contact and his left leg kicked up at Neji's back. Neji staggered forward, turning around and giving the blonde behind him a fierce look. How does he move so quickly? As Neji examined the blonde in front of him, he asked a question. When it was his turn, Naruto rushed in, slapped Neji across the face, spun around, and kicked him in the back, sending the Hyuga boy flying across the arena floor. Don't ask questions, for you wouldn't like the answer. In an instant, Naruto was standing in front of Neji, punching and kicking him in the stomach, causing him to spit out some blood before he could get back up. As his crystal blue eyes turned as cold as ice, Neji told him, your belief in fate is going to be your downfall. For you believe that seal you have is trapping you and caging you. But I also have a seal on me that keeps me caged and my fate is tied to this village until my deathbed. With his headband falling off his head and his seal visible to everyone in the arena, Neji struggled to stand up. He slowly regains his balance as he stands up, stumbling slightly to his right. My seal fates me to death and I will never be free of it. Maybe in death. He lets out a growl. Naruto chuckled. Then we share the same fate on that. He concluded. Rushing towards Neji, Naruto leapt into the air and knocked the boy unconscious with an axe kick. Winner Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, exclaimed Genma. After letting out a sigh, Naruto knelt beside Neji and proceeded to go through a few hand signals before breaking the seal that was making the boy feel unworthy and destined to remain a slave forever. When Hinata sees what her husband has done for her brother or cousin, she smiles softly and tears fall down her cheeks. Hisashi looked on in disbelief. That Naruto was capable of cracking his clansman's seal. That seal did have an Uzu seal on it, and he was going to have problems with this. Genma grinned and said, go up to your wives and tell your crimson hair wife to get down here. Gaara made an appearance on the battlefield. As Naruto watched the medic ninjas remove Neji, she stood silently behind him. Naruto turned to face his stunning red-haired bride and said, please try not killing him. A light-hearted sparkle briefly appeared in her eyes before disappearing. She was about to say, I will do what is needed. But if he goes too far, when Sasuke materialized at the arena's entrance. With a cocky grin on his face, Sasuke growled, got lost loser. I will be kicking her ass. Naruto gave his stupid teammate a narrowed look. As the foolish boy merely scuffed at him and glared at the teal-eyed girl, he said to Sasuke, I would suggest not pissing her off. Gaara was surrounded by wildly dancing sand. In a monotone, she stated, Mother don't want the blood of the weak. Naruto simply grinned and gave her a forehead kiss. He advised her to finish this quickly and have a good time. Gaara looked back at the enraged Sasuke, who didn't like being ignored, and nodded her head. As Usagi glanced down at his wife, Naruto appeared before him and disappeared in a flash of lightning. As Kurama opened his eyes to see what was going on, he thought to himself, something doesn't feel right. Now that he was completely conscious, Kurama said, I know. He stinks and his chakra is dark and sickly. Usagi said, I don't like this. Naruto simply nodded. Ladies and gentlemen, lords and nobles. Gaara Uzumaki Namikaze vs. Sasuke Uchiha in the second match of the finals of the Chunin exams. Genma exclaimed, glancing at the two teenagers. He was publicly scolded by Sasuke for failing to put his name before the girls. Being the self-centered jerk that he was, Genma simply grinned at the boy. Consequently, he will become even more irate. Alright, you two know the rules. They are the same as the matches during the second stage. But I would like it that no one is killed during this match. Genma stated to them. Sasuke merely grinned. He turned away from Gaara and said, I will not hold back against a weak girl like herself. Genma just stared at the girl, and Gaara's right eye twitched. I wouldn't be upset if you end his shinobi career. He stated. Gaara simply gave the man a strange yet eerie smile. If I could end more than just that I would. But this village wants him as a breeding stock sadly. He replied. Genma simply chuckled and turned to leave. He shouted, start. The arms of Gaara were folded across her chest. After all, she reasoned, she would give that idiot the first move. Already he was behaving like a kid. Would my future children act like this idiot? Her eyes widened slightly at this terrifying thought, and she asked herself. Shukaku scuffed. The insane coon dog said, child, do not worry. If anything, your children will be weird like yourself. Sasuke scowled at the girl, assuming she would initiate contact. She was just glaring at him now, though. What's wrong with her? Is she a moron? As he looked up at the stands where all the fighters were waiting for their turn or the second part of the exam, he questioned himself. His icy black eyes were fixed on Naruto, whose electric crystal blue eyes were simply observing their every move. As he stared into those intense eyes, he made him feel like he was nothing, that Naruto was a predator and that he was just the prey. He averted his gaze and turned back to the girl with the red hair and the dancing sand. Her expression made him grit his teeth. It lacked feeling. She seemed indifferent to the fact that she was facing him. A Uchiha of the elite. An individual belonging to the most powerful clan in Konoha. However, he was overlooking something. He was nothing. In her eyes, he was a speck of dirt, and the mere sight of him irritated her. Her sand suddenly moved and attacked him. Sasuke leapt to the side. However, he was unable to move quickly enough because the sand was still encircling his ankle, crushing the bone. He let out a scream. He has the voice of a terrified young child pleading with her father to protect her from the malevolent spider in the room's corner. When he looked at Gaara, he thought he saw her eyes flash golden for a moment, with a hint of crimson in them. Sasuke fell hard to the ground and slowly pushed himself up. She stalked toward him slowly. He pushed himself to his feet slowly. To try to strengthen the broken ankle, send chakra to it while avoiding placing any weight on it. You should just give up, Uchiha. You are not able to fight on that broken right ankle, and how you fight. You favor your right side and put most of your weight there. Gaara stated coldly to him. Sasuke gritted his teeth and growled. What does a common whore like yourself knows about the life of a shinobi? You are just a princess and the daughter of a cage. A spoiled brat, he yelled at her. After hearing everything that was said, Naruto narrows his eyes at this. Usagi runs her fingers over his left arm after observing his response. He gives her a look. She nods to the two while glancing down at what's happening. He sighs. With a venomous tone in his voice, Naruto said, Sasuke called her a pampered and spoiled little princess, a daughter of a cage that has no knowledge of what it is to be a true shinobi, as well as called her a whore. Gaara's brother and sister stood motionless and shocked, while Usagi appeared enraged and shocked. They were radiating waves of fear. Naruto examines the pair. He let out a tried sigh and said, Don't worry, she won't be taking anything out on you too. It will be all dished out on that fool down there. I might be paying for a funeral after this. A black diamond with dots on either side flashes in the center of Gaara's golden eyes. As sand shot out from behind Sasuke, encasing him in it, she growled, I am not a spoiled little bitch of a princess Uchiha. That role and title fall upon yourself. For you run around here acting as if you were the spoiled child of a cage and Kami must bow to you. While you are the last of your clan and nothing more. All that was visible was his head. I promised my dear husband I wouldn't kill you. But no one never said I couldn't end your shinobi career here and now. She crushed Sasuke's bones, causing him to scream bloody murder and pass out. He fell to the hard, cold floor as her sand moved away from him. She approached him slowly. Gaara turned to face Genma and said, You may walk once more. But a shinobi you shall never be. Genma exclaimed, Winner Gaara Uzumaki Namikaze. Everyone was silent. Nobody knew what to say or do. Orochimaru had recently lost his body as a prefect. This transaction was going to cost him dearly. As Sasuke passed out from the extreme pain, the medics carefully and slowly picked him up, and Genma announced, there will be a 20-minute break until the third match. Orochimaru turned to face his puppet in the stands. However, he was nowhere to be seen. Where is he? He pondered. He glances down at the arena as Gaara moves out of his line of sight. That little bitch. For this, I'll have her head. Gaara looks up and makes eye contact with the snake bastard after sensing someone is glaring at her. His displeasure at her taking away his ideal body and potential boy toy caused a smirk to appear on her lips. When Orochimaru's sickly yellow eyes met the one-tail host's frozen teal eyes, he froze in the stands. Suddenly, Gaara blows him a kiss and gives him a wink. Naruto had multiple clones pin Kabuto to a wall in the shadows. One of the clones hissed, So you're the one that is the trigger man for the snake's plan. Kabuto grinned and said, I don't know what you are talking about, Naruto-kun. I am just here to watch the finals just like everyone else. The second clone asks, Oh really now? Then why do you have Anbu gear and a stolen mask of a dead Anbu? As Kabuto moved his free hand back and stabbed the clone, pinning him to the wall, his hand started to glow green. The boy with the silver hair is jumped away from by the other 3 clones. The third clone, who had been created by Naruto to convey the message to the others, grinned and said, "Just know this. Your master will not have his perfect boy. For Sasuke can never be a shinobi." Kabuto bites his lip, his eyes widening in horror. That jerk of a traitor. I'll see to it that she passes away gradually, but not before he can flee. Another clone shows up and slaps Kabuto with a seal, sending a shockwave through his body and rendering him unconscious. They take out a prisoner's scroll and seal him off. Later, they would be concerned about him. Until it is removed, the seal will shock his system every half an hour. Good, 1 down and now we have the snake to go. It's too bad Sasuke will never be a shinobi again. But that ego of his was something else, said the second clone. As they dropped the scroll with some Anbu informing them that Orochimaru's pet budboy was inside, the fourth clone remarked, "True. But I know Ba-chan can fix him. We just have to give her the good sake." The cage box. Rasa searched the area for any indications of the impending attack during the second game. Nothing occurs. There were no feathers falling from the sky. Thus, the jerk withdrew. He wanted to destroy this village by killing my people, he reflected. Village walls. After eliminating every summoning squad, Sailor Uranus and Neptune sit on the wall while Sailor Pluto and Saturn approach them. Sailor Saturn stated, "It's all clear on our end." Sailor Uranus simply grinned as she observed all the shackled idiots below, with Anbu escorting them away. "Good. We have taken all summoning scrolls needed and set them on fire." Before the 4 outer Sailor Scouts, Ibiki makes an appearance. He informed them, it appears the information was spot on. Sailor Pluto said, glancing at the man in front of her, "Our princess would never be wrong about matters of war." He nods in agreement upon learning that Naruto and his wives are residing with these 4 peculiar women, who assert that Usagi is their princess from a distant land. The arena. Orochimaru disappears into the darkness. He had to reorganize and come up with a fresh strategy. Because he has lost his original prize. He had a new target, though. Yes, Usagi will create the ideal new body. As he disappeared into the darkness, he thought to himself, I also need to find that fool Kabuto. Genma looked up at the fighters standing there and saw the slack-jawed Nara boy sigh. Well, the Tamari of the Sand and Shikamaru Nara, please come down for the next match. Shikamaru looked at the blonde girl with 4 pigtails and let out another attempt at a sigh, saying, I just want to forfeit. Tamari turns to face the slacker who advanced to the Chunin exam's final round. She growled at him, saying, you better not lose her. For I want a good fight. Naruto grinned cheekily and said, and you know Zabuza is up in the stands watching and will come in here if you forfeit. He wants a strong man to marry his daughter. Hearing this makes Shikamaru go pale. He looked at the 2 blondes, asking, why is he already planning our wedding? All they do is shrug. Usagi, who had been helping him and Shikamaru's mother plan the boy's future marriage to Haku, said, who knows? She was well aware of the man's plans. When Tamari learns that the boy she will be fighting will marry the daughter of the demon of the mist Zabuza, she blinks. The former demon of the mist, that is. The demon of Konoha now. She smirked and said, so you're the loser we have been hearing the villagers talking about. Shikamaru simply rolled his eyes at her before making his way to the stairs. He intended to make the wind witch wait for him by taking his sweet time getting to the arena floor. Zabuza is up in the stands, watching his future son-in-law disappear into a doorway. Boy is going to make her way. She must have irritated him because he looked down at the blonde girl who was standing in the arena, tapping her foot, waiting for the boy. She was going to fight for Chunin's ranking and advance to the next exam round. So you think he will take about 5 minutes to get down there? Naruto asks, snorting as he turns to face Usagi. He questioned his first spouse. Usagi grinned and said, most likely. T&I. Anko smiles as she accepts the scroll that Naruto gave Anbu along with her former sensei's buttboy. She intends to enjoy torturing the little bastard that she witnessed losing in the second round. There is trouble in interrogation room 3. The spy we caught from IWA is breaking his bounds, the man cried, terrified of the big woman in the room he had fled from, before an Anbu rushed into her office before she could reach her prize. Anko sighs in irritation at this. Returning to the arena. Tamari had prevailed. However, Shikamaru had given up, so it was a hollow victory. Regarding the absence of chakra, as she left the raven-haired boy, she gave him a fierce look. She didn't want to win like this. In the following round, she would need to perform better. She noticed her brother, who was wearing makeup, forfeiting as his puppets were prepared for combat when she looked up at the competitor's box. Not for a casual game. Damn fool, she thought, unsure of her brother's reaction upon learning that they would not be participating in the war with the leaf and sound and sand. That nothing would cause their baby sister's seal to break and that they would remain by her side to ensure she was all right. Genma, disappointed that the two boys had not engaged in combat, declared, winner by forfeit is Shino Aburame. We will be moving on to the final match of the first part of the first rounds. Would Usagi Uzumaki Namikaze and Yugito Ni please come down for your fight? Hell, each their own, though. Yugito was on the other side of Usagi. The two blondes looked at one another without moving or speaking. From his vantage point, Naruto simply observed them, wondering what was on their minds. Kurama grinned at his own kid and said, "Don't worry, kid. She is sizing up my sister's host." "Yes, I did just figure that out. Will she be found out, though?" he asked his partner and friend. Kurama said, "She'll be fine, kid." Usagi withdrew her moon staff, preparing to strike. Yugito looked at the unusual weapon that materialized in the girl's hand while cocking her head to the side. As she reached for two kunai to fight with, she thought to herself, "I have never seen anything like that before. Kitten, she isn't a normal girl. She is incredibly special," said Matabi. Yugito gave a small nod in agreement with the biju that was being told to her. "I have to fight her carefully." As she whirled her staff in her hand, Usagi thought, she is the host of the Two Tails, and the host from Kumo are known to have special bonds with their biju that they can come out freely. How can I put out a fire? Thinking back to the times she used to spend with Sailor Mars, she questions herself. However, the memory made her face sour, and then she sighed calmingly. With both of them covered in blue flames, Yugito raises one of her kunai. The other blonde is the target of her charge. Usagi slammed her staff against the ground and used it to deflect the Yugito's blow while slashing out with her right hand while the staff was struck by her flaming kunai. However, as soon as the flame comes into contact with the staff, it dies. Quick thinking, Yugito kicked up at Usagi and performed a handstand. Usagi's stomach was struck by the mule kick, sending her hurtling into the nearby wall. Usagi manages to free herself from the wall. She smirks as she chases after Yugito, leaps to her feet, and kicks her right shoulder with a backflip. With an irritated expression on her face, Yugito pushed back from Usagi's kick that was concealed on her right shoulder. She threw the kunai with her left hand as she swiftly turned around. Usagi blocked the kunai with her moon staff. She squinted at the other blonde. She muttered something under her breath. The moon's dark side. Yugito was knocked out by a dark shadow of energy that burst from the staff. The words, "Winner Usagi Uzumaki Namikaze," were displayed. Usagi sighed, "I'm losing too much energy to this attack." She grinned as she approached the others and prepared for the next game, thinking to herself, maybe I shouldn't use it anymore. I'll stop right here. As he turned to face the fighters and crowds, Genma announced, "We will be taking a short break before the next round of the Chunin exams." He grinned and looked up at the fighters' box, where Naruto was surrounded by most of his brides. For this will give everyone a chance to place new bets and freshen up and the fighters to take a break and freshen up as well. He shook his head and went to get himself a drink, thinking to himself, lucky little bastard. Sitting on the ledge of the opening, Gaara gazed down at the arena and up at Naruto. She calmly told him, "I will not lose." Naruto gave her a sly smile. With a foxy smile, he told her, "I will not go down easy, my love. I will be putting up a fight, even if that means our bijus come out to play." While the other Chunin worked to repair the damage from the first round, Gaara simply nodded her head and turned her gaze from him to the arena. Usagi sighed and took a seat. She informed the others, "I don't think I will be fighting in the next match." They gave her a look. "Why not?" asks Naruto, somewhat surprised by this. Usagi looked up at her husband and said, "That last attack took too much out of me. Also, I just feel a little strange. I don't want to overdo it." Naruto simply gave her a head nod. "All right, do what you see fit. I will not push you to take part in the next round of the finals," he stated to her. Usagi simply sighed and turned away. "There's a problem with my chakra and magic." Glancing back at her husband and sister wives, she thought, "I might have to have Tsunade Mama check me out after all this is over." With one of her brilliant, dazzling smiles, she said, "All right." The ones she used to conceal her anxieties and genuine emotions in a previous life. At this, Naruto scowled a little, but remained silent. He was aware that she was troubled by something. It wasn't time to ask, though. Too much was happening. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the next round. Will Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze and Gaara Uzumaki Namikaze please come down for your match? Genma said, grinning. Gaara used her sand to propel herself to the arena's center, where she stood opposite her husband, while Naruto leapt to the center of the arena. Genma turned to face the young couple in front of him. Well, my lady, this is your chance to kick your husband ass for being an annoying pain in the ass. He replied. For her part, Gaara gazed at the man with the brown hair and the arched, hairless brow. She gave him a blank stare and said, I have no hatred or anger for my husband. I just want a good fight. Genma gave her a perplexed look and said, all right. The blonde simply grins at him as he turns to face Naruto in bewilderment. With a shit-eating smile, Naruto said, I keep all my wives happy. You need to learn shadow clones. When Genma lost his toothpick, his jaw simply fell open. The man's response only made Naruto smile more. In other places, at the door, Usagi called to the Jonin. She yelled, hey. Asked the man at the door, yes, Mrs. Uzumaki. With a gentle smile, Usagi declared, I am forfeiting, and I need to see my mother Lady Tsunade. As he radioed something to someone and wrote something down, he nodded his head. You may leave now. To locate Tsunade, Usagi emerged from the box. The arena. Gaara and Naruto exchanged blows. A fist for one, and her sand for the other. As he ducked beneath Gaara's sand fist, Naruto asked, so my sand goddess, are you going to want ramen for dinner tonight? Her teal eyes narrowed as she looked at him. As a sand tail touched him, she hissed at him, no. I am tired of ramen for almost every meal. Behind him, Naruto flows back into the wall. He struck it with such force that he left his mark on the wall. He slowly pushed himself out of the wall by placing his hands on it. He held it and shook his head slowly. Damn it, Gaara, you didn't have to hit me that hard. You could have just told me no, that you didn't want ramen. He replied with a grumble. Seeing the playful glint in her teal eyes, Gaara grinned. She crossed her arms over her chest and spoke in a bored tone, I have told you and you never listened to me. With Usagi and Tsunade, Tsunade looks down at her adopted daughter and asks, what is wrong that you had to pull me away from the tournament? Usagi sighs and looks down. Something is wrong with my magic and chakra. It's often so I quit the tournament to endanger myself. She stated to her mother. When Tsunade hears this, her eyes enlarge. She had a sense of what was going on as though she were writing. Usagi was about to retire. As a shinobi, much sooner. Tsunade got up and looked at Usagi, saying, let's head to my private medical office to look you over. After leaving the arena, they made their way to Tsunade's private office at the hospital. Usagi would prefer to visit the one at their house, but the hospital is closer. Tsunade will be nearby in the event of an emergency, and it wouldn't be beneficial for her to travel with chakra at this time. Tsunade glared at the blonde who was following her into her private office, saying, Usagi, I'm not too pleased with you fighting if you know your chakra and magic isn't flowing properly. Before her, Usagi jumped onto the table and grinned sheepishly, saying, I know mama. But I thought it was a bug or something. I didn't think too much into it. For when I was sick in my past life, my magic would be off. At this, Tsunade scowls. She says to the young woman seated across from her, I understand. But chakra does flow a little different than your magic. In order for Tsunade to properly examine her, Usagi lay back down on the table and said, I wouldn't think so. For my magic pretty much flows like my chakra and see them both as one. The arena. Will Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze and Gaara Uzumaki Namikaze, would you please come down to the arena floor for the start of the finals? Announced Genma. The two fighters received wild applause from the crowds, because they are demonstrating their combined power and the show they will soon be performing here. With a smile, Naruto leaps to the arena floor. After their brief interlude, Gaara rolled her eyes as she floated down toward the arena floor, surrounded by sand. Gaara narrowed her eyes at Naruto while crossing her arms over her chest. With an icy voice, she said, I will not lose here to you, Naruto. Naruto smiles. My love, then you will have to give it your all and maybe even bring out Shukaku to take me out. He bowed to her. With a bored tone, Gaara said, don't be an ass about it. When Genma heard Naruto telling her to use her Biju to defeat him in this last battle, she turned pale. As the blonde's blue eyes gazed at Naruto, he yelled, don't be too cocky, boy. Naruto frowned and said, I'm not being arrogant. I'm being honest. Because Gaara hasn't been able to defeat me yet in our spars before the finales. As he leapt onto the wall and ran to the ledge, Genma merely nodded slowly. All right, begin. He exclaims the last line. Gaara crosses her arms over her chest as Naruto draws multiple kunai from his pouch and leaps back from the wild flying sand. He asks himself, she isn't going to make it easy for me, is she? As a spiked chain emerges from her sand and encircles him, he only witnesses a sinister grin slowly appear on her lips. But with quick thinking, he replaced himself with a log that the force of the spiked chain wrapping around it crushed to pieces. With shock on his face, a wide-eyed Naruto asked his third wife, damn, what the hell? A ghostly grin appears on Gaara's face. With an eerie smirk, she told him icily, Genma did tell you not to get cocky. With his mouth drying out, Naruto swallows the thick lump in his throat. Well, you still don't stand a chance against me, he told her, his soft pink lips smirking once more. It appears she has truly been holding back against me while we train against each other, he thought to himself. With a flick of his wrist, he launched the 4 kunai he was holding in his 2 hands. 3 of them were blocked, but the 4th one struck Gaara in the right shoulder, causing her body to crumble into sand. Naruto scowled as he turned around and pulled out 2 more kunai to stop a short sword that Gaara had concealed in her sand. With a hiss, Gaara said, I have a few new tricks for you. Her teal eyes gleamed in the mid-afternoon sun. Naruto grinned and said, I can tell. Her shadow illuminated his blue eyes. Gaara kicks him in the stomach and then backflips, landing on the wall across from Naruto. She glares at him and licks the short sword. Huh, a kink, he asks himself, smirking and blowing her a kiss as he draws out another kunai and hurls it at her. Naruto has a chill as he watches her action, and he feels it spread to his dick as well. Well damn, Tsunade murmurs as she turns to face the blonde girl lying on her table, her eyes widening as her hand freezes over Usagi's stomach. Usagi glances up at her adoptive mother and blinks. What? With a hint of fear in her voice, she asks. A tiny smile slowly appears on her lips as her honey brown eyes turn to face her adopted daughter. Well, my little moon princess, she says. She informed the blonde, you will soon become a mother. Usagi's eyes widened as she turned to face her mother. Going to be, eh? She froze at the thought of becoming pregnant, and tears slowly started to fall down her cheeks at the thought of having a child she had been terrified of for a very long time. Calm down, baby, everything will work out. Tsunade pulls her into an embrace and starts to gently stroke her hair, telling her, it's not the child of that monster you once foolishly loved. Usagi is now sobbing uncontrollably, tears of rage streaming down her cheeks. I understand, but the pain is still unbearable. What if the child I am currently expecting is the same little girl I met so long ago? What if that bastard turned her into a pawn? She asks, shedding more tears. Sweetheart, I'm at a loss for words. With a slight frown, Tsunade said, but once this baby is born, we will find out if this baby was the daughter you met oh so long ago. Usagi tells her mother, I am going to lay down and take a nap. She nods her head slowly and closes her eyes. All right, my dear. To make sure you're safe, I'll drive you home. Additionally, nobody is allowed inside. Unlike here, Tsunade remarked as she picked up the sleeping blonde, who merely nodded and yawned broadly. Alongside Gaara and Naruto, Gaara grins at Naruto and puts a chain around his body, saying, it appears that you have allowed everything to go to your head and now you are going to fall here and now. Naruto frowns. Gaara's eyes widen in surprise as she feels a kunai at her throat, and Naruto smiles at her before ascending in a cloud of smoke. Do you give? He asks her. Yes. Gaara frowned as she said that. Genma leaps back to the ground. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze is the winner. To the crowd, he declares. Even though the blonde is a host of the tail beast, the audience starts applauding her for defeating his third wife in combat. All right, folks, the second finals match is about to begin. In the hopes that this match will be intriguing, Genma calls out, smiling, will Shino Aburame and Tamari of the Sand please come down? Large 3-headed snakes emerge from the explosion sites as the explosions reverberate throughout the village before Shino and Tamari could descend. As a tiny trickle of blood trickles down from where Tamari bit her bottom lip too forcefully, she thought, shit. I thought the bastard would back out after father married Gaara off to the Uzumaki. Shino turns to face her and asks, you and your siblings were attempting to prevent this from occurring. His voice is calm as he asks her the question. Temari looked up at him, her head snapping up. What? She asks him a question. Avoid being foolish. Just respond to him, Shikamaru said from her right. Gaara has told us that Orochimaru attacked the village for revenge against the third Hokage who isn't in power anymore. Shikamaru said in a bored, sluggish tone as her head snapped to her right and he emerged from the shadows. Yes, we believed that after we withdrew, he would do the same. For the past 17 years, our Wind Lord has sent all of our missions to your village. He believed he had conned my father into doing it. However, Gaara married Naruto. Temari scowled as she said, we assumed the snake would flee with his tail between his legs. Temari remarked, well, it appears the bastard didn't back down. As his bugs attacked a Sound Village shinobi, Shino remarked, it appears so. I'm curious if my dear father-in-law is involved in this, Naruto is questioned. As the blonde creates chakra tails behind him to drive several of the hidden sound shinobi away from him and the others, everyone watches. Gaara's former sensei fell in front of them and said, your father had dropped out of Orochimaru's plan to attack the hidden leaf. When everyone looks up, they see Raza removing his robes to reveal that he is dressed for combat. You bastard, Raza yells as he runs off in the direction of the snake Sanin, who is visible to everyone standing on the roof across from the cage box. Ah, Raza, I would have murdered you. But you never gave me a chance as you stayed in this village. But I shall kill you for crossing me. Orochimaru stood there with a big smile on his face as everyone's heads snapped in the direction of Raza's yelling. You fucking bastard, you motherfucking ass should have been killed by the third. Even though he had needed his own sons for you, pedo ass, he was too awake to kill the one student he perceived as his own son. Naruto screams as he rolls off his body with a killer's intent. Everyone turned to watch Naruto as Kyuubi's chakra rolled over his body, and many of them passed out from the boys' will alone. Others hurried to get out of the way because they didn't want to be in the line of fire during this fight. I shall kill you first, boy, Orochimaru said, even stepping back from the edge of the roof. He hisses as he casts a terrified glance down at Naruto. Leave this place. Asuma screams as he and the others clear the arena floor while Naruto shoots 9 tails out of his tailbone. Slow down, Kit, Kurama tells him. You are going through changes, as the cage doors burst open, revealing the fourth and his spouse in front of the Biju. What's happening, Kurama? Kushina asks, glancing at the Biju in front of them. I'm drawn into him by your Kit. Kurama sank slowly into the surrounding pool of water, saying, we are becoming one. What? Minato yells, startled to learn of his son's actions. I was aware that this might occur. However, I never imagined my son would do it. However, what will become of your soul? Kushina asked, glancing at Kurama. Looking at the late fourth Hokage, Kurama's red eyes say, if that bastard there could give me my other half. Because he didn't want to deal with the man with the blonde hair in front of him, Kurama growled, I would live, guide, and train the boy. However, how? Minato asked, gazing at the Kyuubi with amazement, bewilderment, and shock. The Shinigami appears in front of them all before anyone else can say anything. Kurama, it's not your time or your boys. It's as though he has your power but no direction. He will only be followed by death. The death god said, many people's time isn't now. He slammed his right hand into Minato's stomach, causing it to glow gold. The Shinigami then used his golden hand to pull out the Kyuubi's young half, spin on his heel, and slam it into the giant fox, who was now shrinking away. With this power boost, he returned to normal as the chakra flow stopped, and he looked around. After finishing his work, the Shinigami disappears, leaving the two parents to speak with their son once he has regained consciousness. He'll demonstrate for everyone. Kurama laughed, never to challenge a god that has been born in the wrong world, as the once normal boy who stood in front of everyone grew taller. His 9 blonde tails danced behind him, 2 golden eyes appeared on top of his head, and an onyx crown appeared on the boy's head. His crystal blue eyes now had slits in them, and strangely, blue flames danced around his feet and the tips of his tails. Your soul will not be saved from my wrath by the Shinigami. One of the 3 ancient kings, Hades the god of the underworld, is me, Naruto Uzumaki. Everyone freezes, staring at Naruto as he roars. Blue flames lick all over my body. My eyes grew wide with disbelief. What the devil? Where did these recollections originate? I ask myself as I survey the arena and let a smile appear on my face. As blue flames swirl around my body and ascend toward the sky, my arms lift to the sky. I yell, I am free. from the bounds of Tartarus once more to walk freely amongst the mortals. As both shinobi and civilians scream in shock and terror as they gaze down at me. I can sense it as a chill goes through my body. The civilian man yells, "Has the fox broken free from the damn demon brat?" As he searches for the kunai he concealed inside his garments. Pulling it out, he prepares to defend himself and attempt to eliminate the demon in front of them all. I looked up at the idiot who was staring at me, asserting that I am a demon. Ha ha ha, I am not the Kyubi. I am Hades, the god of the underworld. I yell at the idiot, who seems to have pissed his pants as well. His eyes roll back into his head and he appears to be falling over the railing. The shinobi surrounding him simply let the bastard fall, where he will either die or get hurt. They don't care. It's abnormal for this power to roll off the blonde. Chakra base is not what it is. It's not the same. Nothing that anyone has ever experienced in their lifetime. As the boy's body rolls, a sense of death dances around this ancient power. The blue flames were licking the black crown. Makes him seem like a man with a title as powerful as a Hokage or a lord of one of the 5 great countries, rather than just a child playing with a genjutsu. Naruto roars, "I will not permit you to kill my comrades. I will permit you to die quickly, but you will experience pain before I lay you to rest." The attacking shinobi now freeze in place, unsure of what in the world to do. Regarding the boy's claims to be the Nine-Tail Kyubi's jailer. Then, if he lets the demon inside of him kill them all, the power that is radiating from him is only a small portion of what he could unleash on them all. A huge black doorway materialized behind the boy's back, and growls could be heard. Blue flames lick around the base of the doors, skulls over the handles. 3 sets of golden eyes could be seen through the darkness of the slightly open doors as it slowly creaked open. Many of the Odo shinobi retreat because they are unsure if that is a summons or something else. Main areas are on guard as a result of the growls and black flames coming from the slowly opening door. As something enormous approaches the doors, they can hear the rattle of heavy chains and the trembling of the ground beneath their feet. The boy knows who is behind those doors and is helping his master, so a smirk appears on his lips. I leap into the air and launch a spin kick into the door while spinning on my heel. I blasted it open so that everyone could see my gate guard arriving to defend his master. In ages, for the first time, a huge black wolf wearing a black spiked collar with broken chains dangling from it stands in front of everyone, glowing golden eyes with black flames licking from the mouths of the 3 heads. As all of the attacking shinobi freeze in terror at the sight of the 3-headed beast in front of them, Naruto asks, "Cerberus, I have not seen you in oh so long. Have you come to aid your master?" Nobody has ever seen this creature. Not even in a summons. A 2-headed snake, perhaps, but that's all. The 3 heads react as one, woof, woof, as the flames escape their mouths and burn the ground beneath their paws. He wags his tail and each head moves, looking around. When Kiba sees the enormous hellhound in front of them all, she freezes. His partner is hiding inside his jacket as his jaw hits the floor. Not wanting to upset the alpha in front of everyone. "What the fuck?" exclaims Kiba, who is at a loss for words. As he passes out, foam emerges from his mouth and his eyes roll to the back of his skull, indicating that his brain has just been broken. Regretfully, he is not alone in reacting that way to the enormous hellhound in front of them. The hidden leaf is lucky. The village's shinobi manage to stay upright rather than flee and hide from the enormous hounds. The Odo shinobi are not so fortunate because the murderous intent that rolls off of Cerberus is so insane that some of them have either committed suicide or simply fainted from the sensation. The scene in front of Naruto makes him grin. The bastard had not done a good job of training his little pawns. "You're going to die today, bastard. I won't be as frail as the elderly man, as I used to be with you. Because I have nothing to bind me to you. I see you as nothing more than a sick animal that longs to die forever. Death's cold grip is unavoidable. Because I will pursue you and drag you to Tartarus's lowest depths." I looked around for the snake bastard and thought, I don't give a damn. The sight before him caused Orochimaru's eyes to widen in terror. He looks to his old sensei and asks, what the hell is going on? Does he have an unknown bloodline limit? The old man also looks at the boy with horror on his face. As 4 shinobi emerge from a barrier on the arena's roof, he hisses, "No matter. You shall die here, sensei." Naruto squints at what he sees. He senses 4 souls that shouldn't be in the land of leaving, and his eyes widen in horror. Long dead souls, even 2 souls that are imprisoned inside of him. I jump on Cerberus's back while he narrows his eyes. I tell my pet, attack the Oto shinobi only. I leap onto the roof where Anbu repeatedly fails to breach the barrier. A black scythe with chains dangling from it materializes in my right hand as I extend it. I spin it between my fingers without giving it any thought. The sound of my spinning weapon slicing through the air causes the Anbu team to halt their attack. They slowly turn to face me as my clothes start to move in front of them. I now stand in front of them wearing a black toga that ends at my knees, and I have black gladiator sandals on my feet. I've noticed that my hair is getting longer and more silvery, turning into a silvery blonde. Asking the Anbu wearing the hawk mask, "What are you doing here, Uzumaki-san?" My gaze moves in his direction. I stop spinning my scythe and tell him, "I am here to break the annoying blasphemy of my clan's ceiling barrier." I place my weight on my left foot, arch my arms and back, and swing my scythe as it breaks the barrier and injures the bastards holding it up. It appears to have silver and black wind blades, causing them to spit up blood as cuts appear on their arms and legs. They hurt as they hit the ground. They all faint from the agony of the assault. I pause to gaze at the Anbu. I see their eyes through their mask and tell them, "Be careful with the one that has two heads. There are two souls," meaning that they are able to split their bodies to make two and reform it into one. For a split second, they are filled with fear, horror, and disgust. As the other Anbu disappeared, capturing their victim, Hawk said, "Hi. We understand, Uzumaki-san." Orochimaru witnessed his 4 coffins being cut into pieces and blood screams escaping from the sealed boxes before he even realized what had happened. He feels his anger leave his body and lets out a scream. He yells, "You fucking bastard. What have you done?" at the boy who doesn't appear to be the idiot that everyone has assumed. I give him a sly smile. "Oh, I didn't feel like having a family reunion. I know Gramps there would have enjoyed seeing his 2 old senseis. I do not believe he would have survived my mother's wrath if I had allowed her to raise me. As you had planned. I also know you would have raised my father along with them. I also know he wouldn't have held her back. I do believe he would have been at her side, and after that they would have beat and skinned you like the snake bastard you are." I say with a huge dark grin on my lips. As Cerberus is eating his little snaky meal at the village walls, pieces of snake summons fly in their direction. Other hellhounds have appeared to help the enormous beast. Orochimaru is astounded by what he sees. This is not good. As the enormous scythe falls on his head, he replaces himself with a mud clone and thinks, "I need to get out of here now." Orochimaru yells as he disappears, "We shall meet again, brat. It isn't my time to die." He leaves behind a cloud of smoke. To the side, I spit. As I gaze at the elderly 3rd Hokage, I think to myself, "Fucker got away. His number has been called and I shall be claiming him soon." With my arms spread wide and my scythe disappearing from my grasp, I tell the old man, "I believe it is time to raise his bounty. For you have gone to miss him. Look at the mess he has made of our home. Look at our home, old man. Do you think it was a good idea of not killing him that day?" I ask him, causing him to experience the suffering, rage, fear, and grief of the villagers who had perished today. An old man's stupid heart, incapable of killing a creature that had lost its humanity as a child, had caused the deaths of the people they loved. Even so, it had successfully concealed it from them all. While the wars were going on, it had been overlooked until it was too late. Sarutobi turns his head away from me. His eyes were filled with regret and agony. I stop him by raising my hand. "You have truly fucked up when you had came back into power as Hokage. A title you hadn't been fit to take back," I replied. I turn my back on him after hearing those words. I give him one last glance over my shoulder. As Cerberus stood in the arena before his gate, I told him, "You need to reflect on all your past mistakes and actions. For your past is finally catching up on you, old man. No one will be there to save you the next time." I then leapt off the roof. I pet one of these 3 heads and say, "You have done well, Cerberus. Call the others and return home. I shall find a way home and reward you." He turns to face the gate and lets out a howl as the other hounds come into view. Before it gradually starts to close and disappear from this world once more, the others follow in behind him. When necessary, I can see and open the gate. With the new power pulsing through his body and the adrenaline rush from the attack and his battle with Gaara finally subsiding. Before collapsing onto his face, Naruto slowly starts to sway back and forth. The shinobi in the area rush to his aid because the boy has shown them that he will not back down when his home is destroyed or when his allies are in danger. He has demonstrated that he is more than just Chunin. With the abilities he possesses, He has demonstrated here today that he would make a superb Jonin to perhaps even Anbu. The boy is surrounded by several Anbu and Jonin, who are unaware of this. There are multiple pairs of eyes watching him, protecting him from anyone who dares to attack him while he is weak. Among them are the commanders of the Anbu and Jonin, as well as 2 men who are wanted from Kiri in the village where they are currently hiding. Dragon's head tilts slightly in the direction of the man with the drooping eyes standing beside him. He informs the other, "It seems I have found my replacement." The man lets out a laugh. Shikaku Nara raised his arms to cross them across his chest and said, "Yes, I do believe you have. As I have found my own. It might be seen as favoritism." From beneath his mask, Dragon snorts. "Then that could be said about your father. As long as I can remember, Nara has been placed as Jonin commander, as your mind is the best when it comes to peace and war." He speaks to the individual who is next to him. "Troublesome. It is true. Since my clan had become a part of this village, the first 2 Hokages felt my clan would be a great asset to the village with our minds alone. Not even bothering with our clan's bloodline," said Shikaku with a tired sigh. Through the dragon mask on his face, Dragon gives him a sidelong glance. True. This village is built on the shoulder of bloodlines. One those who are special in many different ways. I have many questions. I know I should never question our home. In the past few years many questioning things have happened," he says to the man who was next to him. Shikaku rubbed his stubble with his hand on his chin and said, "You were right." He looked back at Dragon and then at the roof where the 3rd Hokage stands, saying, "Since the night of the 4th death, along with his wife, our village leader as well as those on the council have done several shady things," observing the old man with a sneer on his face as he looked down at the boy. The sight in front of him left him feeling uneasy. Dragon follows the man's gaze, a frown spreading across his own face as he observes the uneasy look on his friend's face. He didn't grow up knowing this Hokage. Not the man he had previously served, who had resigned and assumed the role of Hokage. "I had hoped that he would have died in the assault or during the exams." Sarutobi muttered to himself, "Master will not be too pleased with this little bit of information." A sneer appears on his face as he realizes that his time is running out and that he must give his master what he most desires. Lair of snakes. As the enormous stone door slowly opens, a single red eye glows softly in the darkness. Cursing can be heard coming from the now opening door. The glowing red eye said, "Hello Orochimaru. It appears our plan has failed. You have failed me once more." The room is surrounded by candles whose flames come to life. A man wearing a wooden spiral mask with a single hole for his single crimson eye sits in front of the snake Sanin. With a strained voice, he demands, "What has brought you here, Madara?" His golden eyes dim with something the snake does not know, and a deep, dark laugh reverberates throughout the room, sending chills down the snake's spine. "My dear little snake, you are an investment to me that I need to keep around just a little longer. For you to make me some interesting little playthings to handle things I do not want to deal with, or for my little pawns to handle," he said to the man with an eyes. Borrowing from his soul, Orochimaru looks away from the single red eye. He sighs deeply for a long time. "There are several of my test subjects that are ready for you to take. I regret to inform you that the Sound Four have fallen during the attack as the QB brat brought the seal bearer that they had erected to keep all out of our way. As well, the final member of the Sound Four has fallen ill, for his bloodline is slowly killing him and is being healed within a seal sleep to keep him a little long, so I am able to extract some DNA from him to create a new clone or test subject out of him," he stated to the man seated on his throne. Madara nodded his head slowly in response to the snake's words while humming. "I would like you to push on recreating his bloodline, as the dead bone would be a great weapon I would like in my rankings. Have several carried within women that you believe would be fitting to carry the children. As well, I would like for you to make several clones. I have several test items that I would like you to splice into their DNA code," he said to Orochimaru as a portal appeared. The man was hit by the vials. Orochimaru swiftly caught the vials with his tongue. Orochimaru bowed to the man who was at last getting up and making his way to the black portal that disappeared from the snake's lair, saying, "As you wish." With a sly smile on his face, he turned on his heel and headed down to his lab, thinking, "Now let's find out how this will work out." He pondered, "Let's see how an Uzumaki's blood would work with carrying one of those children," as crazed laughter reverberated through the caverns where his lair is situated. The Uzumaki compound. Kurama calls out from his open cage, "Kit," as he observes the butterflies and bunnies dancing in the meadow in front of him. Leaning against a big oak tree, I woke up. In an attempt to determine his location, he blinks his eyes multiple times. The cage had been gradually transforming into a cave with ivy and flowers growing over the cave walls when his head suddenly turned to face the open cage doors. "Kurama?" he asks, his voice seeming to have been weakened during the fight and by all the yelling and screaming he had done in a brief period of time. Kurama's body changed into a man with long crimson hair and crimson eyes, and he said, "Yeah kid, it's me." In addition, he has on black cargo pants and black boots, and a tight black shirt that accentuates his muscles. Naruto asks, somewhat taken aback by what he sees, "Why do you look like that, Kurama?" He let out a deep, powerful laugh. With a huge, shit-eating smile on his face, he said, "I am finally complete." Naruto's expression of shock causes his jaw to drop open. Really? He asks in disbelief. But, how? He asks again, his eyes welling with tears. Kurama is in front of his kit. He turned away from his kit and rubbed the back of his neck with his right hand, saying, "The Shinigami showed up when you began transforming into Hades. You were absorbing me into yourself. You almost killed me. Shigagami appeared and pulled my other half out of your father. For it isn't my time just yet to pass. With this form I am able to leave your mindscape as I have been tasked with aiding you to grow into your new powers. As you are not ready just yet, you need to awaken more of your memories of your past life as Hades. With your life with Princess Serenity, the future queen of this world. For when she comes to age, she will rise and with the power of the silver crystal will purify the world of hate, lust, and other dark thoughts." He speaks with a grin plastered on his eyes. Dumbly, Naruto nods his head in response to the information. "I will tell you about this kid now. Once she comes into power, you will not have all your other wives. They shall just be members of your court. For your heart and soul is just meant for one and only one. I know at this moment you had married those girls to protect them from what could happen to them. As well, the children you have with them will not be seen as the lunar royal court. They will only be seen as the Uzumaki royal family," Kurama says as he watches the shame develop on his face. Naruto tells his brother, his father in all but blood, "I know. I have wondered if some of them truly love me or just love the idea of me saving them from past pains." He never takes his eyes off the man, Biju, in front of him. Kurama gives a nod of agreement. He shook his head, frowning, thinking of his previous life before he became the Kyuubi. "I do understand and know the feeling. For you have been destined to be with Serenity before the Moon Kingdom had fallen. That day was a very dark day in all worlds when the princess had died, when the queen, no goddess, had given up her life to make sure her daughter and royal court would have a second chance in life." Naruto raises an eyebrow at what the man is doing. "You are keeping something from me, Kurama." He crosses his arms over his chest and says this to him. Kurama gives him a sheepish smile as he looks back up at him. He smiles and says to his kit, "I am. For now it isn't the time for you to learn about what I am hiding from you." Naruto looks down at the grass beneath his sandaled feet and says, "Well, I do hope the time will come soon." He smiles gently as he looks back up. He smiles and says, "I do respect your wishes." With a soft smile, Kurama says to him, "Thanks, kit. I am glad you are allowing me this time I do need." With a big smile on his face, Naruto said, "I am glad." He was happy that his father was not there. With a single thought, Naruto tilts his head to the side. The question that has been bothering him as he considers it more is, how did you get your other half with my father dead and with his soul trapped in the body that snake fuck had him in? Kurama simply smiles and laughs. He gestures his chin to Naruto's right and tells his kit, "That is a story for me to tell." To follow the line of sight, he turns around. When he sees two people standing next to the oak tree he was sleeping against, his eyes widen with shock. 2 days have passed since Naruto fainted. Usagi waits for her husband to wake up while knitting next to his bed. She is using these 2 days to calm her worries that the child she is currently carrying is small lady. "Oh, Naruto, when are you going to wake up?" As she set down her knitting needles, Usagi thought to herself for the millionth time. She leans her head back and closes her eyes. She slowly opens them to gaze at the ceiling, letting her long hair fall loosely over the back of the chair. Sounds emanate from the bed. The male lying in bed is the source of another group. The door to Naruto's private hospital room opens as Usagi goes to see how he's doing. Tsunade is standing in the doorway, oblivious to the boy's awakening. She was more preoccupied with the files she was holding. This is not good. The contents of these files will not yield any positive results. Gaara's father continues to make demands of the two kids, as one of them to be brought up inside Suna's walls. However, Naruto has already made it apparent to the man that this will not occur by threatening to relocate his wives and any children to Uzu. Villages be damned, Tsunade thought to herself as she caught her ears and looked up at her groin. Tsunade asks, Naruto, as the files drop out of her hands and she dashes to the young man whose blonde hair has turned to silver. She asks him, how are you feeling? As her hands start to glow a gentle green. In a shrill voice, Naruto said, Ba-chan. As she examines the boy, Tsunade commands, Usagi, get him some water. As the young woman gives Usagi a glass of water, she collapses into the check beside him, feeling a surge of relief. As she watches Naruto drink the water as though he had been in the desert for months, she rambles, it seems you are okay. However, Usagi fills Naruto's glass again and asks, but? Tsunade looks at the two while closing her eyes. Naruto, your chakra coils have grown even larger. You are pretty much a chakra beast in your own right. Not even counting the chakra you have as an Uzumaki or even being a host to the fox. Honestly, I do believe you have more chakra than all 9 bijus combined. She says with a further sigh. She had a faint frown on her face. Naruto closes his eyes and looks up at the ceiling before collapsing back into his bed and setting the glass down on the table beside him. He tells them, I had a feeling that is what happened. Usagi asks, what? Since she was not present during the conflict. Since it would be safe at home, Suand had her there. Because Usagi's pregnancy now posed too many risks. With his right arm in motion, Naruto covers his eyes with his forearm. As he tightly closes his eyes in an attempt to brace himself for the verbal assault he will be subjected to any moment, he tells him, when the attack happened. I lost control, I began leeching Kurama's chakra to the point of me almost killing him. With a look of shock and terror on her face, Usagi asks, you almost killed Kurama. Naruto merely responds to her, yes. Tsunade asks, curious to know the answer, how were you stopped from killing him? Naruto sighed and prepared to respond to both of them because his wife and best friend had not addressed the same query. He drops his right arm to his side and tells them, I was stopped. The Shinigami stopped me, as well as my parents. He was still unable to meet their gaze, so he tightly closed his eyes. The Shinigami offered Kurama back his young half and that is what had saved his life. But, by doing that, it had opened the gates to a seal that had been sealed within Kurama's cage. He explained to them. Usagi looks at her husband with her head tilted to the right. She asks him, what gate? As a result, Naruto slowly opened his eyes to see his beloved. He raises his right hand and says, from a life that had been sealed away. A life where I had lost everything. A blue flame appears in his open palm. Before her eyes, the flames change from a pomegranate to a lily. Usagi's eyes grew wide with surprise and then sadness at this. Naruto sits upright in his hospital bed, leans into Usagi, and presses his forehead against her as she murmurs, Hades. He gives her a gentle smile and whispers to her, my dear Serenity. You shall not lose me this time around. I shall be by your side, my goddess. Tsunade looks on in disbelief. With these twos, something happens every day. Her only concern is for the other people who have joined their family. Although those kids will never see the world these two came from, they will see the future they will create for themselves and other people. Kurama sat with Naruto. He tells his father or big brother, I am worried. He opens his eyes, blinks, and looks at his kit. Well kit, a lot has happened and a lot of changes are to come. Now with the powers of Hades, the villages will see your new powers, or I should say awakening. They will believe it to be a new bloodline. Might try to force more brides. He informs the child who came before him. Naruto's tan skin turns pale, and his eyes enlarge. He sobs and puts his head in his hands, saying, no more brides. I already have too many. I only wanted to marry Usagi. No one else. He glances up at Kurama. Kurama laughs. Then threaten them. Tell them if they are to force you into taking on more brides or concubines, that you will leave and return to your mother's homeland. There is nothing they can do, as you can quit being a shinobi of this village. Kurama advises him. Naruto sighs again and says, I think that is something I might have to do. He must awaken and discover what has transpired since his unconsciousness. Kurama smirks and tells him, wake up kit. Your moon goddess is awake and waiting for you. The kitsune man laughs as he makes his way back to his house, blushing brightly and complaining to himself. He waves at the boy over his head and says, "See you later, Kit." The hospital room. Tsunade holds Naruto's chart as she leans against the wall. She chews on her nail gently and brings her right thumb to her mouth, saying, "The brat should have woken up about a day or two ago." Usagi started jotting down her ideas and recollections while looking at her notepad. Her recollections of Hades, the god of the underworld. How was it possible for me to forget about him? As she purges those thoughts from her mind, she thought to herself. Usagi smiled sadly as she told her mother, "Yeah, he should have, but with the power bust he had, so it is natural for him to sleep this long." Tsunade raises an eyebrow at her daughter. She asks, "How long did you sleep once you had your awakening?" "I slept for 3 days. Luckily I had a fever with it. So, my mom allowed me to sleep. Never even bothering me. I awoke early in the morning on the 4th day. My hair had grown 5 feet while I slept." Usagi shared with her. A moan slips from the blonde's mouth. He is moving slowly in his bed. The head snapped in the direction of the bed, observing the blonde's eyes as they gradually open. He groans and shifts his right hand to the side, saying, "Ah, my head hurts." Tsunade takes a tiny flashlight out of his pocket and approaches his bed. She flashes the light in his eyes as she stoops to place her left hand over them. She frowns slightly and asks, "Well, besides the headache, how are you feeling?" He repeatedly blinked his eyes. "Besides being blind now, I'm all right, just my head pounding, but that is more from being hungry," he responds truthfully. Tsunade watches his eyes in horror at being denied the food of the gods and says, "Well, brat. No ramen for about 2 days. She stops him in his tracks by raising her hand and saying, "I want you on a light diet, mostly fluids. I know ramen has broth, but the noodles are too heavy." With hope in his eyes and voice, Naruto asks, "What about rice noodles?" Tsunade gives him a sly smile and responds, "Nope. He is currently sobbing in bed." He sobs, "You're so mean to me." There's a knock on the closed door. As Usagi speaks, they all turn to face the door. She yells to the person on the other side of the door, "Come in." Shikamaru, Gaara, and Hinata enter as the door slowly opens. Gaara was holding a tray of food. Shikamaru smirks and tells Naruto, "Troublesome blondes. We could hear you crying all the way from the elevator." Naruto crosses his arms over his chest and sinks into his bed, pouting. He complains to his friend, "Shut it, Shika, I'm not in the mood." Usagi pats his head and teases him, "Ah, poor baby." The blonde's bed is being approached by the others. Gaara held up a tray of food with a big steaming bowl of ramen and what appeared to be rice noodles in the middle. "We got you something to eat. Like what Lady Tsunade has suggested." He straightens his posture. His eyes get bigger and start to water. In between blubbering, he tells them, "Thank you so much." Tsunade gives an eye roll. She complains as she makes her way to the door, "Dear Kami. You're hooked on that stuff." She smiles slightly and says, "I'll be back later, brat." As he breaks his chopsticks and prays before starting to eat his bowl of ramen, Naruto exclaims, "Okay, bye-bye Ba-chan." Before shoving noodles into his mouth, Naruto asks, "So have they promoted anyone yet?" "Troublesome. No, Lady Tsunade wanted to wait until you have awakened from your little nap." Shikamaru replies to her. The only thing that comes to mind for Naruto is, "Oh." Gaara tried to smile as she said, "So, once you are able to walk, we will be summoned to Hokage-sama's office and find out who had been promoted." The others, however, still thought it was eerie. Shikamaru asks the blonde, who is now gradually turning light blue with silver flecks mixed in with his blonde hair, "Naruto, are you going to explain what happened during the invasion?" Naruto flops back onto his pillow and covers his eyes with his right forearm. Sighing, "It's a very long-ass story. A story I don't want to tell more than once. So, when the time comes I'll tell everyone. As I don't want to keep telling everyone," he explained. Usagi placed her hand on his left. She turned to face the other people in the room and told him, "It's okay. Just rest now. Why don't we go have some tea at our place and I will try to explain some of it to everyone," she said to them. He looks to his wife in unending love as he moves his arm away. He asks her, "Are you sure?" Usagi responded, "Yes, it's fine. I'll explain some of it. But not all of it." Naruto yawned and went back to sleep, saying, "Okay." He needed more sleep because his stomach was full. Usagi left for his house. In her living room, she would have a number of people waiting for her. While the members of teams 10, 9, and 8 sat next to Hinata and Gaara, Sakura and Sasuke were absent from the meeting. Usagi asks them all, "I guess you all wants answers." Hiba looked at Usagi and said, "Well yeah." With a nod, Usagi walked over to the central chair. Usagi asked them, where do you want me to start?" Shikamaru proposed to her, "How about what happened during the exams? Where he became a whole different person." Usagi grinned slightly sadly and said, "I believe that would be a good place. I will explain what I am able to. To understand this, I am from a different time and place. I arrived when Naruto's parents were still alive. I was known as Minato-san little sister. The night the Kyuubi attack, I used my most powerful attack and passed out. Well until I awoke on Naruto's 15th birthday." Usagi started as she stopped and let this whole thing take hold. "With me being here, I am meeting my past life, like with Naruto taking on the form of my lover from a former life. I was promised to wed Hades, the god of the underworld, but I was tricked and fell in love with the prince of the earth, who only to betray me and murdered me on my 15th birthday, my coming-of-age party. The same night I would met the man I would marry," Usagi said as he observed the wide eyes and those with tears running down their cheeks. "I was murdered at the prince only wanted me for power. But his lover wasn't too happy with him for leaving her for me. I died in the arms of Hades, who promised to end all those who dare attack my kingdom and my family. That might I do not know what happened. For I woke in a new world and in a different time. Sadly the former Earth Prince was reborn and tried to pass himself off as my past love. That was until I found out many truths and ran away. Away from abuse from friends and him." Usagi exhaled deeply. Hinata looks at her sister wife and asks, "So, Naruto is this past lover?" "Yes, with him here. We will bring in a time of peace." Usagi replied, "That is all I am going to say for now. As Naruto needs to come into his own. Figure things out and go from there," Usagi says with a grin. Neji frowned and remarked, "It sounds so unreal." Usagi got up and took out her brochure, saying, "Well, believe what you want. But I can show you something." Moon Prism makeup. In an instant, she was dressed as Sailor Moon. She had been reluctant to reveal her new form to them. Hiba gazed at the attractive girl in front of him and exclaimed, "Wow." He recalls what she had told them and asks, "Sue, it's true, my mom told me about the goddess that saved the village the night the Kyuubi attack. It was you." The answer she gave was, "Yes." Usagi glanced at the others, including her sister wives. "I know it is a lot to take in. Also I know it sounds more like fantasy than reality to most of you," she said to them. "But with what I had shown you here today, you can't debunk it from reality to fiction," she stated to them. Ten said, "That is true." She asks the blonde in front of her, "But what can you tell us about Naruto's new changes?" Naruto awoke his past lifetime. He awoke the spirit that had been sleeping within himself that may have never awakened if I hadn't come here to the Shinobi Nations and stayed in Japan and played my role. A role I wanted nothing to do with. Usagi started telling them. Before Naruto was Naruto, he was once known as Hades, the god of the underworld. Dark Zeus, to mortals as they feared to say his name, most of the time. Where I come from Earth had been ruled by kings, queens and gods, and goddesses alike. The gods and goddess would come down from their planets or Mt. Olympus or up from Tartarus, to visit the mortal realm from time to time, some to lay with a mortal man or woman, others to just live away from the rules of Zeus and others just to see how humans lived. Usagi continued. As they sat on the edge of their seats, Usagi told them, "But that is for another time and place for me to talk about. I had been promised to his youngest of his brothers Hades, who had been forced into the underworld out of anger and jealousy. If I am rewriting history, it's for my own game and to go with my own story. My mother, Serenity 7, ruled the Silver Millennium, making her the queen of the universe and more powerful than Zeus, which greatly irritated the man. On my 14th birthday, I met Hades, who was just 19 years old. At that point, his brother and my mother informed us that we were getting married. That after my mother resigned, I would become queen of the Silver Millennium and queen of the underworld until I was prepared to assume my proper position, with Hades by my side," Usagi clarified. Hades was horrified to learn that his brother had forced him into a marriage against his will. He wasn't angry, because he desired to be released from the bonds that prevented him from entering the underworld. He yearned for the sun's and moon's light to shine on his fair skin. He longed to be recognized as more than just Dark Zeus. He desired to be recognized for who he was. He desired for humans to perceive him as Hades, Usagi remarked, wearing a melancholy smile. Unfortunately, that never took place. The envious prince of Earth killed me on my 15th birthday. The situation has evolved. Things will change and a new peace will come to the elemental nations with Hades by my side, she said, grinning sadly once more while averting her gaze from them and shedding a single tear. Gazing at Usagi as she cleared her throat, Gaara remarked, that is a sad story. Ino concurs, it truly is. Therefore, we will be left behind when you two fall into your real roles. Additionally, any children we have will only be viewed as the missing Uzu princes and princesses. Since only your offspring will be the Neo-Silver Millennium's princesses and princes. Hinata asks. Usagi replied simply, yes. Gaara responds on behalf of Hinata and herself, we understand. She tries to get up but falls back down as Usagi says, thank you. Usagi. They all let out a cry. I'm all right. Usagi put a hand on her stomach and said, I just need to lay down and rest. I had a little too much excitement for today. That's all, she continued, grinning a little. Ino stood up and said, let us help you to your bed. Usagi nodded, accepting Ino's and Tenten's offer of assistance, and they led her up to her room where she lay down to rest for the afternoon. With a hint of concern, Neji stated, we'll have to tell Lady Tsunade about Usagi's little faint spell. Naruto shouldn't have to worry about this while he's in the hospital. Shino pushed up his sunglasses and said, then we shall leave and have the girls stay here and wait for Lady Tsunade to return. The girls go to the kitchen to make tea and talk while watching Usagi while she naps, and the boys nod their heads and depart. Medical facility. Excuse me, Lady Tsunade, Neji said from behind Tsunade as she stood in the nurse's station holding a chart. Neji, Shino, and Shikamaru are standing in front of her when she looks up from her chart. What's wrong? She queries them. We thought we'd let you know that Usagi has a faint spell. Neji informed her that the girls were currently keeping watch over her. When Tsunade hears this, she pales. This is not good. Come on, boys, I have to go home now, she says to a nurse. She tells them, let's go, and leaves, the boys following closely behind. Namikaze Uzumaki Estate. Where is Usagi? Asks Tsunade as she storms into the house. She screams into the house. Standing by the stairs with a tray, Gaara calmly informed her, she is upstairs. She added, smiling slightly, I just took her up some tea. Tsunade said, okay, as she hurried up the stairs to check on Usagi and the infant. Tsunade opens the bedroom door to discover Ino there, Usagi sitting up, sipping tea, and snacks on the table. Bunny-chan, how are you feeling? Tsunade queries her daughter. Oh, Mom, I simply overdid it and felt faint. That's it, Usagi informed her mother. Could you please leave us, Ino-chan? Tsunade queries the girl present. Ino got up and walked out of the room, giving the two some privacy, saying, yes, Lady Tsunade. To her daughter, Tsunade said, let me check on you and the baby. As she pushes back the blankets and reclines for her mother to examine her, Usagi sighs and says, you're worrying too much, Mama. As Tsunade takes the seat that Ino had occupied, her hands start to glow green. She feels relieved and waves them gently over her belly and forehead, saying, the baby is fine. She tells Usagi, you just went overboard, just like you said. I am aware. Usagi gave her a soft smile and said, so Mama don't worry so much. I am aware, I'll make an effort. Tsunade grinned and said, Naruto will also return home tomorrow. That's good to hear. I'm now concerned about his treatment of Hinata and Gaara. With a single tear streaming down her cheek, Usagi remarked, now that his memories of Hades are now returning. Tsunade sighed and said, we will find out. She was also concerned about whether the two girls would be abandoned. Naruto needed to leave the hospital and run and do something because he was going crazy and needed to burn off his excess energy in some way. Come on, Ba-chan. I'm improving. Are you able to let me go? Since he had been awake from his mini-coma for 7 days, he complained. Knowing full well that she would be releasing him from the hospital today, Tsunade gave him a worried look and said, I don't know. She smiled and said, let me check you over one more time as well, we'll go from there. With a frown on his face and the appearance of a kicked puppy in his hospital bed, Naruto tells her, all right Ba-chan. All he can do is nod his head dejectedly as his hope begins to fade. All right, brat, You can return home to your family, Tsunade said, grinning because she knew he missed his wives and wanted to spend some of his pent-up energy at home. Naruto leapt from his bed after saying, "Thank you, Ba-chan. You have no idea how much this means to me," he said, grinning. Tsunade grinned and said, "Now get out of here before I change my mind and keep you here longer." The village. As Naruto left the hospital, he observed what the genin and chunin had been doing to rebuild the village while he was there. After being gone for a few days and missing a lot, Naruto thought to himself, maybe I should get the girls some gifts before I head home. He also needed to have a lengthy conversation with them about this Hades thing and being Usagi's fated husband from so long ago. As he strolled through the stalls, he observed what the merchants had brought from their travels throughout the elemental nations. He grinned when he saw a ruby bracelet for Gaara and a snow-white jade bracelet for Hinata. However, he was having trouble finding something for Usagi because nothing seemed special enough for her. What could he give a woman who means the moon to him? He said to himself, that is Prefect. That is, until he saw a silver necklace with silver and blue crescent moons on it. "Young man, did you notice anything in the stall?" the man queries him. "Yes, that necklace," he says, nodding his head slowly as he looks up at the man. "I'd like it. For my wife, it is ideal." Naruto grinned and said, "She will love it." "Young man, you have amazing taste," the man said with a smile on his face. Nobody has noticed this tranquility. He informs him that it comes in a set. A collection. Naruto looks at the man in front of him with a perplexed expression on his face and tilts his head to the side. As he removes the matching anklets, bracelets, and arm cuffs, the man laughs and says, "It is a 7-piece set. All except it." He gives him a smile and says, "I think my wife will love it. It's her style." Naruto tells the man, grinning broadly, "She is my moon goddess." As he wraps it up and gives it to Naruto, who pays him for the gift he found for Usagi, the man nods his head and says, "I really hope she loves it." He then heads home. The Uzumaki compound. As everyone forced her to rest for the remainder of the week, Usagi sat in bed feeling a little irritated. "All right, I'm over this," Usagi complained. "I'm ready to get out of bed," while Ino laughed. "You are aware that Tsunade has told you to go to bed, Usagi. During the exams, you had overdone it." Ino, who has been serving as Usagi's nurse, advised her to stay in bed until Naruto returns home so that the other girl could rest and assist in the village. She didn't mind helping her fellow blonde. Usagi crosses her arms over her chest and pouts. "Okay." She pouts and tells Ino, "I just hope Naruto is let out soon." As she hands her the tea that Tsunade had instructed her to drink for the next few days, Ino says, "Sure." She rolls her eyes. Downstairs. "I'm at home." As the door slammed open, Naruto shouted. From upstairs, Usagi's eyes enlarge. "I'm in our bedroom up here." As Ino stopped her from leaping up and running down the stairs to her foolish husband, she yelled back. "Usagi, hurry up." Ino reprimanded her, saying, "You know you're not in the right shape to be running." Ino. Naruto's home. Usagi looks up at the girl's teal eyes with her watery midnight blue eyes and complains. Ino sighed with guilt and said, "Fine." She moved aside and told the girl, "Go to him." She couldn't keep her from her true love. Without wasting any time, Usagi leapt from her bed and hurried out of her bedroom, making her way to the stairs where she encountered Naruto. "Naruto!" she exclaimed, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. As he put his arms around her, picked her up, and spun her around in the hallway beside the stairs, Naruto said, "Usagi." He was crying himself. "I've missed you." Usagi wrapped her arms around his neck and sobbed uncontrollably, saying, "I missed you as well." Naruto. "Yes." He gives her a dazzling smile in response. "Please put me down." Usagi looks a little green and tells him, "I feel a little sick." Since he knows she will fall if he lets go, he stops spinning around and puts her back on the ground while holding on to her. "I'm sorry, Bunny," he says. Sheepishly, he said, "I didn't mean to make you sick." She gives him a gentle smile and says, "It isn't your fault I'm feeling sick." "Well, it kind of is but isn't." He gives her a perplexed look. "What are you referring to?" His voice was laced with confusion as he asked her. With a bright, blinding smile on her face, Usagi tells him, "I'm pregnant," as she leans in to whisper in his ear while giggling. She looks at him with pure love and excitement. He gives her a bright smile and collapses on the ground in front of her from shock. With her toe, Usagi prods Naruto, asking, "Are you still alive?" She questions him as she hears a groan come from deep in his throat. What happened? As his eyes flicker open from where he lies on the ground, he asked. Usagi smiled and said, I just told you we are pregnant. She was a little irritated with him because he had fainted at the mere mention of their unborn child. So, I'm going to be a dad, he said, slowly pushing himself off the ground and blinking multiple times as he tried to comprehend what he had just been told. He asked, trying to make sense of it. She huffed and said, yes. You're going to be a mom and I'm going to be a dad. He asks, his eyes brightening with anticipation. I'm sorry, he said with a hint of fear in his voice, I didn't mean to hug you so hard. Usagi simply giggled at his enthusiasm, her annoyance melting away at the sight of Naruto's joy. I'm sorry, he said as he leapt to his feet, excitement overflowing from him as he began to bounce around her, then rush in and hug her tightly, only to stop abruptly and let go. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly, still smiling. So what now? He looked to Usagi for advice on what to do next and asked, his voice full of curiosity. I don't know, Usagi said, softly laughing as her eyes met his. With a small but hopeful smile, she gave him a comforting squeeze on the hand. We just take one day at a time. The Tower of Hokage. The Tower of Hokage. I need one of you two to take the hat, Sarutobi said, sitting behind his desk and gazing at Jiraiya and Tsunade. He sighed and said, as this old fool needs to retire, I have done so many wrongs and hurt too many, only to think I was doing what was good for the village. He turned to face the Hokage's mountain through the window to his left. With a posture of cautious respect, Jiraiya leaned forward and said, Sensei, you've been carrying the burden for longer than anyone could ask. However, are you certain that you're prepared to let go? Tsunade said nothing, her face thoughtful as she observed Sarutobi, thinking about the weight he wanted to transfer. Tsunade broke the silence with a steady yet thoughtful voice, saying, Jiraiya wouldn't be wise to become Hokage as he is needed out on the field for his spy network. Her eyes remained fixed on Sarutobi, and she continued, the village relies on his information, taking him away from that role could put us at a disadvantage. The tense silence was broken by Jiraiya's unusually soft voice, then will you take the hat, Haim? Tsunade's honey brown eyes never left Sarutobi's, her genuine response aimed at her sensei, but his cold eyes lingered on her, searching for any hint of doubt. Sensei, I'll take the title of Hokage, but there will be things that need to change, Tsunade finally said resolutely. The elders will be one of the changes that needs to be done, she said, turning to face Jiraiya with a steady, unwavering gaze. You know you will be my shadow out of the village, she continued, her tone infused with a silent trust. Jiraiya nodded in agreement, realizing the seriousness of the role she asked of him. Why is it necessary for the elders to change? With a slightly perplexed expression, Sarutobi asked her. They are set in the old ways, Tsunade sighed. A new dawn is upon us. She told him, obviously fed up with the shadow games the three old bastards played behind the old man's back, and in this new dawn, we need new blood to direct this village into the light it needs to be in. For your new elders, who would you pick? Sarutobi asks her because he feels a connection to one of the men she might select to be her elder. She looked him in the eyes again. Shikaku Nara is among the individuals that come to mind. I'm not sure about the other. Because I only require 2 elders, not 3, she informed him, grinning. Knowing he was trying to push her, Tsunade told him straight-facedly, for now, 1 will do until I can find my second elder. Enough of this. We have more important things to attend to, Jiraiya said, his expression darkening. What would that be? The room had a cold heaviness that had not been there just a few moments before, and it was obvious that whatever Jiraiya had to say would not be good. Tsunade asked him, her instincts tingling. He said in a low, deliberate voice, there is a group hunting after hosts like Naruto. As soon as he finished speaking, Tsunade's face began to lose color and her blood began to run cold due to the implications. No, she muttered, shaking her head, refusing to acknowledge the danger that now threatened the village, particularly the boy she had vowed to keep safe. Tsunade turned to face Jiraiya, who was frowning, and said, we need to come up with a plan to protect Naruto and Gaara. We wouldn't just need a plan. We will have to be prepared for war, he said, causing the tension in the room to rise as everyone realized how serious the situation was. Sarutobi's expression became contemplative, and Tsunade clenched her fists, determination hardening her features. They all realized that their villages and its host's safety depended on what they did next. Tsunade informed the 2 men in the office that, he's going to be a father. The words caught Jiraiya off guard, and his eyes widened. He echoed, disbelief clouding his features as he looked at Sarutobi, seeking confirmation. Sarutobi's brows furrowed, sharing in Jiraiya's surprise, while Tsunade's stern gaze left no room for doubt. The weight of the revelation hung in the air, changing the urgency of their plans and adding another layer of complexity to Naruto's protection. They may attempt to use this against us, but shit, this changes everything. Jiraiya said, we might have to put whoever is pregnant into hiding. Sarutobi nodded his head in agreement, and the old Hokage's eyes darkened as he thought about the consequences. We can't risk their safety or the safety of the unborn child, Jiraiya said. With unwavering resolve in his voice, Sarutobi continued, we must make arrangements, and only those we trust implicitly should know the details. Tsunade told them in a tone that left no room for disagreement, the less who know who the mother is, the better. For now, I'm the only one, along with his other wives and Ino, who knows who is pregnant. Jiraiya waved her away, saying, that is fine. For now. He hung his head between his knees and sighed deeply. I will have to schedule a training trip around this child. We'll make sure he's ready for what's coming, Tsunade said, her eyes softening momentarily as she recognized Jiraiya's burden. But this will require secrecy, and cooperation from all of us. Her words reverberated throughout the silent room, highlighting their newfound shared responsibility. Every precaution must be taken, Sarutobi said with a solemn nod. We will stop at nothing to keep Naruto, Gaara, and this child safe. They agreed by nodding their heads.
I will continue the story in next part. Till then, we weeb offline.